biological kin, I have now, even if I don't know him, I have created a relationship to that person, even though I don't know him, and I will treat him as biological kin again. And the same thing with everything else. Only take from nature what you actually need, and nature will provide forever.
Yeah. Yep.
And those who destroy the earth will be destroyed.
I mean, the earth will always survive, but will be.
I believe it defends itself. People start destroying the earth fights back. Things will happen. And you won't even be able to explain it. Things just going to happen, man. We've been doing too much for stuff to not happen sometime soon as a result of all the crap. And it can't be blamed, this nefarious. Nope. Every single one of us is to blame with our greed and just our ignorance, not knowing. We didn't know. We just enjoyed products. And we wanted to be able to get stuff. And now look at it. Look at the whole earth.
Every reaction has an equal and opposite reaction. So if you remove trees, you will have less carbon, CO2 conversion and all that kind of stuff. Even though it's minor, the majority of it will be from algae and stuff like that. But you know what I mean. If I remove all the trees, there will be a counter action somewhere else.
But you need enough water for the trees.
I
have actually thought about this.
Not drinking the water.
I thought about
too much.
I thought about this a lot the other day. That let's imagine that an unspoiled Earth where there is a lot of fauna. All this fauna need water somewhere. Could this affect the sea level waters? Not just that it must be frozen somewhere, but the fact that there is more fauna would also create more land because it would actually store the water somewhere. Just an idea I had the other day. How much would an unspoiled earth where forest is flourishing and stuff like that? For example, here in Denmark, 98% of our natural forest is gone. We have like 2% left of our quote-unquote ancient forest. What if all that forest was still there, that 98%, and not just pine wood that is made for sold for profit, you know?
Oh, yeah, that GMO wood that grows really fast.
Yeah, imagine if we didn't cut down all those trees, remove all that natural fauna to have room for grain and stuff like that. Imagine if the earth would just flourish. Like, would that actually affect the sea levels? You know, create more land, like land passages and stuff like that, without having frozen areas.
Full earth. A full earth with all flora and fauna that it should have. The water would be located elsewhere. That is true. Yeah. It wouldn't affect it as like in a huge amount, but I think that it would be different. It would affect it some for sure. I can't say how much.
I'm not sure how much.
And it's not in the ocean anymore, so.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not saying it's the only reason and it's the only factor, but there is the stories about Doggerland, the land passage from UK to Scandinavia, the land passage from Australia all the way up to Asia and stuff like that. So we're talking about the sea levels have been much lower, if that is true. They claim it's because of, ice storing up all the water, but what if there was just so much fauna, big ass trees, that had to store the water, a lot of bushes and all that kind of crap that has now been removed for farmland. Just an idea. I know it's a dynamic system, and
on a smaller scale, I've seen people cut down trees, and they cut down so many. All the trees were next to a river. And when they cut down all the trees, they weren't drinking up all the water from the river. So now all that water, it spread out and built up way more to the point where you got this huge swampy area of stumps where nothing can even.
Oh, that actually happened?
And it's all just whatever. It's
well,
trash.
I guess my idea isn't that far-fetched anyway.
That's my point. I'm trying to tell you that I have eyewitness this account where I've seen this happen. So, yeah, I can see that on a bigger scale. Yep, it would be a little bit different. At least a little bit. Because we're thinking flood world. We have no idea what it was like, but there was certainly a lot more life.
Yeah.
And life needs water, and water's got to go somewhere. When it's inside of a life form, it's got to come from somewhere in order to be there. So, you're right. And then all these trees growing, like drinking up water, it would change the landscape on how things would be. How much water can flow through rivers and stuff. Where swamp would ever be.
Yeah, as the water from the sea vaporizes, it go in and becomes rain. That rain will fall down over tree and dirt and stuff like that, being soaked up by the roots, and then vaporize it out again. But now it's part of the dynamic system and not part of the world oceans. You know, so I'm not sure how big of an effect it would have, but it would definitely change the dynamic system if there was more room for water storage and keeping it in the soil, in the trees, and in the air, instead of letting it sit in the world oceans.
Yeah, and not to mention that for those with a creator-centric worldview, pretty much every worldview has the belief that it didn't rain until it did. Everything was it was watered by mist. So it was different. Like something changed, something shattered about this reality in order to change how things are. And it's a little bit different now than it was when it first began.
Yeah.
But combining that with what you're saying with that, you have both of it together, yep. And now that's why the oceans are the way that they are. This is a post-apocalyptic world.
Yeah.
Post-apocalyptic multiple times.
Yeah, I'm not sure saying that amount of ice wasn't a factor. I'm just saying maybe instead of looking at the world as one factor is deciding these kind of events and stuff like that, maybe just thinking that dynamic perspective where, well, there is also the trees and they do store water. So how big of a factor would that have been, you know?
Yeah, I believe that that's the thing, that North Pole ice cap story. My personal belief with that is for one, we have no idea that their narrative is anywhere close to the truth. And two, we know cataclysm has happened. So the fact that this thing is melting is actually, it could be seen as a good thing, not a bad thing. Because if it's supposed to melt, because it's leftover ice, it's just been there slowly melting and increasing in its ability to melt as it melts. Because, things melt faster the more they melt. Then obviously this is exactly what the hell happens. You put a freaking ice cube in a cup, like shit be happening.
Yeah, maybe this is how the Earth is resetting itself when we are killing off the fauna.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It fights back. And another thing is this: it's cyclitic, like the cycles of like day and night, and summer and winter. So what if it's freezing? There's going to be a winter that comes, and so what if it's melting? And there'll be a winter that comes, and it'll freeze, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. Either way, I know an eternal day is coming at some point, and that I do believe that. And again, I believe that for certain. When the eternal day happens, we get another shift, everything in it's the final one. It's perfect at that point. A perpetual direction towards perfection. Even so, Lord God, I hope that the King of Kings returns and all these governments perish and just get deleted. People aren't governments, leave the machine. Disassociate your ego from such an object. That's silly. Isn't that funny? People take it personally if you talk about anything related to the government as far as their political beliefs and blah, blah, blah and whatever, because we need this and we've got to do this.
It's just it's kind of human nature. We pick a team and then we then it's the same as you can see it in the football world. A West Ham fan meets a Man United fan. The West Ham fan is saying Manchester United sucks. The Manchester United fan will take it personal and start to beat up the West Ham fan, or they will fight together. It's the same with politics. People are picking a team. Generally it's the same with everywhere where there is a division, a division, you know, like even in Flat Earth, Global Earth, you pick a team, and whatever the other team is saying, you will just either you know, there is that invite. Doesn't matter who is right.
It's like that, but worse, man. Like the wrestling, right? Like, you know, it's fake because they both work for the same company, but you've got like the heads and the heels or whatever they call. I think that's what the words that they use. And so you've got like the bad guys and the good guys, and they're fighting each other, and some people will be rooting for these people, and other people are rooting for these people, and that's politics.
Yeah.
They're all part of the same house, and then you put the people, the fans, some of them might actually get pissed, and they're taking it serious. It's a show. It's an act. They work together and get cut checks for the same exact company.
Yeah, exactly. This is why I often like talk about, for example, the Suzuka quote about changing your perspective, especially in the quote unquote truth arenas, because I often see this, that people are buying into the division, and instead of trying to unify under a banner, they're buying into the establishment's divide and conquer, where we cannot be friends with Global Earthers because X, Y, and Z, and all these memes, and he said that, you know, and we in the truthful community, we have to show ourselves as the better men and not get into the emotional fight because someone is trying to bait you. We actually have to show ourselves as the better men, because we claim to be, you know, awake, enlightened, whatever you want to call it. But when we are going into these petty fights, we are not showing that we are any better than anyone else.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like having a big brother who's practically an adult, like they're already 18, 20, whatever. They're already a full-grown adult. And then their little child brother comes walking in like 4 or 5 years old. You're stupid, dummy head. and then this man treats that child as though a full-grown man came up and started talking shit to their face. And that is not, it's not at all the same. So a lot of these people, they have the mindset of children. They do not comprehend their own emotions, and they don't know what words mean. The other ones, though, the anti-flat earthers, who are the freaking like highly intellectual, either sophists or theosophists that come in here with their weird shit, they know what they're doing. They're more than that. They're unbelievers. They're intentionally choosing to do this.
But we should show ourselves as the better man and not get triggered by their words.
Oh, dude, no, exactly. That's what I was going to say. We're supposed to love them. That's our enemy, right? And if you're supposed to love your enemy, then
that's biological kin, and they don't know better.
Yep, they don't know any better. They're the ones who need to stop being weird and come home. So we, knowing that, need to be like, we're not going to destroy our house just because you're being weird. Stop being weird and come home. They don't know love. Love is the natural order of things. People think survival of the fittest is the natural order of things. No, that's the natural decay of things.
Yeah, relations and relationships is much more important than your own ego, bias, and belief.
Yeah. The survival of the fittest thing's the deathology part of it. That's true. But love is actually the whole of the law when it comes to life itself. Because without love, nothing continues to exist. And there's a spectrum of love, and that could be talked about in another time, like, because there's so much. But human love, it's more than just actual desire. Like, I'm talking real agape, having that love where you care about the true aspects of things, and it's not just about ego and about lust and about I want that. No.
I know what you mean when you say love.
Yeah.
But when you're sitting alone in one night and it's just dark, reflect over relation and relationships, because sometimes love, when you're saying that, it can trigger people, but when you're putting it out there with, as I said, like creating relations, for example, to anywhere in nature and relationships, that is the love is already encompassed there in looking at others as biological kin. But when you're in a philosophical and logical approach talking about relations and relationships and how important that is, you don't need to invoke, what people might see as, sorry to say it, but sometimes cringe or triggering or something like that. But relationships and relations can never fail. Not trying to shit on you, it's just like reflect over it from time to time, because it all boils down to those two words or meanings: relations and relationships. If you have those two and you understand it and you live your life after it, love is in it. It is all in it,
Yeah. And that's another thing too. People like to separate. They like to act like love and hate are the opposite, and that's not true. Because if you love, then you're going to hate something. There's something that you're going to hate with every fiber of your being. Because if you have love for something, there's something else that you have to hate in order to protect the thing you love. More like two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, exactly.
But they're not opposite.
And if you love the wrong, yes, they're not opposite. So that's a bad example that I gave. Yeah, it's just they're aspects of the same, because God hates the doers of iniquity. But if you have your love and your hate wrong, you're going to hate the wrong. You'll hate the truth, and you'll love the wrong things.
But you're making the wrong step in your line of reasoning. You're literally telling us that there is an opposites. Love and hate are opposites.
No, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said it wrong, because what I'm really, they're part of the same thing. And that's why I said using the thing about a coin isn't properly, because we usually think a coin flips, like it must be one or the other. And I'm thinking of the coin as being the same object.
Well, I think what you mean to say, I believe you'll
coin collector.
If you love them, it necessarily follows that you will hate the thing that is contrary and opposite of the thing you love.
Exactly. Yes, that's what I mean to say. That's kind of where I was headed with it.
Yeah, the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference.
Yes, I don't care is worse than either love or hatred.
Well, it wouldn't be indifference, because love is to be supremely concerned with that which you care about, not indifferent.
I said the opposite of love would be.
Well, the opposite of what you hate. I do care for you. I do not care for you. I want what is best for your well-being. I want what is worse for your well-being.
Indifference is lukewarm.
Indifference is to care whether you have good or evil.
Oh, that's interesting. The word care, I'm looking at that, and it's interesting that it talks about grief and lament, and then, like, because you have negative, but that's not it. You're going to grieve over things that are truly important to you because they matter.
Right.
And I'm just, that's kind of the connotations I'm drawing from the word care here, not in a negative way, but of course you'd be heartbroken over things that you care about.
There's some harm.
Care about them, they're bothering you.
Yeah, some harm or some befallen that which you love. It's going to cut your heart. It's going to sorely displease you. You're not going to be indifferent.
Yeah. I think I should make an image that has love and hate together, kind of like a parallel where it shows them side by side. I wish I could make these faster. I think that which people focus on the most, though, it's obvious what they're worshiping. You can tell what they're bowing down to the most. Whether it be an idol or it be themselves, they make it abundantly clear.
Yes.
Oh, here's one that I wanted to talk to you about that had to do with the etymology thing. I found it to be really interesting. Trying to find the wrong folder. Here we go. There's so many people will come in and they'll be like, "Oh, well, I have a theory about this and that or the other thing." And it's just interesting because they don't even know Theo. They're not even trying to seek that. They just want to speculate without even knowing who the true spectator is. This guy's, he's observing everything and knows all and can see all. And for anybody who complains about woe is me, well, why didn't he do this arbitrary thing? Why would he change your storyline when he wrote it to be that way? And why would he take away conflict that's supposed to make you stronger? That would be cruel to do that. Then you'd never grow.
Well, what is the use? What is the point, benefit in trying to defeat the God in a debate?
Yeah, I know, right? Like, and how can you? What word can you invent that the God has not already spoken?
What argument do you think you could possibly say to the God that he won't refute?
It's kind of like when the line's like, "Don't cite the old language to me, which I was there when it was written." Like, there's nothing. There's nothing you can do, man. And that picture right there, that's in this image. They have like this Wikipedia, and God is listed as a villain under that. And I'm like, you guys would list him as a villain. That makes sense. The world would see him that way. The funny part is they're looking at it all wrong. You read your favorite book or watch your favorite movie, is the creator of that movie who invented the villain that you hate so much. Is that person horrible for inventing the villain that you love to hate? You can't step outside of the thing though, because they're stuck inside of it, and can't see it for the bigger picture.
One of the many things people fail to contemplate is the possibility, logically and in reality, that the God can use the wicked for just purposes.
Yeah. One thing that gave me a lot of acceptance with that is that he creates vessels of honor and dishonor. So when I see the vessel of dishonor, I'm like, oh, well, that makes sense. You got to have a toilet in your house.
You know,
all of creation is subject to the Creator.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Amen.
I stopped wondering why wicked people exist. Like, that's kind of obvious. For one, the fallen world, the state of all that, and two, just it must be this way. How can you even know what good is if there's no bad, there's no conflict, things you can perceive to be, oh, this bad? I mean, no, like, how would you even know what good is?
But you can know good without evil. Evil is only intelligible in the light of good. You only know what is evil, given that the good is there. You can have the light without the shadows, but you can have shadows without the light.
Yeah. Well, my point was going to this, like, all right, if you have somebody who's completely refusing to look at all of that, and they've turned away, like, I'm not going to follow anymore and listen to, well, now a lesson has to be learned. How are you going to get somebody to look back to the thing and all of these other components are needed for it? But also, I think that we fall into these natural components that are just parts of creation. Like, people look at darkness like it's evil. No, it's not. You want it to be dark when you go to sleep. Pretty cool to have it, get dark so you can chill and fall asleep without having light shine in your eyes. And when he created everything in the beginning, he created everything that was formless and void, and darkness was, so he created darkness and all of these other things within earth afterward. So people are just afraid of the dark because of what hides in it. Like wicked people, they're trying to hide all their deeds.
You can't have one without the other.
Yeah. So it's more that people are afraid of the dark than the dark being bad. There's just bad things that hide in the dark, and people are afraid of the dark.
Yeah, not to fall into the fallacy of equivocation, of course.
Yeah.
The darkness being used in the moral sense,
Yeah.
as opposed to just describing the concrete phenomenon of that which is antithetical to light.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not talking about the science of. So I'm talking about scriptures, like specifics. But the metaphor for darkness, though, yeah, that's still evil. That symbolizes evil. The way things are, it is what it is. But I'm just talking about what it was and why it symbolizes evil. It's because that's the colors that they wear. Under the cloak of darkness.
Yep.
And eventually there will only be the outer darkness, and that's where all of darkness will be, and everything else is cast in the lake of fire, and there will only be the eternal day and that which is good.
Amen.
Never trust a man called Weasel. Oh dear. But seriously though, the opposite of death is birth. Oh, he's gone deafened. Man, I was just going to talk to Gregory. He's left. I'll send him a DM.
I'm glad he stopped in for a visit. That was cool. I think I'm going to step inside the house for a minute. Myself a refill and something to drink. Whew. I don't like the word anarchist, so I don't call myself that, even though I'm sure folks would call me that. But it's more like I look at all of the governments of the world, and I'll do what people say. I'm not about to fight anybody. I ain't trying to hurt anybody. Screw that nonsense. It's more about I look at all of them, and I'm like, can't wait for the king to return. I'm not going to pick a side in the affairs of... That's something funny. It was a long time ago. I used to say this. It might have been about 20 years ago. I don't interfere in the affairs of mortals. Because people would have their petty drama that had nothing to do with anything that I perceived to be eternal. And even though I was living, like, doing certain things that were kind of retarded, other stuff, I was still kept my mind in the right spot with certain things, and people would try and bring their stuff that it should encourage anger, taking on the offenses of others. And I would just hand wave it away. I don't interfere in the affairs of mortals. Like, no. Especially if you know that everybody wants you to just side with them, and it was all ego. Like, y'all have fun fighting. I believe that the biggest problem in this world is the infighting between people. It's like, we're all the same family.
Well, it's definitely the greatest tool for the establishment.
Yeah, well, I know we can get the mind control, but I'm thinking further back. We're all the same family, and family problems happen, and then more family problems happen. Things kept breaking down, and then now you have this division.
Oh.
And that's an oversimplification, but also it's pretty much on point. If you start back right there, you trace it back to the root of it. One family.
Yeah, I mean, the one family theory just doesn't hold.
I don't see why not. I think that our perspective of things can be...
Well, that would be based in incest then.
Certain people. Oh, that's not a problem.
Well.
It only becomes a problem with genetic bottlenecking.
Yeah, and if we all stem from the same two people, that would happen.
Same two perfect people with perfect genetics that are becoming more and more corrupt over time. So when you bottleneck corruption, then you end up getting really weird stuff. But as it keeps spreading out more and more with the variants, it's so, kind of like a calico cat kicking on all them kittens. But then you lose matter over time with the bottlenecks, and that's where a lot of these races came from, is bottlenecking different specific points. Like, okay, this family should be like this because they're like this. That's directly tied to Babel, though. The 70 families that came out of there, and now you have a whole full spectrum of all these different colors of folks. Which, that's cool. That's awesome, because that's how it's supposed to manifest. Keeping it separated is kind of weird, though, since we're all the same creature. I have no problem with looking at human beings like animals. It's the evolutionists that are the ones that try and act like we're something else. I believe that we have the bodies of something that's better than all of the creatures, but made out of the same material with something much different piloting it. It's the best way I can put it. So we still have all the same functions of everything, and the same origins, from the same origin point, from the same exact garden. Speaking of the garden, isn't it weird, the Chinese garden story? Like, have you seen some of the drawings of the, like, their version of it is so much different. It's similar, but it's so much different. And, like, the snakes, like this old Chinese student said. Let me see if I found a picture of that. Like, the picture, like, the image in my head is funny. Chinese Eden story.
Yeah, I was just saying to him, you were on Deafin, that the opposite of death is birth. It's not indifference. I'm not trusting a man called Weasel either. Sorry, that's a joke. That's like little things like when I take the piss out of American money. It's just the joke that just keeps on giving. While in the background, of course, I know that ultimately all money's fucking meaningless. But
money, yeah. Isn't it funny that money's like crypto? Like fiat currency is like crypto, except it's
absolutely,
like just make as much as they want to with no cap. I just think it's hilarious.
Yeah, it has a perceived value. People's opinions. Think about that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just trying to. I was going to talk to Gregory, but he left, so that's kind of took the wind out of my sails. But I was just thinking that, you can't lose something. You can only lose something that you have. Like a set of keys or something like that. You can't lose something that you are. Right?
Yeah.
You are life, quite simply. Tim's going to chirp off and kick my ass in a minute.
Just found something cool. So, hey, Andy.
Oh.
So in the live stream, I'm posting some symbols, some glyphs, some characters, the Chinese Eden story, and that last one was pretty cool. Like happiness, you got God in the garden. Happiness is God with one man in the garden. But God said it's not good for dandelion, so give a woman who coveted the fruit of the... What is this?
Yeah, I've looked at these before. Amazing how people can just get a language. I mean,
I know.
Ours is stupid, so I shouldn't sound like I'm knocking theirs.
I've heard this before, so it's not like I'm surprised. It's just I haven't actually looked into all these different things, and somebody's got a bunch of them listed out. That's why I was like, what is this? It's just kind of cool. It's funny. Wait, what is this? Beginning woman's secret. I don't know what that has to do with anything that's interesting, though. What it's doing is showing how certain words are connected, and then comparing how these images are connected to these stories. And the way that these glyphs work, it really is an image that portrays a story. And then there's a meaning to that, and that's the meaning of the word and why the word means that. Like Chinese Chinese gets a lot of shit talked against them, but they really do have a very kind of mysterious to Americans and foreign, but rich culture. It's very interesting. I think a lot of people talk a lot of crap because they're stealing our jobs. Making their products, their cheap products, and selling them to us. See, then it's got things that contradict one another, though, because it's got that symbol for garden, but then it's got this. That. So then it'll have stuff like this that it shows, and it says, this is garden, which maybe they both mean garden, but they mean different meanings for, I don't know. I don't know Chinese. I'm just looking at pictures. Not all of my etymology research involves actually knowing the words for things. It's more like looking at it like an artist. And I'm looking at a glyph, a graphic, an image that I have to interpret as the picture that it is, because it is a pictograph. And they all mean something. It looks like gibberish when you first look at it, but then if you actually know it, oh, I see why okay, that makes sense why that's there and that's there. That's what it's symbolizing, because it's a picture of that. And so when you realize that they speak in pictures, it gets a lot different. It's like their entire language is nothing but emojis.
I remember somebody breaking it down, and like a few years back, and me, just as you just said then, this is here for this reason, and it made total sense, but I just can't remember, because I can't remember 2 days ago, so let alone a few years back.
The attention span thing, when I call other people out on shit, I'm also kind of like, that's the funny part. I weaponize projection. When you already know exactly that you have a shared trait with other people, but other people are in denial, but you can kind of pot calls the kettle black, project directly onto them while simultaneously admitting that you two are also susceptible to the same thing. Now what? Attention span, 8 seconds. It's been diminished down to about 2 to 5 seconds, according to certain folks around here. Jenna, where are you at? I know that you have experience with the 2 to 5 second.
Oh, I'm right here. It's anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes tops is what the attention span is now.
I meant like that, the fluoride stare, because all right. I'll show you what I'm talking about, because it is.
Oh no, I know what you mean.
There's a reason why
there
in the media why they have to keep on switching the image so rapidly in order to keep people's attention.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's that rapid fire stuff, and then people forget exactly what they heard 5 minutes ago.
So when I'm saying attention span, I don't mean like maintaining their attention in a conversation, because they're doing this adjustment. like on their own while talking. I'm talking about in the moment. They will get bored in under 8 seconds.
Yeah, we call it TikTok dog training.
Yeah, that 2-minute TikTok attention span. That's what I call it.
Yeah, TikTok is human dog training.
My point. Yep. That interacts with people. Yep. Oh, dude, it's like Pavlov's dog. We have a little bell, and you make people feel certain ways. But she's like interacting with these people who their attention span is drawn down to the point where we used to, like, you could just have a 15, 20, 30-minute conversation with anybody at any time. Now folks get bored after a couple minutes, and that's it. And they don't even remember what you just said.
What?
You'll be like halfway through the conversation, and they won't remember anything at all. I know what you were doing, dude. I'm just ignoring you. And they won't remember anything at all, like, from the beginning, from the first minute. And you've only been talking 3 minutes. And it's like, bro, dude, I literally just said this, though.
No, what's worse is when they make claims and you put it right back up in front of their face, like a minute later, and they're like, I didn't say that. Did I say that? I don't even remember what I said. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all. It's like, I can remember what I said 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, an hour ago, but you can't remember what you said a minute and a half ago. And that's the attention span of like a lot of these glow believers that I end up talking to. I'm like, how do you not remember what you said a minute and a half ago?
Here's two things that I'm certain of.
This is a 2-minute TikTok attention span.
I'm probably not going to remember 100% of the things I say. It's like, in all likelihood, nobody is, because you can't. And 2, most people don't know what words mean, so it kind of doesn't matter. They're going to take whatever I say out of context, and that's what it means to me. So, whatever. Tell me what you think I said.
Well, 2 things people could adopt, which could help them on their memories. 1, a notebook in their pocket at all times.
Yeah.
So when they have a thought, they can write it down. And writing a diary.
Yeah. That's true. Keeping notes and stuff. But my issue has to do with like too many distractions at the most inopportune times.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's 2 tools that you can use for.
That's true, though. Oh, dude, no. Actually, to comment on that, I do that already while I'm in the process of talking to people. Like, you know, you can click here, you can go and open up anybody's thing, you can put a note there, and nobody can read it but you. It's just your note on their account. I keep notes of like random people who come in here because I know some of the folks, these clowns will change their names, but I got notes on your account, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna make a new account, man. I'm gonna try and do that. But the rest, for everybody else, I do it to like friend info because I just want to remember certain things. Like, it's just a reminder, like, oh, right. Especially if I might get one person confused with another and I don't want to mix them up and be like, yeah, weren't you talking about, and they have no idea what I'm talking about because it was the other person who sounded similar to them. I just keep notes. Digital ones, but still. There's a lot of stuff that it's like ingrained in my memory in a way where it's like watching a high definition video inside of my head, and it's undeletable. And whether it's from trauma or just a really awesome situation that's ingrained into my memory, like those type of things, I don't know, it's interesting. And then other stuff I'll forget because I get distracted because I was mentally somewhere else while I was having the conversation, so I was only actually paying like a percentage of my attention to the conversation while in my head I'm thinking about 1,000 other things. And my bad.
Yeah, I spent 10 years completely destroying my brain with alcohol, and then I spent 7 years completely destroying my memory and the ego. Well, if we can describe the ego in one word, it would be memory. And so I'm not going to beat myself up about it. All I can say is that if I get on a roll, something interesting might come out. It's in there somewhere, but yeah, asking me to go and retrieve it, that's going to be an issue.
Well, that's the cool thing about what I do. I don't really care anymore. I'm relying on the fact that I know that Yah will retrieve any memories that he needs me to retrieve. So I don't even have to think about what I'm going to say when I go in. It's kind of like when they bring you into the courts. Don't even write down. You don't have to premeditate. You don't have to think about what you're going to say. Just go say it. You can't do that if you're not walking in the Spirit, because otherwise you're not going to think before you speak, and you'll just say a bunch of foolishness because the fool saith in their heart there is no God. But hey, it is what it is. I consider the world to have only two types of people, and it is could be considered one of those fallacies. I don't care. This one is my particular worldview. There's only lifeologists and deathologists. People who study life or people who study death. Anybody in the middle, I guess there's a middle ground of gray area. People who don't know what the hell, but they're still somewhere in between. Like they're leaning one way or the other, and they're either going to find life or they're going to find death. And you can categorize all the things that all these people study under those the two main categories of lifeology or deathology. Like it's quite obvious what deathology is, and you can tell instantly the minute that you see it. Like, oh, there's something really bad about that. Super negative vibes. And then the lifeology stuff, it encourages you, it edifies you, it uplifts you. You know where it comes from and what it is. There's other people who use the word lifeology, but I mean, it's like anybody can take ology and put in the word life, like duh, whatever. I'm telling you my perspective when I use those terms. And there's a cult of deathology. They worship dead men's bones. It's multicultural. And they have a hierarchy of academia where they worship the mental thought, these ghosts of the past, of these dead men's bones and their thoughts and everything. They stack it up as part of their, look, this is all of our deities and our priests and our, saints. That's it. They have a sainthood that they'll create as people pass away. Like Sir Isaac Newton, he's more like Saint Isaac Newton to them. Saint Einstein. Because these people can do no wrong. Their theories are perfect and flawless. They're unto sainthood and have been established into canon. And they invoke certain words that are used by these people, in all seriousness used by them for real, okay, this is what I believe, and they'll have some scientific hypothesis theory and a bunch of shit jumbled together. And then you have somebody way down the road, hundreds of years later. Oh, mighty person who said word gravity. And they're invoking the word gravity as though they understand what that person even said and meant when they use that word, when they don't. They're just thinking spinny balls and barley cakes, attracting barley cakes. Barley cakes. That's one of my favorite ones so far that I've found. Mass attracts mass. Barley cake. So anytime somebody says mass attracts mass, I'm just imagining two floating barley cakes. And they just get closer and closer together. Like a barley cake and a barley cake attracting one another. Or like a small one orbiting around a larger barley cake. It's a funny visual. And more believable than the official narrative that they give. Because barley cakes. Toby Dog. Well,
yeah, I've been talking about the Tim's heard it a million times because I've been I've been banging on about it. But this root word from aristocracy is aria. I've got a thing somewhere I can post.
I don't. Even if I do know, I don't know. So I'm gonna look it up right now. So, aristocracy.
Well, the thing is, it's a bit
an aristocrat. You're thinking aristocrat or
aristocracy. The thing is, it's hotly debated. But I'm thinking so from Sanskrit. Yeah, I'll post this thing, which sort of means noble one. Well,
Yeah.
right,
Meaning
and then
best and ruler.
you see at the bottom,
Noblest people.
Aryan.
Hop back in the chat. Oh yeah, dude. No, that's
Arya,
like a rabbit hole.
Aryan, aristocracy. Just think about that. This is interesting. I'm telling you.
Full stop. So an Aryan is not a white person who has like a freaking whatever, like a fetish for Nazi memorabilia and Southern flags or whatever. That's bullshit, and that's not the truth. The actual word, like I looked this up before, it has to. There was a group of people kind of thing that they were referred to as the Aryans, but they were all races. Like it's a particular status type thing.
Yeah, I mean, it says in this definition without reference to any ethnicity.
Yep.
He says that right there.
Oh, see, I didn't even read the last line. I was just kind of, I'm like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, man. And I didn't even look at the picture. Yeah, exactly, without reference to ethnicity. So my belief is this, and it's a belief until we can develop any more evidence, and then I'll say that I know this. The 70 families that left Babel are the actual leaders of those families, like the kind of core of these, the nobles, or the top of the tower. But I'm thinking 70, like there's 70 country type things, like core countries to this theory. The out of Babel theory. The leaders of all those would have been the Aryans. The noble ones that are civilized and, they're better than the others of their kind.
The grabblers that came along and started, the sophists, ultimately. The criticism against them in the French Revolution was that they believe in superstition, and therefore it was sold to the people as the sort of the age of reason, right?
Yeah.
The age of reason. But it's not built on a foundation of anything except words.
Yeah. Oh, dude, the word sophist is interesting. It basically means to devise a way to become wise, or you could say to be perceived as being wise. Let's see if I got it. I think I might have. I hate when I do this because I'll put it on the hard drive and then I have to go look for it in a different folder elsewhere. It's like, no, why can't I just put it in the same folder? But I'm making something, so that's why it's in two different locations. I'm trying to actually organize my shit. I'll just take another screenshot because I have it. It won't be hard. Okay, devise, become wise. I don't feel like highlighting the other part where it just says wise again. It's a repeat, so I'll just give a regular screenshot. I'm talking too much.
Not a good time to go to France, by the way. The streets are quite stinky in Paris.
Were they pissing in the streets again?
They've stopped delivering. They've stopped taking away the rubbish and that because the government are basically stealing the pensions.
not to be like racist against the French or anything, but my graduating class, I didn't go, but all the seniors did. They went to Paris, and yeah, I was told by several people that the streets smelled like piss, and it was kind of gross, and it wasn't as cool as they thought it'd be.
Well, now they literally smell like garbage.
And so now you got piss and garbage. That's great. France,
I think
the game.
I think they hired the retire. They retired as I can't remember what the age was though. But they basically raised whatever age it was by a few years.
Yeah.
I think it's something to do with that. I really don't watch the news, so don't quote me on that.
Here's what I don't understand. France goes from being like this badass nation that if you F around, you'll find out and they'll just straight up guillotine you, to this. What?
Oh, wait a minute, dude. Wait a minute, that's what I thought.
What happened?
That's what I thought until I watched Asher Logos' videos. Fucking big shout out Asher Logos. I should post one. No, these fucking grabblers came along and they chop 6 inches off every Frenchman, as somebody once said.
Oof.
They basically these people that they killed. These were the fucking noble ones. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you're saying that they beheaded all of the nobles and then they just kind of, yeah.
Well, they wanted to make their own thing up, and it was a complete. Well, they wanted to put 10 days in a week, and so all kinds of crazy shit.
You got to get rid of all the people who remember the ways of the past, and they're trying to keep structure and order of their own families first. You got kind of like binding the strong man of the house before it can be plundered.
Absolutely.
They had to take out all the leaders. Then all the memories are gone, all the plans are gone.
And the Masons were fully behind this because when they lopped this king's head off, I think his name was Louis. When they lopped King Louis' head off, a Mason supposedly, allegedly, jumped up on the gallows and sort of made a statement saying sort of serves you right kind of thing. I can't remember what he said. I wish I could. Sorry, everybody. But basically, God, I don't even know how many, 1300s, so several hundred years before, these people plan in centuries, not decades.
Yeah,
the Templars, they got rid of all the Templars and basically, flushed them out and killed loads of
100-year plan. And that's, I'm sure they plan beyond that, but there's like 100-year plan that's just an official narrative thing that they're working with. Like, yep, this is where we're headed for the next 100 years. So I believe it. Somebody's got like a 2-3, yep, they would. And they would expect their descendants to follow the plan because they're heading in a direction. They got like a bearing, they've got a heading, they know what they're doing. And it's not like I said, cloak and dagger, like I've said before, cloak and dagger is people nefariously plotting and scheming together. It's more like you can roll a ball downhill and it's going to roll downhill. I don't believe that the world falls into chaos. It degrades, but then back into order. I'd say chaos degrades back into order, not order degrading into chaos. That's what it really seems to happen because of the functionality of this thing. But we always assume, order just falls apart. No, what we think order is falls apart in front of us because that's not true order.
Does anybody remember the year that they killed all the Templars? I'll look it up in a minute. I just can't be.
I don't know.
I'm making a burn, sir.
You should, dude. You're making invite me to it, but we should make one of those things. It's kind of like imagine the conspiracy theorists with all the little lines connected, and they're looking all crazy because they haven't slept in like days because everything's starting to make sense, and their friend comes in and like, what the hell? And there's just strings everywhere. Well, yeah, let's do that, but make it look cool and have it actually organized with all of it. We got to build a core though, and obviously we already have the foundation for that, which is it's flat. So from there, I'm pretty sure that, and there's a creator. So we've got a center point and we've got an actual foundation. Pretty sure we can build something from there. A center point and a focus. It's like, you know where to look. We know that it's level, so. And it's about debunking stuff too. So we have to be incredibly critical of even ourselves. If we're going to put anything on the foundation and it doesn't actually stick, it doesn't set, it doesn't belong. It's just an idea. It's something I've had, but then you were thinking,
dude, look at that.
Making a server.
Tim's so great. 1307. 1307. Just think about that. I mean, I realise it's all allegedly because fucking who knows at this point. But 1307 to the French Revolution, which is like 1793 or something like that. 1790s.
Heresy. Sacrilege offenses in the new. Define heresy. What is sacrilege?
That's a long plan. That's a long sort of
We found all
revenge
flat
plot.
earthers to be heretics against the globe.
That's a long
Creator-centric cult.
That's a long revenge plot, that dude. Let me tell you.
The plots, I do believe in plots and schemes that do happen, but it's kind of like the plans of mice and men type thing. Like, yeah, these people can plan for whatever, 1,000 years. Okay. The self-existent Ancient of Days is like, that was like a day that felt like 1,000 years, but it was also like a day too. So, moving on. They can make all the plans they want to, but it's kind of like the plans of a fruit fly. I truly believe that their plan, because they're death cultists, they know this, and this is something I believe that they truly know. They understand the general. This is when the next reset is going to happen. This is when the next whatever. Ages of Aura, Ages of Koshek, kind of like a giant day-night cycle over the course of 1,000 years that operates kind of like a huge season, like seasonal system. Much bigger than our but our 4-season system is exactly the example of it. It's funny because that 4-season thing is, it's more like there's summer and winter, and then the spaces in between where things come back to life, grow and thrive, and then go back into that state where it's time to hibernate. And then it cycles through. Or spring and fall. Okay. So. My wife's saying that from what she knows, Bible only mentions spring and fall, and that there is no actual specific reference to summer and winter. Which I know people can say, oh, well, that's because they're in this place and they didn't have that season or the other. But also, so see, now you found something that says summer, see? This is why I always double check myself before I say stuff. I'll be like, well, maybe I don't know anything, and I'll check again. But you might be right on what your thought might be coming from something that's absolutely right at something else. Are you looking at the New Testament or Old Testament? There's a reason why you said that. Context. I'm sorry, my wife came in. You should put your headset on. Put your headset on. I know you did, but you can chill with me here on the live stream, and we can talk to Tim and Andy Hold My Beer and everybody else who's hanging out. I'm not going to call you all out and make you speak or anything. I see all of you here. How many folks are at the stream is full?
Get off my pizza.
Do as your man tells you. Calm down.
She didn't hear you when you said that, but she did join, so I guess he just said, do as your man tells you. And then, like, right when he said that, you didn't hear that, but you clicked and joined like you were obeying him. It was funny. Like, yes, sir. Okay, fine.
Good woman.
She's here to come chill with us. I've been wanting her to come in here, but she's an awesome woman, but she's a even more awesome mother, and she takes care of what must be taken care of first before she has time to come in here and hang out. And there's certain other things too, that it's not just the children. She helps take care of grandma, and grandma can be a handful sometimes. Plus, she's there for my mother with other things. So, but also she's got this hyperactive OCD, like, I have to stay moving and I gotta be doing this and that. So and I'm like, yeah, but you need to take a break. And she's like, yeah, but I gotta do that. Okay. Go. The social butterfly flies off to go do her thing. Back in the day when we would go to any voice chat on the other server that we're on, her and I would show up together more often than not. Like the power couples in the house.
Yeah. We were moderators too. We had a lot more time back then.
Nothing's changed. All the clowns act pretty much exactly the same, and the script hasn't changed at all. And I'm like, you guys didn't even write any new lines? What the heck?
Why is it even so quiet in here? It's Friday night.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's really quiet in here. It's Friday night, and the room is full, and yet it's so... But that's okay, because it's better than a bunch of dogs chasing a rabbit, so...
Wasn't it ladies' night or something?
It is ladies' night, and...
I, missed it again.
Well, we sat here chatting, and we didn't really hardcore advertise ladies' night, and the only other lady here is Jenna, which... Hey, Jenna! There's another lady in the house chilling here, other than you and Kim. And if there's any other ladies here that I don't know of, my bad. I didn't mean to miss you, but I only see the two of them. So now there's 3 ladies in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all can meet my wifey here.
Well, I think I've met Kim before.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's
been a minute.
It's a month or 2 ago or something like that.
Yeah, when you came in originally.
Yeah. My first ladies' night. Well, no, I've only had one ladies' night. There was like a bunch of females. And then later on, after it ended, there was I can't remember her name. She had a real southern accent.
Yeah. We lost a bunch of our ladies, our regular ladies.
Trying to think of her name. I think it was...
It's
can't
me.
remember.
It's Kim.
Oh, it was you. Okay.
I changed my name to Flatsy Klein, but I'm still Kim.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was trying to remember. I knew it started with a K, but I love your accent, and I was telling my husband about it. He was like, "No, yep, that's her."
Yeah, I like yours as well. You got that. Yeah, I'm just entertaining my boy here. I'm trying to get him to bed, so he's not cooperating very well.
Yeah, I was just in there with mine. They finally passed out. They made me watch a Brave or something.
Oh, Jesus. I'm surprised that you actually got out here before midnight.
Me too.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, they wanted movie nights, but they were like, watch a movie with me. I was like, okay. We've watched it like hundreds of times. But it's a princess movie. It was Brave.
Oh yeah, those girls I hang about with in Chill Chat, they made me watch a couple of these movies. We watched Tangled. It's pretty good. I'd recommend it actually.
Oh yes.
Which one's that one? I can't remember. Is it Rapunzel or something like? No.
Yeah.
Is it that one? Yeah. The one with the long hair for the audience.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
And the other one was Moana. And that's not bad.
Oh, they love that one.
I never thought I'd be watching those kind of movies, but there you go.
Hello.
Hey, Timbo.
Hey.
How much would it cost for you to ship me a kangaroo?
What?
It would
the
probably
heck?
cost me a jail sentence.
Oh, God. How about a wallaby?
Oh,
You think you
dear.
could do a wallaby?
A wallaby? Probably even more of a jail sentence.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, find me a koala that doesn't have chlamydia.
Wait, what?
Impossible.
Oh, my God.
Just send them on a wild goose chase.
How about a picture instead? That would be cooler.
There's a reason for that reference. A very large majority of the koalas have chlamydia for some reason.
Correct.
And nobody knows why. They
The hell?
do, yeah.
That's
they started growing, there was a few years ago, they started growing face tumours as well, for some reason. Haven't heard much about that lately, so maybe that's gone away. A lot of them died during the last fires anyway, so...
That's rest in peace. That's sad.
Yeah, really, really, really bad.
I saw the pictures. So that actually brings back flashbacks to the pictures that I saw all of it. Not of the sexual or the tumors. I'm talking about fire.
I know.
Yeah, they were devastating.
Yeah. Well, the face you made was like I was talking about the other thing. I'm like, I wasn't talking about that.
Did you guys get on to Spooky, or...?
I just sat back down and...
Oh, did you? Hey, Spooky, you there?
He's server muted, so...
Oh, is he? Maybe I'll, I've spoken to him before. I'll see what we can do.
I think you can... Oh, there we go.
Spooky!
Hey, you're right. Just to start this off, I have no proof to give you, so if that's what you want.
Damn.
No proof still. I've started on those... Sorry?
Poch my on you, brother.
Ah, my bad. I've started on those sticks and shadows though. I've got a drawing on my wall, and I like traced it out with like a pencil lead and shit, and it's coming together.
What are you drawing?
I haven't finished it.
Do you want to run through it? Can we bounce ideas off each other, or?
Well, I'll tell you what I've done so far. So what I've done is I've like taped a bit of like sewing thread to my wall, and then I've basically traced a circle with it, and then I've taken 3 points of that, and I've basically done what I don't know what his name is. It begins with meme, and I've basically made 3 shadows onto this onto the circle.
You're talking about Mimas Aurelius's
yes.
His one that he did, but that was all in a line, yeah, correct?
Yeah, well, it all works the same. It's just
so what are we? So it's on a piece of paper. So what light are you going to use?
What does that mean?
Well, you need to measure shadows, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so what light are you going to be using?
I used my, I turned off, it was at night, so I turned off all the lights and I just used my phone. I kept the phone close to the wall, so the shadows are as accurate as possible.
The light's got spread, yeah?
Yeah, that's specifically why I used my phone, because the diameter of the phone light is quite small.
So Eratosthenes presumed that he was getting direct sun rays. So how are you going to replicate those direct sun rays? Or parallel sun rays?
Like I said, maybe a few weeks ago, the problem I had with the flat earther guy is I don't think his measurements are what it should be.
You weren't. You were saying the measurements that are on the paper are too broad. Is that correct?
Not quite. I had 2 issues with them. One was earlier on, and one was kind of more recent. The earlier on one was that he used centimeter.
I think they were in inches, weren't they?
Either inches or centimeters.
Yeah, I think he was using inches. So you're saying they're not precise enough? Is that what you're saying?
That was my original point.
Yeah.
And my second point, well, I haven't said it publicly at all. But my second point is how do you know that the actual, what do you call it? The curve is cylindrical. You can bend a piece of paper to however you want and make the shape fit.
Oh, you're saying how do you know that the curve is even the whole way? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I don't think
like one curve could be, one part of it could be sharper than the other, and
yeah, of
what
course.
you mean by
And that is absolutely not what the globe kind of presented is its point. So it's effectively
the
a
whole
scroll,
point of it was to just show that you can do it on a flat and a curved surface. It wasn't to be an actual precise curved, like a precise experiment or observation. It was just to show it can.
Right, but if you
do the same result on a curved surface or a flat surface, depending on what the light source is.
Right, but if you do it on a curved surface and it also works on the flat surface, you have to fuck up the curved surface. You know what I'm saying? It's like you don't get something that is what the globe portrays as its model. You get this wonky kind of shape.
On a curved surface, you get a wonky shape.
Mm-hmm. You don't get a cylindrical or a circular curve. You get a wonky curve.
Okay.
Sorry?
You know you're trying to replicate a curve that's never been discovered, yeah?
No, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show... I'm trying to kind of prove my point.
Your point being?
My point being that his circle isn't a circle.
Oh, okay. Well, so you're trying to disprove a backyard experiment instead of trying to prove that there's actually curvature on the Earth?
Exactly that. You've got it spot on.
Come on, man. Don't waste your time.
No, I'm going to waste my time on this. I will waste my time on
it. Your intent on proving a point that has no kind of relevance
yes, it absolutely does.
Our argument at all.
No, the thing is, though, I feel like doing it, so guess what? Yeah. I'm going to do it.
Fine. Yeah, of course, mate. Yeah. I'm not trying to tell you what to do.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah.
I'm going to show that his measurements or whatever is bullshit, and that's going to make me happy. You know, what is there other than making yourself happy?
Knowing the truth.
Happy, isn't there? But then if other people are happy, then...
I would like to know the truth and be happy. That would be my ultimate. I've got one part of it correct. That's the happiness part. Now I just need the truth. I'm pretty close to that.
Weird.
Sorry, guys. I just joined now. Hello, everyone.
G'day.
So who's in the hot seat right now? Is it this guy, Spooky?
Spooky.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I just joined right now. Yeah. But I would like to ask Spooky one simple question.
We've had a few conversations before, so yeah, we were just talking a bit of shit. So if you want to ask him a few questions, then go for it, King D's.
Yeah, Spooky.
King D's.
Spooky, what's the main reason? Just give me like your top reason why you think you're spinning on a ball shooting through space in a vacuum of space at thousands of miles per hour.
I'll be with you in a minute. Sorry.
No worries.
Pardon me?
We'll wait for you to get back. He sounds like he's away from his mic. Said he'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. He needs a few seconds to think about his answer.
You need a lifetime to think. You need a lifetime to think about that answer.
Sorry, did you hear that? My laptop just died, so I had to...
Buddy, Google's not going to save you from this question. I'll ask you again.
I didn't hear it.
What is the main reason that you think you're spinning on a ball, shooting through space at thousands of miles per hour, rotating on an axis?
You know, I've been asked this question before, and I haven't really answered it in a way that you like, so I'm not going to answer it in a way that you would like now.
No, don't worry about what I like or what I don't like. I'm asking you a simple question. If you don't know the answer, you can just admit that. You can say, I don't know. That's fine as well.
Right, the way I'm going to answer it is by not answering it.
Okay, so basically you have no
That's a
clue. You have no
terrible
clue.
I said that I wouldn't
tactic.
answer it, wouldn't I? I didn't
You
say
have
that
absolutely
it
no
would happen
clue.
true. I said that I wouldn't answer it.
So you have no balls.
I said that I wouldn't answer it.
Literally.
Yeah, you
literally.
don't know where you stand. You have no stance. You're on the fence. Is that what it is?
Did I say that?
That's what it sounds like. Because we just asked you a very simple
That's
question.
what I said, Mike.
If you refuse to answer it, then what are you doing in this Discord?
I am. The reason why I'm here again is to try and get it back into lobby. You know,
You've been kicked out of.
Whatever. I'm done with this guy.
Yeah, good for you. So I've been put into rehab for some reason because Box Ops. Oh, I can't even remember what he asked.
Bro, put your cards on the table.
Question.
Put your cards on the table. I just asked you why do you think you're spinning on a ball? It's a simple question, dude.
Yes, it is.
Put your cards on the table.
No. You said that you were done with me.
Don't be a coward, bro.
You said that you were done.
You're really acting like a coward right now. I just asked you a simple question. You can't even answer that.
No, be done with me. You said that you'd be done with me, so be done with me.
Yeah, it's really a waste of time to talk with you because you can't even answer a simple question. So it's like, what's your motive? What's your agenda? Like, what are you doing here? Did you come here to? If you're gonna just listen, then put yourself on mute and listen, and don't talk anymore.
Right. So I work for the NSA, National Security Agency, and I am a paid globe shill. You know, so I get money for being here.
I don't believe you, but okay.
Well, I think you should believe me. So that's where your tax dollars go. Your tax dollars go to me for being a globe shill.
What in the hell does this have to do with the rotation?
The thing is, I get paid for saying that the...
I'll answer for you guys. I'll answer for him, because I can already read his mind. The reason why he thinks he's spinning on a ball is because that's what he was taught in school.
Bullshit. You know, I go to a different...
he made no experiments. He did no experiments on his own, right? All his knowledge when it comes to space or the geometry of the Earth, it's all secondhand. And he's literally just what we call a sheep who just follows the crowd.
What do we have here?
Yeah,
Is that Miggy?
Yeah.
What up,
Miggy? We got our new friend King D's.
No, we asked what's his name, Spooky, a simple question. We asked him like, why does he think he's spinning on a ball? And he's like refusing to answer. He has no stance. He doesn't want to put his cards on the table. So it's like, yo, what is he doing here? If he's not going to answer a simple question, then he should just go on mute and listen and learn and stop talking.
Yeah, Timbo, did you say something?
I actually unmuted him. I didn't see that he was server banned, so I'm not sure who server banned him, but he's been alright so far. So
it was
we'll leave him off.
Yeah, let me. Is he still? Is his tag say server ban on it?
It still says server banned, but I unmuted him. Right, if you want to talk to him, go ahead.
Let me remove server ban and just give him Globe Earther. How about that? Does that sound
fair
good?
enough.
This is gonna happen like every other week.
Maybe I can tell what you would have been in. You would have been in lobby, and you would have made a claim, and then not been able to support it, and then something would have happened, and then they would have server banned you. So you got to be careful what you say. You can't really make unfounded claims. You know what I mean? And
I wish I could remember what I said.
I'll leave it to Miggy.
Hold on, I'm trying to get rid of that.
I remember what I said.
Try to do an unban with the bot. See if it works.
I'm driving at the moment. I'll just jump all over.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Who else we got in here?
Right, so what I said was I made fun of Box Ops for never sitting a STEM lecture in his life, and then he banned me. That's
Who banned you? I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Box Ops in the lobby.
Yeah, he bans me a lot. You know, he's banned me from like 4 or 5 servers, and this specific server, he's banned me like a few times.
I don't know who Box Ops is, man. Sorry. Is he a moderator?
He's a gold. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Timbo's a pretty good judge of character. If he doesn't think you need to be banned, then I guess we'll just go with that.
I've dealt with him many times, and he's always been polite to me. So.
Yeah, I like to think I'm polite. You know, I have my fun, but I'm not a twat. I'm not a complete dickhead.
Okay.
He does have a problem about not ever making a stance, but you know, you can deal with that.
As in, like where he stands with the position of the conversation, or as in.
No, he's a glober, but he'll never give you a straight answer. So.
Yeah. That's what NASA stands for. That's why I get paid.
Never a straight answer.
Exactly.
Okay. But like, do you think reality itself is malleable? I'll give an example if you don't know what I mean.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course I can affect reality.
Okay, so can any one of us know anything to be 100%? Like, can we be that sure of anything?
Well, I can be sure of one thing, and that is that I'm conscious.
Okay, but everything else is up for debate?
Pardon?
Everything else is up for debate?
Everything else is, yeah. But in order to like discuss things with a degree of like
certainty,
having it be reasonable, you must assume that, you know, reality isn't up for debate. That these things that you observe to be real aren't kind of like
objective, not subjective.
Like that. Yeah, you should treat them as objective. Yes,
but you view everything. Do you view everything as in our truth is our truth and your truth is your truth? Or is there one truth and we're just denying it? You got to be honest there.
It depends on how strict you want to be with it.
Let's get real strict.
Right. So if you want to be real strict, I would say that I just have to think.
Stop stuttering.
No, fuck you. I'll stutter all I want. Let me think.
Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I think other people can have their own truths.
So there isn't a standard or an objective truth. There's just whatever I perceive. If I think the Earth is flat and you think it's a globe, we're both going to be in the same kind of contentness of saying that we have our viewpoints on what the world is, and that's okay.
Yeah, but that is taking it to an unreasonable truth. It's taking it
how is it unreasonable?
An unreasonable level.
Yeah, but it's not your truth, it's my truth, right?
Yeah,
so I can't have not even subjective truth? I can't even have subjective truth? It has to be something that fits a paradigm in which only people that think the Earth is a globe is okay?
No, you said the...
See, there's a double standard, though, I think.
As I want it.
But don't you think that's a double standard, though, Spooky?
Absolutely
if you say that your truth is your truth and my truth is my truth, and if I say the Earth is flat and you say it's a globe, it's not okay for me to say the Earth is flat. But why is that? It's okay for you to say Earth is a globe if we both on subjective truths.
No,
and if you believe that.
I didn't say that. Firstly, I didn't say that it was not okay to say the Earth is a globe. Secondly, we're dealing with an idea that truth is purely subjective. So, on the premise, I'm not going to disagree with you that your truth is the Earth is a flat. That the Earth is flat. It's we're taking it to extremes, and that is my opinion on the extremes.
But can I say that the Earth is flat?
Am I going to stop you? Of course not. You can say that the Earth is
not
flat.
that you can stop me, but will you disagree with me saying that the Earth is flat?
I will, yes.
But it's my truth. Why would you disagree?
Well, it's your truth, but I have my own truth.
Yeah, but you don't have to disagree. You don't have to disagree with me. You can just say I have my own truth.
No, I will disagree with you based on my own truth.
How can there be two
that
truths?
doesn't mean that your truth is wrong. It just means that I have my own truth, and I will disagree with you based on that.
But can you see the sticky mess that we're in at the moment? I don't know if you can see it or not. I'm pretty sure the audience can. Audience, I'm going to ask anybody else to chime in on this conversation because I asked you this line of questions for a reason, because I'm provoking thought from the audience as to like how the mindset of somebody who wants to stay in a subjective reality views the world, and kind of like it's okay to have your truth so long as I can disagree with it, but there is no standard for truth itself. It's just whatever you make of it. That's an issue. I don't think that's truth. I think that's just your opinion. You know what I mean? Like that's what I would categorize it as. It's a category error to say that it's truth if it's not truth.
Mayhem,
Does that make sense?
We're taking it to extremes in this very specific scenario. I also said earlier that I wouldn't ordinarily deal with these extremes. I would take it more to an objective level.
Okay. So objectively, you would say that the Earth is a globe.
I would say yes.
Okay. So we got at least an objective truth from you that the Earth is a globe, right?
Thank you very much. The Earth is objectively a globe.
Okay. Well, we're getting somewhere. I'm gonna go ahead and just say a few more questions because I'm my limited time at lunch break and all that stuff. But does anybody want to pick up the conversation here with what I'm having with Spooky? I don't know. You guys know where I'm at with the conversation.
Ma'am, before you entered, I asked him it's a very simple question. Like I just asked him what makes him think that he's spinning on a ball, shooting through a space, through a vacuum of space, right? He couldn't answer. He refused to answer it. So it's like, how do we talk to someone like this?
Oh, I've been doing this for years, brother. So have we established the reasoning behind the belief that the Earth is a globe with you, Spooky? I don't know if has anybody done that yet. Okay,
Not
so
really,
what's the foundation for your belief in the globe?
I wouldn't say
what has kept you kind of like, I know everybody's wrong because I know this. Like what would you point to?
I would say a collection of stuff that points towards it being a globe and a failure to say adequately otherwise.
Okay, does it have to deal with people that are in like academia, or does it have to deal with just the information itself? What are you basing this on? The belief, anyway.
It's not really going to be a person in academia. It's more a collection. If I were to sum up all the stuff I've seen in favor of the globe, it would be that. It wouldn't.
Okay, well, give me a few things. Put everything in the basket.
You're speaking very vaguely.
Yeah, give me a few things.
Because I'm dealing with a sum of everything I've seen.
Okay, give me a few things. Okay, give me a few things there, Spooky.
So what do you call it? Like water level and stuff. And
okay, so
fiber optic.
Stop there at water level.
Uh-huh.
Mayhem, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, when did you did you do something with water and saw it level as in? Did you witness something as a curved water, or like? Because I'm trying to. You said water level, and that's just the word itself is it's opposite of like what a curve is. So what did you do with water? What did you do with water, like specifically? Did you observe something? Did you test something?
I haven't, no. So
okay, so how did water level?
This guy literally brought up a flat Earth talking point.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, because I find it funny that you would bring up this flat Earth talking point. Is so contentious where it works on both models effectively.
Okay, show me how it works on the globe water level.
Right. So
yeah, go ahead. Just go ahead.
Considering something as simple as Newtonian mechanics, like in terms of inverse square law, the what do you call it? The stuff naturally wants to become as close as it physically can to a sphere, to a certain point, and that naturally brings upon a sphere. Now, if you rotate this or you do weird things to it, you can get oblique spheroids, or you can get ellipsoids, or whatever you want. But it's naturally going to want to, at rest, become a sphere.
So are we measuring curvature over water? Would you say that would be fair to say? If everything is wanting to turn itself into a ball?
Yeah.
Okay, so we do. So when has this measurement of level water been shown to have curvature? Is there any instance that you can point us to?
So Jesse Gordon, I think he's in the server I just got sent to. He's in the channel. I just got sent to. But he has his own measurements where he points his theodolite and stuff out into the distance.
Okay, so a theodolite. We've spoken to Jesse about this. Mm-hmm. Is the theodolite, is it able to measure the water on the horizon? Actually, he's using it far greater than the distances that the parameters of the theodolite is actually supposed to be used for. So basically, he's taken a device like the theodolite, which is used for a specific function, measuring, for buildings and such, and for the purpose that it's used for. Like even like when you have when you buy a theodolite, depending on what model you buy, it's going to tell you the maximum effective range for the device. Like the parameters that you're going to work within are the ones that are given. Like the tolerance levels are going to be given to you from. Like the manual will tell you like what is the ability of that device. Yeah. Outside of that, you're going to lose a lot of what should be exponentially lose a lot of what should be gained only within its working parameters, which is kind of like the thing that Jesse Gordon and people like him like to do with the theodolite. They take the device outside of its working parameters and try to use it at unlimited distances, and that just doesn't work for something that's fitted to be working only for a specific use case. And it's not used for this, as Jesse Gordon put it, measuring the effects of curvature. And so because this is, I'm quoting him, he said this, okay? So it's not used for that. It's actually used for leveling buildings and sighting small distances. I do know that because there's people that work with this equipment, total stations, theodolites, and the like. So yeah, we do know how they operate. Sorry, Tim,
I do most days. No, that's all right. I use them most days, and I just finished up on a fresher course this week. So the max range of I've got a pretty good one, and my max range is 200 meters. So and then I got to put another point in the ground and run off that point if I want to go any further than 200 meters.
Right, we can talk about this from a standpoint of knowing its working parameters and what it's used for. So it's not used for the thing that people use it for in the context of flat Earth. Using it to measure the sighting distances, or like at the horizon, or buildings that are far exceeding the limitation or the range for the device. So we got to remember that when we're engaging in conversations about this. So Spooky, I would say that when you're scrutinizing the idea that you're going to talk about this device, you got to remember that the device only has certain limitations, so you can't take it outside of its parameters, and then start to say that you're going to use it for that. So even Jesse Gordon, right? So he's not immune to being scrutinized in what he's doing. So we have to kind of check him and say, like, was the device able to be used for this specific function, or is this confirmation bias on your part that you want it to work for this function, so that you can kind of say, okay, well, we can use this, and it's not, the tool has not been made to use to measure the effects of curvature. It's used for leveling buildings, and that's what we know, right? So,
can I say something?
Yeah, I'm putting it in context, Spooky, so you can see. Listen, like, I want you guys to have all the benefit of the doubt, but at the same time, I don't want, like, these cheap workarounds, like trying to, do something that it's not. You can't use that device for that. It's just not for curvature, Earth curvature. Can't do it. There's too much distance that needs to be actually used in the sample set for Earth curvature to be even noticed with the math, let's say. So anyway, I do hate to run, but I'm running out of time here.
No, you're good. Man.
Anyway, I tried to unban him, but it still says server ban symbol.
Yeah, that's
so
hopefully. I think when he leaves again, he might go back to being banned. So, Spooky, if you come back in, or maybe speak to whoever banned you and just ask. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. If you are banned.
Yeah.
Anyways, good talking to you guys.
See you, man.
I gotta
go.
So, Spooky, do you get what he's saying? Like, so you're saying I can probably say that you've never used one of these tools as well.
No, I have not. No.
Yeah. So,
Spooky, you're just embarrassing yourself right now, bro.
That's the thing. I've had something to drink, so I'm not embarrassed. So.
I don't know what your fear is. I don't know why you're so terrified of answering that. I don't know why you're terrified of answering that question.
I just won't answer it.
But why?
Because I said so.
Why don't you want to answer that question?
The answer isn't going to change. You know?
We never heard your answer.
So I'm not going to.
But we never heard your answer in the first place.
Good for you.
So in other words, you have no answer. If you're not going to answer, it means you have no answer.
That isn't the answer.
Well, seeing as he's not
why don't you have some honest? Why don't you be honest and have some decency, and answer truthfully and be like, I'm not sure. I don't know. It's okay to say that you don't know.
Right. So the whole reason why I'm talking about Theodolites at the moment is because I brought it up as an answer. You know, you can pay attention and listen. You know, that we didn't come onto Theodolites for no reason.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
The whole reason why we were talking about Theodolites at the moment is because I brought them up as an answer. Yes?
I was not there for that. I just came in like a few minutes ago and I asked you.
Okay, that makes sense. So recently we've been talking about Theodolites, the limitations of Theodolites.
Yeah.
What do you call it?
Which kind of renders your proof null and void, yeah. You do realise that, don't you?
Yeah, which is why I'm going to bring that up. Well, I was hoping to bring that up until King Deegs came in, and I got an answer to him now.
Yeah, well, I can understand. He just wanted an answer to the question he asked you about 10 minutes ago. But you know, if you're not going to give that answer, then maybe we can move on to or keep talking about Theodolites. Or what was your second answer? Level water, which is a proof of ours, I think. Of yours.
I have a question.
It's more by like extension.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go, Ether. Go ahead, mate. Did he cut out?
No, I'm here. I realized that it was a moot point to even ask the question that I was about to ask.
No, it's all good.
I digress.
All right, so do you want to continue with how you're wrong about Theodolites, or do you want to continue with how you're wrong about water level?
No, I would like to continue about how I'm wrong with Theodolites, apparently.
Okay,
Because the whole reason why you have a limitation to Theodolite is because at a certain distance you're going to have a
discrepancy. Yeah, correct.
A discrepancy in meters or as a unit of distance rather than an angle that is outside of your tolerance.
Well, they measure level and angles. Yeah. So angles from a baseline of level.
Yeah.
Right. So these instruments are precise, so they only work up to around about 200 meters.
Right. So as you get to 200 meters, you get to a discrepancy in units of measurement of like distance, where your tolerances are too large. So if you're willing to decide that these tolerances could be much larger, then you're able to measure a much larger distance.
Well, your tolerances only are out because it can't measure past the distance that it's manufactured a maximum.
No, that's the thing.
That's the only reason.
It measures.
What are you saying? It doesn't work because of Earth curve, or what?
A theodolite measures an angle, doesn't it?
Measures an angle from level. Yeah.
Yeah. So this level is going to have an angular error, and the actual
level
angle
level's
the
level.
theodolite is able to measure is also going to have an error.
There's always error.
Yeah,
always error.
Of course there is, and I'm never going to dispute that. So as you get to 200 meters, you do your trigonometry, and you decide that this angle is going to be going to correlate to too much of a discrepancy. You're going to have too much distance is an error.
Yeah.
Right.
And if I build a 90-degree angle from this point on, then my building's not going to be straight.
Right, of course.
So how are we measuring drop over distance on something that's 20 miles away from a theodolite? How are you doing that?
You decide that your tolerance isn't so important to keep it like a few millimeters.
Tolerance is
your tolerance.
So you're going to have a tolerance. You're going to have a tolerance over 200 meters. So what's your discrepancy and error over 20 meters? Because the device is only calibrated to measure from 200 meters. So what's going to be your?
Well, it's calibrated to measure an angle.
How are you getting precise measurements over 20 miles?
You're not getting precise measurements over 20 miles.
So why are you using a theodolite to measure curvature?
Because it's good enough. Good enough.
What do you mean it's good enough?
Well,
how can it be good enough? If your error is going to be out just from 200 meters, then what's your error going to be after 20 miles?
What's your error at 200 meters?
I don't know. Just the computer works it out. But so what was Jesse's actual? What was his? I think it was longer than that. I think it was like 29 miles. What he was claiming, wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't know exactly.
So you don't even know. So what are you arguing for?
Well, I'm
what are you arguing about?
Decide the tolerance you deem acceptable, and then measure it to that standard.
Spooky, you're making a clown out of yourself right now.
You keep on saying that, but I do not care.
Yeah, but it might be better if you just shut up and listen and learn instead. Because whatever you're saying, it makes no
Good for you. Now, why don't you stop just.
I asked you a simple question 20 minutes ago. You still haven't answered me.
Wow.
I didn't hear the shit about the lights or whatever. I came in and I seen you were on the hot seat, and I wanted to know. I genuinely was curious. I wanted to know what makes you think you're spinning on a ball. You're refusing to answer.
Simba, you may do a better job explaining this to King D.
Bro, just answer the question. There's 30. I don't know how many people are here. Just answer the question, bro. What makes you think you're spinning on a ball right now?
If what I've done so far hasn't done a good enough.
And don't tell me it's because that's what you learned in school. Because we all learned that in school. Not only you.
Really learn it in school.
I have a question.
You didn't learn it in school, so where did you learn it?
No. This other guy wants to ask a question.
Hold on, you said you didn't learn that in school, so where did you learn that the Earth was a globe?
I don't know. I've just kind of picked it up.
You don't know, exactly. You don't know. You don't know.
Don't lie. Don't lie.
From when
Hollywood. That's how Hollywood.
When his mother was pregnant in the womb, she heard him talking about the globe. That's where he.
That's exactly what happened.
I'll venture a guess. I'm guessing you learned it on TV. That's the only.
No.
Think so.
Maybe
I have no idea.
When he had in his crib, he had one of those mobile, the universe and all the planets above his crib. Maybe that's where he got the idea from.
Oh, that's the thing. I had a bunk bed. And then
I learned how the globe was round through antenna pointing. You guys want to talk about that? I mean, the Theodolite thing is weird because it goes off of visual observations. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to do that because you guys can produce all kinds of photos where visual.
So spooky. It doesn't matter if you're a flat earther or a globe.
Take place.
If you're on it,
guys, can we just have one person talk at a time?
Yeah. Go ahead. Berating this guy. Berate him. I'll be back.
I have a quick question. Is a theodolite electronic or mechanical?
Yes.
Wait.
Well, it's an optical device. It's like a camera.
So
there's both. There's a laser one and there's a sight one as well. So the sight one you use with a stick, and then you look at the measurements, and it has a line in it. And then the other one has a laser, and it beeps.
So it runs off a battery.
Some of them. One's a sight and one's a battery. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Wait, I have a question. The sight one, how does that? It's mechanical then?
Yeah, that works off. So you level the bubble both ways, so it's center, and then your sight line is horizontal, and then you use a stick with the measurements on it, and that's how you get differences in heights.
Yeah, it's optically affected, regardless.
Aren't mechanical devices more accurate than electronic ones?
Well,
depends on the
talking about distance and positioning things.
Can I ask Spooky another question?
Yeah, I'm done with my line of questioning. I'm good, you guys. You guys go ahead.
Yeah, Google Theodolite. You'll get pretty far with that.
Have you done any experiments on your own to prove to yourself that you're on a quote-unquote globe?
Right, so...
it's a yes or no question.
Most people
wanting to ask
it's a yes or no question, bro. Have you done any experiments to prove to yourself that you're spinning on a globe?
Just be honest.
No.
Make it on yourself.
So now that I've answered that question, Aether has wanted to ask a question for a while, and he hasn't been able to answer the question. Okay,
but just answer that question, yes or no, bro.
I did say no.
Thank you.
Okay, Aether, you've wanted to ask a question, I think. Maybe not.
Don't run away to Ethercrest. He might be on mute right now. He might be busy.
If you want to, Spooky, can we get back to finishing this Theodolite? Because you need to admit that you're wrong. So this Theodolite has a limit. Yeah. Now, you guys are saying that you're measuring something over 29 miles. Tell me how you're doing that.
By saying the tolerance we need isn't that much.
What's the tolerance?
Well, it's dependent on the trigonometry, so it's
The tolerance is dependent on the trigonometry? How do you get that?
Well, it's fairly simple trigonometry. So if you have a tolerance in the angle the theodolite is capable of measuring, and you have a distance,
so
you're able to figure out the tolerance in distance.
What's the error in the theodolite over 29 miles when it only works for 200 meters?
Well, it only works for 200 meters because the tolerance in the size that you're accepting is pretty small. It's like less than a centimeter.
What he's trying to say is the optics in the laser, if he's using a laser system, isn't capable of powering out to a certain point.
Yeah, I know. I know what he's saying, but
that's stupid.
There's lasers that are capable of doing distances to the moon. They're very expensive. The more range you get with your theodolite, the more expensive the device is.
No, that's not at all what I'm saying.
Okay, distancing lasers are not a thing.
Pardon?
Are distancing lasers a thing? They're used a lot in here during atmospheric differentials. I see it in your publications.
Distancing lasers are a thing.
Okay, so
why are we arguing? Man, I need to admit.
The math on a laser if you guys use lasers?
I'm not on about a laser.
Okay, what are you on about? You're talking about trigonometry, acting like this guy really knows how the thing is programmed.
What do you mean? I use them every day, mate. I don't know what you're saying. I'm trying to get him to admit that he's wrong. I'm trying to get him to admit that he's wrong about taking curvature measurements from a theodolite that's not designed to take Earth curve measurements.
But
do you know that? So theodolites are designed to take Earth curve measurements, are they?
I'm asking. Is that the argument? Because I really don't know.
Yeah.
How the ratio was set up.
What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're talking about now.
No. I have a different expertise. But I'm just jumping in to be the devil's advocate, if you mind. Or I could be quiet and wait my turn.
No, you're okay.
So, I've been speaking to this guy about theodolites because he claims that Jesse Gordon's experiment with a theodolite proves Earth curvature. So I'm asking him how this all works. Yeah, well, it doesn't work anyway. At 29 miles, he's measuring a dip angle in 29 miles from a manual theodolite, just from a telescopic one. So
what's the experiment?
So it's an optical at 29 miles.
I'm sorry. What's the experiment? I want to know the experiment with a fucking theodolite.
I'm gonna
go spooky.
It's a visual device. It's affected because there's evidence. There's evidence of visual effects, atmospheric differences.
You're talking too much.
Atmosphere is a paradox.
Let me just finish this point. Because I've said this 3 times and we've gone back to it. Theodolite is a visual device. Okay? Just like we have pictures of ships going down the horizon, you guys have pictures of ships not going down the horizon.
Shut the hell up.
Okay. Yeah, can I ask a question, please?
Guys, can we just be quiet for a second? Just chill out for a sec. Shui, did you want to ask?
Yeah, he said there was an experiment with the theodolite.
Spooky, can you explain to QE?
He also said atmosphere. We'll get to that in a moment. What's the experiment? Yeah. First, post the hypothesis with this theodolite.
First, quote me saying atmosphere.
Here we go with the atmosphere. We'll get to that in a moment. That's an oxymoron.
If you want to quote me saying atmosphere, quote me saying atmosphere. Because you can't do it because I haven't said it.
What the hell?
When is it my turn to ask a question?
Oh my God, this is a clusterfuck.
Hello, can I ask a question, please?
No.
Sure.
Didn't I just request something?
No.
You want to ask a question now?
Just
Let
say
King
no.
Bees ask a question. He's more important than you.
Holy fuck!
Am I next?
Well,
Yeah,
I think
you're right now.
I think what QE was trying to communicate for the last minute or two was not received. So this is why you're hearing a frustrated voice from him. So if you guys want, let's deal with what he just said rather than jump to something else. I think is what he's getting pissed off about.
So who's the Theodolite experiment guy?
Spooky.
Oh, Spooky is the Theodolite experiment guy. What's the hypothesis with your Theodolite?
Right. Did you say that I said the word atmosphere?
Just answer the question, Spooky.
He's going on mute. He's on mute.
Somebody doesn't know how to listen very well because I clearly heard you say, QE, that you were going to deal with the atmosphere later.
Yeah.
And your first inquiry was about the word usage of the word experiment. So, I don't know what the problem is.
Want to try it again? Last time. Last chance. What's the Theodolite experiment? I need the hypothesis, please.
I didn't say that there was one.
Who said it then?
Not me.
Okay. Who was the one that said it?
Who said the word
experiment? I think it might have been God-fearing then.
Was it God-fearing?
No, the only thing I can experiment with is antenna pointing angles and satellite communications.
That's not an experiment. You don't know what a hypothesis is or an experiment, do you?
A hypothesis is an assumption.
No, it's not. It's a supposition in a natural cause and effect relationship. You'd fail third grade intro to science.
Why are you using God-fearing?
Spooky.
That's a dickhead move.
Spooky.
Spooky, shush.
Spooky. Atmosphere. Define atmo.
The surroundings.
No, it's not surroundings. You would fail second grade intro to linguistics. You're a dumb fuck. So, atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. You would fail, literally, you would fail first grade intro to gas behavior. You think I'm joking?
Gases have no inherent shape. They do not conform around a sphere. It needs to have a container.
Gases have no inherent shape. They don't take shapes. You would fail first grade. Literally, first grade. Intro to gas behavior. I'm going to show you. Not that it's just hyperbole. Just wait 1 second. Are you in a live stream chat? If you are, take a look at this at 48 minutes after the hour. This is from Christy Bodak, Southwestern University, grade level 1. I will
QE, he's gone.
Lesson.
He left the voice, QE.
That's okay.
Oh.
I will use this lesson with the first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume. You would fail, like I said, first grade intro to gas behavior. You friggin' clown.
And that's why we didn't go to question number 2, because he obviously can't comprehend things.
So, he's finished. Spooky. What's your bullshit? What's your scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion?
Right, so QE, is it true that you studied diet?
So QE, Spooky's now on mute. That same question you just asked him like 5 seconds ago, I asked him 20 minutes ago. Right. He refuses to answer that question.
Okay.
And he's just like, I don't know, maybe he's just here to troll. I'm not sure what he's here for.
His ass up.
But he's not honest. He has no decency.
Well, again, kick his ass out then.
Thank you. That's what I was saying. I'm like, yo, this guy is just wasting everyone's time because Like, if you can't answer a simple question like, why do you think you're spinning on a ball? Then it's like, what are you doing here?
Right.
You're just here to troll.
I heard somebody admit that they have not done anything for themselves to prove that we are in motion. So I don't remember who that was. I wasn't looking at my phone.
I think that was him. Yeah. He's never
Because I
done
know
anything.
every flat earther I have met, we've conducted our own experiments.
No, you didn't.
I have, personally.
No, you haven't. You're in a category error. You may have conducted experiments, but they're not having to do with whether the Earth is flat or not. That's for sure.
No, I have done an experiment, and I've talked about it many times here.
I will say this again. That's a category error. You may have done an experiment. I'm going to say this one more time, but you have not done an experiment to validate scientifically whether the Earth is flat or a sphere, for that matter, because it's a category error. Do you follow what I'm saying?
I agree with you, and I'll tell you that my experiment was more about the sun, tracking the sun in its movements.
Really? What's the hypothesis?
So basically, like it was the most simple experiment that you could.
I'm still asking you. You're not paying attention. What is the hypothesis?
I'm saying I was tracking the sun from morning until night.
What's the hypothesis?
I concluded that the sun was actually arriving / departing.
That's not an experiment.
Can I help out here? I think maybe if he substituted for the word experiment with the word observation.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Yeah, it was more of an observation. For me, it was like
because you're looking at the sky, but if you're doing things on the Earth, then that's an observation, which is not really science. You don't need science to, do math.
I observed that the sun was not like rising or setting, but rather arriving and departing. But that to me was in a way of an experiment, like a flat earther experiment. You know what I mean?
No, it's not.
Just because I didn't use any tools.
Nope. It has nothing to do with lack of tools. It has to do with category error. In order to have an experiment, you must have a hypothesis. So what's the hypothesis? I'm going to show you right now how your language is getting your ass in trouble.
So what you're doing is not anything with flat Earth, but like to do with the heliocentric theory.
Which isn't a theory.
Well, the heliocentric theory is not a theory?
Not a scientific theory, no.
Okay, well, if I don't want to give it like any kind of credence, what I was trying to go after with that. So,
No, it's not a scientific theory. What's a scientific theory?
Well,
that comes after the hypothesis, yeah, and it's tested.
Yeah, it comes way after.
So it would go in the category of the theory of evolution.
No, there's no theory of evolution. There never has been. They can't even define evolution.
Okay, that's what the dumb scientism people put out there as such. So
okay, listen. So
I think a scientific theory comes
you have to
after.
Listen up for a second. Just listen up. You're using the term theory colloquially, as in speculation. That is in direct contradiction to what an actual scientific theory is. Follow?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So if they say theory, then hold their feet to the fire. So if it's a scientific theory, then it's a hypothesis or a group of related hypotheses that have been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. That's what a scientific theory is.
Yeah, it's really, disgusting how misused the word science is and the word experiment is. I mean,
that's why I'm here.
Yeah, you're laying down the law. It's like, wait a minute. I mean, yeah.
So guys, I'm just saying the root word of experiment is experience. Can we agree to that?
We're not playing the entomology game. Scientific experiment has a definite definition.
All right, that's fine. I'm just saying I made an observation. All right, I called it an experiment.
You call it an experiment and you compromise yourself.
You made observations and you collected data is what you did.
Yeah, but that was just one of my many experiments / observations.
God.
God! What are you doing?
You guys didn't let me finish. That was just the first one, but it's all good.
You don't
That's
have
like
a first
flat
one.
earther. That's like the flat earther referring to, the world as a ball in some way by mistake.
Okay, so what about this? If I do an experiment in science class and I prove to myself that water always finds its level, isn't that considered an experiment?
What is an experiment?
No, I'm asking you.
You don't know.
EQ,
You said you had an
with all due
experiment.
respect.
I said
EQ, with all
what
due
do I
respect.
expect? Yeah, if you'd shut up, I'd tell you. Define scientific experiment, please.
So,
So
that's a matter of a Google search. That's a matter of a Google search. But hold on.
Okay.
EQ. All I'm saying is this.
Oh.
Sorry, QE. I'm saying this. Like basically, if I did an experiment in science class in grade 10,
you already said
right?
it.
Hold on.
Exactly. And we found that water found its level. That is technically a flat Earth experiment.
That is not an experiment. An experiment has an independent. I'm going to tell you what it is. An experiment is a hypothesis test. Of course, you got to know what a hypothesis is to know what an experiment is, right? So a hypothesis test is testing independent variable to see if it will cause the dependent variable, your observed natural phenomena. Cause and effect. How, why? Is water finding its level a how, why question or what is question? What is question? You're in a category error, like I said in the beginning.
I love that. Category error. Yeah, we have to. It's done all the time in our state of the world. Words are misused. I really don't. I mean, there's so many words you have to take in context. I mean,
QE, can I ask you something? If we use if we had a Nikon 9000 or whatever it's called, like the new camera these days that zooms in and so forth, and you can see let's say a skyline right from across a lake, and that proves to you that there's no curvature because according to the curvature formula, quote unquote, you would not be able to see that skyline. Is that what you would call an experiment?
No.
That is a what is.
Please give the audience an example of what an experiment would be.
I just told you.
Okay, you have to observe something in the natural world, and then you have to have an independent and dependent variable.
Because guys, I think we're getting too caught up in the wording.
No.
We're missing the point.
We're getting too caught up in what the word means, right? That's a Socratic method. So you want to redefine what an experiment is?
Oh my goodness.
Is that what you want to do? That's what the ballers do. Not saying you're a baller. I'm just telling you that's what they do.
You know,
I am somewhat of a baller, but my point is this, guys. Basically, you know what? QE makes a good point. Guess what? Maybe we could say we haven't done enough experiments. But I don't mind. I have the money and I have the effort and I have the will to make these experiments happen. So let me know how I make it happen, QE. I'll make it happen.
Time out. You do not, first of all, in any capacity, you do not need science and therefore an experiment to know that the earth is flat. You don't need science to figure that out.
You can't figure it out with an experiment. It's a category error.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's not true. You just can't do an experiment.
A how, why question. Cause and effect. Independent, dependent variables.
Okay, but I'm just saying, for the globies here that are listening, if they wanted to do some type of observation,
yes,
or experiment, how would you advise them? How to go about that?
You are observing and recording data. You are not doing an experiment when you are with what you're describing. That is not an experiment. Yep. There are certain steps that you have to follow in order for it to be categorized as an experiment. Okay? I could put up other examples on how words are overused, misused.
I was trying to speak in layman terms for the globies, but yeah, I hear you.
But layman's terms are not speaking correctly.
Yeah, because I'm trying to dumb it down. I'm trying to simplify it for the globies here.
No, you don't want to dumb it down because you're not being correct.
Simplifying is one thing. Being is another.
It's like, okay, it's like using the word evolution. That word is so misused, it pisses me off if we were to get into it.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. So you're saying technically, like, let's just like hypothetically speaking, if we were on a globe, let's say, right? Just because the sun was like departing and arriving, it doesn't necessarily mean the Earth is flat. Is that what you're saying?
No, that has to do with what they say. The heliocentric. I don't know what to call it anymore. I can't use the word theory.
Religion.
That question. Sweetheart, with all due respect, I was asking QE that question.
Okay, well,
you can call it a religion, the heliocentric religion.
So you're saying even my observation does not prove that the Earth is flat. Is that what you're saying, QE?
Yeah, sure it does. Why would you have that?
I'm saying it's not an experiment.
Right. It's as simple as that. Just say observation, collecting data, calculating numbers does not compute to an experiment. Experiment is a how, why. Yep. What you are describing is a what is.
Category error.
Yes.
Doesn't mean it's not true. It's just not an experiment.
So you're not doing anybody any favors by your so-called dumbing it down because you're not speaking correctly.
It's not. I'd already said it's not dumbing it down. It's in error. So that's how the world was fooled by people claiming science in scientific experiments when they weren't experiments or natural science. Follow?
Amen.
That's why we're being sort of dicks.
Pedantic.
It's not pedantic. It's right on point. You can prove something. It doesn't have to be a scientific experiment. Even though scientific experiments prove things.
I was making fun of somebody earlier. Someone asked a person how they know it's a globe, and they went off into swinging tree to tree. And I said, I know where they first heard it was a globe. When they were in their mother's womb, their mother was talking about the globe. Mm-hmm. Or like when they were in their crib and one of those little mobile things or something, or wallpaper or bed sheets that had the planets floating around. That's probably where you heard it. And it happened to all of us. It's just some of them are late to figuring it out.
That's the first sign, isn't it?
Was it King D's that we were talking to? You see what the problem is? We're trying to nip that in the bud. Yeah, you follow?
So claims are being made under the guise of scientific, quote-unquote, experiments when they are not.
Yes, sequitur. So we exposed them right there for their lack of science acumen. I've been doing that for about 7 years now. They still don't get it. I love it.
That show yesterday was good with Matthew Learns.
Oh, Matthew got whacked.
And then he came in here. He came in here straight after it for more abuse.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
We just said, "Oh, mate, you're a sucker." He was getting accused of being a liar and this and that. And he said, "No, I'm not a liar. I'm not dishonest."
My favorite part where he said, "Well, he's a university math professor or whatever it was." He said exactly, and he's getting. And he said he essentially, and so I got to listen to it again because it was really good. He said something to the effect of that. You're getting your ass handed to you by a drama student. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, by Nathan. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna have to listen to that again. Maybe write something down for next time I see Matthew, and can always use a reminder. It takes him a long time to grasp things, and So
I like the other bit was that this is why my children are homeschooled because of people like you scumbag.
Oh wow! See, that's why I got to listen to it again.
Yeah, he's a math professor, university math professor. He doesn't know what calculate means.
Substitute professor.
Substitute.
He fills in A-levelist.
Yeah, I always have to correct him every time I hear that.
What does he say?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Just to be clear, as a father, everything that guy said and his righteous anger, everything absolutely on point. Not a single thing he said was wrong when it came to all of that. Absolutely 100.
What's that?
Yep. That's exactly why we homeschool.
What Nathan said?
What Nathan, you're talking about what Nathan said.
Well, it's not. I'm not so much trying to pick on Matthew. I'm talking about over broad stroke teachers in general, the hierarchy of academia, all of it. Yup, that is exactly why.
Well, it's not all the teachers that you can't say.
That's why I said I'm not. That's why I said I'm not picking on him. I'm saying the system, that whole thing, all of that.
Yeah.
Yup, that's why.
Yeah, it's pretty bad out there.
It encourages that stuff. Yeah.
So, fellas, since we're talking about observations,
I have a problem with him actually knowing the arguments and still going to work and lying to children he's teaching.
Yeah, that's the problem. You got that right.
Yeah.
After he was exposed for not knowing what a triangle was, that was it for him.
That's something else entirely. Yeah, but
so that's that's not lying by accident like all the other teachers. That's just purposely lying.
Yeah, there's some of them.
Does anyone want to share their observations that they have made? Different ones.
There's a whole ton of flat earth proofs, man, that are not scientific. Just go to Terminator.com. It's my website. There's a whole bunch of them listed there.
I've gotten to the point where I actually don't dignify that question with much of a response or much thought either, because of the fact that there's such a mountain of evidence that's out there why? I mean, it's all evidence related to the Earth itself. We're not talking about opinions here. We're talking about, reality, existence.
Did you know that, King D's?
I'm listening.
King D's, there's a whole boatload of frigging proof that the Earth is flat. I got it on my website. It's 1, 2, 3 ABC 4, 5, 6.
Which I didn't mean to be offensive or anything. I'm just pointing out that you guys, there's so many, like you have on your site and everything. There's so much. It's not worth talking about anymore. Now it's to the point of you guys prove the globe.
There is no proving something that doesn't exist.
Yep. Prove your cartoon's real. And while you're at it, prove Santa Claus was real too. I'll be right back, guys.
I was trying to find my website. I can't. I'll just give it. Hold on a second.
Hey, give it back.
Timbo, you're hot, Mike.
Sorry, man. Talking to the dog.
I'm picking on you.
Just stole someone's ball again.
Hey, Killer D's. Killer D's. I put it in there. Live chat right there. If you want to kill the globe quick, just go to Celestial Navigation or how they got their latitude lines on their fairy tale spinning ball space monkey religion. And you're inevitably going to get to elevation angles. And then what you do is you ask them to define elevation angles, put citation, and once they do that, it's all over. Simple as that. It's all over.
Can't get an elevation angle from a curved surface.
There you go. That's it. That's the only one you need. And then you could just kick your feet up and smoke a stogie because it's over. If you want to keep it simple, if you want to have fun, then you're gonna have to increase your acumen so you can tear them up on every single point that they make. But you really don't need that. But if you walk around talking about experiments, you're going to get your ass handed to you. I'm just trying to save you that embarrassment. Let the ball-tards jump in that pool. It's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl.
Yeah, I find the more you let them talk, the more they put themselves in it anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say, how much work does it take to still be a glober, especially these guys that know all the arguments? Think of the mental masturbation contortions they must make their brains conform to in order to keep believing in the globe. Just sitting around waiting for NASA to change their official story and have to incorporate that into your new belief.
Some of them even have their own.
That's your average, regular, everyday skank and file ball-tard. All they do is sit back. They're friggin' crayon munchers, the lot of them, and all they do is rely on the authorities, NASA, and their pseudoscientists, and they think that their NASA guys, the surface puke from Wiki, got their asses covered, and all they have to do is just sit there. Well, you got another thing coming, sunshine. Say that much. That's what they do. They think their ass is covered.
That in combination with math. They think that math says everything.
Mathematics. Really?
Yeah. They're in love with math. Everything.
No, they're in love with the term math. They don't know what mathematics is. Most of them couldn't tie their fucking shoes with 1 + 1 = 2.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Thank you.
Yeah,
they don't. No, they don't believe in math. They believe in math magic.
No, just test them. They talk about mathematics. Well, show us some. Give us the mathematics for a globe. I want to see it right now. Go ahead. I want to see it. Now, when they say mathematics, most people get intimidated. I'm not most people. So
what's the highest level of mathematics? Isn't it calculus? Honors advanced calculus.
It depends on. We talked a little bit about mathematics today. Listen, mathematics. There's nothing magical here. It's just contextual rules that are only for descriptions. They have nothing to do with anything else. Now, if you're a master of the contextual rules, good on you. Who gives a shit though? It doesn't have anything to do with the nature of our reality. Nothing. Zero. It's a category here.
The nature of our reality is physical. Therefore, it requires physics before it requires any mathematics. And that's, yes, on point.
Yep. Mathematics is abstract. Physics is physical. That is the opposite of abstract. Of course, they've hijacked physics into mathematics, but I pull that shit right from out from under them.
Well, they also kind of hijacked that crap when they put astro in front of physics as well.
Huh. That's true.
Yeah.
They turn into asshole physics.
I swear I was watching some mainstream BS and they used the title astrobiologist.
I was just going to bring that up.
Yeah. What? That's what I thought to myself. What the fuck is that supposed to be? Oh my gosh.
Have we discovered aliens yet? What the?
It's the theory.
No. We just discovered that the core stopped. It stopped and then started spinning backwards and absolutely nothing happened.
I was bored out of my mind and for some reason I felt like watching Ancient Aliens. That's where I saw that title from.
Oh, jeez.
Of course.
Yeah, astrobiologist.
Called it. They're theorizing. They're making up fake speculative theories, conspiracy theories about aliens. That this
It's
might
getting
be
worse. Like I thought it was already pretty bad. No, it's getting worse. Astrobiology.
Didn't I cover that with spinning space monkeys?
Oh my god.
Space apes, bro. Space apes.
That's
You've
what
been
they're
on a
gonna
roll.
do, man. They're gonna fake the shit out of all the alien thing. That's the
Monkeys
lore
have
next.
tails.
You've been on a roll, Jenny. You've been watching space movies and Ancient Aliens.
Yeah, I can't handle long. You know, like some documentaries, I can only make it sometimes a few minutes, and I'm like irritated as fuck. So
QE. My point was like no one can tell me that they made an observation that led them to believe that they're spinning on a globe.
That's a fact.
So that's why I like.
But I seen it. Oh, with your own eyes? Well, no, not through my own eyes. That was actually part of one of Miggy's 3-point takedowns. Beautiful. Have you seen it? Well, yeah, I've seen it. With your own eyes or like with somebody else's eyes? Oh, well. Oh, yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, you haven't actually seen anything with your own eyes. The whole thing about it is nobody has ever been nor will ever be up high enough to see the Earth in its entirety. NASA
and
lied.
they forgot. Yeah, they forgot what 8 to take a picture of the Earth from far off in space. I mean, it doesn't even have to be all the way to the moon. It could have been halfway to the moon. They could have taken some footage, but they didn't.
But even still, those measurements don't even quite add up because halfway to the moon, you still wouldn't be up high enough.
Oh,
so how can I turn that observation into an experiment?
I know. Pick me. You're going to want to do a weather balloon launch, and you're going to want to make sure that you don't have a fisheye lens on that camera, buddy.
No, wrong answer.
No, it's not. It's not ever going to qualify as an experiment.
No, you still won't get up high enough to see the entire Earth. You just won't. It's not anything that's ever been done. I don't think it can ever be.
It also doesn't matter because the horizon is optical.
QE, it started off as an observation, right? But what if I want to upgrade that to an experiment? Like, what would I have to do?
You have to observe a natural phenomenon, is what you have to do.
Sweetheart, I'm asking QE, please.
Ding Deegs, she's correct. Where's the natural phenomenon to have a hypothesis?
Ding ding.
But again, what would I have to do?
You'd have to observe a natural phenomena. What's the natural phenomena you're trying to observe? Or that you're claiming that you're trying to make an experiment out of to test a hypothesis?
That the sun is hovering above us.
The sun hovering above us is the observed natural phenomena.
Correct.
Okay, what's the cause?
What's the cause of that? There you go, Mimas. You got it.
Hey, what's up?
But what I'm saying, if the sun's hovering above us, then that would mean that on a globe there'd be no way to give sunlight the other side of the Earth.
That's not the question. The question was, how do you make an experiment? So Mimas said, okay, you got the natural phenomenon. The sun's hovering above the Earth. I don't know if you could put it that way, but okay, we'll take it. So your next step is your independent variable. What is the cause of the sun hovering above the Earth?
Well, this is when science and religion start fucking clashing, right? Because like at the end of the day, like I don't know if you guys are religious or not, but for example, I believe in God.
Nope, doesn't have anything to do with religion. He's asking.
No, but what I'm saying is that there's divine powers like involved.
Asked a simple question. Let's not get off red herring fallacy away from it. So we're going to tell you that this is a good learning opportunity for you. So you said, how do I turn this into an experiment? Let's stick with that. You said the sun is hovering above the Earth. Now, to have an experiment, Mimas and everyone was right when they said you have to observe a natural phenomena. That is your dependent variable, the effect. For it to be science, you now have to show by testing that hypothesis with an independent variable how you can produce that effect. What causes the sun hovering above the Earth? Now, let me stop it right here. You're never going to know that. So it's not an experiment. How about that? It's a category.
No, exactly. That's what I meant. That's what I was saying. Like, let's just say, like, if you believe in, let's just say, like, okay, you believe in God and God made this, right? Science is not necessarily going to answer every.
No, science.
The sun works and how, like,
no, science. Natural science can only answer how, why, cause, and effect questions.
Right.
Think about that for a moment.
Is it a scientific question you're asking, King Diggs?
Yes, but what I'm saying is, like, even science. No. What I'm saying is, like, even science cannot explain everything. That's my point.
Science, that's a reification fallacy. Science doesn't have lips, vocal cords, aerobic respiration, and sentience.
And your explanations would lie in philosophy, not science.
Yeah.
Hey, Mimus, your mate Spooky was in before. He's adamant on debunking your three.
Yeah, but that'd be like asking somebody, who created the universe? Who created the sun? Who created the moon? There's no scientific answer for that.
You can't have a scientific answer for that.
That's my point.
No, your point was your phenomenon was the sun.
There's a category problem here. See, does God exist in the natural world? Does the Creator exist in the natural world?
I say yes, but some others may say no.
Well, I mean, when you program something, you don't exist in the program, do you? Your handiwork is there. Your fingerprints might be there. I'm talking about you.
Bro, I'm not sure, bro. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure how God created this universe. You know what I mean? Like,
Here's
none
the
of us know
thing.
that.
If we can't even qualify or properly define the nature of the Creator, which we wouldn't be able to, then is he even a scientific question?
We don't need science to figure this out, is basically what it.
Simple logic will do it.
Yeah.
So you can't use the word experiment, dude. That's all.
No, but that'd be like saying, "Oh, how did Jesus like resurrect?" According to science, that's impossible.
According to science,
like, yeah, a human cannot resurrect, like, and just fly into the sky, like, you know what I mean? So it's like that goes against logic and science, right?
Let's get pedantic. When did science say that?
Say what?
That Jesus couldn't be resurrected. Science doesn't have lips, vocal cords. Let me say this one more time. Science doesn't have lips, vocal cords, a tongue. It doesn't have aerobic respiration. It's not sentient. So science ain't saying anything.
I need to.
But QE, but in a way, it does have a tongue, though, right? Because like the mainstream media / like the elites or whatever you want to call them, who create this science or pseudoscience or whatever you want to call it, that's their voice. Those are their lips.
Pseudoscience. That's what I'll call it. There you go. Now you got it.
Yeah. And if you were talking about something that happened in the past, that's not really a science question. That's a history question. So it's a different category. And also, just because something did happen in the past and we don't observe it today, that's not proof it didn't. So everything you're talking about that happened in the past is a historical question.
Exactly.
Science can't prove it did or didn't happen.
Science doesn't prove anything. The scientific method being used by actual scientists prove or disprove things.
Right. And since science deals with natural phenomena, how can it comment? How can it?
Yeah, but how many science experiments were disproven hundreds of years later?
None. Show me one scientific experiment that was disproven. List the hypothesis, the experiment, and how it was disproven, please.
Fuck, I'd have to do some research, but I know for a fact that, like...
Best wishes. You'd have better luck sprouting broccoli from your armpits.
Yeah, probably.
Bro, how many times was science proven wrong?
What science prove? Define science.
Academia has been proven wrong.
Can he define science? Because he's using that word quite flippantly.
He needs to write some sentences.
No, when I say science, I mean like basically what the mainstream like science is like teaching the kids, you know?
No, that's
pop culture.
That's pop culture.
That's pop culture.
Dinosaurs created oil. Oils from dinosaurs. That's what I mean.
Yeah, those are modern ahistorical narratives. Those aren't scientific at all. I mean, they can call them science all they want, but doesn't make it so.
Correct. King D's, are you listening to this closely? There's a lot of... You know what you need to do? You need to go to my channel, Quantum Erasure channel, and you need to go to the playlist, and you need to go to scientific education or science education. You need to drop anchor there for about 2 months. And you'll be all right after that. This house is clear.
Oh, this is why I love this Discord channel, because like we talk more about science when it comes to this when flat Earth here, right? But not every flat earther has that foundation.
They should. I've been out here for 7 years preaching it from the friggin' rooftops.
I know flat earthers that never even passed school. Okay,
King D's. I want to give you a proposition. Not every flat earther needs it, right? But the ones who want to be in the arena of talking about it and having these conversations, they need to have it.
I agree. That's why I'm not a mod. I just come here to chill. You know what I mean? I just come here to chill. I know the mods are doing great work. That's their job.
Mods, King D's, focus.
Well, just remember we talked about using the word experiment. That's all. That's it.
King D's, I posted something for you in live stream voice text. I want you to stay there.
I'm gonna check it out. I promise you, QE. You know why? Because obviously I know who you are. Everyone knows who, but my cousin, he's not even in this Discord channel. I don't know why. He's antisocial, or for whatever reason he doesn't join. But he literally he heard me talking and he's like, "Yo, bro, don't fucking disrespect QE like that." And I was like, "Yo, bro, I'm not trying to disrespect him. We're just talking, bro." But yeah, man, basically, he has mad love for you, and I can literally put him on the mic right now, but he's probably gonna chat away anyways.
You're fine. I didn't feel any disrespect. Just drop anchor in that science education, and if you have any questions, you can always PM me. That's fine.
I appreciate that, bro, because for me, like I told Miggy before, I paid for this research. Like I didn't learn about flat Earth. I funded that research. I paid upwards of 10 grand, 15 grand.
I paid more.
And I had somebody researching for 8 months, day in and day from morning until night for 8 months, studying about flat Earth. And they brought, the results over to me, and that's how I got here. But so I didn't actually seek the knowledge or figure it out on my own. I paid for this. So that's why I'm kind of not what do you call it? I'm not well rounded when it comes to the knowledge and stuff. But
you paid someone to go and do research on flat Earth and then bring you
a dossier.
That's what I was.
Yeah, exactly.
Famous.
It was somebody. It was my family member.
In a family member.
It was someone I could trust, right? And basically, that's all I need to know because, for example, my family member is one of the smartest people you'll meet, and he did the research and he came to that conclusion, and I kind of I just kind of trusted him, but at the same time, like I said, with my observations and with my other experiences afterwards, it further confirmed to me that we're not on a ball, right?
So this is a funny story because he hired a researcher. And the researcher became a flat earther.
That's what happened. That's exactly what happened.
That's because
you can't say that's not an original story. That's funny, man.
So I'll tell you how it happened. This all happened in 2017, 2018.
Are you still employing?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you still employing somebody wants a
Can you
job?
hire? Yeah, can you hire one more?
No, that project was shut down. Like I got the results and I was happy with that, and that's where it ended.
Man, if you had given me $10,000, I'd have it done for you in a day.
Bro, 8 months at 15 grand, it's like you're working fucking like minimum wage, less than minimum wage. But
if you could do it in a day, then you get 15 grand for one day.
Yeah.
Well, he was jobless, right? So he had nothing to put him to work, and it was the best 15 grand I ever spent in my life. And basically,
now you're both flat earthers. That's funny.
But at the same time, I know the Bible very well. I'm Christian, right? And actually, it's funny because if there's any other Christians here, they know that there's dozens of quotes in the Bible that kind of hint towards a flat Earth, right? And that was enough for me at the time. Like, because I didn't learn like the science and the geometry and all that stuff, but like even like in terms of like if the Bible, like if a lot of Christians they'll refer to the Bible for advice or whatever if they're trying to figure something out, you know. And if you look up the shape of the Earth in the Bible, you're gonna get nothing but quotes that talk about a stationary Earth, you know, and never, not once did they talk about space or planets or solar systems. And so for a lot of people, that's enough. It's enough for them. They don't need the science. They don't need, you know, all these experiments to prove that to them. They just need a couple of things that just guide them there, and that's it. And
right.
Also, it helps. Also, one thing I noticed too is like it helps when there's people that don't believe that governments will ever lie to them. Right? So there's a lot of people. Yeah, there's a lot of people who think like that. But for the ones that know that they lie all the time and they do things and they create wars or they do things to profit money or whatever the case is, like it's not as hard to believe that you were lied to by these government agencies, you know. And so it all depends, like that's why I always talk about the prerequisites. For example, like you can't think that the Earth is flat, but then you believe in a moon landing, for example. You have to go through these prerequisites before you get to flat Earth.
Okay, but wait though. My brother-in-law is planning on doing some observations on his boat, and so I asked him the other day. I forgot what the conversation led to, but I flat out asked him. I said, "Do you believe we went to the moon?" And he says, "Yeah, I think we did." I'm like,
"Ooh."
I said, in my head, I'm like, "Man, this is going to take longer," and I thought.
I'll be honest with you. There was a kid who came in here a couple of years ago, and he believed in the moon landings until the moment he saw the 255-mile sight distance.
Well, yeah. So,
and he went, oh my God, what about the moon landings?
Right.
That means they couldn't have happened. So this is actually what turned off his moon landing.
Yeah, this is going to take him a little bit longer to process, I think, but I think he'll get there. I mean, the observations, so yeah, he wants to do one. He wants to do a practice one.
Timbo.
Boat, and then he goes to Florida every year, so he wants to do one off the Keys somewhere.
Good place. What's up, Timbo?
No, I was just saying Jenny's brother-in-law was cool. He's a boater, so he's been thinking about the world, the globe the whole time, you know. So we had I think it was about an hour and a half chat with him. Yeah.
Cool.
Oh yeah, real close to 2 hours.
Yeah.
How you been doing, Kiwi? Is he still in here? No, he's gone.
Oh, your mate was in before me, Miss.
Spooky, yeah.
Spooky. Yeah, he was. He doesn't even want to debunk like flat Earth. He just wants to debunk you.
You mean the 3 sticks?
Oh my God! The Eratosthenes thing still?
Obsessed with it, man.
Spooky.
He's come up with a model and everything, so he said he's about halfway there, and then he'll come back in and wants to talk to you about it. I said, so you're not even trying to prove the globe; you're just trying to prove Mimas wrong.
Right.
Yep.
I got you.
Compulsive, huh?
He's a renter. He's a renter.
You seem to do that to people, mate.
Yep.
No, but I think it'll happen with anyone. If you give them like a means to survive, keep the lights on, keep the fridge full, and you just tell someone to research flat Earth for like 8 months, I'm pretty sure everybody would like come to the same conclusion. Because that's all he was.
That long, but
yeah, you're right. It did take long, but at the same time, like this during 2019, where a lot of flat Earth content was getting censored.
All right, that's true. That's true.
Right, and the YouTube and Google like had this whole campaign ban all these flat Earth channels at the time, and so those are a few hurdles.
I was getting recommended the best videos by YouTube, best flat Earth videos from YouTube. So it is a little different era.
Yeah, what a great time that was.
I actually put it off for 2 months. I told my YouTube suggestions to fuck off for 2 months until I finally got around to.
Too much content.
Yeah, I was watching something else at the time.
Well,
I'm pretty sure it was fucking Mandela effect. I can't remember for sure, but I'm pretty sure it was Mandela.
So if I hired someone now and to do the same thing for 8 months, actually you might be right. Maybe they wouldn't come to the same conclusion because of the censorship.
Well,
send them in here. We've got heaps of information down the bottom.
It's not just that. There's another issue, and that is, what is the nature of how people wake up?
Because we call that the golden era. We call it 2018, 2019 was the golden age of flat Earth because YouTube didn't catch on to it yet and didn't censor.
It was earlier than that, wasn't it?
Well, it's almost
It
like,
went viral.
Yeah,
flat Earth went viral in those years, and there was channels with people had hundreds of thousands of subscribers, flat Earth channels, and then shortly after that, they all got banned.
Well, they practically promoted it. YouTube promoted it. Yeah, YouTube promoted it in the beginning.
Yeah, 2015, 2016, I agree.
I never had a search for it. It was ending up on all my different YouTube accounts.
Mm-hmm, me too.
Of the day.
I don't know. I'm not sure, Mimas. I'm not sure if they promoted it. I just knew it spread like a wildfire.
No, they did promote it. I'm telling you.
Yeah, they were putting it on the front. They were putting it on the front. Absolutely, they were. And then they cut it off. So I'm not saying that, we shouldn't do Flat Earth because it was a controlled release or anything like that. What I'm saying is that the ripples you might see on the top of the water are only an effect of the big thing that's moving under the water, which none of us know.
So you're saying it could have been like a honeypot thing?
I don't even think a honeypot. I think it's. I wouldn't want to speculate too much because I would have to assume motives that I have no frame of reference for understanding. Like anytime we imply that there are motives for anything happening, we always go to the worst of human nature. When the reality may be that whatever they're doing, they may think it's ultimately for good.
That's interesting, man. Because I never thought of it that way. Because the way I saw it was that it went viral just on naturally on its own, and then when they caught on to it, they censored everything. But I could be wrong.
That's the thing. It proliferated for 3 years before they did anything. If they didn't want it on there, when the shootings and stuff went on there, YouTube cracked down on that, and in less than an hour, all of them were removed. Thousands of videos. They let Flat Earth go for 3 years.
if they're looking at it from a business point of view, it's like, why would you censor something that's getting millions of views, right?
Yeah, but it's not bringing YouTube a lot of money. What brings YouTube a lot of money is commentary, makeup, sports, video gaming. It's not this. This had its own internal spike, and a lot of people were watching the videos. But if they weren't watching these videos, they'd be watching other videos because they were already on the platform. So from the point of view of YouTube, they could do with us or without us, and it wouldn't matter. We didn't bring more people to YouTube, and we didn't keep people from YouTube. We were actually a net zero.
I think 2016 it was the second most search queried. Second biggest Google search was 2016 was flat Earth.
Yeah, because if you do think some kind of, because I'm one of those, I don't believe the elite know what's going to happen. I think they're pretending to steer an automated ship, and that's really what's going on. So if they don't know what's going to happen, and they know that some kind of like civilizational collapse or reset is coming, and they don't know exactly when, and they don't know exactly what it's going to be, well, what kind of a population survives through that? One that's asleep or one that's awake? So I say they plan, if they have plans, they're generational plans, and they don't plan for pettiness and just for evil's sake. Like, everything has a purpose that anyone does, and it can't just be like this two-dimensional, they're the bad guys. Like, I guarantee you no bad guy thinks they're the bad guy. Just something to think about.
I think about that all the time, Mimas.
It's good to try and look at things outside the box.
I do that a lot.
And maybe try and put ourselves in the position of someone who did not gain power, what was born into power, and never had ambition for power. And how would they think? I mean, why would they just be, evil? Like, they're just like us.
I've also come to the same conclusion that they promoted flat Earth. They still kind of do in a way.
Well, it's the Streisand effect. And trying to ban it and get it censored, they draw attention to it. Alex Jones says he's the richest he's ever been since they banned him.
Well, what do you think about... Well, never mind. It's not Speculation Sunday. Never mind.
Not quite yet. 23 hours and 17 minutes. Even though all of this is complete speculation. I just try and remove, like, the fear.
No, okay. I think I get what you're saying, Mimas.
Right.
Just be careful not to deitize, like, men. Because nobody's got that much power. It's just not the way it works.
Yeah.
So sometimes you gotta let someone or something rise up just so you can make them fall, kind of thing.
Yeah, like put yourself in the position of like someone playing a real-time strategy. Maybe a really advanced one, and you have a population. Do you want and you have to do a population collapse? You have to reset everything, right? Now, who do you want to make it through that? Let's say it's only going to be a quarter of the population. You would want the survivor types, not like preppers, because I think they're not going to be well off. But you want the people who are like spiritually strong, emotionally strong, believe in family.
Adaptive.
Yeah, adaptive.
Bingo.
And generally, these are the people that are awake, right?
Yes, sir.
Because to me, preppers live in the kind of fear that makes them prime candidates for not making it through.
Yep, they're leaning on a cushion that they may lose.
Yeah.
So you know what I always wondered? Like, let's just say like next week we turn on the news and it's front page news everywhere. Like, okay, and like mainstream media says like, oh guys, flat. NASA lied to us. They're all going to jail and whatever the case, like, right? And basically like
it wouldn't be like that.
No, but let's just say that happened, right?
That happened. A lot of people just wouldn't believe it until the scientists came out. Now, if a bunch of so-called scientists in white lab coats came out and said, "Yeah, it's flat," yes, everyone would believe it. Everybody,
like overnight.
Overnight, yes. If the scientists say so, because the scientists are their high priests.
Exactly.
You know what's funny though is I think that if their high priest said it, they would turn on their high priest. The irony of that, though.
Well, yeah, because the high priests are just pawns. They're
what I'm saying, Mimas,
through either.
Well, what I'm saying, Mimas, is because they're already fighting. These globies are already fighting the reality as is. And they're already believing these white coat scientism priests. I'm just wondering, with the way their brains work, if their science priest said, you know what, it's flat, I think that they would then stop agreeing with their science priest and try to fight them. You see what I'm saying?
I think you give too much credit to them. You give too much credit to them.
I don't think so, yeah.
I'm not saying. I'm saying they would be like, "It's not flat. Why are they saying it's flat? It's not flat. You guys are liars." And then they would be like, "Oh, the white coat guys lied."
I think you give too much credit to the Globers. I think you give too much credit to them. They would believe them, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Crack Villain once went over to a huge anti-flat Earth server, like they're rabidly flat Earth. Anti-flat Earth, and he started talking about the JFK assassination, but started towing the government's line about it. And the government's line was one bullet, all this stuff. And you know what? Because he was a flat earther, they all disagreed with him and were promoting the conspiracy.
Wow.
So yeah.
Wow.
Yes. Whatever their high priests tell them, they will believe.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
That you've got a point. You've got a point. I was just like, just wondering. Just
have to do. I mean, think about the spin you could put on it. You could make yourself into a complete hero. We were protecting you because we live in an aquarium and there are aliens who control it. And we've been trying to protect you this whole time, but we've made contact and we've made peace. And here's these guys in white coats to tell you the nature of the earth and why we had to lie. Right? I mean, it would be that easy.
Not wrong. You're probably not wrong.
You guys remember like a couple of years ago where it was on the news and stuff, like space news, whatever, saying how like the scientists figured out that the moon was actually within our atmosphere. So for example, that changed. That's like a huge like shift right there. Like out of nowhere, they're saying we're wrong about like the moon being outside of our atmosphere. It's actually within. So they could just like overnight say, "Oh, by the way, the Earth is flat," kind of thing. And like, and I agree with Mimas. I think 95% of the people would just convert to flat earthers overnight.
Right. You know what? Probably because they wouldn't be able to ever admit that they were wrong.
Because it's so easy for them. They have all the tools. They have the big propaganda machine, right? Like they can just so easily like just make up some bogus story or like throw a couple of NASA CEOs in jail, and the next thing you know, like they just convert like the whole fucking world, the population.
It'll never matter. And if a like revolution like that happened, we would never be allowed to be part of it.
Funny, huh?
We're always going to be the outcast because we're the enemies of the narrative. And so it doesn't matter when they come out with this. We are always going to be enemies of the narrative because we disagreed. We disagreed when it was still bad to disagree.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we're stuck with this.
Yeah, but that could be their plan B, Mimas. Because it's like if too many people are like start learning about this, they might just like have to like change up the whole narrative, you know?
To them, people learning about this is, it's neither here nor there. It's just another ripple on the top of the waves. Like this isn't what's going to change the world. Like everything is already changing. And that's why all this is happening. These are effects we're looking at, not causes. Flat Earth is an effect of something deeper changing.
Yep. Because if something wasn't changing, you wouldn't even know about it. None of us would. Something changed in order for us to even be able to know this.
Right.
Yeah, but flat earthers have been around since day one.
That's
with this
true.
heliocentric like theory came out.
Yeah.
Things have grown in a way where
religion,
the knowledge is,
but
it's getting out there. It's getting, the real stuff is.
You know who really has spread the heliocentric model is us. Since the beginning. Since the beginning of the heliocentric model. Because it came at a time and there was a population of people who had already grown so spiritually sedentary, they were willing to believe it. And they're the ones who brought it to us. I don't blame any of the elite or any of the inventors of it. It was culture that brought it to us. Because we were ready to believe it. We wanted it to be true. And now when we're in a high civilization, highly technological, once again, extremely spiritually sedentary for everyone, and everything's falling apart. That's when spiritual revolutions happen. And that's what you're witnessing. That's what's actually below the surface of the water, is like a sea change of the world paradigm that collectively we see through.
Just saying we have to take accountability for that as well as the human race.
Yeah. And it could be said that we're the ones that are accepting accountability for turning around and saying, no, this is wrong. So, like, our conscience will always be clear over things like this. I mean, that's why you should always pursue truth. And not just,
can we really blame? Yeah, but Mimas, we're all there, bro. Can we really blame these globies sometimes? It's like, the indoctrination, the brainwashing, it's so powerful. It's damn near impossible to snap out of it, right?
It actually is impossible to snap someone out of it. I'm going to tell you another truth that a lot of people find hard to hear, is that there is no fact, there is no salient logical chain of evidence, there is no philosophical truth or proof or formula that will ever change a person's mind. Ever. There is nothing you can show anyone that will prove to them something is true. What happens is, at some point, on some random Tuesday, something in their spirit changes, and they wake up. And after they wake up, that's when suddenly they're just start seeing patterns. They start noticing. And it becomes the adventures of the guy who just started paying attention.
Huh.
So let me tell you guys a beautiful story. My younger brother, he's now a flat earther. And at one point I thought no one in my family would ever learn this, Because when I first brought it up to them, obviously there was fights and stuff, right? And all that stuff. And I gave up. I got to a point where I gave up. I'm like, this up at family gatherings anymore. I don't want to. I see my family maybe once a month with them over the shape of the earth. So I kind of gave up. But after I flat smacked all of them, years went by, and then finally my younger bros. And for me, it was like a miracle because I literally gave. I'm ready to die. Accepting that none of my family members learn about flat Earth or accept it, right? And out of nowhere, my younger bro just came around, you know. So yeah, you flat smack someone, and like sometimes that's all it takes, because they'll think about it, right? It'll be in the back of their mind somewhere, and then
they'll think about it, but it's not the thing that wakes them up. Something changes internally in someone and then they wake up, and then it's like looking at like all the different points of light, and they all suddenly connect. That's what waking up is. It's not.
No, that's why I think you said it was a spiritual awakening or something, right?
Yes. You wake up in your spirit before you could have all the information, and the moment you wake up in your spirit, then you'll recognize all that information. But I also tell you right now that if you have no information at all about anything, you can still wake up, because waking up doesn't have anything to do with the external world.
Yeah, but it helps when you flat smack them, because then at least it's.
Well, it might shorten the journey after they wake up.
Yeah.
But like it's not the thing that wakes them up. If you flat smack somebody and they wake up, a lot of times it'll be like, I woke that person up, when the reality is they were already awake.
That's true.
They just didn't know it. Not everybody even knows that they're awake. And we forget that sometimes. And so we start like praising ourselves, like I woke that person up. None of us wake people up.
No, I know what you're saying. It's like people who are open-minded, there's a much larger chance of them waking up to flat Earth.
Right.
And that was their own journey. They were open-minded already. So it's not like we just like flat smack them, all of a sudden they learned like the truth. Like they are like, that was part of their destiny.
Right. And that's why it was so easy for me when I was a space fan and NASA fan my whole life. And it took 3 minutes from the moment I looked at the math and compared it to reality.
Wow.
That was it. And that's because for me, if a contradiction exists, it's not true.
But vice versa, I've seen people that were not invested in space at all, didn't care about it, never learned about it, and their transition was like smooth too in a way, because they were not attached to all that like space shit, you know?
Yeah, what you're describing is ego.
Right?
Right. The egos weren't invested in it.
Exactly.
So someone who's open-minded, really all it means is they have a way of not letting their ego get attached to the things that they hold to be true.
So how ironic is that? It's like someone school dropout, never like failed all their science classes, but for them it was easier to accept flat Earth and to learn about flat Earth because they weren't attached to all that like pseudoscience.
Well, sometimes, but like I would say. Yeah, but it's because they were, they might have been disinterested in that and failed it, right?
But that's what I mean. It's like according to the Matrix or whatever, people would say, oh, they're dumb, they're a high school dropout.
What if I told you? What if I told you some of the people who failed at science are some of the most vociferous defenders of the globe?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Because the moment you talk to them, it's like you don't know anything. They literally don't know anything about what they believe. Not a thing. Zero almost. They know as much about their model as there is air pressure in the void that they call space. They know nothing. And they are the most rabid defenders, because their lack of knowledge makes them dangerous in that they can make leaps of insane logic that somebody who understands their model wouldn't. Or they'll interpolate. And
but the same thing could be for the opposite. Like someone could be study space so much,
right,
that they get attached to it, right?
That's true. That's true, and that's common too. All of these are pretty common. It really affects everybody equally, of like equal strata educationally, socially, ethnically, whatever. It affects everybody of equal strata. But the same is said for the people who come in. It's all walks of life, all education levels. So it really is just, there's something internal that is switched off. And when it gets switched on, no matter who it is, they're gonna come to the truth, and nothing's gonna stop it. Nothing.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of you guys watched The Simpsons, right? Back when you were younger.
I haven't in years.
So you guys remember Cletus?
Yeah.
He was like the farmer guy, or whatever, the redneck.
Yeah.
And he was supposed to be like the most like idiotic person there, or whatever, right?
Right.
Because like whatever, he didn't pass school, whatever. He's just a farmer, redneck. But and there was like one episode where he actually flat, and it was so funny because The Simpsons, like, they try to make like the dumbest looking character, you know, a flat earther, bro. It was the funniest thing ever. Like, so we ended up realizing that Cletus was actually a genius after all, because he was a flat earther, dude. And obviously, you guys know The Simpsons is created by fucking 33rd degree Masons, Matt Groening and them, right? So I just found that interesting. I was like, wow, man, like they threw it in there. And yeah, but I just like, I don't know, it's just funny as hell because they just made like, yeah, they always try to paint like these flat earthers like they're a bunch of fucking like morons, you know?
Guys, this guy's arguing with me that it's trying to say that the universe has a center. And I'm like, I'm trying to say, like, bro, the official narrative says it doesn't have a center, man. I'm just trying to let you know. The universe doesn't have a center.
Isn't it described as celocentric, which means it's asymmetrical?
It has no center and it's flat. And they can't fathom what I'm saying. I'm just linking them like, dude, I'm just telling you this is what they're saying. It has no center and it's flat.
Yeah, if the universe is expanding,
yeah,
how can it have a center?
He just can't fathom what I'm saying. I'm like, bro, do you need to come in VC, dude? Come chat, man. But
is he talking about a center based on? If he's talking about a center, a theoretical center in the volume of a sphere with coordinates, it'd be great if he could provide those coordinates.
Yeah. Oh, and he says that he's like philosophy major, debate club type. So I'm thinking that you actually would be the perfect person to talk to him. At first I was thinking quantum erasure, but like, no, that's big brain science. He's straight up to the facts with that. So but you use the Socratic method in such a way where this philosopher type, like, let's see what might happen with that, is what I was thinking. Because that's his claim. He claimed to be into philosophy, and you're talking about Socrates, and I'm like, there we go.
I'll do a litmus test on him first.
He's just a kid. Take it easy on him.
Well, like I said, people with a little bit of knowledge are dangerous because they overestimate their ability.
Yeah.
But it's all good. Everybody's on the journey.
Here's the thing. I have a very weird way of doing things that kind of I'm fucking full spectrum autistic. I don't know how to explain it because I'll go from here to here and back and forth, but only when I need to or exactly when it must be. Or only when I want to or exactly when I need to. Like a wizard's never late, nor is he early. But this guy right here, I digress from that because I was going to chase a rabbit, but no, screw that. This guy right here, he's making all these claims and he's hiding them on a keyboard. And I'm like, well, if you're in debate club and you're capable of talking, come speak, join the VC. You have a voice. We'll all stay muted and let you chat. But, okay, I guess my point was this. I'm not like you. I'm not like, I guess we're all different. We all have our own way of doing things, our own tactics, our own knowledge that we've acquired. So you have your own method, and I see it's like it's not just a persona; it's who you are, but also then you got your persona based off of who you are, which is pretty much the same thing. But you're kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna be me, best version.
Yeah,
of me.
the way I am in here is that there's no mask right now. This is who I am.
Yeah.
This is 100% me. This is how I am in real life.
Like you bring your A game and you just be you, and you don't have to put a mask on. And then they think that you might be, but no, it's not a persona. It's just being a person, being people.
Yeah.
People, and these people don't know the difference between being a person and being people. They think that people, person, the same thing, and then they come in wearing a mask, like a clown.
Oh, a lot of them.
I'm not saying, and I'm not saying this guy's a clown, but most of them are. This guy's actually really respectful, and he seems to be trying to have an intellectual debate and discussion about everything.
Most of them are crypto clowns.
Huh.
They're hidden clowns. They don't know they're clowns.
Incognito closet clowns.
I see clowns everywhere.
There should
people walking around in clown makeup. They don't know they're clowns, but they're clowns.
There you go. There's another role for the server. Closet clown. It can be a kind of companion for the pretender clown, but it's for the clowns that don't know they're a clown, and they
don't know they're a clown.
And they're not even trying to troll. They don't realize they're being a clown. But yep, you are indeed a clown. I am not a clown.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come out of the closet, clown, and go ahead and be a clown. And we can be a pretender clown. Yeah, and I'm not calling you a clown. I'm just thinking earlier today, like it was kind of like a revolving door thing, or maybe yesterday, over and over.
Oh, it was yesterday, and apparently right before I logged on earlier today, there was a revolving door of morons. So, once school gets off, the floodgates open for a couple hours. Oh, school gets out around 3:30. What did King D's? My laptop's like 7 foot away from me.
I'm not looking. I was looking at the lobby, talking to the other guy.
Okay, he posted something.
I need glasses. QE is. Damn it! This is funny. QE is only interested in gotchas. He just wants to argue with you. You don't have to know everything. QE is an arrogant asshole. By the way, he's the same arrogant asshole who Uncle Sam put through college to study diet of all things, to then go on to lecture you on the scientific method.
What does any of that mean?
I don't know what the hell that word's telling me, but this is from Spooky to King G's.
Yeah. Come on, Spooky.
All right, it was definitely some straw man arguments up in there where you're fashioning something based off of a perspective and making assumptions on somebody's intellectual capacity and internal knowledge. I could go on. No, I'm not even gonna.
Why say intellectual capacity and internal knowledge?
Because what they have inside of their mind that you can't see, and the ability of their mind that you can't possibly know because you're not them.
Isn't that a distinction without a difference? Like that's just repeating yourself. It's being redundant.
Well, I was talking about hardware and software.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did he say that? The intelligence within your mind? What was it?
No, I was being
okay.
Shit
Yeah.
Them, because how can you even say this about either making a judgment based off of somebody's degree of what they apparently went to college for? What difference does that make? There's people who went to college for some crazy shit, and they have the ability to do way other things that are completely.
Didn't Darwin go to school for theology?
And didn't Hitler go to school for art? I mean, I'm just saying, like, it doesn't matter what you went to school for. It's all.
Yeah.
That's a stupid argument.
I know an electrical engineer who became a data architect.
Yeah. And people evolve, they change over time, and they'll become something else, and they'll add on, like, I'll take this part and I'll learn about that too. And then I'll learn about that. You can have more than one thing.
You mean rational, mature people can compartmentalize?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I keep forgetting some people decide I'm an adult, I'm grown, I'm mature when they're like 15 or 16 and they never mature any further.
Wait till you get your heart broken, kiddo.
Yeah. Yep. And or they have some kind of great event, like maybe they take seriously having a child, and then all of a sudden I got to get my life straight. Or they hit that brick wall at jail or something, car accident maybe, and I need to do something different. It takes trauma to break you out of that. I want to do this. Okay. You think you're an immovable object, but an unstoppable force is coming. The only immovable object is the earth itself.
You.
And we're friends with the unstoppable force, so.
Yeah. Well, it's better to be riding the back of it than be caught in the wake.
Yeah, that's another thing that I find interesting. A lot of people who are very much into some sciencey stuff tend to get into surfing. Like physics, surfing type thing. And like you got the one thing where the dude's doing the whole theory of everything, whatever, and he's a surfing dude. But I'm talking about, like, actually, though, there's a lot of folks who get into surfing and have a lot of connection with that kind of big brain community over. I'm like, that's interesting.
Is that partially because a lot of the big-brained universities are coastal?
Maybe, probably. That
like it becomes part of the academic culture.
Yeah, it's just there.
Yeah,
but I think that also it's like some of the stuff that people think about and contemplate while they're out there on the waves is kind of cool.
Yeah, I do know surfers talk a lot about that.
With the woo woo stuff that's off over yonder, you're fine. But the way waves function too, and just the way water, like, it's a weird thing. The concept of riding through that tunnel and stuff and getting that view that nobody else can see unless they've been exactly there where you are, because even somebody else's wave is going to be different. And no two waves will be the same, even if one might be a little similar. They're never going to be identical. And all these other factors that one might think about while they're riding away. That's the thing is, man, I know how surfing functions, and I've been like out playing in the ocean and on boogie boards and other things, but I've never actually been surfing, and I couldn't even do it now. My legs are messed up, so I couldn't stand on something like that. But I've always thought the people who do that are cool as shit. Like, that's awesome. Especially the ones who know, like, they'll do this mountain of a wave, and I'm like, oh my god, how can you stand on that surfboard with balls that must be so heavy? Like, holy shit, what are you doing? I guess that's how they got balanced. Oh, damn. But like, these people, they'll go into these storms that are incredible, and it's like, that thing would eat you. That wave will eat you if you fall off that board.
And they come out fine.
Yeah. And they just come through right through the tunnel, like, and then the crowd, because like everybody's heart stops for a second. And then they come out and everybody's cheering, like, yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember there was a surfing competition type thing. I did see that one time. There's one time I have actually seen it. It was just like on the beach, people were doing a thing. It wasn't a legit, like, whatever. It was just a couple people kind of.
Yeah.
Going. Yeah.
Making waves in the waves.
Yeah. Same way skateboarders would show off and do it.
Yeah. And people would just come around and congregate.
Yeah, exactly. Crowds form when cool stuff happens.
Yeah, I mean,
the beach in a while.
Guys like Spooky, their butt hurt.
I've noticed that a lot of people start sending messages into the DM. I have 12 DMs that I haven't responded to because I don't really care. Like, unless you're one of the regulars here on the server and you've sent me a friend request, I'm probably not going to respond to a DM that's in there. Like, nah.
I usually just respond with like offensive memes.
I should build up a stack of all these offensive words and stuff, and not to send instantly, but if somebody uses a curse word, like, I'll like micromanage with etymology every single word that they say. Like, oh, you use this curse word. Oh, you hand selected it. The reason why is this, though, because that's my defense mechanism. If somebody's going to take the quiver of all the words and say, I've got all these pointed words that I know hurt my feels, and they're going to shoot all those at me, I'm going to stop them in time, like Neo, and one by one, pick them out of the air and shoot them right back at them with pinpoint accuracy at exactly where I want to hit. And then hopefully it won't hurt the next time they get hit with that word, because they'll learn something.
Yeah. It'll always hurt while they're asleep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you pour rubbing alcohol on an open wound that's infected, it's going to hurt. So These people are wounded, man. That's why these things hurt them, these sound effects, and they use them so bitterly. We use them casually, like, hey, words mean something, and we know what we mean when we say the words that we're using. And they hear a sound effect, oh my god, you said that. That's just because that's what it means to you, and you're taking on offense because you're retarded.
Yeah.
And then the other end of the spectrum is when they get angry at text, you are literally pissed off at a picture. Because every single one of these letters is a glyph. It's a picture. So you're looking at a picture or several pictures combined together, forming a systematic series of pictures to convey information, to create an image inside of your head. And you're angry at the image inside of your head because of pictures and sound effects. That is ridiculous.
That is a lack of mastery of oneself.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm just calling everyone out who gets in their emotions over that kind of stuff. Like, I'll definitely get pissed off sometimes. It's not beyond me. I'm human. Especially if I feel like y'all being disrespected by some clown. I'm like, oh, hell no. And it builds up like fire, and I have to say something. Usually I'll mute myself and walk away. But sometimes I do. I'll slip up and I'll do.
The art is to let your temporal self care, but don't let your ego care.
Yep. Because the ego wants to feed. It wants to eat. It'll become a troll, and it'll want to be fed constantly.
Let your ego laugh and completely detach from everything that you're experiencing, and nothing will get to you. And you'll be able to assess everything that someone says a lot more smoothly. It's easier said than done, though.
One thing we got to remember is we're all going to turn into dust at some point and be no better than dirt. And we're going to be probably put in a grave the same size as everybody else's grave, regardless of how much they got paid.
Well, our bodies are.
Yeah. Now, that's what I'm saying. So after that, that's what really matters. And unless you've got that figured out, you got a problem.
But after that, you're not going to care what shape the Earth is.
No, won't matter.
None of this will matter.
It could pass away, and you wouldn't care.
Yeah, nothing that has ever happened will. I mean, it won't matter,
and you wouldn't care.
Yeah,
because you'd be where you belong.
Yeah. Well, you'd be outside time or outside entropy, so you'd have the first and the last experience. All we have here is the moment.
In a video game, you beat the game. You're doing your best. You did all the things. You unlock a new game plus.
There you go.
And so now you can play the game, but there's really no negative consequences because you're already maxed out with all your stats, and it's like whatever. You've got everything unlocked, full maps, all of it.
Yeah.
Straight up, like almost practically God mode, but not quite.
Yeah.
And there's no time limits. It just keeps going. Like the timers are all shut off, so you don't have to worry about rushing or anything. You can't die. That got deactivated. It's literally just walking around exploring the world freely and able to do certain things.
The only thing you don't get in New Game Plus is the keys to all the locked doors. They take all those.
The DLC is pretty cool though, because
yeah,
all new city comes down. Like that's
all new city.
Awesome. Unlock a whole new map and everything. I have a habit of using everybody's worldviews as parables, because on the one end, we can argue and debate against all these things, right? But how can I get away from what they're trying to hyperfixate on and lead back to something else? And I'm not talking about the globe and the earth. When I say worldview, I'm talking about just perspective. Like finding different things that stand out, and then it'll lead to a story related to that.
Yeah.
I think that's a good way to teach people things.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, well, I think I'm going to get into bed. So, y'all have a good night.
All right, man. Well, you stay blessed and have a good one. Well, I'm
right,
sure I'll see you around tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I'll see y'all.
Later, man. think the problem with the problem with stories, and the good part about parables is the bad part about stories. People really like stories. And if there's not parables that make them think, they'll look for fantasy stories that give them that stinking thinking. Oh, gosh. Somewhere between feeling tired and not able to sleep. If nobody wants to talk, though, I think I'm going to play a little bit of music, I guess. Like, half the room's deafened anyway, so. And since it's like 1:20, I have no idea if some of the other people who are muted are asleep and just chilling in here. Like, see you tomorrow, man. Anybody awake around? Want to speak up and say what's up? I think I'll just set up a couple songs to play then.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
School, I think I was 5 years old. The teacher pulled out a globe to teach us the earth's a globe. I believed what I was told, embracing my education. Didn't know that globes were only created for decoration, not for scholastic purposes that make people feel purposeless. We're living on level surfaces covered by the firmament. I remember how absurd it sounded when I first heard of it, but our God is fervent and his word is perfect and permanent. We're programmed when we're children, our minds are kept in a prison. This is the work of the devil, the evil plan of a villain. We're taught to accept how we're living in these hellish conditions, and every day we're unwittingly being hexed by magicians. By Satan's hand they are driven, they're strictly sent to dismantle the population. They won't stop till your soul is stripped from its vessel. They claim your life is an accident and you're really not special. Don't be afflicted by their fiction, come and get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it. But the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget, just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They clearly can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be with me, you people really need to get on my level. ODD TV, I'm coming with a disruption. With all my flat earth homies on the Hitler production. Separate fiction from fact, we're gonna end the corruption. Letting people know the earth is flat, end of discussion. Dave Murphy is your teacher, boy, class is in session. And Eddie Bravo's in this bitch to teach your asses a lesson. Tanner Stewart's in the house, he's gonna show you the ropes. He's gonna school you on how NASA's just a joke and a hoax. Let me introduce you to the rest of my posse. We got Johnny G and Papa and Santos Bonacci. We're at the core of the resistance and we'll never obey. And there's my brother from another mother, Eric Dubay. If he debates Neil deGrasse Tyson, he will rip off his head. I'll rap about it on a beat I made and rip it to shreds. If the earth's a globe, then how come they can't give an example? Their lies are flimsy, it's a pity. Come on, get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it. But the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. $23 billion, that's a hell of a fucking budget. Just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They really can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be wimpy, you people really need to get on my level.
Flawless victory.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a
famous on the galaxy.
They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Position to be in your head for a minute. I thought I mentioned how politicians is just in it for riches. He blue collar for 40 years and yet he can't get pension. But it's 52 million a day on some fake space missions. Money's in the wrong position, wrong pockets and purses. Actually what the fact is that money is truly worthless. The purpose of printing money is to put you deeper in debt to it. Lower class could spend their whole lives trying to get to it and not profit 2 cents as if loot be elusive. Tragic who you can lose when it happens to be reducing. I'm guessing that my conclusion, money make us act stupid. They divide with it, conquer it, then continue to rule with it. Cool as a cucumber, but we hungry like some hostages. They live in paradise, while they keep us where the monsters live, called the metropolis. And debt keeps it operative, and the money is generated solely by the populace.
We spent our whole damn lives trapped in the bankster's paradise. Keep spending our whole life living in the bankster's paradise. We spent our whole damn lives trapped in the bankster's paradise. Keep spending our whole life living in the bankster's paradise.
Money equals slavery, slavery equals money. Man, I hate living this way, cause they're taking my freedom from me. It ain't gonna be so funny when you find out the fact that you're meant to be on the bottom. They designed it like that. Many people refuse to believe, but it's actually all for real. And the truth is there to see on the back of the dollar bill. It's a pyramid with an all-seeing eye at the top, letting you know that you're a slave whether you like it or not. They make the rules and we're the ones that must obey. It's not a mystery. We're kept in the dark and we're kept away from our true history. The system we live in uses humans to harvest energy. So basically the Matrix is really a documentary. Facts. They live, we sleep, and they love to fuck us over. Bang, bang, skeet, skeet. They take over your mind and they control you with their lies. I just want you to open up your eyes.
Tell me why are we so blind to see that there's no such thing as freedom when none of us are free? Tell me why are we so blind to see that there's no such thing as freedom when none of us are free? We spent our whole damn lives trapped in the bankster's paradise. Keep spending our we begin. Why are we so blind to see that there's no such thing as freedom when none of us are free? Tell me, why are we so blind to see that there's no such thing as freedom when none of us are free? We spent our whole damn lives trapped in the bankster's paradise. Keep spending our whole life living in the bankster's paradise. We spent our whole damn lives trapped in the bankster's paradise. Keep spending our whole life living in the bankster's paradise. This is our world. This is our world. Yeah. All my homies are asking what I'm so mad at. The human race is enslaved, I can't see past that. And I'm sick of being treated like a lab rat, turning all our lives into a joke that they can laugh at. Life is supposed to be an adventure where you're free to roam, but to most people having freedom isn't even known. Free-range humans that don't even know that their freedom's gone. When you start seeking a reason, all roads will lead to Rome. The Holy Roman Empire, it never really fell. They control everything under the dome in which we dwell. They want Earth to be exactly the way it is in hell. They stole your mind and they turned it into a prison cell. Kept in the matrix, you must beware of the agents. You might just stare in amazement once you're aware and awakened. All this deception is blatant, kind of embarrassing, ain't it? There is nowhere they won't take it, and now it's time that we change it. This is our world, and there is no change in the facts. We came to take it all back. It's time to reclaim it. This is our world, and we will go out with a fight. We will stand up for what's right. We won't tolerate it. This is our world, and we just won't take anymore. Ready to take it to war. No way to escape it. This is our world. There's nowhere to run or to hide. Plus we have God on our side. You ain't gonna make it. This is our world. Open up your eyes. Look where we are. The Zionists and Jesuits took it too far. The conditions that we live in are truly bizarre. Time to rip up this entire system and pull it apart. I knew from the start that this battle will not be easy. I try to wake people up to truth and they still don't believe me. They keep the poor people poor, meanwhile the rich just grow greedy. We're gonna have to stand up to them cause they will not go freely. Everything you think you know is wrong, I bet that's a surprise. They slapped a bow on top and sold us a package of lies. From ancient knowledge and true wisdom, they have us deprived. We gotta fight, the only chance that we have to survive. We're fed up, we've had it with this stupid ass establishment. Everything they preach to us and teach us is inaccurate. We have had enough of this, we're angry and we're about to flip. They don't know how crazy it's about to get. This is our world, and there is no change in the facts. We came to take it all back. It's time to reclaim it. This is our world, and we will go out with a fight. We will stand up for what's right. We won't tolerate it. This is our world, and we just won't take anymore. Ready to take it to war. No way to escape it. This is our world. There's nowhere to run or to hide. Plus we have God on our side. You ain't gonna make it. This is our world. This is our world.
always stumbling blocks. Yeah, we moving down obstacles. Water seeks to find level and stopping it is impossible. May as well say this is just like where's Waldo? Being born until the last night your fault though. You still think you're living on a ball with your friends. Meanwhile 1,000 miles an hour. Never felt the earth spin. Space wizards claim that they landed on that moon, then destroyed the technology like a congress of baboons. Mankind became tools. Now everyone is oppressed. Took God out of schools. Now these fools need some new vests. Why do you think there are so many churches? When you make some things common, they start to become worthless. Why would they lie? So you would pay for your sins. So currency for eternity is what devils stealing. About their father's business, still destroying, killing, and stealing. Now there's hidden knowledge, and you're living by your feelings. Reaction's just a product of external stimuli, but action's always something that you get to decide. Every action leads to reaction, and you can't even lie. Speaking of lies, did you know that's a means to deceive? Propagating the faith and orchestrating belief. Predictive programming on perpetual repeat. With scrying me with signals as you walk down the street. If the earth is a sphere, then where's the drop over distance? Without a fishy lens, Earth's curve has never been witnessed. Scientific means that this thing must produce knowledge. And models require measurements you won't find in your college. Always begging for a model like you needed to live. Meanwhile, scientific role models don't even exist. You keep watching cartoons and thinking this is what real is.
Without measurements that produce knowledge, there is not a scientific model. The word modulus means measure. Scientificus means producing knowledge. The scientificus modulus of Earth does not exist.
All right. What's up, y'all? I know. Doesn't seem to be much going on. Oh, man.
Hey, is anybody up? 'Cause why did Elon or whatever his name is, why did he come out and say the truth? Like, that's super weird. I mean, is there like a preparation going on for transition to? I mean, it feels like there's a preparation for transition going on everywhere now, right? So wouldn't it be there as well? Like, if we're just sticking with the trend?
Sure, man.
Well, why did he admit that the Earth is flat on Twitter? It's weird, right?
Made his reference to, well, it's flattening at the, yeah.
No, there was a post, but so do you not know about this at all?
Okay. I remember when somebody said something about running out of conspiracy.
Same thing.
He's all run out of conspiracy theories, and then somebody mentioned flat Earth.
They've never seen the Tesla in space video, but they believe that the Tesla in space happened because someone told them it did. Okay,
Wait,
if they all saw if they all saw the Tesla in space video, they would all be like, "That's fake as fuck. Fuck that." You know?
Yeah.
Right now in 2023, come on, this is game over if people just paid attention.
You know it's real because it looks so fake.
Right. But nobody's ever really seen it. That's what's crazy. I mean, I know that the world is a stage, and so do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so
you know what a person is? Like the etymology of the word person?
Like a corpse or something, right? Like Black's Law Dictionary?
No, I'm talking about etymology, going back to the roots type thing.
Oh, a mask?
Actor's mask or a character in a play.
Yeah, right. It's a lie, basically, is what it is.
Yeah.
It's like a built-in lie inside your body, which is crazy. You know, like why are we the way we are? Why are men and women at each other? That's not natural. That's not like the way. I mean, it's crazy the way people are.
They inverted it, man.
Yeah, it's bonkers. So
okay, I've been doing some research and I've come to the conclusion that to me, I have verses that can prove it, and etymology and other things, but love is actually the natural order of things.
Yes, I'm with you.
They try and say that survival of the fittest is, which that's the natural order of things when it comes to death. Like
right, what you said is why they killed Lennon, which is what no one ever talks about.
Yeah,
why did they kill John Lennon? because he wasn't with all of everything, and he was teaching the real message, right? They got rid of him.
Replacing the. Yeah.
I just think if you get rid of that dude that's like telling you that love is the answer, then you take away people's hope.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's like really devastating psychological effects behind, and that was all. I mean, in my mind, I've had people say like you give them too much credit or what, right? But I mean, I don't know. I just don't think.
I'm half asleep, man. I'm trying to listen and keep up and talk, but I need to sit up.
No, it's okay, man. It's cool.
Well, no, I'm not really tired, but it's like I'm groggy. You know, it's my fault it's my fault because I laid down. I need to.
Well, it's like 45 degrees here, so I opened up all my windows, and I'm burning a fire for the last. While the masses are out, and I say this with an Irish accent, right? Like the O with the apostrophe obliterated. I'm just burning not the last of my firewood, but just I don't know. I'm just burning some, kind of hang out and watch the fire. I don't really trust people that don't like fire. But anyway, yeah, get some rest, dude.
No,
it's all good.
I'm gonna go to sleep soon, maybe like 30 minutes. I got to do a couple things anyway. It's no worries. I was really dozing off because it got quiet in here and everybody had kind of left or fallen asleep or whatever. So
right, that's the only reason.
I resigned myself to being bored.
Dude, are you in DFW?
What's that?
Are you in DFW?
Is that another server?
No. See, I don't know how to read when I'm on this. I'm like when I'm actually verbally engaged, I don't know how to like see anything.
You talking about one of the chats?
No, we got a friend in here. I'm trying to think of what his name used to be. So it used to be, I think Gizbo, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. To me, I guess some part of my brain, y'all's voices sound similar to me, and I can't see. Like I said, I can't see who's talking or anything, any names.
Well, I'm Aetherus. So
okay, cool. Yeah, then all right, yeah. You're funny, man. You come in and say like some left field insightful shit. So I appreciate you, dude.
Yeah, I'll try and just chill and listen for a lot of times, and then other things when it's like this, like there's nobody around or there's one person, like be the other person to talk.
Hey, Ether, how are you today?
How's it going, S-Up or S-Up?
Yeah. Well, it's okay. I just came home today, so yeah, I'm just checking out what's happening in my flat Earth family.
Hey,
we're standing on the same ground you are.
Okay.
I feel like that gets lost in the conversation.
How are we? Well, I still got the same question that I asked last time, just repeating. My favorite astronaut ever. How are we going to get to the moon if we can't talk between 2 or 3 buildings? I'm just picking and saying something completely off the wall.
Yeah, it's for safety, for your own safety, obviously.
Yeah, but no, for real. How's it going, SD? I haven't talked to you in a minute. Been a while.
Well, you know about our server got banned, right?
Yeah, I know what I saw that stuff happen.
Yeah, we were building it back up, and I'm in this new job, and we're getting better people. We're getting better listeners. There's one guy who is a Glover in our Clown World. We have a separate channel just for him called Clown World.
Oh gosh!
And he's the only Glover in our whole Discord that's active, and he just keep on posting the glow posts over and over again.
What's the best joke that you got over there?
Wait, let me see over here.
Think about it for a second. I'd love to hear that. Like preferably
This
an
guy
insult.
always comes over, okay? He always comes over and just posted one video that's on the Mirage thing. You know, whenever it's a really bit heat in the summer in the desert area, it seems like it's curving. So he had one video, just one video, okay, that has a curve looking thing on it. And he was like, this is my proof. Where's your claim? Where's your flip? And we gave him hundreds of them, okay? Just maybe hundreds. Every meme, everything. And one of the best meme that I got for him was this, you know, the Sparta movie, the one with all the warriors and the armors. So the Greek warrior. Just imagine a Greek warrior, okay? And there's one hermit or just a clown face king, okay? And he comes and asks you, why do you believe you live in a sphere, right? And one of them speak as, my mom told me to. And he looked at the other one, picking the other one. I saw it on TV. And you, most people believe it.
Yeah, I'm reading your clown chat and no.
What's the best insult? They don't. Come on. I mean, they can't.
I'm just gonna scroll up really far randomly and see what I see.
Yeah. Just tell me the best insult. That's all I want to know.
Randomly selected, randomly generated. Just shuffling it.
Perfect. Well, actually, could you pick the best one?
I'll see if I can find something.
It'd be cool if we could, like, in this little moment, make a really quality joke go viral. You know, because I could just go gently place it. Places on the internet that are like scared of me right now.
We'll start with a really lowbrow, low-level, single word insult with ad hom. This is the first one I landed on. Dumbass. He just says dumbass, and
that way, like 5 years from now, whenever I look back on our friendship, the first thing that you send me will be like a bunch of random insults that don't really mean anything. That'll be funny. Just kidding. I'm gonna shut up.
No, I'm trying to find something that's actually witty, because all of that was just an ad hom attached to a picture, like, oh, I'm sharing evidence that I have or whatever, and I'm gonna use a word that I think is insulting. Yeah. I don't see anything that funny. Also, I'm too tired to have that kind of sense of humor right now.
Oh, that guy is an aerospace engineer. Ooh, yeah. There's a chat. He said, I have a degree in aerospace engineering. What do you got?
Okay. Oh. I love that you got him. You changed his. You got him nicknamed as Massive Troll. That I'll take a screenshot of because it's kind of funny.
Are y'all on Telegram at all?
Yep.
I think I have a Telegram, but I don't use it regularly. Probably.
It's like the only uncensored place on the internet right now.
Yeah. Just like what they're starting a WhatsApp, right?
Yeah, but it's also owned, like it was founded by like a World Economic Forum like chairman, or whatever. So what the fuck are they?
I'm just gonna post this. I cropped out his actual screen name, but he knows who he is, and he'll laugh when he sees himself on here if he ever were to. Like, yeah, hey man, massive troll guy.
I just feel like people are waking up in masses right now. It's crazy. I think. I feel Like, there's at least, according to their numbers, there's like at least 30% of people didn't go along with getting genetically modified, right? So that means that's a lot, dude. It doesn't. The world right now,
We can't really talk about much close to
Right.
that.
Exactly. So I know, but what I'm saying is not. Don't worry. I'm not. I'm aware. I'm aware. No, like the world is run by what percentage of people right now? Would you say?
That's right.
Like,
You just told me about the Telegram thing. See, it's making my brain lag, and I am not normally this slow. I'm usually keeping up.
Yeah, that's all right.
I am about to go to sleep soonish, though.
Cool, man. All right, good to know.
No,
I was hanging.
chat though. I'm gonna drink a bottle of water first.
Oh, that's a good idea. Probably grab an extra one while you're in there.
Yeah, I'll be right back. 1 minute. All right.
Anybody that wants. Wait, go ahead. Sorry. Damn it. We're the same.
Oh, you're good. I was just saying, all right.
Okay. So I was just gonna say, anybody that wants to chime in on their opinion about why Elon would. I don't know.
Look, dude. Elon.
It's been driving me crazy.
Elon is one of them. Like Elon is like one of those like elite weirdos. Okay, we know this.
Wait.
And look, he said something to the extent of, if there's an anthill in the way and you're trying to build a road, well, it's not that you hate ants. Sorry, you're trying to build a road. And I'm like, what? This dude is like in on the Depop agenda, and
I know, but I'm talking about like the way it's affecting the average person. Okay, so like the average person that they may or may not have thought about how weird the past few years have been. Like they may or not have thought about it, But the average person, when Zuby goes on Twitter and says we're out of conspiracy theories, can we get some more? They've all come true, and then somebody with a big blue check mark and however many whatever, that whole thing, like. And says, but the Earth is still round, right? Or wait, but the Earth is still round, and then it's like down lower is right. Like they're panicking.
Yeah.
And and then
Zuby's been talking to Elon a lot, apparently.
Right, Elon chimes in on that completely unrelated post and says it's mostly flattish. Wait, it's mostly flattishly round.
Yeah, I heard him say that. Yeah.
Wait, so whatever. I mean, that is some obvious double speak or whatever.
Well, he also said what did he say about like the moon landing or whatever? He was like, well, we know it's real because it looks so fake. Like, no, dude, that's some double speak too.
The car.
Yeah, he's talking about.
Yeah. And we all know. Did you see
model car?
We saw the bubbles. You get bubbles like in water, like. Who are you trying to fool?
Everyone. And it
Like,
works.
I know there's a lot of people that, like, I don't know, especially probably like QAnon people and like super patriots and stuff that might be like, oh yes, Elon, yay, he's taking over Twitter, hooray, or whatever. But it's nothing. Like, it's not. I don't know. Elon's not their friend. He's not your friend, guys. Elon is not your friend. Okay, he's not. Like, he hasn't done anything for you. Just like NASA hasn't done anything for you. NASA hasn't fed any starving children. NASA hasn't, given any homes for the homeless. They've
Wait a
$23 billion a year.
Whole time. I thought that's what they were doing this whole time. I thought, like, don't philanthropists spend their own money? Wait a minute. Wait a second.
They do. Wait a minute. They do make habitats for the homeless, habitats for humanity. Where else are astronauts supposed to sit their asses?
Fucking assholes. Oh, I should probably wash my mouth. Nassholes. Yeah, I call them nassholes.
Wait, they're not feeding kids? I thought that. I'm so confused now.
Yeah. It's like I commonly ask people, like, you really believe in NASA? Like, what has NASA ever done for you? What has NASA ever done for any part of humanity ever? What does sending man and machines to this fictitious space, how does this help anybody? It doesn't. It just makes a matrix in people's brains that keeps them disconnected from source, that keeps them disconnected from reality, which keeps them controllable. Because if I'm an elite of status or whatever, and I've got all of this knowledge, like these guys, these upper echelon elite folks, they know the Earth is not a ball. They know it's not a spinning ball. But you know what? If everybody else knew that, it's over. Like, it's like, if I were to tell you everything that I know and I hold power over you, well, then you could compete for my power. Why would I want you competing for my power? You see? So it's a big thing. It's a big thing all the way, to what the physical nature of this Earth is. It's in a lot of the Masonic art. If you look at it, you look at the sun and the moon painted underneath a dome, over a checkerboard floor, and they've got the pillars and everything. It's very, very much tied into this whole system of controlling the masses, and it's mostly a mental control thing. So anyway, I'm off my soapbox. If anyone would like to comment.
I think that it's majority parasitic in nature.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think nature lies, and I think that it's obvious when you look at how the system works that it's a parasite. So I think, like, the answer for people is to cleanse their body of parasites. It's not. I mean, it's difficult to do, but it's not. You can go get a blueprint for it if you really want to, like, be human again. And you've been around, like, cats and dogs as, like, domesticated pets, then you've got worms inside you, and those will control your energetic field as well. Like, they'll control your electric field, your mind. Like, that's real. And I don't think that, like, we have really, majority of even truthers have really taught them,
Oh yeah, I actually talked about this with one of my buddies about how, like a lot of people have, like, actual, like, parasites, all throughout their bodies. And honestly, the diet, the bull crap that they are feeding us, this overly processed stuff, this stuff with fructose and sucrose, the sugar, is feeding parasites.
I'm just kidding. Yes, it's awful. That's 100% my point.
Yes, I'm right there with you.
Yes, so, like, okay, so for anyone listening, the first starting point is just getting charcoal in your body. Like it absorbs everything. It's the like if there's ever anything wrong with, I don't know, like if something's smelly, what do? You put charcoal on it. Like it. Yeah, that's the number one. Get that in your body at all times. Like that takes so much of the process away from your vital organs that like need to be filtering other it frees up so much horsepower in the
And
body.
turmeric. Oh my gosh, turmeric. Like, yeah.
Are you taking it with black pepper?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, because the black pepper activates it. I love that you guys know this. Like, I have found a portal, a world where other people know the same stuff that I know, and I don't feel like such a weirdo.
No, you're the same weirdo. Don't worry.
We're the same weirdos. It's great.
You're the same weirdo. Oh, the fact that makes it worse.
Was that Platsy?
Hey, weird means having the power to control destiny.
You know, but aside from bodily parasites, there's a lot of mentally parasitic stuff, you know, in the world. Not just like, you know, brain parasites, but I'm just talking about a lot of the stuff that, you know, people consume, you know.
Right. So what would be your top 3 things to just eliminate for people?
Honestly, pornography, video games, and well,
you can't say the news. That's too much.
Huh?
You can't say the news. That's too much.
I was gonna say the news. I was gonna say the news though, and I was like, oh man.
Well, let's go to sports then. Can you imagine?
Yes, yeah, we could do that. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Pornography, video games, and sports. Yeah, those would be the top. Absolutely.
Stop paying attention to sports tomorrow. It's like half the people did. How much we would get done. It would be insane what we would accomplish tomorrow. I feel like the whole false overlay hologram thing that we're living in would flip over and be like bright, you know?
Well, you know what they say? Give them bread and give them circus, and they will never revolt.
Mm-hmm.
You know, is it Julius Caesar?
No, it's Orwell. And it's like give them bread, most of all gambling. And now gambling is being like normalized and legalized everywhere. Whereas me, I'm like, man, I used to gamble back in the day. I had a bookie. And I knew that was a scam. That was one dude.
Look up the etymology of the word gamble, man.
Okay, tell me. Because I had one bookie. I had one bookie and I knew he was winning no matter what. I knew that he was quick to bring me my money. You know what I mean? Like when I would win, when I would go on a little tear, he would bring my money fast. Like the second I was over the cash out limit, he would be there, you know? Like when I requested it, he was there. So what happens whenever it's like the whole system is now saying, well, no, I'm your bookie, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You're like a central bank being your bookie.
That's funny. Everybody always thinks of that when thinking of gamble. By the way, Jenny, you mentioned the Matrix, and I'm like, okay, I got to do the Matrix, and then I looked that up, and that was interesting. But gamble, it's not just going to a casino and stuff, man. People gamble all the time.
Oh yeah,
children. Children gamble.
You know what blew my mind? Okay, I'd been traveling the States working Renaissance festivals for the past like 10 years, right? And at one particular festival, there was no joke, an actual like room with like slot machines or whatever, little gambling machines. And I was like, this is a Renaissance, that's not even time period. Like I was really, really upset about it.
It's not a time period.
That's not time period at all. Like what? A casino?
You don't know the story of Merlin's slot machine? Never mind. I mean,
I don't know. I do know that I wore a a leprechaun, this crazy leprechaun.
Nope, it's a leprechaun now.
It's a leprechaun now,
A
bro.
leprechaun and a
leprechaun with a unicorn horn on it.
Unicorn and a leprechaun got somehow busy, and yep, it's a leprechaun now. No, I'm just kidding.
So
Go
now,
ahead, dude.
so now that you're a leprechaun, continue.
You said it. It's canon.
Yeah, I know, but I wore it to a Renaissance fair on St. Patrick. It was like I don't know how many years ago. Today, or yesterday, I guess. Whatever. But it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy to think about. Like, I would never do that now. There's like zero. There's zero part of me to ever do. Like, there's just no way. I just wouldn't. I just wouldn't. I would not. Like, I wouldn't entertain that. People wouldn't even ask me.
I like to dress up and talk in funny accents to people.
Really? I wish I knew how to do that so bad. I think about that every day, that I wish I was good at
what, doing voices?
Yes. It drives me crazy every day that I'm not good at that.
I believe everybody can do it.
It's something I should be able to work on and
all right,
be good at. But it's just
okay. If I were to give you a pencil and a piece of paper and say draw a person, I don't care how good you can draw. You can make a stick figure, but you can draw a person. So the same thing applies. You might not be very good, but you can still do it. I'm just picking. I'm joking. But really, they're practicing voices. Like anybody can, if you do it long enough, you'd be able to do at least some that would make you laugh, and they're close enough where it'd be like whatever. You don't do things outside of your range because you just can't do it. There's no point in trying.
If they make you laugh, they might make somebody next to you laugh.
I can't wait for the moment that I'm in the middle of a debate with a Globie and I just jump into an accent. Like, aren't you just a silly little goose?
I know how to change one.
Can we talk about the gematria of the Matrix? The word, the Matrix.
Is it
I was just gonna make one
gematria
last
or is it gematria, like gem?
No, it's etymology. Wait. What was the term you used?
Is it gem? Like, okay, so you know how you spell gem, like GEM, gem.
Yeah.
So it would be gematria.
Yeah, like Gemini.
Yeah, like Gemini, gematria, Gemini. And the funny thing about that, with the correlation of etymology, is the duality of gematria and the duality of the sign of Gemini. That just struck my brain like lightning. Lightning has just struck my brain.
For sure, I'm like a Gemini person, and I've always I just figured out today that I've always because of the dualistic nature of also the Pisces, I've always been after Pisces people in my life, and I always realized that I really like Pisces people, but they don't really like me.
Oh, so that's so facts, dude.
I just gotta let it go because I gotta let it. It is weird.
It's so funny. I'm a Pisces. I'm a February Pisces, so I'm closer to the Aquarius side of things.
Yeah, for sure. That's the better side.
I'm telling you, it is. I'm not tooting my own horn or anything, but I'm February Pisces are cool as shit.
The people on the other side would disagree with you, but that's just just your bias versus their bias,
That's true. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I have a few March Pisces friends, and they are we are tight homies, and I absolutely love and adore them. Doesn't mean they don't get on my nerves. I'm sure I get on their nerves. We're just the
never get on anyone's nerves.
We're like the polar opposite of the spectrum. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
Yeah.
Fucking Pisces.
You know what I never knew in my whole human life is that little plastic fish that would lay on its side that they would put some kind of like moisture on or some liquid or whatever, and it would make it do something. I never knew what that thing ever did or never seen it work. Is that real? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like the red little plastic fish thing.
Look, I don't even know what you're talking about, man.
I'm running at like
Plastic fish thing?
10% mental capacity. I can't even fathom what
Look, you got me thinking. You got me thinking.
No, it's yes or no. It's cool. It's all good. It's a yes or no. It's no big deal.
Well, like, you got me thinking about those just add water like gelatin sea creatures.
Were those like the gummy bears? Did you know the thing with the gummy bears where you could soak it in water overnight or whatever, and it would like massively balloon in size for just a short period of time? Yeah. So how else does that work? And does it have the same collapse effects? Is there something that's immune to the collapse? Is it the Hindenburg, right? To me, it seems like all of this is to keep everyone away from the airships. Because you don't even need like etheric free energy for that. Like you don't need
wait, how the fuck did you
How
jump
did we get from gummy bears to the Hindenburg?
Yeah, wait, what are It's too early for this, dude.
Bro, take a break. Drink some water.
I will hold your hand through it right now. So I brought up the idea of remembering that you could soak a gummy bear in water and it would like massively inflate. And then, yes, that led me to thinking about how the whole Hindenburg style, like, it's crazy that, because all you need is an airship. You need a blimp, right? That's all you need. Like, you need, right? I mean, if everyone could have one of those car, right? Which you could have had 15 years ago, maybe, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's super insane. It's like all the lies are like on top of each other to like just buy just enough time before everyone figures it out. Like, okay, so the first person that ever taught me about the Earth was this dude I used to do these like conscious radio shows with back in the day. He was like naval intelligence or whatever, and he's fucking brilliant. I mean, but the dude just went off on some tangents about some things. You know, to him, it's just 100% common sense. Like I don't know. He said this thing that stuck with me. It was just like, dude, 2 glasses of water on a table prove that the Earth's not a ball. It's really that simple. You don't really have to go any further than that.
But it is a little bit. It is good to go a little bit further than that.
For sure.
Just saying. I mean, like, you know, the whole go above and beyond type of, you know, get it done.
I don't know, but I feel like for foundational knowledge, like what am I going to tell my 2-year-old daughter? I'm going to tell her that. I'm going to say, see these 2 glasses of water on the table? Does that look like a ball to you? Right. I mean, I feel like that's all I'm going to say. If you have more questions, you know I'm here. You know.
That's the comprehensive, fundamental, you know.
You cannot honestly get past that, right? Okay, so that's just me. I'm just like, look, if I can film you from above with no sound, and I can have a conversation with you, and I can bring this up, and then the whole crowd can see that you, right, that it's over for you, that you like it, because people can't lie with their body, really, you know.
Right.
Do you know that whole thing about like, yeah, sorry. How did I go from so really the airships though, isn't that the solution? All we need is like some factories to distribute them to people, because right?
Is the solution to what? Finding the or observing the non-existent curvature?
No, I'm talking about having multiple people escape to whatever we're being, like whatever farm we're in, like outside the fence, you know?
That's funny, because you get me thinking of alien ant farm.
I mean, I want to go to the center and I want to go out. You know, I want to know what's like beyond.
Yeah.
I think that everyone needs to be. It's just high time that like a bunch of dudes, whether you went with the sorcery over the past 30 years or not, now's the time to look at, wait a minute. I know this government's lying to me, and they block off this whole area and say we can't go there no matter what. Well, what happens when a lot go? I don't think it would take as
Right. What happens when an entire fleet of human beings decide that we want to go exploring? What are they going to do? How are they going to cover that up? Like, how are they going to cover up an excursion of like?
We're all live streaming it the entire way until our cell service cuts off because we're in the outer rim. Like, to me, there's a no fail way. You're telling me the other people, I'm like, cool, I'm right behind you now. I just saw that. So I don't know. I mean, to me, I don't know. I've been paying attention to all of this for a long time. Makes sense.
Something that goes through my head, and this may or may not be relevant, but they let people go up to freaking the top of Mount Everest and freeze to death, and like, I don't know. There's always a bunch of frozen bodies up there, right? But they won't let anybody independently explore past 60 degrees northern or southern latitude. They kind of keep everybody in this little, it's like a giant cattle ring, bro. It's like a giant cattle ring.
100%. That's my whole point.
And so
that's my whole point.
Yeah.
The airships is a huge wrench in all of that, because now they have to build up their cages so that they go up to the sky. If we have airship, because all we need is a little motor and like NASA owns all the helium. I wonder why. And they're like, I wonder why, and we need that. So we don't need a
reason
lot.
why, because NASA's filling up giant balloons to hang their satellites from, their solar panels.
They're just pissing it out into the atmosphere. That's what I think.
Look, at this point,
they're just wasting it. They're just like, nah.
The fact that NASA is still going with their shenanigans, at this point, they're pissing in the wind.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I got one that I think y'all think is funny. I did the etymology for atmosphere.
Okay. As long as I'll listen to you, as long as we can go back to the Matrix.
Yeah, I was just gonna show it on the live stream voice text thing.
Let's see. Atmosphere. Word forming element, meaning vapor, from Greek atmos, vapor, steam, which is of uncertain origin. Watkins has it from pi, from root.
Wait, the atmosphere doesn't come from the Earth? Is that what they're telling people?
Correct.
That's insane.
That's
insanity. That's insanity. That's like saying you went and dug in your closet and you were
it's made out of vapor.
Yeah.
Okay, let me read that again. Let me read that again. Okay.
It's made out of vapor and steam. Like it's basically made out of vapor, but the other half of it is actually then connect that with the ball part.
It says which is of uncertain origin.
The vapor came from space is what their story is? Wait a second.
No.
I really want to think about it.
The uncertain origin has to do with where the word originally came from, I think. Is what
So
it's
something like the
we're talking about the word. Yeah, we're talking about the word, not where the steam's coming from. So, yeah, it's not saying that. But it is saying that they don't actually know where the original origin of the atmo word is, but it means vapor or vapor and steam. Which I should highlight both of those because then that would get rid of the confusion.
So here's something that's connecting in my brain.
The bottom part right there that I did highlight, like it talks about to blow or inspire, spiritually arouse, and then the sphere part is just ball, and I'm like, this heliocentric nonsense, this crap. That's what they're telling people. And there's so many other these things that are associated with it that are really weird, and it's the way that they orchestrate and talk about it lines up with all of the other perverted things that they say.
Like getting obliterated on St. Patrick's Day.
My
or
dyslexia.
Sending probes to Uranus and other mess like that. That silly nonsense is stupid. Or the shape of the flight paths to land on the moon and come back from the moon. Like, come on now.
Check it out, AG. Look, Atmos. Look in the text chat.
Yeah. Oh, atoms. Yeah, and then they talk about these like magical, weird energy spheres that also orbit on the tiny level.
Yeah, I don't know why they would try to like make they tried to like set up this solar system to be kind of like that kind of a thing, and no, that's not what's going on. We have that kind of a thing going on the inside.
You mean how it's like reverse engineered the solar system? Like it's based on like what happens here.
Reverse engineered sorcery. Yeah, it's based on what's been observed here. Precisely.
Right.
So they try to blow it up to this monumentous scale and say that, oh, well, it's also happening like this, but that's not observable.
Yeah, they try to do like a gummy bear in the water, don't they?
Yeah, they try to get you to suck all of that stuff up.
Your whole reality is like this tiny little gummy bear. It just needs to be put in some water. And then there we go. Now we're all floating off. Suddenly it's like Modern Mouse Day on the
and we'll all float on, all right. Everybody will all float on. Yeah, I had that thought right there. Yep.
Hey, so what do y'all think about the banks? Do we need to be worried about any money in the bank? Or what about like money in that sounds even worse, I think, right?
Say that again?
Money in investment sounds worse than money in bank to me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, it's kind of all bad. I would, if I were you, I would pull everything out into cash, turn it into like gold and silver and stuff like that, and stash some things away, and just kind of like, I've just kind of been doing, stock up and prep. Like, I'm not afraid. It's just I'd rather be prepared,
Rather be a gardener in the war than a gardener. Wait, rather be a warrior than a gardener in a war. Yeah.
Like the writing on the walls. Am I crazy? Right. Am I crazy? Is the writing on the walls?
I have a lot of food at my house, but it makes me wish I had more food. But I'm not scared. Like I don't even really care at all. I think it's all bullshit. 100% of it. Like I think, like the oncoming depression, the Hunger Games, the people burning dollar bills
part
in
of
the
suppressive fear-porn agenda, right?
Think about when people are burning money in the street to be warm. Because I'm telling you, this is gonna, like, when this eventually happens, and whether it's even in my lifetime, I don't even know. This shit's crazy. I mean, it's I don't know. It's really cool being here because it really does just show, like, can we go back to the Matrix? Because it really shows about the duality.
Mm-hmm.
Like there is almost no inherent good or bad in a lot of ways. Like it's all like it really literally it's almost everything is how you look at it, right? Isn't that just like the natural state of like occurrences around us?
Look, I really think The Matrix was a documentary.
Yeah, can we go back to that word, dude?
Yeah.
That word. Well, let's go back to that word.
You mean
that word?
He wants to go back to that word, and he wants to do the etymological breakdown on it.
Yeah, but can we also do a deeper dive?
I like doing etymological deep dives. These are fun.
That because so read me that one because I got more. So I want to know if mine are correct. Can you like fact check mine?
You can share them in the live stream if you want to.
Okay.
Message them to me, whatever, either way.
Yeah.
Etymological. I like the way that sounds.
I mean, we can just do it right now. So, I mean, we need the Matrix. The Matrix.
It says late Middle English in the sense of a womb, from Latin, breeding female, later womb from mater or mater, mother.
It means it means the magic,
Like the matrix means like the illusion of the material world, and that's what like in Maya, the word Maya means that. It means the mother, the matrix, the womb, the like it's has a lot of names.
Well,
Yeah.
Here's where I'm going to relate this. Okay, so if you'll give me just a few minutes to talk this out.
We're
You've
reversed.
probably even caught yourself saying that, you know, people need to get off the tit, or people need to cut that umbilical cord, you know, because we're still attached to this thing, you know. It's this umbilical, this attachment to this matrix, this womb, this artificial, and it's artificial. It's very an artificial womb, you know. So it's time to grow up and literally cut the cord and step out of the matrix of the womb. Does that
That's what the
make more
parasite
sense?
cleanse I was rolling down was all about. 100% what I'm saying. Thank you for taking it full circle for me.
You're welcome.
That's 100% what I'm saying. Yeah, you want to cut the cord, cut the parasitic cord, get the parasites out of your body.
Cut the cord.
Look, it's not that hard. Okay, so yeah, I mean, some of the things are. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, just start with activated charcoal in your body. Like, get some good pure activated charcoal. Get it encapsulated. Don't get it in the powder, because the powder will wind up either you won't use it, or if you do, it will be all over your house, because it's almost like a gas. It's such a fine dust, you know, and it's gonna ruin all your shit. Just don't know. Get the capsules. Take like 1,200 milligrams at nighttime, and then just let that charcoal absorb everything, so your body doesn't have to. And then watch how everything improves, and do that for a little while, and take more as needed. And there's a whole lot of like really basic things, like just putting sea salts in your water. Like, are people still drinking tap water? Like, for me, I distill tap water, and then I put it in glass gallon jugs, and then now I'm adding. I started adding the sea salts a long time ago, but I don't know. The whole game has changed a little bit. So, but really, like, yeah, we just to get the capsules and start that. Do that for a few weeks, couple months, whatever. Commit to 30 days of it. Just commit to 30 days of it. Take it on as label or whatever, and then the next step is turpentine, which everyone's going to go crazy over. You can't put turpentine in your body. It's a strip, whatever. Put that shit in your body just a tiny little bit. You know, like an eighth of a teaspoon or whatever. And then build up over another month. And then go find what's called the Zen cleanse. Yeah, do that. If whoever completes that, please, yes, I will not only allow you to come onto my radio show, I will let you be my first ever paid guest. I got $250 if you complete it, and you can show me. It's not a lot, but we'll see if that gets crowdfunded up. You know. Yeah, anyone, seriously, we need to. It's a really big deal. It's like how you get out of the metaverse. You go ultra meta on them, you know?
Kid broke his TV buzz. That's, yeah. My kid broke my phone, and it feels like a cut of the cord. I don't miss it at all. Yeah, you have a little bit of like detachment anxiety from your phone, like once it's gone, like in those first few days. I've been through it, and then you stop worrying about it so much.
Right. So if we made everyone go through this like a
withdrawal process, like a
structured scale, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we could do it in phases, and we could, we could 100%. Then everyone that day is like, oh, airships, I get it. Okay, cool. Like, it eliminates the fluoride from their body. Like, you know, like, come on. Think like
There's no way that humans are not powerful as shit if they, whatever it is, would go to this much trouble to hold it down.
Well, I think that the more people really want to get out of the matrix, get off the hamster wheel, when they understand that we were not meant to live to work, but work to live.
Yeah, right.
It's
Not
more
working,
fulfilling.
not working to put yourself further in debt and make someone else richer.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, right now, people are just alive. They are just, walking, talking meat suits that make somebody else money. And that's not me. That's not like any of us on here,
Well, because we thought about things once or twice.
Mhm.
So that makes a big difference in your value of, or your quality of life,
Yeah, absolutely. I'd rather be working to live instead of living to work. So I'd rather be out, taking care of my livestock and tending my garden and, doing beekeeping, rather than being a walking, talking meat suit, making some big hotshot CEO all kinds of freaking money, while I get table scraps, dude. That's when will people realize that they are, in fact, if they are on this living in a matrix, when will they realize that there is, in fact, this strange umbilical cord that they are attached to? The moment they detach from that, they will begin to understand a lot of things about this world in general,
So who's going to do the parasite cleanse with me? Because I have the solution.
With the charcoal, and what else was it you said? Charcoal, and I can't remember. The capsule of what?
No, you start with activated charcoal. It depends on your circumstance. If you're eating McDonald's every day, you're probably going to need it a little more, and you probably should double the dose. So people need to think about things like that. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that for a healthy, aware person, I don't know. For myself, I'm probably going to do 2 weeks for that. And then, but I don't know. But I do a lot of other things. Kind of. If you don't know what shillage is, then you probably shouldn't. Okay, I'm just kidding. No. So we start with the charcoal and do that for a period of time. Then we move into turpentine. So you want to get food grade turpentine, not something that is from your hardware store. Although they might sell food grade turpentine now. But I don't know. Always try. Everything you're going to get's off Amazon, obviously. So, just try to source it as best you can. I think that little effort's worth it. Yeah. So do turpentine for. I don't know. I would just probably mirror that first period that you did, and then there's something called the Zen cleanse.
Well, what can I ask real quick before you get into the explaining the Zen cleanse? What is the purpose of the food grade turpentine? That's fine.
Oh, so that because if you use the synthetic, then you're just mixing up with more of that oil-based synthetic nature against your body, right?
Right. I'm just wanting to know exactly what does the food grade turpentine do? I guess in more specific.
Well, I guess think about it a little bit. Okay, so think about the ivermectin being suppressed, right? And then what is that? Right. It's a worm pill, right?
Yeah, anti-parasitic, antiviral.
Right. So we can. What are the most optimal ways for us to rid ourselves of? If you could shit out an entire bowl of spaghetti tomorrow, would you? If you could, just think about that. What all would come along with that? Today, how you are right now today, would you do that tomorrow?
I don't know. I eat pretty healthy.
Okay, so would you?
I mean, I could go through a cleanse.
I feel like you would. Yeah, that wasn't like a gotcha question. I feel like I thought you would agree to that. And so
Yeah,
that
I'm sitting here going, yeah, I would go through a cleanse. I'm trying to. I was just thinking.
I think that most just slightly health conscious people would do that.
Yeah, because I mean, I do like the turmeric and black pepper and all that anyway. So
right.
I take in a lot of fruits. I drink a lot of water. I keep a balanced diet, between rice and fish and vegetables and stuff like that. So
what kind of water are you drinking?
it's natural spring water or distilled water.
That's super cool. All right, you win that, I guess. I mean, that's at least stress.
The spring water is good. If it's just regular filtered spring water, nothing special, because it's got proper mineral in it, and distilled water doesn't have minerals in it. So that's, you kind of got to make sure you're giving yourself, the right stuff at the right time.
That was something I was going to add, was to the protocol that I was discussing. I would add, for just anyone starting out, first step obviously is to clean up your water, then get more clean water into your body. But whenever you start doing that, start adding sea salts to, it's not a lot. It's like a teaspoon per gallon or whatever. And that sounds like a lot, but you barely even notice it's there. And then you'll notice I have to drink way less water. And then you'll realize, oh my God, my body's on fire. I'm charged. Because it will saturate your body. It's no joke. And we have psychic abilities. We've been not only physically put into this farm, but also psychically and mentally.
Interrupt you.
Okay.
I'm about to go to bed though, so peace out, y'all. Because I was about to pass out. I'm gonna just go ahead and say goodnight. Hey, y'all take it easy and stay blessed and watch out for zombies. It was awesome chatting with you guys too.
Damn it, we got zombies coming over the horizon. Over the horizon.
One of these days, maybe. Oh.
It's so crazy that people say there can't be a horizon. On a flat Earth wouldn't even have a horizon.
Don't you know it's curvizontal?
To me, that's the most insane thing anyone's ever said. That is the most disconnected.
Curvizontal.
No, I'm talking about them saying. I mean, it's the same thing, but whenever they say that a flat Earth wouldn't have, they always love to talk about how the flat Earth would work, somehow they would know, and then they love to say, well, it's possible. You would never have a flat Earth. They'll call it a flat horizon. You would never have and I'm like, wait. You're telling me that you somehow know what's going to happen on other shapes. I don't know. It's so weird. It's so weird. Just the whole. Yeah, it's the nightmare.
Yeah, I definitely go through. See, I don't even give, when it comes to the water and stuff, I don't even give my dogs tap water. They get the same water I get.
I've been thinking about my dog because I don't want to give him flea medication this year. I don't. I've only had him for 2 years, and I mean, he's a chocolate lab. He's not going to live that long anyway, supposedly. But I kind of want to find out if I really did him right. Could he last 20 years? Because he's so cool,
Right. And okay, so I've got 2 little Chihuahuas. They're the best little dogs that you would ever meet in your whole entire life. And that's not for a little dog.
Do you give them flea pills?
They've had 1 flea pill in their entire lives. However, they don't have fleas. They've got a healthy coat and skin. I use something called Natural Care Plus. It is all natural, and it absolutely gets rid of the fleas instantly. Don't use it on your cats. If you have cats, don't use it on your cats. It's fine for dogs, and it's awesome.
I don't
They
care
have
about cats. They can all die. All
they
the
have
cats, they're all dicks. I don't care how nice they pretend to be. They're all dicks.
cats are dicks. Cats are like, I don't know, little satanic minions or something.
For sure.
But
You go over and meditate over there. It's cool. You go over there. Let's stop pretending that we're friends. We don't
right.
even, we don't even have to.
See a little Satan tail just swishing behind you like you about to do something.
Yes, please don't make eye contact with them past each other. No more. Yeah,
Yes. For your puppo, for your dog, they sell stuff at like Walmart and pet stores. It's called Natural Care Plus. They sell the flea collars, the natural flea collars. They sell the shampoo, a carpet powder, and also a spray. And you can actually spray it on the dogs.
What are the ingredients?
Hold on, let me go check real quick. I actually have
That would be great. Thank you. I appreciate that, by the way. I appreciate the whole thing.
Here we go. I've got it's Healthy Coat Shed Control, Dog Shampoo, Natural Care Plus. Ingredients: purified water, coconut, naturally derived cleansers, humectant, which is a natural herb or plant, aloe vera juice, oat protein, conditioning agent, fragrance, chamomile extract, salt, vitamin E, provitamin B5, goat milk, and vitamin A.
All right. Well, I mean, I wouldn't consume that personally.
It's great. I mean,
I'm just
it's all
saying.
natural.
I'm just saying. I'm leaning more towards what I plan on doing for my dog this year. I think I'm gonna go neem and diatomaceous earth. I'm just gonna go straight gardener style on my dog. Because do you know how neem oil works on plants? It's the most. I never knew this. It's the craziest thing.
Neem oil?
Yes.
Yeah.
So neem oil, it makes so the bugs, the pests, don't want to eat your plants. So what you do is you do what's called a soil drench, and the name's
I've
a little.
heard about this.
Yeah, you do.
I
The
have
name's
heard
a
about
little misleading. You basically just create a dilution of the neem oil, and then you pour it at the root of each plant, and then that plant will absorb it into its skin and its fibers. So the bugs will be like, they might take a bite, but they're not going past. They're not going past the first bite.
I had the last garden I had done was awesome. I didn't use neem oil, but I still had an amazing garden.
What did you use? I tried to ask you that a while ago. I was like, "Wait, you have a garden?" Because you were talking about like that you'd rather do your garden than try to make money for somebody else or something, right?
Right. I had a garden in the last place I was living at, and I had to move, and I was very disappointed because I worked very hard on making those garden beds around that house.
Yeah. Well, somebody else got it. Hopefully the next person appreciated it.
Right. I hope they do too, because I don't even know.
You know what one of my favorite sayings of all time is the man who understands the meaning of life plants seed for trees he will never stand underneath.
Yeah, I've heard that one, and I like that one.
Yeah, I think that there's no way that's a loss for you ever, for any part of you, for every bit of human, which is probably a lot more than we're told, right?
Yeah, I had watermelons growing. I had a really nice cannabis plant growing. I had some cucumbers, some bell peppers, and some green beans growing. Oh, and I started cantaloupe, and those And a mango. Dude, I got a freaking mango seed to germinate, okay? Like, I have a green thumb like crazy.
How? When? Where?
How and where? Here in Oklahoma.
Coast.
Huh?
It is crazy in Oklahoma. I don't know. I think Oklahoma would be like one of the best. The best
Currently, yeah. Honestly, this is really a pardon the language, a fuck around and find out state.
Yeah, it's like the Wild West. It feels like is what it feels like. My dad lives there, but he doesn't know where he lives, if that makes sense. So like,
look, I've talked to a few old countrymen that like they talk about, and I pulled my shotgun out. It's the Oklahoma make my day law. Hold my gun out, and that's the whole thing. Make my day. Come onto my property, mess with me, disturb my peace, and make my day. Yeah. I just love this. I would just love to pull that trigger. So
I want him to do it 3 times before I make a move. I'm in Texas, so
yeah.
And this is the gun capital of the world, but I feel like it's super targeted because of that. Like, I feel like people can't see like we had the weather, just the weather we have. It's not. There's no way this weather is like organic. There's no way.
No, it's not. It's definitely not.
Right. When has it ever been? I don't know. It ever has been.
I mean, even in what was it? They use all kinds of like weather manipulation and wars and stuff like that over the years. So,
come on.
No, really, you don't know already. Like I know you know.
It's the same moon story though. It's we have the technology, we forgot how to use it.
The problem is the technology. I feel like the technology is in like the wrong hands.
Yeah,
the technology.
It's in the
great technology.
Yeah, it's not 100%.
It's great technology. People are like, oh, this technology is evil. I'm like, shut up. No, it's not. It's great technology. It's just being used for the wrong things, for nefarious purposes. It's in the wrong hands. And if at any time we could get it out of those hands, then I'm sure that people would, more responsible people would end up using it for good, free energy and things like that.
Or just airships.
We just airships.
Hear me out. Just airships. It's game over. It's game over because think about it. Like you got the vacation folks on day one. The vacation folks are like, hey, you want to go see Pandora? It was in the Albatross movie or whatever. What do they call that? What do they call the one with the connectors or whatever? The Avatar movie. Yeah. It was go. You have a whole new tourist industry. Instantly. And whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter. Because what do people have to lose at this point?
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy. And what do people have to lose at this point has only just begun. It has not even started, actually.
I feel that. But people should be allowed to explore the place they live. For any part of this God-given realm to be off limits it's wrong. It's, to me, in my mind, it's just not moral. We should be able to explore this place that we live, not have this, it's off limits, past 60 degrees southern or northern latitudes. Crap.
Yeah, and look, at bare minimum, tell me that from minute one when I go to school. You know? If you would have told me that in first grade, if you would have been like, hey, by the way, you can't go north or south. You're not allowed to do that.
Right.
Like, if they would have had to answer those kids' questions to that, because the kids' questions are already hard. Why don't people fall off the bottom? And, just...
Why is the sky blue?
Yeah, because it reflects...
Why does the thunder echo?
It's so crazy. It's so cool. And also, Santa Claus is such a big deal.
Oh my gosh. You know, I honestly look. All right. Hopefully, anybody, if you have your children listening, please. And if you want to preserve the magic, just get them out of the room. But I'm going to go ahead and say it right now.
No,
It's time to be honest with your children. It's time to tell them that you are Santa Claus and that they need to frickin' behave if they want anything for Christmas.
Well, all I know is that the Santa Claus guilt trip never worked on me as a child, so I will never use any piece of that with my child. So that's just where I'm at.
Yeah.
I mean, but I exercised a lot of that, with her period. So, I mean, there's no numbers, there's really nothing. So it's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, it's like, I am Santa. I am the Easter Bunny.
No, we don't ever mention that because it's based in demonic, psychotic fucking nonsense.
That's fact. It's facts.
Who's in charge of this world? People that have like occult knowledge, right? And what do they do with it? They fuck with us. So fuck them. I mean, that's where I'm at. Me personally.
Yeah, I feel you. No, I absolutely feel you. I 100% agree.
I'm super serious about the parasite cleanse. So, my name is There Was a Problem on Discord or whatever. So, feel free to whatever, anything. If you need more answers to more questions, I can try to find those for you. I'm not promising anything, but yeah, I'll give you what I have for free for sure. So it's all good. I think that that's really big. I mean, I think that we've had these worms put into us for all of my research has led this way.
Yeah, you said worms, and my brain instantly went to the term earworm. Like that. It's like something in your head. It's just something in your head that replays.
All right, so tell me your favorite earworm right now.
My favorite earworm right now?
Yeah.
I can't even think of that.
We'll try.
I guess I don't have any earworms.
All right. Loser.
Was I supposed to? I don't know.
Yeah.
Listener.
Okay, so I feel like if anyone needs to cleanse, it's you. Because you don't even have a single earworm right now. Yeah, like 4,000. I'm like, shit, where would I don't even like music.
I mean, I love music. I just don't have any
I'm kidding. I do like music, but I don't really seek out new music. I'm cool with somebody that's I'm listening to the same shit multitudes of times.
We're just talking all kinds of random stuff, talking about disconnecting from the matrix, cutting the cord, cutting the umbilical cord, finding freedom, and ultimately cleansing the mind, body, and spirit, and developing the eyes and ears to see and hear.
Did you
just categorize this world?
Did you just categorize me? Sounds like
no. Yes. Did I do a good job? No. Yes. Did I do a good job?
I think you did an amazing job.
Sweet.
No, thank you. Because I could never do that. Because I would overthink every single word.
Yeah. So basically, to bring it full circle, with flat Earth involved and everything like that, is cutting the cord, okay, is to stop sucking up, to stop absorbing all of this nonsense, this parasitic nonsense, and to cut the cord and to cleanse the mind, body, and spirit, and really begin to reconnect with source to understand what is real, what is not.
Are you also trying to package my message for me right now?
I just did.
Nope. I will rebut that.
Yep, I did that.
I will rebut that with saying my rebuttal for that will be that the original creator of that content does not. No, I don't. Nope, absolutely not. Really, I mean, you did a great job up until that point, but that was the turning point or whatever.
What, the point of source? Reconnecting with source? Was that it?
No, I mean, well, I don't know. I mean, you just went like to a place where I'm not trying to, whatever. If we can get people to physically, by the way, it ends with like coffee enemas and urine therapy. So if you're not ready for that, start working your mind towards it. That's all I'll say.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds pretty intense, but but it, it'd be worth it, completely cleanse yourself.
Yeah. Wouldn't you like to know that your mind is your own? You never like something happens and you're like, is that me thinking that? That never happens to you?
No, actually, I'm like, yeah, I know, I get that.
What about with food? Do you ever have with food where you're like for me, it happens a lot.
Like, have what with food? Exactly. If you could repeat the question. Oh, you sound like you're on the moon. I don't know what's going on with your mic, but you keep cutting in and out, and you sound like you're in a tin can. You're on the moon. Where'd you go? Mic check.
With it now.
Mic check.
Yeah. No, or
Yeah.
yes.
Now I can hear you.
Okay. Damn it.
So you were asking about food. You were asking about thoughts and food.
So wait, so you're a March Pisces?
I'm a February Pisces.
You're a late February Pisces?
Yeah. February 24th. I just turned 30.
Okay, good. Continue with your nonsense.
Well, no, I was asking you to continue because you were asking me about something pertaining to thoughts and food.
Well, I'm not super versed on the meta side of things. Where we are now. It's the land of the dead. That's what this physical body place is. So if you're serving that, then you're fucked. You're fucked because you're fucked. I don't care. It's over.
Yeah. I think to feed your body good living things is important because feeding your body all of these dead things, I don't know.
Yeah. How can you? How can you honestly say you love your dog or your cat and then go eat a cow that can play soccer? It's crazy.
Yeah, and you know what I don't understand? And milk, right? Milk is for making turning a calf into a cow.
Right. Lactose intolerance is such a Rockefeller word.
Say that again?
Lactose intolerance is such a Rockefeller word. Just fossil fuel or globe or
Yeah.
fucking evolution. Like, it's just all of it, whatever, just all of it.
They started taking the or what was it, the lactose?
What was the last one that one? The lactose intolerant. The lactose intolerant. You're not lactose intolerant. You're just not a baby cow.
Right. Yep. Lactose and so you know what they've done is they've gone to the extent of like making lactose free milk.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yes, I've like dated women that have, for like themselves or the kid or whatever, like gone and found this special milk or whatever at Whole Foods, and I'm like, man, everything at Whole Foods is trash. Like, it's not. No, you don't get. And then when I had my daughter, I started looking for like real milk. You know, I wanted it. I wanted the real shit. I didn't want anything homogenized or pasteurized or just anything. You know. And I mean, it's crazy. And even now, it's turned into like further proof to me is like that it's turned into they're putting like the Myrna, the mRNA or whatever. They're putting that into the animals.
Yes.
So it's almost like you're gonna get it one way or another, but I'm not going to. So good luck, you know. I mean,
And that's the whole point of the detox too.
Yes, thank you. Yes, can we just yes. It's like literally you need your pineapple gland to be juicy and ripe. It's a pineapple gland. It was the first one to be born inside your body.
Look, and I love pineapples. Is there a connection? Because like I absolutely freaking love pineapples. Like it actually makes my brain feel tingly. I don't even know. Like I can't describe it.
Do you know what a pineal gland is?
Yes, it is a tiny little pine nut shaped gland right in the center of your friggin' brain, and it's the gland that has to do with picking up like frequencies and light and spectrum beyond which your own eyes can see, if I'm not mistaken. And that fluoride and the toothpaste and all this other crap is what like calcifies your pineal gland, right? Did I get that right?
You got parts of it.
Okay.
You didn't go after the things that I feel are important about it.
Okay, your turn. I want to know what you've got on it because I've done some research, but it's just so many things that I'm researching all at once.
Well, I call it a pineal. It's called a pineal gland, or any version of that people want to say. It's called a pineal gland. And if you think about that, it's a pine cone, right?
Right, that pine cone shape. Yes.
Pine cone, yes, and that is all throughout nature.
Yes, it is. And yes, okay. There's even like building structures that like old ancient architects built like it.
100%. 100%. Yes. Yeah. I mean, that people could go see today as in 5 years ago because the whole world has changed, right?
Right.
I don't know. I mean, to me, I feel like that's why I never like learned how to make Discord be a thing in my life, really. It's just kind of, I don't know. I've left it out to see at a certain range or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to make it like everyday work so I don't ever have to like.
Let's see, pineal gland, right?
Yeah, I call it pine. Okay, so yeah, the whole point of that. So I got started thinking about this. Can I just tell the story so maybe I can move into the real part of it?
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay, so the story is like my mom hates tattoos, right? And so there was like last year or something, 2 years ago maybe. I was on my mom's couch. She was at like her little credenza desk thing behind the couch or whatever, doing whatever she was doing. And I was chilling, whatever. I don't care. I don't know, but she did a good job of calling me out of the. What was the thing we were talking about?
We were talking about the pineal gland, pine cone.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, so thank you. Okay, so we were sitting there, and like the talk had gotten quiet. She's talking about our sports team and saying like, we're gonna win or we lose or we did this or we did that. In my mind, for like years, I thought, are you on the team? If you're not, then it's not we, right? It's they. And, so I've only responded with they statements, no matter, right? Just completely. I'm just really trying to. There's no one I care about more in the world than my mom. Like, my daughter is really fucking close. I don't know how to, But yeah, as far as like my mom, like, yeah, I don't know. We have these fundamental issues that we disagree with. Like, she made her career in banking, right? Like, really well enough to retire early,
Mm-hmm.
And not a lot early, but early for them. That's crazy. That's like 60, retiring at like 55 or whatever. It's crazy to them.
Right. So bring this around to the pineal gland.
Yeah. Okay. So we were just chilling. Thank you. Just keep. Yeah.
I got you. I'm already reading you, dude.
We were chilling. And then, and I said, hey, so I think for my next tattoo, it's gonna be a face tattoo. And my mom doesn't even move at all. Like, she just keeps doing what she's doing. Like, I thought she was gonna lose it when I said that. And then I was like, oh yeah. So I'm thinking about because I'm pretty into my pineal gland, so I'm thinking about like getting a pineapple, like pineal pineapple, tattooed on my face. I was like, I'm gonna get a teardrop of a pineapple coming out of my eyes. And then my mom looks at me and goes, her head pops up, and she's like, "You're not really Jackson. You're not really gonna do that, are you?" And I was like, "I know. I've been fucking with you for a while now, It was super funny. It was awesome because I don't know what she was doing, but something completely she was just doing cord activities,
Oh man. I'm just gonna mess with my mom. Tell her about my pineal gland tattoo.
Yeah, and then she was like, "No, are you serious?" I was like, "Yeah, Mama House." I was like, I'm gonna get a pineapple tattooed underneath my eyelid, my bottom eyelid, and on my cheek right here. And she was like, "Really?" And I was like, "Yeah. How else would people know to take me seriously?" And then she knew I was fucking with it.
So check the text chat and check out this image I dropped of this bird man, this reptilian looking weird bird man holding a pine cone.
Yeah, I did the Jeranism Austin Whitson summit tonight.
I don't know how to feel about Jaren from Jeranism. Sometimes I think he's an agent.
Yeah, I know. I get that.
So I'm very cautious of who's putting out what when it comes to FE, because there are opposition shills like all over the place.
No, I agree with you. There's already been moves made. Like, why would you ever take that like interview or whatever with the way he tells the story now? He takes no responsibility for for behind the curve. You know what I mean? Like, he takes no responsibility for that. He's like, oh, the way he tells the story, yeah. But
and then you got
you know what made me really happy was that they talked flat Earth for fucking like 6 hours today, and then and the last two people were like, I don't know, were pretty hell centered in a lot of ways, and then they're like a Q&A panel afterwards or whatever, and like that was like 2 questions about the Earth, and the rest were about like how do you do health stuff.
Well, you got like we also have like these blatant flat Earth shills. Not like flat. They're just real globetards. Like McToon the Goon. This guy
You talking
doesn't.
about the glob people?
Yeah,
Well, I only call it a glob from now on. Been on
the
that
glob. Yeah, I like that.
for only
a glob too.
Yeah, I've made it publicly known, but I'm like, yeah, I only call it glob from now on. My bad. I mean, I don't even. Yeah, there's no my bad. It's just that's the way it is from henceforth or whatever. You know. I think if everyone did that, it would have like an effect. I'm not saying it's like gonna change everything, but it would have an effect.
Like people like McToon, that guy spends a lot of time just dogging on flat earthers and not proving any kind of curvature, not doing any kind of real science or any kind of geometry.
Right, you cannot prove a lie. And I think that our community forgets that. That's as simple as the 2 glasses on the table.
Yes.
You cannot prove a lie. You cannot. It's like inherently impossible in like where we live, right?
Yeah, the only thing you can do is, I don't know, maybe write the lies down and turn them into science and history books to keep track of said lies, but that's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah, that would probably be a lot for everybody.
Yeah, it's like if I were to simplify it, if I were the devil, and now, the saying the devil is in the details. If I were the devil, well, I would definitely mix in a whole bunch of bullcrap with the truth. And I would make sure to document it so that I didn't lose track of the bullcrap that, I'm putting out there. And and it's just, and I'd memorize it. It's just, if I were the devil, I kind of want to write a book. Not gonna lie.
You should watch the speech with that exact title.
Huh?
Yeah, if I were the devil, you should go watch that.
Is there really something like that? That's cool. I didn't know something like that existed already. But yeah, it's there's a lot pertaining to that, and that's a whole nother level of foresight, I guess, in just sight in general, to be able to see that the devil is in the details and has mixed a lot of crap in with the truth, which makes it very, very hard to decipher what's real from what's not. However, it doesn't make it impossible to decipher it. This is where discernment comes in, having the ability to read, understand, and, observe natural things. And there's some, there's a lot of opposition in the way. A lot of opposition. It's like, no, I don't like this level of
I agree with
ostracization.
But I also think that they're trying to like flip it, the whole situation, like with their spin on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there reaches a point, and they know that, where like if enough people are talking about it for real, that's like a major problem.
Was there another spy balloon? Hold the phone.
Whatever. There's not a March spy balloon. No way. No way.
Huh?
There's not a March spy balloon. No way. I'm not buying it.
I swear to God, they called it a drone, but I swear it looked just like. Ah, damn! Let me hold up. Let me find this. Let me watch this. Oh, what the hell? It disappeared. I started talking about it, and it just vanished from my feed.
That doesn't seem like it ever happened.
Get out of here! What?
That's crazy.
I couldn't even find it now. It was something about Russia awards pilots for shooting down U.S. something drone. Hold up. It's on, what, CBS? Russia awards. I'm going to type it in and try to find it.
That's crazy.
Searching. Oh, look at that. I found it. Okay, no, that's not what I thought it was then. Russia to award pilots involved in U.S. drone incident. For taking down a U.S. drone over the Black Sea. Okay, I don't know. Might have been another spy balloon. Who knows? I could click on it and find out, but I feel like I'd lose brain cells. Here we go. Tensions growing between Russia and the U.S. as Russia shot down a U.S. drone.
I don't know. I think the whole thing's retarded, and they have to.
Pentagon releasing this footage of letters. It's so flat.
Have to keep pretending that it's real, right? Okay, stay. Okay.
What the hell? This is. It's propaganda. It's definitely that propagandized crap. But they show you how they show you the flat Earth. It's completely flat over that water, over the Black Sea.
But it's still round, so it's still like flatishly round.
I mean, my table's round. Does that mean it's a ball?
Do you really have a round table?
Huh?
Do you have a round table?
No, I don't have a round table. I mean, if I did have a round table, it'd still be flat on the top.
Right, I agree with you. I mean, if you have any table, it doesn't matter. The shape is actually super relevant, and that really does matter.
Oh, I went on a spree where I was, I guess I was kind of trolling McToon, his YouTube channel, and I kept putting the same comment in like several of his videos, and I was like, "Hey McToon, do you remember when you just quit the 24/7 FE Discord mid debate when you said that you had measured the distance to the sun and you were asked how and you couldn't answer it, so you left?" I was like, "That's embarrassing."
That's pretty funny. That's really funny.
So I go trolling these people like Professor Dave and McToon, and I hold a mirror to them, hold their feet over the fire, and they don't like it. They don't like it, but that's too bad.
You were part of like the conscious pushback, and it matters. You know? Right? Like, isn't it like the most people? Once the comments turn them off, right? Isn't that when they turned off the comments on the whole like YouTube internet?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that because you're no longer like the crazy person in that scenario? You're like, okay, we have all you probably need. You don't even saying it. You just need like one out of And it's going to ruin the whole globe for everyone thinking in the comments. No?
So, do we have anybody that wants to maybe come into the chat and, I don't know, maybe ask some questions? James Jones in the YouTube live chat. We were joking about some things. We were being serious about other things. I don't know what you're asking about.
Yeah.
So he says, "Is the female that is talking right now being serious about what?" James Jones.
Can we get specificity for anything that you say? Literally anything. If you just come, I would love to hear a single example where you told me about my day that day. Like, come on, please. Give me one example of me doing something for some reason that, like, equates to your story. Whatever. Just.
James Jones, if you would like to ask me a question about what, if I'm being serious about what, I don't know. If you'd like to come talk to me and ask me, maybe reiterate back to me what I said that you are in particularly like asking about. You said, is the female that is talking right now being serious? About what?
That's what we want to know. The specificity. If they don't have that, there's no point in even talking to them. So bring your specificity. Come on, please. A single person.
I see we got some people in the YouTube live chat. If you guys like to come into the Discord and join the discussion, we'd be more than happy to have you. Literally the best place on Earth to talk about Earth. Come on. Come on. Come on down.
Yeah, so why do you hate cats?
One, they rip the corners of my walls and my furniture to pieces. Two, they like to stick their claws into my ankles. Three, they like to knock everything over if it's not like tied down. Four, if you have ever had a cat with the zoomies, they literally can run on the walls. I'm not okay with that.
That's pretty funny.
My dogs can't run on the walls. When they get the zoomies, they stay on the floor. A cat with the zoomies, no. Just no.
Yeah, yes. Holy shit. Yeah, I mean,
they run on the frickin' walls, okay? You want to know what else runs on walls? Demons. Demons run on walls.
I didn't know that.
I'm just talking like, horror movie perspective where like the demon comes out and they're like on the wall and you're like, what the hell? Yeah, I know. These guys that are chanting from the YouTube live chat, they say that some of them will say that they're banned when they're not, or they just have a problem with their microphone when they don't want to mic up.
Well, they'll never come talk to us. That's all I'll ever do is hide behind. They're not even real people. They're just
little keyboard warriors.
Well, it's like beyond like AI bots to me at this point. Like it's, yeah, I mean, knowing what I know about cloning and whatever. Anyway.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, we can get onto that, but damn.
I'm just saying. Yeah, you think you're dealing with what you think a person is? Because I don't know. I bet I could show you some records that sway your mind about it.
Flat Earth Truth is still waiting for an answer on the requirements for an angle measurement. Me too, man. Honestly, me too.
Wait, what's the question?
Flat Earth Truth, he said, I'm waiting for an answer on the requirements for an angle measurement. for a globe. How do you get a right angle on a sphere is the whole thing about it. And globies don't want to answer it. Hey, Bill Bob, come on down.
Yeah, but that's not what that person's talking about. That's what they would claim if they ever came and showed their voice. I bet. Anyway. I mean, I could be wrong.
Come into our chat full of demons. The heck? What's your chat? Is it the same chat that I'm in, or
I'm in here because I don't recognize demons. Period.
right?
Just
They heard
period.
demons, but just to be clear, whoever's like talking about demons,
talking about cats. We weren't talking about that.
Right? We weren't talking about globies. We were talking about cats. He asked me so why it's like your worst thing about cats.
Yeah, and their psycho was the number one answer. And the number one answer was that they run on walls.
Yes, number one. Yeah, the cats get the zoomies, and suddenly they can run on walls. It's
too much.
Too much, man. Way too much. Like I've had a couple of cats,
Yeah, exactly. If you have a cool cat, because that's the terminology that's like transference or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
like I've had a few cats. I've had a couple really cool cats, really chill, like super chill cats. Other cats have been absolutely freaking spastic, and they run up the curtains. I'm like, no, why are you running up my curtains, you little mongrel?
But at a bare minimum, they're a dick.
Bare minimum, yes.
Bare minimum, yes.
Cats are assholes.
That's pretty funny.
Bill Bob, you mind coming into the VC and explaining what you mean by that? I mean, James Jones, you can still come in the VC and have a chat, dude. It's kind of a slow hour. James Jones, if you would like to join the Discord, please feel free to do so.
James Jones.
Mr. Jones and me tell each other fairy tales.
Wait. Very funny. Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, if we were to come into your chat, like, what's your chat about?
Yeah, really?
I think it's funny because we were talking about cats, and then this person. Okay, so, what's?
Wait, that was a question from the audience. My bad. So my name is Jackson. So if there's a question for me, say my name before it. Otherwise, I'll just assume it's for the audience. And I feel like the audience will agree with that.
Well, no, the same person that said, come into our chat full of demons, just said, LOL, they are so desperate. And what was funny is I think the only reason why they had even said, come into our chat full of demons, is because all they heard was demons. And we were talking about cats.
I mean, they don't know the difference.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think this is a hard spell to make at all.
It's not difficult, guys.
I think it's common sense. I mean, but I also think that about the not globe too. So to me, that's common sense.
It's crazy to me when people hate the government, like they are anti-government, live their life like that. It's crazy to me whenever then they say, "Oh no, the Earth's a globe." I'm like, you will sit here, you have like a box full of like reasons why the government lies to you, but then I don't know, the whole thing is just this really weird paradox. I'm trying to accept it.
Well, the whole point is if I have the true knowledge, like say I'm like the entire system, it's like, yeah, if I have all the true knowledge and I just lie to you, well, then like you're gullible and I can control you. Like that's the whole like summary.
Especially if I control your parents, if I control your grandparents,
It's generational. It's definitely generational, and it's only gotten worse.
Yeah. Every part. Yeah, it's gotten so dramatic. It's gotten like it's not even the same anything.
It's backwards. It's getting exponentially dumb. some Tom McDonald where he's like, it's backwards. It's getting exponentially dumb. It's getting more expensive something than to purchase a gun. Yeah. Or it's cheaper to buy drugs than it is to purchase a gun or some crap like that. Yeah. What do we have here for Johnny? We've got an example of basic geometry right there in the live chat. For any of you globies that care to take a look at it, if you care to tell me what that angle is in the corner of A.
What is up with these people that want to come in the YouTube live stream voice or in the text in there, and then that's all they'll ever do. They know going into it. That's as far as they're going in this conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're like throwing tomatoes at you when you're not looking, and hoping that you hope that you don't turn and see one like splatting in your face from the angle of their, because you're like, oh wow, I actually pay attention to how Earth works around me. Yeah, come on. I don't know, that's pretty funny. So it is funny that I don't know, what are those weird tadpole troll things in there? It's a really weird phenomenon. I don't know.
You think that they could answer some simple geometry, but no, they want to sit here and they want to gaslight people who have actually successfully passed geometry, trigonometry, physics, and all of that, and they want to sit here and just gaslight the whole issue. They want to act like they know something that we don't know. Helio, A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Where you at, Helio? Hey, Helio, you're hot micing. See, the whole thing about it is when it comes to geometry and radials, oh man, can you just imagine, a radial level inertial Earth plane, doesn't move. It's pretty calm. We observe calm lakes.
That's always like intellectual honesty question for them is like, have you ever experienced the ground beneath your feet curving or accelerating? That's a hard question to say.
No, I don't.
Some of them do. Some of them do say they do. Yeah, some of them do. But
Bill Bob, you're banned from the Discord because we don't believe you? Helio, I don't think you're an a-hole. I like you, Helio. And maybe if you would have some intellectual honesty, Bill Bob, we would believe you. But no, we like Helio. Helio's cool.
Wait, who's that?
Helio Skeptic. He's one of the guys in here. He's pretty awesome. Flat earther.
Oh, he's a flat earther?
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. Okay.
He's also a mod of the of all of this stuff in the YouTube. He's got a little wrench by his name, so
What does that mean?
I have a wrench by my name too. It just means that you have the ability to like put people in timeout, remove comments that could get the stream taken down and stuff like that. When people are, getting rowdy. Like I try not to be too crazy. I can get fired up in these chats. But I definitely try to keep it as respectful as possible and just, keep it to Socratic questioning.
So you're just trying to like stay with logic.
Yeah, absolutely. Just what's logical, what's observable, what's testable, what's repeatable and verifiable, because that's what you need for the scientific method to actually work, or to actually go through that process correctly, and to draw a conclusion at the end. So, yep, and that's what's logical.
Tell me when you're done talking.
Oh, no, you're good.
All right, so I honestly don't even care if people follow the scientific method. If certain people did, I don't care about that part of it at all. If people would just literally just think for themselves. Like if I could somehow, I would trade that in an instant. YouTube commenters, come talk to me about any of this, please. Please, just, I want to understand how this is not real for you. I
Hold up, I have the
don't get it. I don't.
I don't know how this can't be real. These observable, testable, verifiable, these things that you can see with your own eyes, not some crap that someone in charge is showing you. Bill Bob said at Bill Bob. Bill Bob's talking to himself. Bill Bob said at Bill Bob. I only use this one for here.
That was probably 15 minutes ago, whenever we were just we were all just thinking about whatever we were thinking about. But, they don't even do that. So come tell me what you're thinking about, Bill Bob, please. Just, dude, come on. Just come. Give me 5 words to analyze, please. Dude, yeah, you want to. Okay, fine. Whatever. You know what? It's weird. I think it's super weird that why would they even come comment about it? Right?
I don't know. Like any one of these movies could probably make themselves famous if they would.
If you ever had a fan club for your car, I would never come spewing comments into the chat talking about that your car had a different color than where. That makes no sense. If you had a blue car, I would never go and be like, red car, bitch. You know what I mean? It doesn't. That makes that. How would that possibly affect you? Right? You know what I mean?
Yep.
What they're doing is just completely pointless. So anyone that's ever accepting a paycheck to do that, please stop, because it's stupid, and all it does is help. All it does is hurt the people around you. If you care about anyone at all, then stop doing that, please. I'm just awesome.
I mean, Bill Bob in the YouTube live chat is talking about.
No, I know who it is. And
hey, Helio, how
got
are
at least 100 accounts.
Hey, bro, are you in bed right now? Tell the truth.
What? Say that again.
Are you in bed right now?
In bed?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sitting in front of my desk.
Oh, that's cool.
Say hi to Helio.
No, I've been paying attention, the whole time. Well, not the whole time. I've been, doing other shit. But anyway, no. Bill Bob it's just one of his alts. I mean, he's been banned like multiple times. I can pull up the whole list of all the accounts that have been banned, that he's been banned from in the YouTube chat. But it's not necessary. It's just like they'll beg to come in, but they never will. You know, just like they just want to just troll the YouTube chat. But we're paying too much attention to that. You know, it's so dumb.
It's almost like they're paid to do it.
Well,
that's what I think.
I would rather think that they are paid because if they're not paid, then what the fuck is your problem? Why do you even give a shit? Why don't you go hang out on NASA and with people that agree with you?
Exactly. Oh my gosh. Yes. I couldn't have said it any better, Helio.
Yeah, it's weird. Why do people just have an obsession with flat Earth? Go ahead.
That's what I was just saying. I was saying that I think it's insane that they like Helio, like the way I was trying to describe it is like if you have a car, right, and your car is blue, I don't drive by your house hazing your car by saying, fucking blue car.
Yeah, I don't like your purple car, you motherfucker.
Yeah, how dare you be blue?
How dare you drive a purple car around, you son of a bitch?
Because I'm sitting over there in a red car, just over there like, man, get to talk about my red car. Not a single time has he even brought up my not once. Not fucking once.
Yeah.
I know that he won't at this point. Yeah, it's game over for you blue car people.
Yeah, that's a good example. I like that. That was good.
What did I miss? I walked away for like a minute to go get some orange juice.
No,
what did I miss?
Right. I mean, he was talking about the trolls that hang out in the chat. They're just like they create multiple accounts, and when they get banned, they just create another account, come back in, and it's just like, bro, don't you realize that we don't want you here? Why the fuck are you hanging out here? It's weird.
That takes some dedicated. I don't know. That's like dedicated cognitive dissonance.
That's what I'm saying. It's
like dedicated protection of confirmation bias. It's like,
you know how it used to be? It used to be only from 8 to 5 were those people online. Like 5-6 years ago, it was like the only people that would argue with you, like online, like in comment sections and text, where they were available from 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. I'm not joking. That was for real. And then now it's like they've rolled out. It's like they got the AI covering a lot more of it. You know, it's covering a lot more of the turf.
Also, like, I can go across YouTube and you can click on my channel name and go to my channel and see. I've been here the whole fucking time. Same fucking channel.
That's amazing.
The whole time.
You're pretty good at dodging bullets.
And if somebody bans me, I don't freaking create another channel and come right back in. Just I got other shit to do. There's plenty of stuff to look at on YouTube and other things to do. If you don't like me, then I don't like you either. So we're not.
What's your top?
Force myself on you.
What's your top 4 other things to look at on YouTube?
I listen to a lot of audiobooks, and I mean, every once in a while I'll jump into some. Like, I'll talk in NASA feeds. If I get banned, I just freaking leave. You know.
Have you ever listened to any Rudolf Steiner?
No.
Put that in your book list, man.
What's he talk about?
Dude, go check it out, man. For me to
just give me a short synopsis.
I mean, reality.
Okay, well that's a little too short,
dude.
I almost choked on my orange juice.
Very in depth, though, man. But I don't know,
man.
I mean, is there anything to do with like flat Earth or like religion or what is he about? You know, I've heard the name before, but I'm not sure what he.
I mean, it's old, so It was like back when there wasn't even controversy. Everyone just knew about the Earth, right? You know?
About the Earth being
Yeah.
what?
Come on. People knew the truth about the Earth. It's not really complicated. To anyone that's even opened both their eyeballs against it.
Still being kind of obtuse about what
Okay,
does
hold on.
he say about Earth? What does he say about Earth?
You talking about me?
No, the guy Rudolf Steiner, the guy you were talking about. What does he say about Earth?
Right. He talked. That's what I'm saying. Is like his is more talking about like what's going on around you versus like what's like you're physically in contact with.
Okay. So it's not necessarily about shape, it's about our relationship with
That's what. Yes, it's about perception.
I'm good with that. I'm totally in tune with a lot of that stuff. So I mean, it seems like you were just not ready to say it. You can say it, bro. Ain't nobody pissed off.
Man.
Yeah, sometimes when you get into some of that stuff, we have to move that shit to the religious room, Or
I wasn't getting into anything, but you got a smoke I can bum from you.
a smoke. Well, you can't bum it virtually.
I know that's the problem, isn't it?
Anyway, sure. Yeah, the only reason I was saying that in the chat was just like certain active times when there's a lot of other moderators and stuff in here. A lot of big swinging dicks. That's all. That's the only reason I was saying that in the chat there, Jenna. Anyway.
I mean, I get that.
Look, I'm a female, but like I got that, the big dick energy, when it comes to like the debate platform.
No, like discussing unwashed dick energy.
Like I'm pretty tough. Like I'm like, I get mad with people.
That's why, I mean, ladies that have tough skin have to have thicker skin than men a lot of times. You know what I mean?
That's my whole thing. Is like I'm like, look, if people can't take a little bit of harshing, can't have thick skin. Somebody called you like, I don't know, a weasel or whatever.
I love when people make jokes about me. I love it.
Did you hear when I was like
Hey, Jenna, you're breaking up a little bit. You need to jump out and back in, Jenna. You I don't know what happened to your microphone. It's just like all of a sudden crackling and shit.
It's just
Hey, Jenna, there's an issue with your microphone. Jump out and jump back in. I think it'll. Yeah, that means jump out and jump back in. That's what you hear a goddamn word you're saying. Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's great. Thank you for that.
Hey, Jenna, can you go ahead and just
Jenna, leave and come back.
Disconnect and then hit connect again.
Leave and come back.
Hey, you sound like you're talking to bubble wrap. Can you like hang up and start over?
You sound like
I'm saying hang up and then call us back. That's what I'm saying.
It's for convenience.
It's literally what I'm saying.
Can you hear me now?
No, it doesn't. Dude, Jenna.
I came back already. Am I clear?
No, it's her. I'm telling you. It's her.
I agree.
Jenna, just close the call and then come back in.
Jenna, come on, please. Yeah, it's a nightmare.
It tends to happen when I.
Yeah, I know. But we got to go.
I crack
We got to
people
go
up
to the backup
sometimes,
chat.
but whatever.
We got to go to the backup chat now.
Anyway, so what's been going on in the flat Earth today?
I mean, nothing. We're all just standing here still.
I'm just standing here and looking, observing the only place that can exist, right? All together. It's our Earth that the Creator gave us. All right, Jenna, can you check your mic? See, you're back now.
Just when you jumped in, that everything started to echo.
Now you don't sound crazy anymore.
Yeah,
you are crazy, but you don't sound crazy because we can hear what you're saying.
Cheers.
Yeah, you had a really intense, space sound.
It was my fault because I made her laugh, and when I made her laugh, the whole internet was fucking disrupted. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my gosh, you want to know what that's like? That's like Boo from Monsters Inc. When she laughs and it just shuts down everything.
I can do some crazy laughs, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
You're thinking of that scene from Monsters Inc. now.
Monsters Inc. Not that one. No, I don't know which one you're talking about.
Oh, really? Hold up, I'll show you.
I mean, I can do some scary, weird laughs, but I'm not.
Hold up. I'll see if I can put it in a GIF. Not a GIF because that's peanut butter.
Well, it's like what I've heard about this GIF versus GIF thing was that originally it was supposed to be called a GIF, because I actually researched this. They said, well, a GIF is actually supposed to be called a GIF now, but the GIF stands for graphical. Now I can't even freaking remember the acronym. What is it? Graphical. It's graphical. So it's G. It's G.
Yes, it's called a graphic.
Call it a GIF, but originally they wanted to call it a GIF.
No, it's a graphic imaging file. It's a graphic image file.
Graphic image file. Yes. So yeah, it's
a GIF.
Yeah,
you're trying to argue.
When I looked into it, they originally wanted to call it a GIF.
Yeah, you're talking about Hegelian dialectic about it right now.
I know, it doesn't matter. See, this is why people get frustrated with me when I get involved in the conversation.
Because you have the illusion.
Anyway, so you're what GIF are you going to introduce? Anyway, you know what? There's this really cool freaking. It's not a GIF, but this freaking. Dude, I use Facebook a lot, but only to get some really cool, because people on Facebook are crazy as fuck, and they put all kinds of shit out. This it's not a GIF. It's just a image that I captured from Facebook today. It's so awesome. I'm gonna share it right now, and you guys are gonna love this. Let me see, live stream voice text. Make sure I'm posting. I have to do it on my phone because I don't have it uploaded to my computer. It's on my phone. Let's see, add this one. Oh, it's so badass. Look at this.
Yeah, ex-Globers are here. We're ready. We're waiting to talk to other Globers. We used to be you. We did. And then we had to really reevaluate some things,
That's a glob.
The glob, the spinning wet space glob.
They evacuate the E, but it's still a glob, right? It's a glob in the middle of nowhere. Or hold on, they'll say it's somewhere, right? It's somewhere in the Milky Way galaxy as a part of
It's all relative.
Sorry if I was interrupting. Go ahead.
Globbers, come out play.
I'm trying to be
the Milky Way galaxy is a part of the universe. I mean, they claim to know the extents of the universe and all that kind of stuff.
Well, they claim anything they acquire to continue claiming things.
Sure, but what do they base their claims on?
That's the whole point. Is absolutely nothing.
All right. Well, they base their claims on what they observe.
Right. So, yeah, they're fraudulent claimers, but the problem is that like the majority of people don't view them that. They view them as like the claimers. And when they claim it, it becomes real.
They base the claims on Mika Kaku, not
saying, yeah, nobody in my field.
Kaku's one of
the scientific method. Everything is just guesswork. It's leaps of logic.
There you go. Yeah. It's leaps of logic. I mean, he's one of the claimants for their side of the argument.
He's somebody.
Listen, most people that live on Earth aren't even really don't give a shit about Michio Kaku one way or the other.
Yeah, I know exactly.
This damn thing out.
They don't know who that is. They don't care. Dude, they've never even seen the Tesla in space, but they believe it happened because somebody talked about it around them.
Right, and so it's general news, it's general knowledge. Right,
exactly.
You know what? And general is the term. That's what general knowledge everybody knows. So the flat earthers who are, like us, who are just saying, "Hey, man, we're questioning this general knowledge that they've promoted to the entire Earth, through different forms of media. We're challenging that, and people that are interested are going to look into it. Other than that, the other people that aren't interested, they're doing other shit, aren't they?"
Mm-hmm.
Probably not. They're probably coming over here and being losers and complaining about.
Hold on, they have opinions about us.
Yeah, exactly. That's all
they say. Well, they're just like the conspiracy theorists or freaking science deniers. They give us all kinds of labels and all kind of shit.
Talk to you as a person.
How can you listen to what I'm saying when you're talking?
They're not. They're just attacking you as a man.
No, you're talking. You guys are talking.
Hold on.
Hey, you guys are talking over each other.
Somebody have some information for us? That would be cool.
Take it easy.
Not about information. We agree. There's everybody in this room are flat earthers, as far as I can tell. So I don't know why you would start talking when I start talking.
Are you the only one allowed to talk?
No,
yes.
he wasn't.
Yes, the answer is yes. I'm the only fucking moderator in this room. The answer is yes.
Okay.
All right. So if I start talking, that means you listen for a little bit, and then the only reason I start talking is because I want a response from sensible people like you and others. So when I start talking, you wait till I stop talking, and then you respond. Do you understand how do you even understand how a conversation works?
That's fine. That's perfect.
Well, you better fucking make it work, or else we're not going to be able to do this.
Helio.
We're making it work right now. We're good.
Musa. Musa, finish your point,
Now
Helio.
you made me. You made me forget. I mean, I was just talking about the general public. Just kind of thinks what they see on television, education system, all that kind of shit. It's just like fed through them through a funnel, which is just it's just general knowledge, right? And you agree with me. Hold on, God damn it! I didn't finish my point yet. And you agreed with me. And you started talking over me while I was trying to finish my point, which was the same exact point, but you need to be more cordial to the conversation because, maybe I could learn something as well. Yeah, but maybe I do that sometimes. But I'm just saying, bro, man, that was weird. I was just like, I was trying to say something and then you
No hard feelings.
talking the entire time while I was trying to talk.
No hard feelings.
No harm, no foul.
My apologies for talking in an opportune time.
Yeah, sure. No, I know we're all passionate about the. We're all passionate about the topic. We're all passionate.
Yeah, I understand. So I really do understand, and I yield.
No, I mean in this room, it's sometimes it gets
5
pretty
a.m.
crowded.
Right?
Sometimes it gets pretty crowded. He's doing it again. See what's happening right now. You're doing it again. All right. Sometimes it gets passionate. Just like in a room like this, you have to defer to a moderator. Just chill for a minute, man.
I'm chilling. I got my chill and my orange juice.
I was cracking up. You guys just had me cracking up pretty hard.
It's all good. Man, dude, I can tell that there was a problem. Is very passionate about the topic. I just want to let him know how shit goes in here because I'm one of the nicer moderators. So if you try to pull that shit on some other people, you're gonna be.
I mean, I've pulled my genuine self on every moderator that I've ever encountered here. And yeah, man, I appreciate you, dude, for sure. But I'm also like really, I'm not trying to knock anybody's anything.
Well, it just seems like you go on a ramble and you're not really saying anything. I mean, just pay attention to the conversation, respond in kind, and fine. Don't worry about it.
Who's the lady that's on the call with us right now? Because she heard me connect. I know that she heard me connect some things.
Okay, well, I didn't understand. There's something wrong with your microphone. It sounds like mumbling, but whatever.
It's okay. Sorry, it's really not.
I still didn't understand.
Your mic sounds weird.
It sounded like just, and
Your mic does sound a little weird, dude.
Yeah, it's kind of like muffled. And I know you're saying something, but your microphone, I think there's some like weird, like muffling kind of distortion thing.
Hey, there was a problem. There was a problem.
Yeah.
Anyway.
There was a problem. There was a problem.
Yeah, I get that one. That was a good.
I already know that it's resolved. I already know that. So your joke's not. No, it doesn't spill over.
I mean, maybe if you're using like headphones, if the pinhole mic is like below your chin, sometimes that causes muffling. If you're using like a Bluetooth headphones or a wired headphone, you want to keep the.
No, I'm just using that. I'm just using the handset.
Oh, that sounds way better. See?
Yeah, you're welcome.
That sounds way better.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, there you go.
I fixed it. Thank you. And both of you led me.
Now we can hear you better.
Both of you led me to this point. Like I couldn't have done this independently, and it couldn't have been made to be happen without either one of you. Like you were, you know what I'm saying?
Glad to be of service.
No, I don't like it like that because you put like a military spin on it. Please don't ever.
I'm sorry, I come from a long line of, military. I was raised in a very militaristic household.
So we got to figure out how to free that from your body.
Yeah, I know, that's some Zog shit.
Maybe. I think it's cord things.
Yeah. Yeah, who do you have in this YouTube live chat that wants to come and talk about this?
You got
Maybe
Dingleberry.
It's pretty late, as far as the West. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's freaking what? It's 3:20 here in Central America.
Where in the heck are you at, Helio?
I'm in Arkansas.
Oh shoot, I'm in Oklahoma.
Oh really? Where?
I'm in Muskogee.
Damn, I'm in Fayetteville.
Oh well, there you go. That's just a couple
like
hours.
an hour apart.
Yeah, it's about 2 hours tops.
Holy shit, man! That's
Mm-hmm.
crazy. I didn't know you were Muskogee. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. I would say it's a small world after all, but I feel like that's part of the neuro-linguistic programming.
No.
Yeah, it's a small farm.
But that's not a coincidence. We met each other. As a matter of fact, I do some meetups. I haven't done one in a while. I do some meetups in Fayetteville.
I haven't been to a single meetup, but I would love to go to a meetup.
Yeah, Muskogee's what, south of Tulsa?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Yeah, Tulsa's about an hour and a half.
Living on Tulsa time.
No.
Shit.
Yeah, from where I'm at, Tulsa's like 45 minutes away.
Yeah, I'm about a little over about an hour and a half away from Tulsa, where I'm at.
You're not that
I'm like
far.
3.5. Y'all gonna find a McDonald's in the middle and eat or something? Because you should.
Damn, Jana, I didn't know you were in freaking Oklahoma. That's freaking cool.
Yep, right in the middle. Right in the middle.
Yeah, I grew up in the Little Rock area, but I live in Fayetteville now. Cool.
Like I'm just here for right now. Like I have to get a fine paid and all that crazy crap. But I travel all over the place. Like state to state, I travel. So I never know where I'm gonna be.
Yeah.
I just go where the money is.
Are you a contractor or something?
No, I work Renaissance festivals.
Travel nurse. She's a travel nurse.
No. I'm a call it an artisan. I travel from festival to festival, Renaissance festival to Renaissance festival, and I make and I sell crafts, and I make money under the table. So,
in what city is Sherwood Forest?
Sherwood is in just south of Austin.
Where's the original Sherwood Forest?
Where's the original? In Sherwood. That's in.
That's from Ireland, isn't it?
Ireland or Scotland or something like that. Yeah, that way.
That's a damn weird question.
Motherfucker. Is that a trick question?
That's a damn big question.
Look, I it's one of the best lifestyles I've ever found, because I can just go set a camp spot up and go pay a campground director $200 to camp there for 2 months while I make really good cash under the table.
You have a camper, like a little camper.
Oh no, I've got a Jeep. I've got a Jeep and I've got my gear all packed up in it.
Nice.
Yep.
I'm a traveling woman.
That's true. It's very true.
Nice.
For the first time, that's always been something that's kept me from taking certain like day or multi-day extravaganzas, right? It's always been like that. I didn't have like the bag that I could just keep on me at all times, or close enough.
The whole motto is stay ready so that you ain't gotta get ready.
I know what the whole damn motto is. Come on. You think I don't know about that? Come on.
Oh no!
You think I don't know?
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Damn. How many times can we put that in a hockey game?
Yeah, but you can't be prepared for everything all the time, right? You never know.
Yeah, it's like
preppers are kind of.
it's a
I don't
whole
know
other
about that.
nirvana. It's a whole other nirvana to search for. I swear.
Well, you got to be able to adapt. You got to be able to adapt to any scenario. So what
He
if
said, I don't know if you'd be ready for
prepping only gets you on a crutch, like a cushion. You got to be able to adapt.
Look, I just want
we got a new
to
person.
respond to what was said about, well, you're not going to be ready all the time. So here's a little story. There was a fire that happened in the campground that I was staying in because some dummy decided to dump their fire pit bowl into a brush pile. Dumbest thing anybody could ever
Emissions.
And so, well, they thought that their little burn bowl was out, and it had ended up catching this brush pile on fire, and people were camped like all around this like little brush pile, like it wasn't a big deal.
You.
But as soon as I saw that like glow, it was dark, it was nighttime. As soon as I saw that glow, and I heard fire, I had a 10-pound fire extinguisher on my porch of my campsite, and I just grabbed it and I hauled ass over there. I put that fire out. I was ready. I was prepared. I had a fire extinguisher. I literally have everything and anything that I will ever need, including camp stoves, fuel,
Except for the
emergency
courage
blankets,
to
fire starters.
Why didn't you just put the fire out with your fire extinguisher?
I
The one
did.
you're talking about experiencing.
I did. I put the fire out with my fire extinguisher.
And then what happened?
And then people were very grateful
more
that
fire.
somebody was attentive enough to have a fire extinguisher that works.
Wait, who was? So you were in a camp area, and someone.
This happened. This happened at Sherwood Forest Festival.
And they were.
Are we talking about next to us? It's the same place.
I know how to extinguish a campfire. Hold on,
Hold on.
Extinguish a campfire, and it's pretty. It's not even hard, to extinguish a campfire.
No.
You just you can piss on it, or you can grab the coals
Helio,
out,
listen.
or whatever.
Listen.
But somebody
Helio,
just
listen.
dumped it on something. What?
No, this was not just a campfire. We're talking about a huge brush pile that was not meant to be set on fire.
Okay.
We're talking about somebody who has no camping knowledge, some sort of city slicker.
It happened
in a
at Sherwood
camper.
Forest.
Listen. Let's shut up for just a second. I'm talking. Okay.
Yeah. See, bro. No, hold on. Yeah, don't talk over.
No,
her,
I want to understand.
I was like, who's talking over me? I'm trying to explain this. So what had happened is this city slicker person, they had their, how people have their little fancy fire pits that are on those little elevated stands. Well, they thought that their fire ashes were out completely in their pit. And for some, I don't know, godforsaken reason, they thought it would be a good idea to dump the ashes, what they thought were just, dead coals and ashes, into this massive brush pile. So this brush pile.
Well, let me ask. So they were in a campsite. And
yes,
they had a shovel and they just threw them out.
No.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out.
You can go to frickin' Home Depot or Lowe's or Walmart and get a fire pit. You know what I'm talking about? You can just get a little metal.
So it was disposable for them.
For like $100
Yeah, I
bucks.
guess I'm missing it all.
Anyway, it's like a fire ring. It's a fire pit. It's just a anyway.
Yeah,
So they
$100.
I'm just trying to figure out how about these rich people or whatever people that did what.
Anyway, they dumped their ashes out, in this massive brush pile. They thought that their stuff was out. It wasn't out. They still had hot coals in there that apparently they didn't know about. They didn't like wet their stuff down before like emptying it out or whatever. And so it caught this big ass brush pile on fire. That fire was starting to lick the underneath side of the trees, the branches on the tree that it was next, the brush pile was next to. Like, it was not just a campfire that I put out. It was a fucking fire. Like, it was a panic situation. Like, it was pretty freaking crazy. But as far as preparedness goes, I was ready. I had a fire extinguisher to bring that full circle.
So you saved the day.
Yeah, basically.
Nah. It's like, did you tell them they were fucking assholes?
When we figured out who had done it, they had been kicked out of the campground just for pure stupidity, because we don't play around like that.
Yeah.
We don't play games. You'll get kicked out of the campground so fast.
Yeah. Like I said, I grew up in Arkansas. There's plenty of campgrounds around here. If people are being dumb, I mean, you can be drunk as fuck sometimes, but I mean, as far as fire goes, even if you're drunk, you know how to freaking do something not stupid like that. Yeah,
that was just absolute pure stupidity. Like, there was no forethought into that person with their fire bowl, giant. They had their campfire going in one of those metal pits that you can like pick up and dump. It's like a big ass aluminum fucking. Anyway,
and what did they do with it? So what did they do with it? You said they threw it on a brush pile.
They threw what they thought were their ashes. They had a campfire going at one point, I guess earlier today.
There was still red hot coals in it, and then
they didn't think that there were any hot coals left in their little fire pit thing, and they just like went to dump it, and they dumped it in a big ass brush pile, which caught the brush pile on fire.
Oh god dang, that's stupid. All right, so we have this new guy. I can't even pronounce the name. Kioro Ragnaroko.
Rengoku.
Can you? He's asking me if I'm intoxicated. The answer is yes, but what does it have to do with anything? I'm quite. I have all of my faculties, not all of them, but most of them.
Yeah, majority faculties.
Faculties.
I mean, if you're curious about, what we think about flat Earth, go ahead and ask us a question. You can open your mic. You have access to your microphone. Go ahead and ask.
Next thing you know, you'll be tenured. Open your microphone, please.
I don't really have much to say about the topic. I kind of spoke to the other guys the other night. A couple nights ago.
Well, you spoke to the other guys.
Welcome
now
back.
You're talking to us.
Welcome
Go
back
ahead
to the after hours. Welcome back.
Jesus Christ! I'm the fucking moderator, motherfucker. If you interrupt me again, I'm going to mute you. That means there was a problem, and now there's a problem. There's a problem now. If you talk while I'm talking, if you talk over me, I'm going to mute you. You understand that?
Yeah, talk to the needed.
Okay. Then let's move forward. Kyo, what would you call you? Kyo?
Just call me Rengoku.
Rengo?
From anime. Rengoku.
All right, cool. So, how did you find our server?
I was over at my best friend's house, and he was telling me about like this app. So I joined on here, and I joined this server. I'm kind of new to this app.
What, Discord?
So,
You're new to Discord? Hold on. You're new to the Discord app?
Yeah.
Really? So you're a gamer, but you're new to Discord?
I'm a gamer. I don't play games a lot. I read a lot, though.
Cool. But your friend said, hey, come talk to these flat earthers, and you joined, and here you are.
He's asleep now. He's over a couple of houses down from here.
All right, cool. So, have you ever talked to anyone about this topic before, like flat Earth, or
I was just kind of lost of words. I did hat questions, but then my friend kind of took over. That was quite a disaster because my other friend, his brother, came on the mic. And he was like, I guess like he got confused with the concept of what you guys mean by flat Earth. Since you guys say that it's, he was okay. So his view on it was like this, saying that that the Earth is actually not flat because we got hills, we got mountains. So he got confused with the concept. That's why.
So in your experience, I mean, as far as what you understand about flat Earth, what do you think we mean by flat Earth? Because hills and valleys are not the flat Earth, right? I mean, it sounds like you know that we're talking about sea level, right?
Well, I think it's more than that. I think it's like you guys, so far what I learned a couple of days here, just me just looking at it in the chat and listening to you guys here and there. You guys think that the Earth doesn't move, so it's stationary. You guys think that the Earth is flat as it's observable, and that's pretty much all I know so far.
Oh, cool. So, all right, so if you're willing to talk to us, and it sounds like you're a cool guy, cool. So we'll start from the beginning, right? Have you ever come across anyone that's well, shit. I mean, it sounds like you've already come across people that have tried to say, hills and valleys are disprove of flat Earth. Well, hills and valleys, that's not what flat earthers are talking about. We're talking about sea level all across Earth, right? Now, it wouldn't necessarily be proof of flat, but it wouldn't be proof of globe either, right? Because, hey, Jenna, can you tell?
Yep, I got you. Okay, so go ahead and reiterate for me, if you will. What position are you coming from on this?
Glober.
Okay, and your experience or discussion that you've been through with others about it?
Earlier, I spoke about observations, like seeing boats disappearing underneath the curvature.
Okay, underneath the curvature. Okay, that's a new one.
Not underneath, but like going below it.
Like over a curve, over and beyond.
Just going below it, below the curvature.
Okay. So what does physics say about the behavior of water? Two main things in physics, that one, water will take the shape of the container that it is put in. Two, water will be level on the surface. So the thing about that is we call it sea level because it's level. And when we're talking about land masses, we're talking land masses that are certain elevation points above or below sea level, right? These are just basic things, right? That like pretty much everybody knows, right?
I would have to check on that. Just to verify that, just to make sure like everything you're saying is right so far.
Okay, well,
What are you
first two
gonna
things that you can check is you can fill your bathtub up with water, observe that it's level. You can go observe a swimming pool, that it's level. You can go observe a lake on a calm day and see that it's level. And you can also see that reflections in water are symmetrical. This is called specular reflection. So these are good things for you to research if you're trying to figure this out. If you are just, you seem like you're here because you want to reach some sort of understanding about this.
I was just kind of seeking like if you guys were this serious on this topic. It's a big server. Like,
hey, you had a good first day. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's
come back.
it is
Come
pretty
back.
serious. Because a lot of people don't know that, you know, we're being kept in this sort of a massive cattle ring where nobody can see the fences, so everybody thinks that they're free. There's no independent travel allowed past 60 degrees northern latitude or 60 degrees southern latitude. Those places are off limits to private independent travel specifically. It doesn't mean that, tourists can't go. You know, people do go on little tours and stuff. That's not the point. Physics dictate who's hot micing. Somebody's hot micing. Anyway, two things you can check is that, one, you can look this up on YouTube right now. Water will take the shape of the container that it is in, okay? And two, water will seek its level. And this is the whole reason it's called sea level, right? Logically, right? Wouldn't that just be like a logical extrapolation? Yes or no?
Sure, but what you guys are talking about? You have a video? So I could be on the same page with you.
I mean, you're in the text chat, aren't you?
Do you have a video? Do you have a video to the extremely easy concept about water that Jenna's just tried to
I don't think I need a video to an extra. Like I just said, you can go look it up on YouTube if you'd like. It's full of examples of physics experiments. You can look up physics experiments with water, and you can find out all kinds of really cool stuff. And you can verify what I'm speaking of.
2 seconds. My friend, do you understand why Jenna's talking about water to you?
I do, but I don't know if we're talking about the same thing because when I was in the...
Hold on. You said you do, and then straight away, I don't understand if we're talking about the same thing. Yeah. So probably not then, right? There's a bit of confusion. What is the Earth's surface primarily? What's it made out of, so we're told? The Earth. What's the surface made of?
Earth's surface.
Sorry, Jenna. Let me see if I can do it with a stick. Come on, mate. I'm trying to help you. What is the Earth's surface made of?
Give you a hint. No, I'll give you a hint. Okay, are you looking in the live chat?
Are
you looking in the text? In the text, look in the text chat. There's your hint.
The hint was in what Jenna's been talking about for the last few minutes. What's the word? What's the word beginning with W that she's been saying over and over again? Water.
Water.
Yeah. We're told. Sorry, Jenna. We're told that 70 to 75% of the Earth's surface is water, aren't we? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I'll repeat that again.
Right. No, I'm not going to repeat it again. Jen, if you want to waste your time with him, because, mate, I'm trying to break it down and be really simple with you and have a back and forth and yes or no, so you do follow the conversation. I'm only jumping in because we're talking about something as very simple as water and how it conflates and why we were talking about it pertaining to the flat Earth. So if you can't follow that, mate, I can't fucking help you. Go on,
all right, yes, I got him. All right, buddy. Okay. The surface of Earth, 71% of Earth's surface is what? You're supposed to answer. Your turn. Water. Okay. So 70+% of Earth's surface is water. And what does physics dictate about water? that water will seek its
Level.
level. Okay.
I'm speaking.
Okay, it doesn't always come through, I guess. I don't know, you might have a mic issue.
You might do, actually.
But, okay, so we have two things here that we know for certain, right? That 71% of Earth's surface is water, and that water will seek its level. So at what point does that curve, you know? It doesn't.
When the boat disappears.
Okay. That is something called perspective, that those go into the laws of perspective, into something called your vanishing point. There's a lot of factors involved with that, including atmospheric distortion, and a whole lot of other things. So if Earth is 70% water and water finds its level, then it only reasons that Earth is level. Okay, Earth is level. We'll go there. We won't say it's flat, right? We'll say that Earth is level, right? Is that okay to say, like pertaining to water, Earth is level?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Cool. So I have been wondering how globe believers get right angles or 90 degrees on the surface of a ball, especially when you have to use horizontal to vertical. So horizontal means, you know, straight, flat, level, parallel, and this is why we call it the horizon. So when you see these ships disappear on the horizon, which is horizontal and perfectly level, not curving, or else we'd call it like curvizontal or something, right? Something fucking crazy. Then it would only stand to reason that Earth is level, okay? We have calm lakes that we observe, which means we're probably not moving. Do you feel the ground moving underneath you?
Oh, but it doesn't mean
No but. Hold on. I'm going to stop right there. Because you said no but. Do you tell your mother I love you but? Because when you say I love you but, that word but negates your previous statement. So don't start statements and then say but. Because you just negate yourself.
However, is that fine with you?
No. However. Oh, okay, continue. Go ahead.
What's fine? The excuse you're going to give.
Mm-hmm. No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Does he actually need the talking stick?
I mean, I guess so. Is the Earth, can you feel, when you are standing on the ground, do you feel yourself moving? When you're outside? No, you don't. You don't feel yourself moving. So why do you believe what you believe?
Because I was told. Well, I learned in school, pretty much, I guess.
Because you were told. There it is. Because you were told. And you trusted it, right?
Not all of it.
On this topic, you trusted it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So therefore, you trusted something that you were told, and you didn't question it. So you're in here. You're in here for a reason, whether you realize it or not. Okay.
Okay.
So I don't think you're. I don't know. Where are you at with all this? What are your thoughts? What questions do you have for flat earthers? Because you can't prove a globe. We're just going to be straight up honest. No one can prove the globe. No one can prove rotation. We now know that water is level. We now know that we're not moving. We don't feel rotation, and there's been absolutely nothing to prove rotation. So, I guess, what questions do you have?
On this topic, or can it be like other questions?
This is a flat Earth server, my dude. This is a flat Earth server. So you're either going to ask questions about the globe, or you're going to ask questions about a flat Earth.
Okay.
You know, what questions do you have for flat earthers? What questions do you have about your globe beliefs? Fire away, my guy.
Can you give me like 3 minutes on this? Like,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah, sure. Sure. Take your time. Is there anyone else that would like to come in and talk while he formulates some questions?
I'll say hello. Good morning to you. I'm just going to sit down and drink some coffee and listen to this.
Good morning.
Good morning, mate. I've only been up about 20 minutes, half an hour or so, so I thought I'd listen to this. Sorry for jumping in early. It just frustrated me that he wasn't understanding or following where you were going.
You're good, thank you.
You know what I'm like, Jenna. I don't have much patience, especially this time, and most definitely not before coffee.
Not before coffee. I understand, brother. I understand.
Morning.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jennifer, on mic in earlier as well.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I was like, whoa.
I know. I was shouting at my dog, so like it was really loud as well.
That's what that
sorry about that. Yeah, so realised. Hello, Chris. How you doing, mate? You alright?
Yeah, really. Yeah, hello, mate. How you doing? You good? You good?
Yeah. Did you get my message? I can't make it this morning, but definitely next Sunday. I mean the weather's pretty terrible, but
it's nasty out there for sure. I've had football cancelled on me this morning because of the weather, which is really annoying. So no football for my team today. But it looks like I'm going to be spending the morning that I would have been playing football. It looks like I'll be able to spend the morning in here. So that at least I can do that. So it should be a good morning.
So this guy that Jenna's talking to, it feels like the question needs to be asked, kind of, what percentage do you feel like a flat Earth is possible? And that he would say something like, oh, like 1%. Like, it's sort of clearly, it's just that it's sort of, the arguments, it's also take so much, he's so low down the staircase of disbelief. Like, maybe not, but maybe it's quite late for him. But just to sort of gauge, like, what percentage do you feel it's even possible? Because some people might say, well, I don't know, like 10%. Like, it's a very low percentage, just to get an idea of where he's at. Or some people might say, oh, totally, 80% is, because there might be. Just to sort of gauge.
He's probably at 99%. His best evidence was ships over the horizon. I don't know how so the horizon became physical again. You gotta like flip a coin these days to figure it out if it's physical or apparent.
Going to try and get back to that kind of physical Earth curvature claim that boats went over with this guy, but I didn't even know if he was following what Jenna said about water main, to be honest with you. It didn't seem engaged.
It's basic, and it's such basic grade school level physical science about water.
Jenna, do you remember yesterday me and you having a conversation and brainwashing got brought up? It's like we have to grab these guys by the shoulder sometimes and shake them for half an hour. Because the brainwashing is really deep. It's like they don't even really understand why they're here. And this is the kind of impression I got from I don't know why I'm here, really. I just thought I'd come in and ask some questions. And you guys are pretty serious, aren't you? Woo!
Yeah. Well, that's why I told him. I said, you're here for a reason, although you might not realize just how serious this is.
Yeah. Today.
You know what that reminds me of, Jedi? I know this guy. He grew up into his 20s. He never saw a TV set.
Oh, wow.
And he grew up like in the California desert, to like fundy parents. Anytime he went into a room with a TV set on, he was like mesmerized. You couldn't get him to look away from it. Like it was like I don't know, like shiny. Look, like
yeah.
So that's what these guys are like. It takes you 30 minutes to like, okay, look away from the TV set. We're talking about reality. There's some level water over here. Yeah, I know you've seen level water. It's like, no, but the TV, that's a ball on TV. It's not level water.
Yeah, but the ball on the television.
No, you're spot on, dear. Absolutely spot on. That's the impression I was getting with this. Is we could hear him, but he was completely engaged in a screen somewhere, and
it's because their idea of the Earth is completely conceptual in their imagination. When you say, "What's the Earth look like?" they see the blue marble. They don't
Well, did you?
see what they see when they they don't imagine in their head what's outside their door or what they experience when they go to the ocean. They think about the imagery, not actual reality.
And you guys heard him. Like, I got him to admit that he only believes what he believes because he's been told that. Where's the playback?
Yeah, I heard that. He wants to know if space is fake.
He wants to know if space is fake.
Yeah, he typed that in the chat. Is space fake? Someone asked him to define space.
I realized
No. Okay, is space fake? This is the point where, if he'd like to, he can get back on the mic and talk about it.
Yeah, he is. He was muted by
I
accident.
realized I was muted for the last 3 minutes. Whoops.
No, that's fine.
Is space fake? I like that one.
Is space fake? Well, do you believe that NASA would never lie to you? Or the government? Or any of its agencies or organizations would never lie to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have a
government can do that.
I have something else. Where does the idea of outer space come from?
There we go.
Do you think like Aristotle built a rocket ship or something? Like, where does the idea come from? Why do you have the idea of outer space?
Right. Yeah. What do you mean by space, outer space? I mean,
You defined it: the universe, stars.
Hold on a second. Let me reiterate what I was saying. So, when I say do you think space is fake? Do you think there's a sky in space, or you think there's just a sky?
Indio, can I answer this?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. You know that NASA tell us up there is a vacuum of space where the moon and sun and Mars are. You know that bit?
Yes.
Yeah. That bit can't be true. The vacuum of space cannot be true. It's uncontained from the gas pressure you and I are breathing right now. To have an uncontained pressure environment within a vacuum and without that gas pressure dispersing into that vacuum is a second law of thermodynamics violation. That would not happen. When you pop a balloon, the gas instantaneously disperses into a low pressure environment. When you pop a tyre, the gas instantaneously disperses into a low pressure environment. We are told that up there is a vacuum and it's uncontained from our gas pressure environment, declared to be an open system. If it is open and devoid of a physical barrier separating the gas pressure that we breathe from that vacuous space, the gas would fill the space and we wouldn't be breathing. So people like to come in here and say, hey, you flat earthers don't believe in space, do you? The stories that NASA tell you. No. And for one very good reason. The vacuum of space cannot be true for the reasons that I've just aforementioned. Lots of stories about space, remote control cars on Mars, pictures from satellites, moon missions, and all of that type of stuff are therefore and henceforth debunked. We don't need to talk about the stories in a place called space, because space itself cannot be real. Do you understand that, my friend?
Yeah, I follow.
Yeah, does that make sense to you? Do you have an issue with what I said?
No.
Cool. Awesome stuff. Indio, anybody else we can take back over?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, if he says no to what you said, what you say, space cannot exist due to those parameters. How can... He said, no, space cannot exist. I mean, so their idea of space absolutely cannot exist.
What you will do and what I will do, and
by their definition of space, outer space, third rock from the sun, Milky Way galaxy, and all that kind of stuff. So what? What is the question? ultimately, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Earth is Earth. It's the only place that can exist. The idea of outer space is completely ridiculous. It can't be real. The stories, just like you were saying, you know, like Mars rovers and traveling through the galaxy and all that kind of stuff, or the solar system. It's just it's a ridiculous idea. That's just a story. Nobody can prove it. They just fed us stories through media and television news, and it doesn't exist in reality.
Questions, thoughts, concerns?
I'm just going to chime in and say that NASA's been faking Mars in places like Greenland and Devon Island. It's just really interesting how the terrain looks absolutely identical. They've been found out, but NASA's still keeping up with their shenanigans. It's like they're pissing in the wind. Said it earlier.
What's the gentleman's name that we're talking to?
Oh, how do we pronounce his name?
Oh, you could just call me Rengoku.
Rengoku.
Oh, I'm just going to call you Ringo.
Ringo?
Ringo. Yeah,
Right.
it's Beatles-esque, and I'm English, so we go for Ringo. You just posted in the live stream, Ringo, that you've read the second law of thermodynamics and you understand that gas pressure must be contained. Yes, you understand that.
Right. Just like a tire needs gas to go, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you'll understand that gas pressure is the force that the gas itself is exerting on the walls of its container. So the gas inside the tyre is pressing really, really hard against the tyre because it's in a limited volume created by the tyre, right?
Right. Everyone's had a flat.
Hold on, Helio. Sorry, Helio. No. I've found it hard to engage him. So now that I've engaged him, let me engage him for a bit, mate. Thank you.
My bad.
So that's all right, Helio, mate. I love you, mate. It's not bad. So you understand what I just said, Ringo, yes? We have agreement. Yeah, we have agreements on that. So the idea that the Earth's gas that we're breathing, apart from the rocks that we're standing on and the water and me and you and everything upon the Earth, when we talk about the sky, when that's a vacuum, we understand that the gas has got fuck all to press upon. We understand that, yeah? Yes. No. Ringo. Yeah. Good.
Yes.
Yeah. It's your microphone might just be having issues picking yourself up, mate. So forgive my impatience. All right. I'm just hoping that you're not
showing red and orange and green on my end.
Yeah.
That's an issue.
No worries, mate. I'm just hoping that you're following where I'm going and you're picking up what I'm putting it down along the way. Yeah. That's all I'm hoping that's happening. Cool. So we understand that up there in the sky, if there's nothing to press upon, there will be no reason for us to have gas pressure. The gas wouldn't be kept here, there would be no physical barrier, and the gas would continue into the sky if it was a never-ending expanding vacuum. That couldn't be true, could it?
No, that cannot be true.
No.
In an open container. Or not an open container. That's a redundant thing.
Well, no, Hido, it's spot on. It is an open container. The container being the physical thing that the gas would put upon. When they say open container, they mean no container. Okay, no thing to physically push upon. So the gas would fill the space. That's crazy. Now, this is the point that I wanted to get onto. Because, all right, now we've removed the idea of the vacuum of space. That idea that they tell us can't be true. But you and I can stand here on the Earth and we can point at the moon, we can point at Mars and Jupiter and these things in the sky. From this point onwards, we are just believing a story that we've been told about the sky and what those things are. You might have a little bit of confidence in being able to tell me that, hey, look, that one there, that one's Jupiter, and that's a giant ball of gas in a vacuum. You don't get to critically think about the giant ball of gas in a vacuum. You're just confident with the story that you've been told because NASA and authority have turned around and told you.
and they've been there. They're the ones that send the satellites, they're the ones that send the rockets into this place called space. You don't critically think about what space is. You just have the confidence to believe them. You have the confidence to believe them because they've been around all of your fucking life telling you these stories and saying that they've had missions to these places. So with confidence, you believe the story standing here on the earth when you point up and look at Jupiter and tell me what it is. You believe that story, but you don't critically think about it. Today, you've just critically thought about the first parameter about the story. This place is a fucking vacuum and we've got gas pressure. Therefore, every single story that they tell you about this place called vacuum of space cannot be true. They've never fucking been there. They couldn't have been there because it can't fucking exist. That's the mind game. That's the brainwashing. You've got a bit of confidence in a story from this steel man called NASA, from this authority. Understanding simple fucking things like when you pop a balloon, the gas fucks off, ruins that story. When you ruin that story, you understand that that's the entire medium that the Earth, a ball, is said to be spinning and orbiting around in. Now, we understand that the Earth is flat and level and stationary, and whatever is up in the sky is up in the sky, but we're most definitely not a ball spinning around in a space vacuum. Do you understand that point, Ringo?
Sure.
Sure.
So that when he asked, does outer space exist? That's right.
Helio. Being as I've just removed the vacuum of space from the heliocentric story, do we now have to go back to the Earth being a ball and why it is not and fundamentally cannot be a ball? Do you want to go back to that bit? Because those are the two primary claims. Apart from the second one, the Earth is spinning around and flying around in the space vacuum that I've just removed from reality. Do you want to make sure that it's not a fucking ball? Do you want to do that?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So we're told that we live in a ball of set dimensions, right? Radius, diameter, and circumference?
Yeah.
We know. Yeah. Being as they make a geometric claim to the Earth, they say it's a shape, and they give us the dimensions for it. That means we can use a tool called math to figure out a few things about our environment. Would you agree to that?
Yeah.
Awesome. Now, there's two primary calculations that we can do being on a ball of a set size. One is figure out the rate of descent between point A, your position on the top of the ball, and point B, anywhere along that ball surface that has descended down and away from you. Because everything to you when you stand on the ball is down and away from you. That calculation's 8 inches per mile squared. So the descent rate over distance is 8 inches per mile squared. 1 mile, 8 inches. After that, because it's an exponential function, you're on a curve, it gets worse and worse and worse. But you understand that, it's very simple, yes?
I follow.
Good. The second one's really interesting. So, for an observer standing on that curved surface, we should figure out where the geometric physical horizon should be. Do you understand what I'm saying by that?
No. Do you have a visual?
Yeah, let me try. If you are standing on a ball, looking across at that ball surface, eventually that ball surface is going to get in the way of you seeing things beyond it, isn't it? Yeah. That's a mathematical function away as well. If you know your altitude above that curved surface, you know the radius of. It's just a calculation to figure out where that geometric horizon obstruction would be. That is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if you're an observer at 1 foot above that curved surface, the square root of 1 is 1 times 1.225. So for an observer at 1 foot above that curved surface, the horizon geometric Earth sphere edge should be at 1.225 miles. Would you agree to at least that maths can do this function? And for now, that will be how we're going to move on, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. You said earlier ships go over the curve of the Earth. I can't see that boat because the curve of the Earth is in the way. You said that, right? Pretty much.
I did.
Awesome. Now, if you're standing on the beach watching that boat, we've just figured out we can use math to figure out where the obstruction would begin. It would have to be physical obstruction for something physically to be hidden behind, like a tree, for example. Sorry, like a hill, for example, right? So it goes over a hill, the hill gets in the way, you can't see it. Yeah? Yes? Got to be physical for it to get in the way. Yeah, good. Now, have you seen the image called the Black Swan on this server? It's an image of 2 oil rigs. Guys, if there's anybody that has got bot permissions or mean permissions or whatever, can you post the Black Swan image in the live stream voice text?
I'm thinking about the actual animal, but no, I haven't seen it.
I'll tell you what. Why somebody does this, I'll explain why we use the argument called the Black Swan. Why it's called the Black Swan in the first instance. It's just a logical argument, and it's kind of set out a bit like this. I say in the world only white swans exist. Now, there's only white swans. There's not blue ones, there's not yellow ones, there's not black ones. If somebody comes along with an image or proof that at least one black swan exists, it would prove my initial premise that only white swans exist to be false. Right? You understand that?
Repeat that again. You kind of cut off in the end.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. If I say that in existence only white swans exist, it would just take an image or a verified photo of a black swan to exist to remove the first premise that only white swans exist. I've just discovered a black swan, so only white swan. So not only white swans exist. You understand that, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see the image of 2 oil rigs in the live stream voice text? Posted by Hides.
Two same images.
Yeah. Just focus on either one of them. The question's going to be about the horizon in relevance to the 2 oil rigs. The 2 oil rigs are there because they're known distance markers. We know how far away from the observer they are. We also now know the observer's altitude above the Earth's surface. It's 1 foot above the surface of the water at the beach. Do you remember my calculation earlier for how far the geometric horizon should be for a 1 foot observer?
1.22, right?
Yeah, spot on. Well done. So just have that in the back of your mind. This guy's at 1 foot above the surface of the Earth, and we're looking for a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles away. Like I said, the oil rigs are at known distances. One's at 6 miles, one's at 9 miles. Can you tell me in relevance to the 2 oil rigs where the horizon appears to be? Is the horizon before the oil rigs? Is it between the 2 oil rigs? Or is it indeed past the 2 oil rigs? Where's the horizon, mate?
Kinda. Past the 9.41.
Cool. Okay, I'd agree. Yeah. I'd agree with you. The horizon appears past the 2 oil rigs. Now, being as we know that the furthest one on the left-hand side is, 9 miles away, could we safely say that the horizon appears to be at least 10 miles away? It could be further than that, but it's at least 10 miles away.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we're an observer standing on the surface of the Earth and the surface of the Earth is curved and that curve would get in the way of things as I stood on that curved surface and looked across, on the known size of the Earth that we've been given, the radius of 3,950 miles, then the geometric curve of the Earth for things to disappear over, for this observer standing at 1 foot, should be at 1.225 miles away from the observer. The horizon is clearly observed beyond the 2 oil rigs. The furthest oil rig on the left-hand side is at 9 miles away, and the horizon appears to be no less than 10 miles away, and it could be further. What do you think we're demonstrating here, my friend? Do you think that we're demonstrating the physical curve of the Earth? the physical geometric horizon for things like you said, boats to disappear over? Or are we displaying that the horizon is an optical phenomena? The phenomena of an observer looking across the plane of the Earth, and depending on the atmospheric conditions and the technology used, you have to remember that this is used using a powerful camera. With the technology used, that we are just seeing the limitations that we can observe on any day. What do you think the horizon is now, my friend?
Optical, phenomenal.
Yeah, the horizon is indeed optical. It most definitely is not the curvature of the Earth for boats and things to disappear beyond. Can you look at the picture of the two oil rigs again for me, please? Do you notice that between the two oil rigs there's a small boat?
That little thing right there between them?
Yeah, that little thing right there. Could you imagine that maybe we could see images on another day where the horizon would probably be at least 20 miles away? Do you think that also that we could show you images on another day that, hey, look, the atmospheric conditions aren't so great today and the horizon's actually before the oil rigs? Because what we can do is we can go out on any day of the year and observe the horizon to be moving about a bit, depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day. So, yeah, all we're doing is observing optical phenomena. That boat between the two oil rigs, according to heliocentric story though, shouldn't be even seen. That should be well beyond the curvature of the Earth, and the curvature of the Earth should start at 1.225 miles away. This is one of the main reasons we're here. This is one of the main reasons this server still exists, and it's probably, I say probably, it's not a good word to use in a server, but I would say with 100% assurity, it's going to be the reason why this server will continue to exist, because the Earth is observably flat. Now, do you understand that kind of initial premise and what I've just said, my friend? Because we spoke about space, and now I'm going to take the ball away from you. First instance, no boat went over the physical curvature of the Earth, because there is no curvature of the Earth to be observed. Do you understand that?
Can you give me like 3 minutes to think on that?
Yeah, of course, my friend.
I think the main reason, maybe something that you didn't bring up, Chris, was that the reason that is significant. This guy had his camera 1 foot above observer height, and this is a bay that is connected directly to the ocean. And so it's not like it's not. We have different. So it's the ocean that you're looking across now, which is sea level, right? And that's the major point. What's it? Is it Santa Monica? What's the name of that bay? It's connected.
If our gentleman's going away to think about that, and hopefully he understood where I was taking him, and hopefully what he comes back with will be good, poignant questions. There could be some, doesn't matter what they are, right? There's reasons for whatever he may come back with.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But it's part of a deeper investigation, right? Okay, if you've got good questions, then they're good questions and they need answering. It's fine if they're good questions. People learn in different ways, right?
Yeah, including all of us. And a lot of people think that we have our mind made up, but we don't necessarily. We just make our minds up based on,
all right,
true knowledge.
Ringo, that makes sense, yeah? You just posted.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do I still have to keep taking the ball away from you? Because I can if you want me to. It's just an observation at the moment of oil rigs and kind of the understanding of what the horizon isn't. So it's not just the fact that we observe a flat Earth. We actually use the Earth functionally and mathematically and geometrically to navigate across the Earth as if it was a flat plane. because it necessarily has to be so for us to use the technology and mathematical applications to it to be able to apply it. There are other ways that the Earth must be flat and can in no way be a ball. Again, there's just confidence tricks and things like that. They say it is, and this is what you have to do, and blah, blah, blah. But when you get down to core fundamentals, I say core, when you get down to bottom line fundamentals of things, then in many instances, the Earth must be flat. And one of those ways is to navigate across it. So if you can understand in just very simply that to navigate across something, you've got to understand what it is. And the tools that you use must be applicable to the surface that you're navigating across. So in all instances, the Earth must be flat to use the tools that we use. So there's other ways to take the ball away from people. It's just not oil rigs and looking at horizons and stuff. It can be very simply explained as, you know, what triangles are and how you utilize angle measuring devices. But yeah, there's lots of ways to take the ball away from you, mate. Like I said, this server's been around for a long time. Going to continue to be it.
How long have you been a flat earther, Flora?
Myself, 8 years. Yeah, 8 years.
You're a globe earther before?
Yeah. We all got brought up in this, mate. Every single one of us. And like I say to some of my friends on here, and I said it recently, there's brainwashing that's taken place. And we were all brainwashed. We all got told this story as soon as we came into existence. When we were born, slowly but fucking surely, the first few things we got told about where we were that version of events. We didn't have a choice. It's everywhere. It's on TV, books, education, schools. So there's brainwashing. It's just admitting it and then seeing it. It's the initial kind of hook. What's going to get you out? Sometimes it's slow. Sometimes it's fast. Sometimes people are interested, and most of the time people are not. Because it's a foregone conclusion that when I stand on the surface of the Earth and point up at Jupiter, that it's a fucking giant ball of gas in a vacuum. That's a foregone conclusion because NASA told me so, and that's what everybody else is saying. It's brainwashing, mate. But yeah, 8 years. And it's interesting being in this server, watching gentlemen like yourself coming in here with the brainwashing and trying to stand on that hill and die for the brainwashing. It's very simple, the flat earth argument. And we're just looking at horizons. We're just talking about the physical and natural world, laws of nature that apply to the physical and natural world, and then coming to logical conclusions about what the physical and natural world are, depending on those laws of nature and direct measurement and usage of the surface of the Earth. In all instances, then it's flat, stationary. We're not flying around in a space vacuum.
And Chris, sometimes we'll say, "Do you guys think you could be wrong about this?" And I'm about 8 years in myself, with you, Chris. And I'll be like, "Oh, you think you could be wrong?" I don't think so. I've been looking into it for the same amount of time. I mean, it's as much physical as philosophical altogether when you really grasp it. Go ahead.
Do you remember about 5-10 minutes ago I slipped over my words because I said probably this server will probably, and I changed it for 100% most definitely. The Earth is 100% level on the surface, the bit that we dwell atop anyway, locally to us where we are. We are most definitely not moving. And space isn't a vacuum, or at least we're not uncontained from that vacuum, right? Has to be something there, even if there was a vacuum to even argue about to begin with. We don't know what the Earth's entirety is, the actual quote-unquote shape of the Earth. Helio, it's like Earth-shaped, isn't it, buddy? That's the best we can say about it.
Yeah. It's just like I always say, and people make fun of me, but I always say it. Earth is Earth. Always has been, always will be. So go ahead and make fun of me for it.
No, but this is definitely not making fun of you, because again, you say that this is the best place on Earth to talk about Earth, right?
It certainly is. Yep.
It's one of the places, probably one the top ones to come and start undoing the brainwashing. Just very simple questions. Do you know what gas pressure is? Do you know what a triangle is? Welcome to Flat Earth. Pretty much it.
Just like that meme I just posted. I mean, that's that's a little cartoon thing, but it's just like that's not one of the best ones. I have some better ones, but that was pretty funny. It's just like eye level at the ship in the sun. Anyway, it's just kind of it's just something to think about. But somebody, it's like, oh, flat Earth. Oh, this is all you got for flat Earth. Oh, this meme. It's like, no, I got a shitload more. If you're willing to talk about it, get your ass in here. It's the best place on earth to talk about it. So right here with all the me and my friends, we talk about it 24 hours a day. So if you're willing to talk about it, you have a place to actually, if you're curious, then get in here and ask us questions, man. We're willing to talk about it 24 hours a day. Nobody here is trying to convince you, because we all used to think the Earth was a globe. It's not even.
Oh, do you know what? I struggle with that now. No one here is trying to convince you. ...
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to convince you to use your fucking brain. Not you.
I mean, nobody's trying to convince you that the Earth is flat. We're trying to convince you to actually make up your mind. Because if you come in here and talk to us, that means you're curious why we think the Earth is flat.
You've got a choice. You've got a choice to think for yourself or let somebody else tell you exactly what's going on all the fucking time. That's where it begins. Just that. People being able to tell you where you are and send you off in some mythical fucking type of journey and you not question it. You should really think about yourself when that happens to you, that you're not questioning something that somebody says. Just because
if you're convinced by us that the Earth is flat, then you're on the wrong path. You have to convince yourself and Earth. And to be honest, altogether, Earth is not flat. Earth is Earth, and always has been, always will be. That's one of my other phrases. But anyway, it's just like there's no reason to. It's just like the idea that the Earth was a globe, just like all that. Whatever Chris just went through, he pointed out how ridiculous it is to think that the Earth is this stupid globe. Okay. So anyway, he already went through all that. So I mean, he was just pointing out that the Earth can't be what they told us it is. We don't know what Earth is, but we definitely know it's not that. And from observations, it's a level stationary plane. So go ahead. Sorry.
Questions, thoughts, concerns.
Sorry, not sorry.
Questions, thoughts, concerns, Ringo.
So, okay, so you're saying you don't believe in what's the name of that fucking Twitter? You guys part of that Twitter thing? Flat Earth Society? I don't know.
No.
They think they live on this. Do you agree with those guys? Or
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
No, we don't mess with Flat Earth Society. We have those guys.
Flat Earth Society, here's a good thing. It's quite a good thing to point out, being we're talking about programming, like brainwashing, that type of stuff. Here's a setup or organisation that make claims that are fundamentally ridiculous. A bit of a Ponzi scheme, right? So you understand that type of idea. It's like a straw man. They, whoever they are, put these things out into the public domain that everybody can laugh and point at. Now, this in the Flat Earth type of realm is called the Flat Earth Society. Been around for a long time, there's a little bit of history about them, but they make claims that, for example, the Earth is the third disk from the Sun, that the Earth is indeed rising at 9.8 meters per second squared to attain gravity, so the disk is rising, and there's other stories that are associated with it as well. But ultimately, straw men, because if you understand what a straw man is, that when a straw man's easy to pick apart.
Right? It's easy to slay down, it's easy to burn. So they have control of the straw men, and we are the ones that slay it down, and therefore all flat earth is ridiculous, because the flat earth society is flat earth, right? No, it's not the case. But the idea that the earth is a disc, we've got to try and get that idea out of people's heads as well. It's a hard one to try and remove, because ultimately people have believed that the earth is a ball in space, and it's the third one between like Venus and Mars, or going around the sun. So they have this visual conception of what the earth is, and then the flat earth society and pretty much all kind of thumbnails and depictions of the earth are a disc in space. Space doesn't exist in the way that we're told. Those stars aren't, which don't even want to start talking about that. But the earth bit, the disc bit, no, the earth is probably better defined as the floor of the universe. Everything above the surface of the earth is above the surface of the earth, as pertaining to sun, moon and stars and so on. The extent of sun, moon and stars, and the extent of the floor of the earth beneath the entire earth system, though, with no way of defining how big the earth is or its extent, how high it goes up, how wide it goes out. And what I mean wide is, say, from a central point, we'll call that north. So how wide it goes out from that central point in all directions, and indeed how deep the earth goes down, and what the earth stands on, and what the earth is within the entirety of reality. Yeah, we've got no way of defining that. Any other thoughts, Ringo? It's hard getting that disc out of people's heads. But it's hard to give people new visualizations of what the earth is, apart from a circle of some kind, but primarily because we've got a central point that people always think about, that being north. The sun goes around in a circle. We would have thought, but we can't really be 100% sure. But if we were to use that logical conclusion, then yeah, maybe that's why we think of the Earth as a circle. Some people say that Antarctica is the rim area of the Earth, the area that contains the water, the area that's beyond South America, South Africa, Australia and New Zealand. Yeah, out there south beyond that, they call that white region, that cold region, Antarctica. How far Antarctica goes out and what is beyond, quote unquote, Antarctica, if there is anything to be beyond Antarctica. If it stops and where it stops and how it stops, we don't know. The idea that the Earth is a contained system, though, brings these types of things into question. How far the Earth goes out wide, how high the sky goes before the gas becomes something else. There's a physical area beyond the gas to give the gas pressure. The physical area can be anything. It can be physical solid. It can be physical liquid, fluid. It can be something, but ultimately nobody could tell you what the sky is. The bit on the ground, though, that's level. The waters within these continental land masses are observed, measured and practically used when navigated across as level. Whatever the sky is and how big the Earth is. What shape the Earth is. Yeah, we don't know.
Okay. Yeah, that was all right. Have you guys ever spoke to like people from NASA or the scientists or professors or those people who I guess argue with guys on this topic?
There's been a lot of different. I wouldn't say not Neil deGrasse Tyson's or Bill Nye's or any of those kind of science communicators. We've had and still do have people that work at universities that have made satellites, that have worked in kind of areas associated with looking up at the sky and the heliocentric model from like different areas, but not major personalities. I guess in the wider flat earth kind of community, there have been a few maybe higher up people or people with a little bit more credence or dick to swing, maybe. I don't know if that's a better way to put it, but here in this server, all types of personalities from all type of walks of life, and some of them very associated with putting things in the sky like satellites and so on. There's been so you're aware that, say, on the internet you can Google very quickly the curvature of the Earth calculator. We were talking about that with reference to the horizon earlier. We've had a guy called Mick West come in. Now, he's the guy who developed one of these Earth curve calculators way back in the day. He's been in the server. We've debated him. We've had PhD scientists, physicists in this server. We've debated them. There's nowhere to go. It's only their kind of personal incredulity or their kind of authoritative kind of dick swinging that's made them leave and, not return. There are personalities within the flat Earth, globe Earth kind of debating realm online and on Discord and on YouTube, like the flat Earth, Simon Dan, all of these types of people that like to, like Vsauce, who occasionally like to dabble in the flat Earth type of realm, build their own straw men and fuck off and make some money out of it. There's lots of personality within this, for sure.
All right.
The brainwashing is still going on today. Like, for example, you asked me earlier how long I've been a flat earther. I said 2015. Helio jumped in pretty much same time, 2015. The kind of internet YouTube explosion happened around 2014, 15, 16, 17 with regards to the flat earth. People like Eric DeBay started making videos. Mark Sargent started making videos about the flat earth. Most of us came to the understanding to at least start questioning our reality from, say, a YouTube video by someone. There are people within the flat earth community that have understood that the earth has, been flat, stationary since before 2015. And there's people that are still coming to the understanding. There's people that have just joined the server and been flat earthers for 3, 4, 5 months. And there's people from every step between that and Helio, me, Indio, myself, Mayhem, and a few other people in the server that have been around for 5, 6, 7 years.
You mentioned Mark Sargent. If I'm right, if this is the right one, he lives in his mom's basement, and this is the guy from the Netflix documentary. There was another guy, I can't remember what his name. He's pretty big and buff, but I don't know if we're talking about the same name. That same Mark Sargent.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
He was under the curve, edge of the curve, something like that. One of those names or something else, but he was on a Netflix documentary.
So I guess.
Hold on. Mark Sargent lives in his mom's basement. Is that you're saying that? You know that for a fact?
Oh, but I can go back and recite it for you if you want.
Okay, go ahead. Do that.
All right,
Mark
sure.
Sargent lives in his mother's basement. Go ahead and recite where he said that, if you have proof of it.
Hey, look. So all we're doing is watching a Netflix documentary about a particular topic, and this one's the flat Earth, with personalities that we've never met until we watch a Netflix documentary. And that's pretty much everybody's.
I know what's going on.
Yeah.
So dumb.
So let's quickly think about that just from the offset, right? We've spoken about straw men, right? And here we have kind of, even though it's not, but it is mainstream media giving us documentaries about shit. A point of view. This is where our learning begins primarily these days, with a TV screen and other people telling us about shit. Now, without understanding the flat Earth argument and it's in how these things are done, behind the fourth wall type of thing, then we've got no real kind of verifiable information, and we have to trust that the information, the documentary, is coming from a reliable source. As in,
But
oh,
I'll
this
tell
is
you what,
true.
I mean, even in the documentary, it doesn't say Mark Sargent lives in his mother's basement.
Well, yeah, but even if it did, man would believe it because TV said so. And man but trusts TV. It's quite simple, right? Somebody came in earlier, I think it was Indio. I'm not too sure, I can't remember, it was a long time ago, maybe about 3-4 bongs ago. But ultimately, you stand in front of a TV and it's hard to get away from it. Indio brought up a story about somebody who had never been around a TV set. There wasn't one in their home, and then they went and saw one in somebody else's home, and they couldn't fucking get away from it. TV says so, man believes it. Now, it takes a little bit of, I don't know, something to question this shit, a reason to question what's going on the TV, pertaining to anything that the TV fucking says. Whether it's local news, what grasshoppers do, how birds mate, and anything else pertaining to whatever else is going on. Whatever knowledge they want to throw at you, they're going to be telling you.
If he's concerned about what Mark Sargent has been through, dude, he grew up in in Seattle area, and then he was in Colorado for a while. He had his life, and then he moved back to Seattle, and he was close to his mother and stuff, and he lived at their. But he had his own career and everything. I mean, the story's quite public. It's not hard to find out what Mark Sargent went through, his whole life. And to say, well, it's some guy that lived in his mom's basement and he made up this stupid, Flat Earth Clues video. That's so stupid, man. I'm just
99% of the population, I get it.
Like that.
I get it. But to 99% of the population, right, this is where knowledge comes from. Whatever screen, however they get it, whatever they absorb, this is where the truth is. So when people come into this server and say, hey, look, I saw this Netflix documentary and, Mark Sargent.
He converted me to Flat Earth.
They did a thing, right? A thing happened, right? On this documentary, these guys did a thing. And, yeah, the Earth's a ball, stupid fucking Flat Earthers. Right? And that's what happens. Well, however they do it within the 45 minutes, hour program or whatever it is. They did a thing. Go away and don't think about it again. It's ridiculous. Same with the Flat Earth Society, right? But we have a kind of trust. There's a trust associated with the brainwashing. We believe that we're not being brainwashed, right? We have to get through the fact that we could be brainwashed. There's a prideful thought. So there's a lot to unpick when people bring Netflix documentary about Flat Earthers. But yeah, whatever happened, however they went about it, yes, not.
So we have Cuddy's saying something about the Challenger disaster, and he's like, yeah, I was right. You guys are just believing all these conspiracy theories on the internet.
That's a good one,
bro.
Again, that's programming. That's programming on both ends in it. So the Challenger disaster.
Yeah, I mean it's dude, I watched that shit on TV when I was a kid. Did you?
Yeah, trauma-based mind control.
Dude, disaster. You're in fucking England.
Yeah, well.
They put me in front of a TV set and watch this shit happen. They made me watch this shit happening live.
Yeah. So did we. Is it 1986, 87? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah. Even over in England, we watched this on the TV sets at school.
All right, so what do you got to say now? Ringu or whatever the fuck his name is.
Well, here's yeah, exactly. But here's an instance of trauma-based mind control. Right, here's a story about space because space is real. And here's a rocket going to space with people inside that we've made you care about because one of them's a teacher, because reasons. But everybody gather around the TV set, watch us throw something up into the sky and make it go bang. Now, you think people are inside. They're not. The conspiracy theory is that these people are still alive, primarily because a photograph of these people and comparisons to photographs of these people now, and maybe some reference to the jobs that they've got and the titles that they hold and how they've changed their name, maybe.
Some of them had twins.
Or something. Yeah, twins or brothers. All of that type of stuff. But ultimately, here we go. Here's a story about space, and it's trauma based because these people are apparently died. So they definitely did in 1986 when everybody watched it. They weren't available to see them 20 years later. So that happened then. Same with the moon landings. Everybody gathers around a TV set. Let's watch this happen. And even though we've been gathering around TV sets and watching things like Buck Rogers and James Bond anyway, and understand them not to be real, we're going to believe these ones. We're going to believe this one about going to the moon. This is happening. Because an authorities govern us around the TV, because everybody should watch this, because, oh, look what mankind can do. We're going to the moon. We're going to space. Everybody gather around and watch. And then they can either make things go bang and people die, or make it the greatest achievement mankind's ever done by taking a giant leap for it. You understand how that catchphrases and these things are recorded through history and not scripted then.
Well, the big thing about the Challenger thing when it the disaster is like the first civilian, right? Suppose what they call quote unquote civilian was a teacher, right?
There's part of the mind control.
Yeah,
like the small part of it.
It's like everybody's like, oh, and all the teachers like, oh, there's a teacher going in space, right? But I mean, I'm not denigrating teachers because
think about what
God knows we need them, right? You know,
you can do this for me. What did Neil Armstrong say when he jumped on the moon? One small step. Do that bit for me. What did he say?
It's one small step for mankind. One giant leap. One small step for man. One giant leap for mankind.
Right, so man and mankind. Right, we're talking about giant leaps for it. Now, we're all gathering around TV sets and watching rockets going into space with our chest puffs out because ultimately this is a joint experience. The best of us, mankind, have achieved this. So in some way we can, be associated with, ooh, aren't we so fucking smart? We can achieve the thing of going to the moon. We can conquer outer space. We can make technology and overcome anything because me and you are so smart. So this is part of the programming as well, right? This prideful thought, this egotistical thing that we are beyond what we are actually possibly capable of in this sense.
They think they're trying to expand your mind, but they're actually limiting you.
That's a really good way of putting it, yes. Yeah. And trap you in these ideas and ways of thinking about things, putting limits on reality and what we can achieve.
They've been doing that for over 100 years with the financial system and the modern governments and stuff. They limit everyone. It's insane. It's like they just want to have control. If you can't understand, government. Some people say government means mind control, but it's so much more than that. I mean, because there's so many different aspects of mind control that go through.
But yeah, you are right. There are many different types of mind control or brainwashing, or how they achieve fooling us, right? One of those ways, like we've just been talking about for 5-10 minutes, is getting us around the TV screen and telling us stories about what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Mass mind control.
I think sometimes I'm even, I'm subject to it. I mean,
Oh yeah, I think it's
because
something.
I watch TV all the time. I watch if it's a good TV show, I'm addicted, man. I can't stop watching.
Well, yeah, it has the potential to change moods very, very quickly. It has the potential to. Well,
I'm brought to tears sometimes on a good TV show. I ain't gonna lie.
It gives you information, and you absorb information like a sponge. And obviously, the conscious mind and the subconscious mind deal with what's in front of them very, very differently. And when you've got a TV screen that you're primarily looking at, sort of visual, and you're listening to with your auditory system, then ultimately you are being influenced by it, and you can't not be.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right, Chris. Yep. because everything you're watching on the television screen, you can't help but relate it to your experience, yourself, your consciousness, your spirit. I mean, it's
You think about how impactful music can be and how that can set a mood, and then you think about maybe just having the
auditory as
TV.
well. Yeah, auditory and visual.
Yeah. But think about just having the TV on in the background. Now, you can have the sounds of nature, the birds chattering and the dogs barking in the background, but when you've got something on in the background like the news or so maybe some
the news.
opera. Yeah. Anything.
I can't even think of. I remember when I was addicted to the news, I couldn't stop watching it, and but it's been a long time since I watched anything on the news. I don't watch the news anymore.
You're going to be absorbing these frequencies anyway. What they say that your brain waves change when you are watching TV. Yeah. It goes from a certain megahertz to another variant of frequency, alpha, beta, however they describe it, whatever it is, there is a change, and they say within this change, then you become more susceptible to certain things.
Sure.
So even just understanding that happens, if you were dangerous with knowledge, then you could make people feel different things, especially when you're telling them truths, quote unquote truths. Whether people are having to think about it, do think about it, just absorb it, or however they're having the experience of watching a television. The information.
I'm going to tell you something. I didn't necessarily want to bring it up tonight, right before I joined the Voice channel tonight, there was a show that I watched. It's a new show that came out, and there's so much freaking mind control shit on this stupid. I think it's on NBC or some shit. I can't remember what fucking channel it's on. I watched this show. I mean, it's just like a couple of them. I'm like, some of them were pretty good. It was like the first one I watched, it was about somebody that was legally blind or whatever. It was a good show. But this latest one I watched, it was about like a public shooting, and then it had people were like, that shit's fake, kind of, what we're talking about, the fake shootings that we talk about sometimes, which we don't talk about on here because it's not about that. But it was just like this show totally denigrated anything that we would ever. At first, I was like, "Oh, they're gonna prove that it was gonna." But I should have better known better, because by the end of the show, it really didn't really get to the crux of why the people that were like the whole argument, like with the arguments about like Boston Marathon and stuff like that, San Diego, and all shit that I can't say. I just said it, but a little bit. But I mean, I don't want to get into details, but it was just like you could tell this show was like even after the fact, there's not been a major event like that recently, but this is a recent show, and it's just like all the conspirators are fucking crazy, and it's causing problems in people's families that were affected, but they don't really in the show tell you whether anyone's right or not. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. And in what happened in this show, it was like this kid's brother actually ended up killing the conspirator woman that was saying, "Hey, this is fake," and that just came out the other day. So Conspirators, look out. I just watched that right before I came on. So yeah, conspirators, look out. They're coming after you. They put that shit out on NBC. So that really fucking makes me sick. I'm an intelligent, fucking intellectual, logical motherfucker. And when I see some bullshit, and what's really crazy is when it first starts, it has this woman going, "Oh, this shit looks fake on the news." You can see the repeat, like we do, look at videos over and over. It's like, well, it repeats over and over, and you can see where there's, and it ends up. Oh, the story is, and I know you guys ain't gonna watch it, but I watched it. What happens is that they put the shit on the news, and the conspiracy woman, who is, one of the conspirators that are not supposed to be. They never really give the full story in the whole episode, that's really sickening in my mind altogether. I was like, I shouldn't watch the rest of this because I know. Well, I wanted to see the end because I was hoping that it would be like, yeah, this bitch, she was wrong. Who was the mother of the kid that was supposedly shot down, in the school or whatever. It's like a public shooting or whatever. But it's weak sauce of a Sandy Hook kind of like scenario. And it was, oh man, it's disgusting how they exploit even from us, They're just trying to do the best they can to cover up, I'll shut up now. It was so bad. It's the show. The show I was watching is called Accused. It's a new show. I think it's on NBC or whatever. It's just weak sauce. It's like, you want to get real deal, and look into the real deal. Don't fucking make stupid fake shows about it, and not give the details.
Hold tight, Helio. I got to address this. So, Ringo, are you still there? Ringo. Right, deafened himself. Right, I'm just going to point this out. Don't want to make a fool of myself, so I'm still going to say it anyway. Helio, in the live stream, he's trying to find the part where Mark Sargent says that he lives in the basement with his mum. Now, this is...
I know for a fact.
Yeah. Why?
Why would he say that? Because I know Mark Sargent. So.
Why even go and bother looking? Right? Why go and try and pick apart the bits within how they do it at this instance, right? So I've got to prove you wrong, so somehow I can stay on the ball. No.
So stupid. See, this is kind of the same shit that I was talking about. It's just like, Hollywood made a fucking show about fucking some stupid twisted scenario about a public shooting at a school or whatever, and don't even give the details, and just it was just about the family. Don't even give the details, and just that last episode of Accused really is going to twist people fucking up, and I know a lot of people are watching the show because it's on one of the major networks. And I'm telling you, if we start talking about some of the, which we should, I mean, should, because like the some other shit we've talked about, the shootings or whatever, public shootings or whatever. We don't need to get into necessarily all of that, but who brought it up? They did today. They put this new fucking show out, and they didn't give any details, and they're making all of us that are questioning it look like conspirators. Fuck you. And the whole show didn't give any evidence. It was so fucked up. Oh, I really kind of got it got my goat. But if I vent on here, which I kind of did a little bit, but don't get me started, then I'll get the channel shut down. Go ahead, guys. I fucking hate when these major networks and the fucking CIA does this shit. Because the CIA did it in the first place. Oh, did I say that? My bad. As a matter of fact, before I watched that show, I watched another show where the CIA was like, they killed Malcolm X. I'm just playing, not playing. Go ahead. Gentlemen, please. I mean, they're actually putting shows out that explain exactly how they killed Malcolm X. They're putting that shit on public television now. So the FBI and the CIA killed Malcolm X. So am I saying something wrong?
Define wrong. Do you mean as in untruthful or against the narrative so people have feelings about it?
Well, but you're going to have to ask YouTube.
I don't care what YouTube fucking says.
Well, they do. So we may not be able to talk on here anymore if I say it publicly.
Yes, there is that, and we do have to take those things into consideration. So, of course, yeah, no, I can respect that here.
All right, so
if we want to talk
I vented, yeah, but if we have more to say about it, we can talk about some other stuff.
If we want to talk about the shape of the earth, I suppose we.
That's what we're about here. I know. I'm just venting because that really. I mean, it's just like I'm watching this shit they're putting out on NBC and all these other platforms. I mean, they're telling us the truth, and you guys aren't watching because I know a lot of truthers don't even watch TV, but I do. And these motherfuckers are telling you exactly what they did. And
anyway, how much of everything can you see?
How much
at the moment? How much of everything can you see? So do you just see one of everything, or is it just double at the moment? Are you seeing double at the moment?
That's kind of a broad statement. I don't know how much of everything can you see.
It was
a portion of everything. I mean,
it was on both sides of the spectrum, mate. It was exceptionally deep, if you wanted to just say that way. You're very shallow. Very shallow, chap.
All right. So how much of everything can you see?
Are you seeing double, Helio?
Are you talking about because I'm inebriated?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. There's the slight shallow jab. or
sure. I take that in kind.
Are you seeing more than everybody else, Helio? Because I just see everything. Right? That's all I see. But you're seeing double of everything if you were indeed inebriated.
I was just letting you guys know what I'm seeing through what they're telling other people, because I know you guys don't watch these TV shows and what they're indoctrinating people with these things. on the TV shows. That's all I was saying, bro.
I'm with you. I'm with you, brother, man.
Cool. Yes,
Where'd Ringo go?
Dude, it's no secret that I get drunk. It's no secret.
I wasn't keeping the secret, mate.
So why did you bring it up then?
Well, you said it wasn't a secret.
Okay, well, fuck it.
I didn't realize we couldn't bring it up.
I was just asking if you've seen this fucking TV show that I was talking about.
No.
It's a secret.
Yeah, but it's no secret that I get.
Oh, it's an open secret. Here we go. Here's the segue. So it's an open secret, like an open container.
All right, yeah, it's an open secret that I get inebriated and come and talk to you fucking assholes.
Why do you call us fucking assholes? I'm just, having a little
assholes. It's a term of endearment,
all right then, Nick. Not a fucking problem, you asshole. I get you. We're swinging that level.
I try to make it gentle. It's like when it's this late at night, for me. I mean, it's like morning for you over there in fucking England.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, when I try to talk in the afternoon, there's a lot more assholes in here than I can do. That's why I talk later.
But it's you lot when you're drunk, and it's British people when we wake up in the morning.
Yeah,
so you're gonna get different types of conversation.
But the same thing goes. It's like fucking shut up, Helio. Just tell me to shut up. I'm good. I'm good, man. I know when I'm if I'm being obnoxious and stupid, I'll be all right.
Do you think I'd tell you to shut up if I wanted you to shut up?
I know you would. That's and that goes for everybody.
Have I told you to shut up? Have I told you to shut up? Apart from once.
No. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, as a general rule, anyone can say, because I can't help myself sometimes. Just say, hey, Leo, man, I just chill the fuck out. I'll chill for a little bit.
How's your cough, Jenna? You okay?
I'm good.
Good.
She's been laughing, I think, for like 3 hours.
I've been cracking up. Hey, Helio, you're hot, Mike.
See, that's what I'm saying. People are like making fun of me, and I love that. It's because it's like you're hot micing. They say I'm hot micing when I'm actually hot micing on purpose. And I see you guys are huge fans of me. I fucking love that shit. It's fucking awesome. Anyway. But I don't mean to disrupt unless I do mean to disrupt, and that's just the way it goes. It do what it do.
We love you, Helio.
That's all good. And if I make a fool of myself, sometimes I do it on accident, but sometimes I do it on purpose. So you're gonna have to figure that shit out for yourselves.
You just give all the games away, mate. Go on. You tell us how it is.
Yeah, see, that even makes it easier to figure out. Or maybe it makes it more complicated. Who knows?
Maybe you should remain more of an enigma.
I fucking love you guys too, dude. I fucking love everybody that's been a part of this server the entire time, and I can't believe you put up with my bullshit the entire time. So it's all good.
Neither can we, mate. Neither can we. We have long, lengthy discussions about how we can't put up with your bullshit.
Imagine. Oh shit!
Oh dear. Friends.
I can't believe I'm still fucking here. I can't believe you guys haven't fucking just been like had a fucking council saying, should we get rid of Helio or not?
Oh dear. For many reasons, mate, we still can't believe you're here.
I don't blame you.
Oh dear. Yeah, awesome stuff, my friend. Awesome stuff.
No, it's fun. I mean,
I think
you know what? I would apologize, but I'm still fucking here. You know, it do what it do.
Life is definitely more interesting with characters like you in it, mate, for sure.
You know. Anyway. Yeah. Thanks, brother.
No, you're perfectly fine, man. My life is richer that you're in it, so yeah.
Yeah. I respond in kind, and
not too kind. That's a bit.
It's a fun place to be here in the server, and you know, YouTube, and in life too. I've met some really cool people in life through the server. Not very many, though, but I've met all kinds of people across the world.
I met somebody in the server the other day that lives 2 miles down the road from me.
Wow. Okay.
Oh yeah, I was here for that.
Yeah. So it happened.
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, people do meet. You know, it's not always just voices on a Discord server between people that are thousands of miles apart in different time zones, right? Sometimes it's a lot closer than it's actually your neighbour, like kind of right next door.
Helio's like 2 hours from me.
Sid, yeah.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to meet up pretty soon, Jenna. So that'd be pretty cool for us to meet.
Yeah, it was kind of funny because Jedi and that other guy were like, we live like 10 minutes from each other. Did we just become best friends? Yes!
I won't say we'll be best friends, but we could probably, you know, because I set up meetup sometimes. No, but it doesn't matter. No, it's really cool. I mean, I'm so close. I mean, you know, there's no reason for us not to freaking meet up, you know, at a casino and freaking sit at some slot machines and freaking, you know, I'm just playing. But maybe I'm not. Do you like to gamble at casinos there in Oklahoma?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking to me.
Actually, I actually like blackjack better than slot machine. I can play blackjack.
Sorry, that sounds kind of slightly racist. I prefer blackjack to slot machines.
Yeah, that's not racist. Come on.
Well, if you compare slot machines to maybe Asians.
Yeah, cause yeah, I can see what you're saying. See, blackjack, depending on, you know, the card count, you know, you're gonna have to, you know, pick the right table. I don't know how that would be racist, or
I don't know how that would be racist.
No. I mean, no, I'm not gonna say it. Well, I mean, you could say who invented the slot? Who invented the slot machine?
I definitely can't say it because I'm a white man. I definitely don't have any rights anymore.
I'm not gonna say it either. So
you're a white man too, aren't you, Helio? You definitely can't say anything.
I mean, I have some Irish. Do have some Indian descent. You know, from
you're an American,
North America,
so you're a white man with guns, so you can definitely say something.
But, I'm not going to say shit about it. But I can do some research on who invented slot machines. Let's see. I can do it in a fucking simple Google search right now.
Oh, dear me.
Who invented the slot machine? Because blackjack, who invented cards or whatever, I don't give a fuck about that. Because I mean, like blackjack, you know, single hand blackjack Oh, it's just like
Finish one of those sentences, Helio. Finish one of those sentences. Don't start 5 and not finish any of them.
yeah, I know. It's just like, who invented slot machine? Who invented slot machines and what years? So the earliest slot machines, according to legend, hold on, I'm not going to go by that first.
As you open the,
I'm going to Wikipedia. I'm going to go to Wikipedia.
Oh,
the first slot machine.
But all know,
they call it the one-armed bandit slot machine, or fruit machine poker or puckies.
Come on, Helio.
Oh, dude, it came from Australia.
Really?
Yeah, Australian, English, and New Zealand is a gambling machine that creates a game of chance. A slot machine. Wait, hold on. Etymology. Slot machine term derives from the slots on the machine and starting retrieving coins. Fruit machine comes from the traditional fruit images on the spinning reels, such as history.
Really?
Sitman.
Helio, you're hot micing.
Yay!
You motherfuckers! Don't fucking pull this shit on me right now. I'm getting to the core of it right now. History of it. Sitman and Pitt of Brooklyn, New York, developed a gambling machine in 1891 that was a precursor to the modern slot machine. It contained 5 drums holding a total of 50 card faces and was based on poker. So they built a machine. It was based on, the chances in poker. The machine proved extremely popular, and soon many bars in the city had more than one of them. So, yeah, it actually originated in Brooklyn, according to this. And players would insert a nickel and pull a lever, which would spin the drum and the cards that they hold. The player hoping for a good poker hand. There was no direct payout mechanism, so a pair of kings might get the player a free beer, whereas a royal flush could pay out cigars or drinks. So it started a club, like a Brooklyn club. That's what it looks like so far. That's where the slot machine started. And just freaking pull an arm, and they might get a free drink. Because of the vast number of possible wins in the original poker-based game. So it was actually a slot machine started as a random poker game. Because of the vast number of possible wins. This is just a Wikipedia article. Maybe it was. I don't think this is the origin of slots.
Don't know.
Just in my psyche, I don't think that's the original.
In your psyche, slots. Doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I think the randomness of just like pulling the arm of the slot. I think that goes way back.
I still reckon it was some Chinese one.
No, I think it comes from South America. No, but anyway, as far as just this wiki article, man, I'm gonna post it. That's where the slot machine. What they're saying, where the slot machine from.
Do you remember why we're talking about slot machines?
Why not?
Did you see what I posted in the text chat above that, though?
Yeah.
You were like, I'm inebriated, but I can still do this. I can do anything.
Dude, I mean, do you think slot machine, when the slot machine was invented, do you think that was the first random fucking gambling tool that anybody came with? So I would, it's like, I mean, we're not talking about gambling here. We're talking about all of this. What is this? Oh, you're talking about the toilet seat.
Well, because you were like, I could do anything. I could Google search this. I could do anything right now. And that's when I posted that. And you started talking about the history of slot machines. I was like, it's history time.
I know, I'm supposed to keep myself under control here.
Toilet seat, though.
That is funny as shit.
I had such a hard time, not laughing out loud, this entire time.
I was looking at the fucking slot machine shit when you posted that. That's funny as shit.
Oh, who else is seeing that?
Hey, but it's Friday night or Saturday morning, 5 a.m. I mean, who gives, well, I mean, it doesn't mean who gives a fuck, but if we had someone here that really had something to offer, I mean, this is what we resort to when we don't have serious people that think the earth is a globe and have something to offer. We resort to
some silliness sometimes when there are no globies that would like to come in and prove their case.
Yeah, where's this globe that everybody keeps talking about? I haven't found it in several years. I used to think the earth was a globe, and most of us have.
I've seen it on TV.
I saw it over there on the TV. I don't even know what accent that was. I just made it up.
I just made it up, mate.
Yeah. Maybe I'm trying to do some Australian. I saw a video on Facebook.
Australian. Hey, where's Timbo?
This dude got attacked by a kangaroo, and this kangaroo was attacking him, and he was punching this kangaroo in the face.
I think I hear Timbo.
Have you ever got... No, it wasn't Timbo.
Oh, was it you, Helio? Oh, fucking hell, I didn't realise. I thought you were Timbo.
Fucking hell.
No, I said, where's Timbo? I'm talking like an Australian.
Hey, Chris, can you do Australian accent?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw this video that this guy did, or it was yesterday. It was like I was on Facebook and I was just scrolling through, and it's just like my dad got attacked by a kangaroo. And I don't know. I don't know if it was really my dad or whatever, but this dude, this kangaroo was coming after this motherfucker, and he was like throwing punches, and then the guy was throwing punches too. It's like they were about the same size. I was like, God dang,
man! I have seen several videos of Aussies boxing kangaroos, man.
Yeah. No, I've seen him in the boxing ring, but this was this was like he was like hiding behind a tree, and this kangaroo was fucking coming after him, bro.
I could imagine
a kangaroo in your yard.
I could imagine that's really
kangaroo.
I could imagine that's a really common story for school children in Australia to go to school with, that their dad's been beaten up by a kangaroo, and that their dad could beat up a bigger kangaroo than your dad could beat up.
It's like the kangaroo is like, leave me alone.
What's the kangaroo?
I beat up a bigger kangaroo than your dad.
Oh, shit. It's just like I'm trying to go to school. There's too many fucking kangaroos around here, man. I can't even send my
kangaroos.
Eat a bus kangaroos, you bastard.
Can we get control of these kangaroos? They just keep attacking my kids.
And yesterday I had to box another kangaroo.
Just imagine these poor school kids.
Stay at the bus stop and
that's beat up kangaroos.
Oh, I'm dying.
Those poor Australians.
No, Australia is where the weirdest stuff is, like giant salamanders, and like you got a box of kangaroo, and
Watch that feed up a crocodile and a kangaroo and an iguana. All on the way here to school today. You bastards.
Get a hold of
almost got
yourself. Get a hold of yourself over here. I got a fucking kangaroo coming through the yard. I don't know. I can't fucking do, like I said, I can't do a fucking Australian accent. I can't.
Oh, it looks angry. It looks angry. Poke you with a stick.
No, every time I see, a situation like this with the kangaroo, they always look like surprised. Like, oh, I thought I was going to kick your ass, but okay, you punched me in the face.
Shit.
This is like, all right, like even with those boxing matches with kangaroos, which they shouldn't do, it'd be like, that's just stupid. But like if you get into nature and see this GIF that was just posted, was that you that posted? No, it was Donna posted that kangaroo was attacking his dog.
It was trying to drown his dog because
he
kangaroos
was
are
attacking his
assholes.
dog, and he went to save his dog, and he punched that kangaroo in the face. And he was like, because I've seen the full video.
Yeah,
He
the
punched him
kangaroo
in the
was like,
face, and the kangaroo was like, all right, I see what we're up against here. He was like, yeah, fuck with me. No, that kangaroo freaking trotted off after that. Like, you want some? So
kangaroo's like, I've never been punched in the face before.
No, I'm sure the kangaroo's been punched in the face before, but not by a man.
Kangaroos
kangaroo in the face.
Kangaroos kick each other, man. And they can lean back on their tails to stabilize. It's freaking crazy, man.
To be honest, if that kangaroo wanted some, he would probably tear that motherfucker up by like leaning back and fucking hit him with the back legs. But
yeah, exactly.
He knew he was wrong for fucking with that dog, and he was like, "Don't fuck with my dog," and then he just hopped off. I saw the full video.
Yep, I did too.
He punched him, and the kangaroo hopped off. He was just like, you know what? Yeah, you're probably right. I shouldn't have been fucking with your dog.
He's like, oh shit, fine. I'm sorry, man. Look at him.
Hey, man, I don't want to fuck with you, man. It's all good.
Dude's like, you don't want to fuck with me.
It's like, if he'd have raised his hind legs and stood up on his tail and got claws involved, maybe dude would have fucked him up and had to kill him. That's why I think he knew. He was like, this is a big dude. I don't want to fuck with him because he could probably.
Right.
He was like, nah, I don't want to mess with this dude.
Look, that kangaroo stood up as tall as possible too.
Yeah,
and then realized,
that motherfucker.
He said, "Wait a minute." He stood up as tall as possible. Wait a minute. Look at that.
Like, I might be able to hurt him, but I don't think I can. I think I'm going to lose.
We still got trolls in the YouTube live that don't want to come in here. I don't know. I left them alone.
Yeah,
I left them alone in the. It's like an echo chamber.
It do what it do. I mean, it's just like they're going to create, like I said, 100 troll accounts in there. It doesn't matter if you ban them or not. They're going to be like, and they're going to email me, oh, why are you the moderation in the YouTube chat's so bad? It's like, because you guys aren't even genuine. I mean, you have 100 fucking channels. I mean, how the fuck are we going to take you serious when you just create a new channel every time you get butthurt? So fuck you. But anyone that's new in the YouTube chat, I apologize for all the other idiots that create 100 YouTube channels. It's not your fault; it's their fault for being dickheads.
When have I ever addressed Globies as the enemy? Like, what? That's a projection. Keep projecting, though. That's cute. Because honestly, from every other, like, Globie, like, they're not even Globies. They're anti-flat earthers, like, straight up. They're anti-flat earthers, and they see us as enemies, but we're not seeing them as enemies. We just see them as people that just got lied to and haven't come out of it yet.
I see them as obsessed.
I don't know what it is. Obsessed, or what would be a good descriptive?
Defenders of the faith.
The faith.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good description. Defenders of the faith. No, actually, I mean, some of them are the defenders of their own faith, because
maybe
they don't even agree with themselves most of the time.
Well, yeah, I don't know, but they take the counter position to us, which is, would be defending that idea.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is we used to. Oh, I'm sorry.
They don't even know what they're defending most of the time.
Yeah. Pick it apart. Yeah, exactly. All of that. They don't know what they're doing. They think they know what they're doing. They use words.
The thing is, like, we're ex-Globies.
And sometimes even in the chat or in emails and messages I get from them, they'll try to defend the other person. It's like, well, you didn't mean that. I mean, why do you let the moderators do this? And I'm just like, at this point, I've decided to not respond to any comments from any of those dickheads at all. They'll email me and say, "Oh, your moderators are out of control." And it's like, no, they're not. They're doing exactly what I want them to do. So. Do it.
We're not enemies here. You know, we used to be in the same exact position.
On the YouTube channel, I mean, but go ahead.
You can make enemies here.
Well, okay, so let me read off this comment real quick. Is somebody by the name of Concentric Diffidence, I hope I pronounced that right, says, you address us as enemies in this text chat and in the VC.
That's probably his 500th account.
Oh, hold on. So, the idea of you have called us enemies, what? You as in ubiquitously as in all flat earthers? Or just maybe someone?
It's either all flat earthers or just me.
Yeah. In some contextual relevance, I would possibly assume maybe. But ultimately, so what? The argument is about the shape of the earth, not what someone may have said about it using a word.
Mm-hmm.
Focus on that fucking shit.
Don't focus on it. Let them freaking talk shit. If they're really extremely rude in the YouTube chat, get rid of them. They're gonna create another account anyway, and then next time get rid of them again. You fuckheads, fuck off. We don't want you in this fucking chat. Fucking get rid of yourself. Otherwise, we're gonna get rid of you. We don't want you here.
It's just when you say,
in case you haven't noticed by now.
What were you going to say, Chris?
This is Helio's making me laugh today. He just said, "You fuckheads," and then took a little bit longer.
I'm so sick of these motherfuckers. I just don't want them in my fucking YouTube chat.
Yeah, but they're always going to. You know what it does, though? It does kind of boost the algorithm on it. So I mean, so long as they're trolling, they're boosting it.
Sure, but they know how to just like, oh, I got banned, I got another channel. 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 Oh, and here we come again. Oh, it's just like, you think you got rid of me? No, motherfucker, I'm back.
Somebody broke Helio. Calm down. Chill out.
I'm making jokes. I'm just playing.
Helio, you're hot micing.
I'm hot micing. That kills me. That's fun.
This is like the funniest thing. Like, like you're not even hot miking. It's just really
No,
fun.
I do it on purpose. I do it on purpose. I fucking love it. And it's just like all these assholes in the YouTube chat that have 100 fucking channels that fucking spam us all day. Fuck you. Fuck you back. You know?
It was funny because this concentric diffidence was like said something about 71% of Earth's surface is water. Earth is a sphere, and I was like, "That's not what I asked you." I said I asked about angles and physics of water, not for your opinion.
Oh, say that again. I want to hear that because I missed it because I was thinking about it. Say it again.
Well, because I was asking about, angles, right angles on a sphere. Like, how do you get a right angle on a sphere? You know, from your horizon to your horizon, your horizontal horizon to your vertical. How do you even get that on a sphere? You don't. It's not geometrically possible. That's just not a thing. Earth's surface is 71% water. Water seeks its level. So it would only stand to reason that Earth's water at all points above and below sea level are level. And he just wasn't getting it. And he was like, he ran with the 71% of Earth's surface being water. And he just said, 71% of Earth's surface is water and Earth is a sphere. Like caps it with an opinion. Like,
it's not exactly not the point. Yeah.
Right.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So far off base, not understanding the baseline of a triangle for geometry, just absolutely not understanding the baseline of a triangle for geometry. I'm like, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. This shouldn't be hard at all.
So, how many phrases did you go through, like, talking to this person?
Oh, Lord have mercy. I don't even know. Like, I several times I asked this guy, since we're so stupid, we're just a bunch of stupid, flat-brain flurfers, could you tell us how you get right angles from your horizon to, like, a vertical? Like, how do you get, a perfect, like, how do you do that? Then he, like, really wouldn't answer me. He, tap dance around it. And then he's like, I'm still waiting for you to prove a point. And after not answering several of, my questions, after I stated them differently each time, he was like, are you going to prove a point? I said, I did prove my point, and I proved you ignorant. You are believing what you've been told because somebody told you to believe it, and you don't question it. Therefore, I proved my point, and I proved you ignorant. And he's just started going off with the...
it's probably one of the resident trolls in there, if he was fucking with you that much.
He started to slowly try to type out F-U-C, but I guess he was getting censored.
But
and I was like,
meme I just posted in live stream voice text. That's the answer.
Yeah, I have that one too. Yep, that's the answer. You see that? Do you see that, Globies? Do you see demonstration A? Okay, your horizon comes from horizontal, and that line on A is not horizontal and level and parallel with the ground, with sea level. Okay, your bendy-zontal, your
people in chat or even in here, they're just like don't get emotional. I'm not saying you're getting emotional because I get emotional, obviously, because I was just talking about all these fucking assholes that message me all day after they create dozens of accounts and say you're being unfair. It's like, motherfucker,
look, I just want to.
You just spam my fucking chat all day long and get banned and say your moderators are being unfair. It's like no.
No.
I'm the one being unfair when you have to create multiple accounts and come back in and get all these accounts banned, and then you're gonna say I'm unfair, even though I'm not even fucking there, and I trust my moderators to deal with it. I can't fucking be there. I'm working. The fuck are you talking about?
Go on, Helio. You fight those shadows. Go on.
No,
Shadow boxing.
No, I mean, it's just,
Fuck it.
well, it's just like, Jenna and other people that are in the YouTube chat, the moderators in there. They're an old dude. He's a champion in there. I mean, it's just like, look at these idiots, man. What they say. They'll say all kinds of weird shit and then claim that we're abusing them when they say some fucking weird shit and insult people and then say we're being unfair. Fuck you.
Yeah, yeah. I don't spare me your fucking feelings. I don't care about your feelings. The facts don't care about your feelings. I don't care about your fucking opinionated belief system, your opinionated religion. And drives me insane. I understand, Helio.
Yeah,
I
that's
understand.
why it's just like there was a period I was like, no mods. I mean, I tried it several different ways. Now I'm just everybody's modded up that I think is gonna be there and in the YouTube chat. Like, bro, just freaking just do what you have to do. If
Challenger denial conspiracy that pushes Challenger denial conspiracy theory. Really?
Dude, and now I just like when they whine and bitch after they created fucking 100 accounts, that really it does something good for my soul. So you anti-flat earthers, fuck off.
Yeah,
we don't need you in there. We don't need you.
Yeah, no, I just this one of them wanted to try to report one of our guys, and I just reported him for fucking being a little terrorist. Don't play stupid games, okay? We can both go tit for tat in this YouTube live chat. Don't be dumb. We can have a conversation. We can be civil about it. But when you want to act like little gaslighting narcissistic children running amok on a live stream YouTube chat, what is your problem? What is your problem? You can't even have the guts to come in and have a civil conversation. You hide behind your screens and you run your freaking meat beaters across your keyboard with your poo-tang hanging out, and you get it beat up, and then you don't have a safe space to go to.
Yeah. And I mean, it's like it's weird to me. It's just like for some reason they're obsessed with this stream like all day. I mean, we're not even that popular. We get up to 35 viewers at a time, live viewers, 35, maybe 40. It doesn't even reach that high. But why do they want to be here? Half of them are just globies that just want to fuck around and chat. And when they realize they can't fuck around, and they get banned,
that's the whole
they
thing.
want to bitch at me about the moderation of the chat. It's like, bro, don't you have anything else to do? Because while you guys are in here fucking with those guys and doing the shit here on Discord, I'm listening to audiobooks while I'm at work. I don't even freaking listen. Because what's there to listen to? Level stationary plane.
So we've got hold up. We have
I love
respectable
the
hologram in the chat.
But I do love to listen to fiction and stuff, audiobooks while I'm at work. But I do check in every once in a while. But if the chat's like AWOL or not AWOL, but like going wonky, I'm like, who the fuck is fucking with moderators and shit? Then I'll get a random email and it's like, your moderators are out of control. And it's like, I'm doing it right.
I think it's really funny that these trolls on YouTube, they probably just have multiple accounts.
No, I
but
can
they
confirm
don't have
that
any
fact.
content. They have no content.
No.
If you have not,
Every
Helio,
time you ban someone, they come back in with another account, and you click on it and say go to channel. No subscribers. They have no content, no subscribers. They only come in here to fuck with us.
no cantante. Yeah. Hey, if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel already, you should go ahead and do that. It's just my name, the white J and a pink circle, and yeah, you'll know it's me.
Talking to me or the other people?
I'm talking to you, whoever's listening, whoever would like to follow my channel, whoever would like to subscribe, whoever would like to troll my channel, please feel free to do so.
I thought I already subscribed to you. Hold on, let me check.
Good. If you won't be back in, respectable hologram, leave. Stop being a little terror. Tired of the crap.
This could be fun, like Jenna Maz, like just your own show here on the channel, and just like responding to people on the YouTube chat. That'd be fun.
Right? Like, no, I'm tired of their crap. I could totally read off their comments and reply back to them because they're too chicken shit to come into the VC and prove the globe. Period. Too chicken shit. Like I said, running their meat beaters across a keyboard, not doing anything.
Oh shit! I think I just found your channel. I thought I was subscribed already. All right, cool. Yeah, I think I got it.
I found Indio's channel and I subscribed to his channel. I was like, hey, I found you.
He's got some good shit. I know what that song is.
What?
I can't think of the name of the band. I feel like a piece of shit.
Florida. I don't know, some random. Some group.
Oh, Omega Genesis is going so hard on them in the YouTube live chat. Y'all can't even, like, cooperate. Y'all can just want to troll. Yeah, you're going to get your stuff deleted and you're going to get yourself put in timeout because you're being little trolls. Little gremlins. I don't even know. Who fed you past midnight? Who put water on you?
It's like they're just talking shit and we're just talking shit in here. I mean, we're not even. You know what? Sometimes you'll notice in the YouTube chat that they're not even listening. They just come in to just talk shit in the YouTube chat. They're not actually listening to the channel. So it's just like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Thought you wanted to hear what's going on. No, they come to fuck with us. That's what happened.
There's some pretty bad spiraling, and it only happens.
They know we're here, but they don't want to hear what we have to say. They'll just go in the YouTube chat. They don't listen, but they'll just fuck with people in the YouTube chat. It's like, why should I listen? Because, bitch, it's
why should I listen?
YouTube channel. There's audio.
Why should I listen?
Watch or listen. And if you're going to listen, if you're going to be in the YouTube live chat, at least respond while you're listening. Because otherwise, why the fuck are you talking in the YouTube chat?
I think the world's a globe because water droplets are round.
Oh my gosh.
What's up, Flatter Day, man? How you doing?
What up? How you doing, bro?
We're bitching about the idiots.
That's the meniscus of water, but like half the people don't even understand like the water tension and the meniscus, and they don't get it. You don't get it. You know what I'm
Hibiscus.
saying? Hibiscus. The meniscus.
So the claim is. I'm just playing.
The claim is flat out of Compton.
Flat out of Compton. No,
Flat
no,
out of
you're
Compton.
exactly
Guys,
right,
guys,
Jenna.
here's a geography kind of.
You surprise me a lot, with some of the stuff. It's like you already know some of the shit we already know.
Oh yeah, no, like I'm like super smart.
You
Super duper
are.
smart.
You're so smart, Jenna. I mean, it's
smart.
so amazing. I freaking love it.
I'm a goofball, and I'm such a goofball too. But I know my shit. I know my shit. I know that gas pressure. Okay, containment is a necessary antecedent to gas pressure. Like, I understand the meniscus of water. Okay, I've seen a fucking water drop, but that doesn't prove that we live on a spinning fucking wet
I hope you
ball.
didn't think that I was making fun of
It actually proves more than that. It proves the Big Bang,
I'm
too.
just saying, like, I know my shit, and
It proves the Big Bang.
The Big Bang.
Yeah, water droplets not only prove the globe, but they prove the Big Bang and evolution.
Look, I've been wanting to say this for a while. If something came from nothing, then it's like babies come from storks. But that's not
Well,
life.
I flipped nothing into a kilo once. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Oh, did you
I turned something into nothing and put food on my family's plate.
I had some good friends then. If you flip nothing into a kilo, I mean, it might have been.
You know what I mean?
It
made $1 out of 15 cents.
That's what I'm saying. See what I'm saying? It's just like, how'd you break it down? All together.
I use a Theodolite, a gyroscope. Who can crack with Theodolites?
After explaining how literally every manual tool used for navigation and building can't really work on a spherical world.
Hey, Helio, my new song is going to be...
Am I hot micing?
Helio, my new song is going to be called The Double Blind Slit Cavendish Experiment. What you know about that?
Double blind slit.
That's getting towards like Pornville. I don't know.
Almost.
No, it's definitely getting somewhere. Yeah. That's how, what was it called again?
The Double Blind Slit Cavendish Experiment.
The Double Blind Slit Cavendish Experiment.
There was one more word. We're getting towards Pornville.
Is there any way you can get Falkirk's pendulum in there, do you think?
The double blind Fulcrum pendulum slit Cavendish experiment?
Maybe. I don't know. It's just an idea.
Tongue twister.
Hey man, go for it, but we'll see how popular it gets.
Right.
I mean, it might be popular on Pornhub. I don't know, man. I mean, it might always, something else. Maybe you should put a slap on the ass somewhere in there.
Slap on the Yeah.
I mean, what counts as suppression, TMM?
Too much mischief?
Ooh.
Too much meniscus?
I think it should be. I think it should be called the Double Blind Slit Cavendish Pendulum Experiment.
That's a good one. Yeah, the double blind.
Do you think you can say that with balls in your mouth?
The
double blind.
Double slits. Double blind.
Double blind slits Cavendish Pendulum Experiment.
Do you think you could say that with marbles in your mouth?
That sounds fun.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Oh man.
What's the matter, cat? Got your tongue? Balls in your mouth?
Dos nuevos. Huevos. Oh, dos huevos. Oh.
Hey. Tú tienes no cojones, which means you have no balls. Ha ha ha.
But I do have dos huevos.
Hey Julio, I've been spending more time. I've been spending more time in Jim Panda server than anything.
Really?
I really like it over there.
All right. Well, tell me, do you really like it?
Yeah, I really do. I'm the center of attention. I'm the center of attention.
Over there. Yeah, because so you like spending time over there because you're a center of attention. That's
honestly,
okay.
yeah.
Now, check this out. I've been over there, and they're bored. They're bored as tits.
I know.
Unless people like us join.
I know.
Bored tits.
So everyone like us that joins over there is the center of attention because
I know.
They don't like talking to each other. They fucking hate each other.
I know.
Specifically, Helio, I want to challenge you while you say the tits are really bored. Why would you use that as an analogy? Bored as tits. Which tits? Why are they bored?
But you've been over there before, Jedi, right? It's just like if you jump in there, it's just like there's like 20 people in there and they just hate each other. And then when you join, they're all just like, oh, we got a flat earther in the room.
They love it.
Yeah, they do. So stand out to them because they're just bored talking to each other, but they can't come over here because they're a bunch of assholes. But if you go over there, they treat you like royalty.
Mm-hmm. Come down to LA, they treat you like a king. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I've been to LA a couple times, but I wasn't treated like royalty.
Crying here as I get residual checks from NASA. I was like, oh, so you are a paid NASA shill. Got it. It's TMM. So what's NASA paying you to do? TMM? Be a shill?
Who's TMM?
I don't know.
Even if we have spies and people that want to come in,
I don't give a fuck who I'm talking to, TMM. He goes, oh, Jen, you have no clue who you're talking to. I don't give a fuck who I'm talking to. You some big shot? You think I'm fucking scared? Find me. I don't give a fuck. What?
She sounds like me. That's the shit I'd be saying. I'll tell him to come down to Ventura Avenue.
Find me? Come on. Come fucking do something. Come fucking do something. I have no clue who you are. Oh, Mr. Big Shot. So fucking scared.
Oh, is that going on the YouTube chat?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well.
So scared.
Probably one of the other people, one of the accounts that probably already been banned, and they heard what we were saying, and they were just maybe, but I bet you any money they won't come in here and talk to us. Maybe
I just want 2 satellites get launched into the ocean.
All right, well, let's talk about that. So there were 2 satellites.
Well, he says
HAPS, high altitude platform stations.
Hold on. What did he say? And
he said, I just hold on, shut up, and I'll read it. I just sat at the coast and watched another 2 satellites get launched into orbit. You can't compete with that in the real world.
Tell them they're high altitude platform stations, also known as HAPS.
Hold on. He said, I just watched 2 satellites get launched into orbit. So from one rocket into space, he saw it from Earth.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't
even know what this guy's on about.
You can't see satellites being launched into space from Earth. That's impossible. So there you go. I mean, anyway. So what satellites are supposed to be doing what, where?
I don't know. Trollian says, feel free to hit at any time.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, Narnia. Yeah, your Narnia balloons. Your freaking your shit that goes
They're
into
called
the ocean.
HAPS. They're high altitude platform stations. They're HAPS.
Yeah.
Also known as high altitude pseudo satellites.
And there you have it.
What they're talking.
They've got HAPS that are powered by battery. They're powered by solar. They're powered by hydrogen, and they have ones that are powered by helium.
Yeah, TMM, feel free to be here. He says, feel free to be here 24 hours a day and figure out who I am. TMM, I don't give a fuck who you are. Okay, sorry, don't give a fuck. I really don't
He's
give a
too much
flying fuck
Mason.
who you are. I don't care where you came from. I don't care about your mama, your daddy, your aunts, or your uncles. I don't fucking care, bro. What I do care about is if you can fucking prove that goddamn curvature, if you can prove that fucking rotation, because it seems to be complete. Both those things are really missing from the whole entire globe equation. Please.
Hey, TMM, if you got a hot sister, I'd care about her, though. Shoot me a pic, dog.
Yeah, no, don't get too triggered by the YouTube chat troll.
Hey,
come on.
Who knows? Who knows one day?
I appreciate your
Hold it back,
spirit. I'm
Helio.
just saying,
Hold it back.
just
Hold it back.
notice that notice what they're doing. You know,
I know exactly
Julio.
what they're doing. I know exactly what they're doing.
Who knows, though? Who knows one day I might grow up to start calling him father. In law, that is. Ha ha!
I like that. I like that one, FDS. Man, that was fucking cool. That was funny. I'm sorry, Jenna.
I'm single now.
I love your spirit.
Thank you, bro.
I'm a champion in this ring, and I haven't even been here long.
Yeah. Well, I can tell. I mean, you already got the spirit. Like
The boxing analogies definitely have come out this morning for sure. Or whatever the time is for you. Whether it's been fucking boxing kangaroos or
I missed this Chris earlier, and I was like, Jenna's the real deal, man. She's
Helio, you're hot micing.
I miss this Chris.
Helio's been hot micing all night.
And yeah, every time I open my mic, I'm hot micing. Because you know what? I'm actually pretty controlled with my mic unless it's real late and I forget to mute it. And then, but that's the joke, right? If I call it out, then it.
Well done, Helio.
Fucking love you guys. I love you guys. All right, so who needs to get shit on in the YouTube chat? Let's do it.
They're doing all this shitting, man.
Oh look, if there's people
yes,
on you.
Yes, Sam and NEJ. Yes, Sam and NEJ. Yes, Sam and NEJ. That's your name backwards.
Fix your fucked up shit.
What the? Oh my gosh.
Yes, Sam and NEJ.
Stop doing that. It feels like some kind of evil spell.
I feel like you're casting a spell on me. Knock it off.
It's like fucking red rum. Red rum. What you doing?
Yeah.
I can't help it. I can't help it. I fucking can't help it.
Maybe you should.
Yeah, maybe he can't. He might have Tourette's. Who knows?
I can't help it.
And you're the asshole for telling me. You know.
Ooh, cuff. What did I just say?
Shit pecs olahe.
Oh shit! Fucking hell! Calm down.
No, it's sit pecs oil eh. Sit pecs oil eh.
Are you talking about shit bags on steroids?
No, shit pecs
No, he's
oil
saying
eh.
helioskeptic backwards.
Go find a good fucking.
I could be a shit bag on steroids.
I'm really good at this.
I reckon you will be a shitbag on steroids. Yeah. All right.
Who's Nosfer Wapakim? Nosfer Wapakim. You guys know where Nosfer Wapakim is?
No.
what's Nosferwapican? Come on, Jen.
Slow down.
Okay, Nosferwapican.
You're not gonna get him to slow down.
Damn it, Helio.
You're not gonna get him. You're not gonna get Latter-day Saints to slow down. He's freaking. He's a shitbag on steroids. I promise.
Shitbag on steroids.
I let off multiple clips, bro. Did you guys figure out who Nosferwapican is?
Hold on, I'm not even looking.
No, because you're saying it so fast and probably not even. It doesn't sound like whatever you're saying. It doesn't sound like you're pronouncing it with the same. Like if I'm gonna say
Okay.
fuck you, it's uika. It's uika.
Okay, how about
backwards.
this?
Are we talking pig Latin? Are we gonna use pig Latin? I can do pig Latin.
No, that's Mike Powerswan. It's
Yes,
Mike
Mike
Powerswan. Nosferwapican is Mike Powerswan. Is Nosferwapican is Mike Powerswan.
Yeah,
No, let's not do that. No,
Sorry.
do that.
It's backwards speak. I used to be really good at that, actually.
Do me.
Really freaking good at it.
It would be like.
Look, if you want to speak in pig Latin,
Pig Latin.
I can speak in pig Latin.
Hey, my grandma told me when I was little. She said one day a man would walk on the moon, and I said, Grandma, the day that a man walks on the moon, they'll have a jab for every boy, man, woman, and child for free. And then I got the swine flu. The day the pigs fly, I got the swine flu.
That's last we're gonna say about that tonight, but that was funny.
Not the Jabberwocky. No, not the Jabberwocky.
That's Jabberwocky written.
You guys know how they put FE in plain sight in front of people? Like, for instance, when you're driving, you look at your gas gauge, it says FE. Well, in 2017, when Trump first announced that he was putting quote unquote tariffs on China, a week later he announced Hurricane Irma. So you got tariff and Irma right in your face.
Hey, you know, my favorite part of the Trump administration is when he announced the Space Force and
I love it.
Unrolled.
Oh no, that was a toss up between that and Operation Warp Speed. You know what I mean?
Operation Warp Speed.
I'd say they were both on equal levels of greatness. You know what I mean?
Hey, the Space Force is for everybody. We're just gonna do Space Force. And as a matter of fact, a couple of weeks ago, I saw an article there where they just they put out the insignias for the new Space Force program. That is a branch of the Navy, right? And,
looks like some Star Trek shit.
Yeah, it's cool though, right? It's Space Force.
So cool.
So freaking awesome. Space Force? Never mind. I'm not going to do the gay voice.
Don't even get me started. You're going to get me going into... No. Can't even talk about
it. We've already been going, but...
can't talk about it here.
You've only just managed to...
Well, we can't talk about certain things here, but we can make fun of Space Force all day long.
Well, yes.
As a matter of fact, have you guys seen Space Force on Netflix? That show? That shit is hilarious, and even in that show, there was a congressman that was talking about flat Earth on the
Is that the Seth MacFarlane one?
No, it's
No, what the hell is that called?
The guy from The Office,
the 40-year-old virgin.
Yeah. What's his name?
Hey, Helio, have you heard the song where it goes, there was an old man named Michael Finnegan, he grew whiskers on his chin again, the wind came up and blew him in again, poor old Michael Finnegan begin again, there was, and so on and so on. I could do that for hours, but have you heard that song?
I have. My grandma would sing it.
Yes, I've heard it. Yes.
So I made one that goes like, there was an old man named Chemtrail Disbursements. He grew legions on his epidermis. The hexagons came and they had him cursed in. He's got more gallons and is thirsty. You know what I mean? There was an old man who came Chemtrail Disbursements. That's dope, huh, Helio?
It is. Dude, I imagine you could fucking go on forever with all kinds of
Oh my god. I think that's where Jackie left, bro.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm impressed. I mean, with all the kind of shit you just come off with off the top of your head. I mean, you are a disperser. I don't even know what that means, but because I've heard you do it, so just do what it do, don't it?
Dude, when I text message people, if they don't answer me like right back, like within 30 seconds, I start blowing their text message up like, well, you're not responding, and like they're like,
well, don't fucking text message me because it might not be a day, for you go ahead and message me, but I probably won't get back to you until tomorrow. No, unless it's something important, I might get right back with you, but otherwise,
yeah.
Fuck with it, but
I'm still tripping that they have like the World Series of Poker and like Texas Hold'em's a really big game across the world, and it like basically started from the Lady Gaga song Poker Face, and then just they created the game poker, just like
Hey, man, I want to hear that Finnegan thing again. Just 30 seconds of that shit because that was really cool. Go ahead.
It goes, there was an old man named Chemtrail Disbursements. He grew lesions on his hands when cursed with hexagons falling on his epidermis. Got nanofibers in his thermos. Begin again.
Hold on. Start from the beginning because I want to hear it like in flow because you were just
okay.
Just
okay.
Take a deep breath and then start it again.
There was an old man named Chemtrail Disbursements. He grew lesions on his hands cursed with hexagons falling on his epidermis, nanofibers in his thermos. They're germis.
I thought you had more than that.
No, it just sounds like when it just comes really quickly. Like there was an old man named Chemtrail Disbursements. He grew lesions on his hands cursed with.
Free flow. That's what I thought you were good at. Like the.
Oh, okay. Okay, there was an old man named Chemtrail Disbursements. He grew lesions on his hands when cursed with hexagons falling on his epidermis, nanofibers in his thermos.
And then.
And
then
I know you.
Hey, Helio, what about this chorus? Tell me if you like this. It goes, you never knew how good you had it till you had it so bad. Had it so bad. You never knew how bad you had it till you managed to crash and it happened like that. Now you're pissed off. Throwing the globe and you're battling back. But you never factored in how much flat mattered, and that's a matter of fact. Rat-a-tat-tat, abracadabra, I'm back.
That's a new one?
Yeah.
Nice. I like it.
Thank you.
Good stuff, brother.
Thank you. Oh, Helio, I got off probation.
And
yeah, I got my discharge papers. My probation officer told me, she goes, if I could have kept you on longer, I would. I don't think you should be getting off, but we have to by law let you off. It's been 3 years. Most people get off in a year, she said. It's been 3. They maxed me out, and she said, but I'd keep you on longer if I could. And I go, of course you would. Job security. She just smiled at me.
Why didn't your probation officer like you?
She it's not that she didn't like me, but she liked her salary better. And me staying on probation just continues her salary. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like if I stay hungry, I ain't gotta get hungry, dog. You know what I mean?
Oh, shit. I'm glad I am on probation.
Shit, that shit was an experience, bro. Seriously, an experience. Like they only came over at like 9 a.m. on Saturdays, dude, or sometimes Sundays.
I got my legal issues, but I ain't gonna fucking tell people about it.
Yeah, I don't care. They call me Darton. You know what I mean?
Who calls you what?
Like I dox myself. They call me Dox Martin.
Oh no! I mean, as far as who I am, Doc, find shit out about me, but I'm not gonna talk about it too much.
Hey, you know what? Hey, here's something tricky.
On the
So somebody
live stream, but
Helio, somebody said something to me right during a live stream. They basically called me they said they referred to me as somebody who does bad things to women or children, a piece of garbage basically. And I go, hey, and I told him, hey, whoever said that, and I told him where they could meet me at. I told him my address, and I was like, here's my address right here. And Jim Panda's all, don't say that on live stream. I don't give a fuck. Fuck that fool. He can come see me anytime he wants. If you're making claims about me that I'm not. And then, dude, a week later, my cars have been parked in front of my pad for 2 years. Get towed. Both of them by 2 different tow truck companies, bro. It was so strange, bro. I was like, damn.
Well, you were fucking around with those guys from Jim Panda's server, and then
one of them said something that pissed me off enough to fucking. You know what I mean? I think they know that's the only thing that could piss me off is like trying to question my character, my infallibility, bro. You know what I mean? Because I believe I'm above reproach, and if I'm not, then here's where you can find me. That's how I roll.
No, none of us is above reproach. So cover yourself, man. Don't fucking. I mean, just only give out what you can, to let people know you're genuine in your spirit of the argument. As far as your personal life, you don't have to fucking do that shit in here or anywhere else.
I know. I just take this shit so seriously, bro.
Well, stop it.
I can't help it. I've lost. Dude, just the other night, I met this other chick.
Listen. Stop it.
Helio, we were laying in bed, and then she I don't know why she said something about flat Earth, and I just had to let off like 15 clips, like brr, 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 brr. Dude, she was like shaking and mad. She's like, "You gotta go now." I was like, dude, I walked out of her pad like carrying my shirt and my shoes and shit. I was like, "Fuck."
I think you probably should take like just a small port. I mean, I'm not. Never. I'm not gonna say it here on live stream. Dude, you should kind of relax. That's all I'm saying.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Fuck.
No, I'm not. I was gonna say, even though. I'll tell you what. I mean, never mind. I'm not gonna even say that because we're live stream. But if you ever want to talk personally, I can talk to you. We'll do it.
Right.
We want to do it on the live stream. I won't talk to you. But there's something I think which may or may not help you, because you wouldn't be able to get a prescription because you won't go to the doctor, just like I don't, probably.
Nah.
Anyway.
Fuck those people.
But you can get that anyway. But what were we talking about? We're talking about flat.
Yeah, hey, you know what's funny? The only reason I've gone to the doctor in the past couple of years is to get excuses to not go to court. You know what I mean? I try to go in there, dude. I try to get COVID so bad, bro. I finally, my neighbor had it, and I ate the rest of their food on their plate, licked their plate, put their fork in my mouth.
Hey,
what?
Don't say it. Don't say the C word.
Oh yeah, my bad. If anything, I was promoting it, but all right.
No, we don't talk about that.
All right.
You know what we do talk about here? Oh, you know what I want to talk about here? I want to talk about sonoluminescence, since a lot of these globies seem to think that the sun lights up fucking everything. Oh, you guys know what sonoluminescence is?
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's different. Well, it's sound waves that create certain patterns, right?
Well, no.
Depending
That
on the medium.
is more like I can better explain this probably. So what you just described was something called cymatics.
Cymatics, yeah.
So when you like put sand, like when you see those plates, those sound plates, and they put the sand or the salt on the plate, and then they run a frequency through it, and it changes pattern. That's cymatics.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about is something called. So NASA tells us anyway that the stars are balls of gases, right? That's what they tell us. Well, that would make a whole lot of frickin' sense when it comes to sonoluminescence. Because what that is it is pockets of gas that are trapped in liquid. And there is an intense frequency that is running, being picked up through the liquid, and it's being picked up by this gas pocket. Now, what's happening is the gas pocket, the frequency is hitting this gas pocket so hard that it's causing the gas pocket to expand to its maximum potential before it violently collapses in on itself, causing a cavitation, and it causes light. It literally causes light at several thousand degrees. Thousands upon thousands of degrees. And this has been tested in a small jar. This little light was so hot.
Oh,
and I'm like,
I'm sorry. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, this is the water in the jar, like the light.
Yeah, this is the star in the jar experiment.
Star in a jar, star in a jar.
So for any of you globies out there that you really think that the sun lights up everything, no, you're wrong. You're dead ass wrong, because you don't know about sonoluminescence. I just told you. So if you're listening, hopefully you learned something, and hopefully you'll go look it up. Hopefully you'll look up sonoluminescence, or just look up star in a jar. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Has anybody seen rain in a jar, by the way? You ever make a terrarium and then like there's water dripping from like the top of the lid,
But isn't there a guy that built an entire ecosystem? Well, I know there is. I know it's happened. Where this guy, I can't remember his name, but he has this I think it's like 4 feet wide or whatever. It has a huge cork in the top and whatever. It's been alive for like 50 years inside this jar.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Well, I can't remember.
It's really cool because you can test, and there's like all kinds of little microorganisms and little tiny bugs.
It exists in its own ecosystem inside this freaking jar.
Yeah, and it all stays living. Like it's pretty amazing because we can actually potentially compare that to the physical reality and nature of our world and how it works. Like, we're not just this open disk in space, globies. That's not what we think. That's not what we think. But you don't even want to take the time to come into the VC, have a conversation, maybe ask us what we think about it, or anything.
When people, Jenna, here's one of the main things, when it comes to a lot of people don't want to talk about. Like Chris was talking earlier, when he was making the point about the vacuum space, adjacent to the Earth, right? With the atmosphere, that part of it. The only reason the atmosphere exists, what they call the atmosphere, which the word sphere is not lyrical. It's just how we exist. where do the gases come from? Outer
The
space?
gases?
Yeah, where do they come from?
The gases are made right here on Earth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So if there is this outer space vacuum, I mean, and that's sort of the point, but just like what Chris was saying, wouldn't they just immediately evacuate into outer space if there was no barrier?
Yeah, you would have this high pressure to low pressure thing going on. Like the moment you pop a balloon,
it'd be equal. It would be equal.
yeah, you'd have automatically.
So
It's like when you pop a balloon.
This is what's so hard for people to understand with their religion of the globe. Where do the gases come from? They only come from Earth. And we've proven multiple times that gravity cannot cause gases to stay toward the ground. So if gravity is the answer why we have atmosphere, scientifically that's disproven. So outer space can't exist, just like Chris was explaining earlier, can't exist because all of the gases that we know of are all coming from the ground.
The ocean.
And the ocean, yeah, which is the ground as well. Because the ground, I mean, when we say Earth is flat, that includes the ocean. Because the ocean's flat. That's why we know the Earth is flat, because of the ocean lakes, large lakes and stuff. I mean, seawater and fresh water.
The ocean explains where all that energy is coming from, all the oxygen.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, most of the oxygen comes from the ocean, from freaking algae and shit in the ocean. The oxygen in the atmosphere doesn't go out into space; it stays here because there has to be a container. I mean, do you think it's just like sucked up into freaking outer space? If what they say is true about this stupid ball Earth, then gravity is the only answer they have. Gravity
that's not true.
All of these gases to collate the way that they do, but they have zero fucking evidence for gravity existing.
I disagree immediately. I don't think gravity really has anything to do with any kind of barrier between Earth and space.
Hey, Smurf. You're wrong because there is no space, and there's no gravity, so you're just wrong on both points. That's because you actually didn't understand a goddamn word I just said.
Yeah, I was listening very closely, actually. I did understand to the best of my ability. And the way I think oxygen and a lot of gases come up from the ocean, from all the microbial and algae
there is
beings
from
that
the
live.
Plant life in the sea, right?
Yeah, that's what I think. And then I think space is real, and the reason why we don't get all of the air sucked out of our planet is the beautiful balance that we have with the universe and the world that we all live in, and the atmosphere creates a barrier within itself.
Sorry, bro.
Are you okay, Helio? It's okay.
No, me and Smurf.
I'm not Smurf. I don't know who Smurf is. I've heard of Smurf. I saw Smurf in a different room.
You sound just like him, though.
I saw him in a different room tonight. Literally.
Oh yeah, I know. Never mind, you're ET.
Yeah, I'm not Smurf. Yeah. I saw him literally a couple hours ago in a different room, though.
Right. What were you guys talking about?
He didn't speak up, but I saw his presence in another room. But it's not me.
I wasn't even. No, I know who you are now. My bad. All right, so there is all the gases and everything in nature comes from Earth. There is outer space, but there is gravity and outer space, but it doesn't have anything to do with how we have air. Is that what you're saying, E.T.?
Kind of. I don't know about the gravity part, and I'm sure I must be wrong about something somewhere along the way, obviously. But I don't claim to be an expert on anything. But I mean, I just think the atmosphere acts as a container in itself, and you don't need
probably
because what's the alternative? Like a literal dome, out of glass or ice or something? Because I can't think of anything else. Gravity seems even more absurd. I'd be down with a fucking glass dome or an ice dome before I'd be down with gravity.
E.T., I've known you long enough. So have you heard how, people's idea of gravity? I mean, what is your most plausible idea about gravity?
Okay. I'm just kind of riffing here. I'm no expert in flat Earth concepts, but
it's really strange to me that you're not this familiar with the gravity concept. Since
I know
you've been around. Hold on, you've been around for like 3 or 4 years. You should fucking have a good grasp on this concept.
I do. I feel like I have a decent
better concept, and you should be like, "Oh, here's what I think about gravity." Boom, fucking own it. Come on.
Yeah,
man.
well, I mean, I'm aware of most of the main concepts like that. If I were to talk about gravity, I would say that idea of like denser objects go downwards makes sense to me.
All right. So, and just like I was saying, but when you came in, gases aren't affected by gravity due to scientific proofs. Or are you familiar with that?
Well, that makes sense because they'd be less affected by gravity if they're
not less affected. We're talking about gases are independent of gravitational forces.
Perhaps I could see that. I could see that.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm not saying I believe that. I'm just saying that in a way, maybe they like somehow escape gravity because they're so light in weight.
How about you just tell us your fairy tale story of whatever that you think the Earth is?
I'm just trying to figure it out, same as you, man.
No.
The whole point is Helio has got it figured out. Like I've got it figured out. Like we understand that containment is a necessary antecedent to gas pressure, and that all of the gases they're made here on Earth, and by the sun. The sun having pertaining to helium, but there's this gravity thing is kind of silly.
Yeah, the gravity thing is, it's up and down, right? I mean, it's just, it's weight.
It's weight and density, and then when you hit water, it's buoyancy. It's through the different mediums of the atmos and the Earth,
I get down with that. That makes sense to me in a way, without being a scientist or any.
Yeah. So if you think about it, the body is like 60-70% water, right? And so if you put yourself in water and gravity's acting on everything. Okay, we're just going to roll with this for just a second. And you get into water, well, then gravity should pull you down. It should just level you out with the water and hold your ass under, but that doesn't happen. You float in water. It has everything to do with the difference in density and buoyancy through the different mediums of Earth, whether it be air or water.
Yep, I follow.
What they describe as gravity is essentially weight. Now, you know, their description of gravity, as far as in the third rock from the sun, you know, and
the mantle
the universe, you know, that's not real gravity. I'm not against gravity, but I don't think it causes anything. It's just what we describe as weight in the real world here on Earth.
So what's the concept then? And I swear to God, we've all been through this.
I just told you what the fucking concept is.
No, I was expounding upon what you just said. So the idea, though, is that everything will always go downwards, and by downwards we mean by closer to our feet rather than go up by our head, right?
No, it's what up and down. Do you know?
Yeah, up and down, exactly.
You know where up is. Can you stand on the ground and know where up is?
We agree.
Okay, well then we agree. I don't have to ask you the fucking question again.
Nope.
See, the whole thing about this gravity's nonsense. Gravity is nothing more than a theoretical, not even a theoretical, it's a hypothetical equation, mathematical equation. Now, the thing about numbers is people want to say numbers don't lie. That's fine, okay? But people lie about numbers, right? All the time.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Gravity fucking twisted me around for a long time, for at least the first 3 or 4 years of when I was looking into flat Earth. So, ET man, I totally, totally get it, man.
Yeah.
I used to argue about gravity. That was one of the craziest things to me. I was like, "What the fuck is gravity?"
Yeah,
gravity?
that's crazy.
Once I figured it out, I was like, "Oh, okay, now I get it." And now I'm just like, "Oh, it doesn't exist at all."
Have you seen the experiment? Alien guy. What's your name, buddy? ET.
I'm the alien guy. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he's ET. He's been a member here for a long time. Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen the video of that? It's a glass. It's a jar or whatever, and it's filled with different layers,
oils and shit.
oil. Yes.
Yeah, I've seen
that.
It's called a density chamber. No.
Yes. Okay. That's what we're talking about. That it's not gravity. It's called gravity, but it's not gravity. It has everything to do with the density of an object, its weight, and the mediums that it's falling through. So gravity's out the window. It's bullshit. It's a hypothetical mathematical equation to try to explain something that it's just really, really off base from the basic reality here.
In the density chamber, nothing's moving. They're all just. I'm hot micing. Am I hot micing?
You're not hot micing.
I'm currently hot micing right now. I don't know exactly what causes gravity aside from that density conversation that we just had. And I agree with you.
No such thing as gravity.
That's what it is, brother. That's what it is. Gravity
I'm down with that. I'm down with it.
Yeah, gravity isn't
like a clown.
Anything more than, density, weight, buoyancy. That's what it is.
You're gonna sound like a freak when you tell some people that there's no such thing as gravity.
I just think it's misdescribed.
Okay.
It is. It's very misrepresented.
Why is it misdescribed? Because there's no such fucking thing as gravity.
Well, just like we're using different words at that point than trying to describe the same thing.
Differential between density and buoyancy, and its weight. It has like gravity is associated with planets and fucking our position, and like pulling shit towards the center of the earth, you know. So it's just like when you let
That's the whole thing
gravity,
about
you're
it,
gonna
right
sound like
there,
a fucking
right there.
asshole.
So, so we all agree that things on Earth, they seem to fall downwards, right? So we agree with that. But the point of contention exists in the upper realm of the sky and what people call space. Is that right?
There's a lot of points of contention with this. Hold on just a sec. Let me get back to the text chat. Oh, damn. My phone's freaking out. No, go back. All right. So there's a lot of contention with this in general because they tell us that, you know, gravity is pulling everything towards Earth's core, and Earth's core is doing this thing, and that's what's causing the gravity to pull everything towards this center and hang a plumb line and blah blah blah. You know, I've heard it all. I have heard it all. But the problem with that is the core of Earth it's not physically possible to be what they tell us it is. And if you're following me with this, I'm about to drop a quick little descriptive meme in the text chat here.
Okay.
The problem with Earth's core is it does not correlate with what we know with physics. It does not correlate with magnetics whatsoever. It does not work for a compass. My compass is a flat disc for a globe with a 10,000 degree solid iron center. That's absolute bogus.
Mm-hmm. Can I respond quickly to that? Just off the top of my head, my first thought. Okay. And I hate to do this kind of thing, but I was listening to a debate with Witsit, right? I know people always talk about him, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter, though. But the point is, he was on some debate with some guy who supposedly worked for some company that makes satellites and stuff. And Witsit said it couldn't be the Earth size it couldn't have even measured it incorrectly, even whether if that was incorrect, like improper, like purposely done or not, measured like intentionally mismeasured or not, because the mantle and everything would totally change all the math and everything. And someone said that to me like 3 years ago. I was like, oh, that does make sense. And then it hit me like just like a month or so ago. It was like, well, that's only assuming that you understand the size of the core of the mantle in the first place, which obviously nobody truly does. So that throws that whole argument out the window.
Hold on, ET. Core of the mantle, that's a contradiction of terms because the mantle is the surface.
I said core or the mantle. I'm talking about that lava sphere thing that supposedly is inside of the Earth.
Lava sphere. Yeah, I mean, lava only exists in that vein in the mantle. So anyway, core of the. I mean, a lot of people are misunderstand because lava doesn't come from the core in the heliocentric model. Some people believe that it does. You understand in the heliocentric model it doesn't. Do you understand that, E2?
I'm totally down with that. Yeah, I think there could be different layers of a lot of stuff going down in that model.
No.
Mm-hmm. Or in any model, really. Layers of lava.
In the general heliocentric model, the magma doesn't come from the core.
What's the idea? Like pockets of magma?
Okay, are you saying okay because you do understand or don't understand?
Well,
or you want me to explain it to you? I mean, because I don't.
You can, but I mean, I don't think there's little tunnels coming up from the mantle. I think there's little pockets of lava through.
It's not even related at all.
Okay.
The core of the Earth has nothing to do with lava.
But you know what does have to do with lava is, if you think about it, tectonic plates. Okay, tectonic plates. What does a plate look like? Just look at the text chat.
Well, I'm just curious, E.T., do you think that the core of the Earth and magma or lava has anything to do with what you might see as lava on the surface of the Earth?
I would say in the heliocentric model, yeah, I would say they're probably related.
Okay,
but
well, you're completely wrong about that. Because that's not even true in the heliocentric model. So anyway,
I also said though that I think there's probably pockets of magma somewhere in the middle, if you believe in that idea.
In the middle of what?
A spherical Earth.
No, you just don't even understand it at all. Then
I mean, you said you've been on this journey for a little while now, so you kind of sound like you're an on the fence earther, just from where I stand.
Well, I'm not claiming to be anything, so yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so that's fine.
Well, magma is on the crust. Magma is what they call lava before it surfaces. They call it lava after it breaches the surface. It has nothing to do with the core of Earth at all.
I think it's all probably related. But by the way, if they
probably, maybe. You can fucking say that all day and just pretend that you think.
Well, how about we just admit that neither of us know, because it's known that
I definitely know, but you don't.
Really? Because they say we only went like 15 kilometers down into the Earth's crust. So let's stop pretending like we know what's going on inside. That's like this going through the skin of an apple's core.
I can definitely tell you that I know that magma and lava are two of they're like brothers. Once it breaches the surface, it's lava. When it's under the surface, it's magma.
See, okay, hold on. Okay, so let's really pick the ball apart for just a second, because when I started really analyzing it, I had just more and more questions that just couldn't be answered for the ball. Okay, how do you get this depth of ocean on a ball that has all of these layers of core?
I don't know.
You don't. The answer is you don't. Hold on, Helio.
It's not a globe perspective, though. It exists in everyone's world.
Say that again?
It exists in everyone's world. The topographical description of the world that we all live in exists. Obviously.
We're not talking about that. That's neither here nor there. The problem with it is there's so many things that can't be answered for the globe. How do we have this molten iron? They say it's solid iron at 10,000 degrees. Do you see what this says? Read this meme out loud, or the Core Earth meme out loud for me.
Is that one you posted 6 minutes ago?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you love when the globe theory debunks itself? By the way, I don't. There's a reason I'm here right now, is because I'm trying to figure it out too. I'm not here to fucking grandstand or anything like that.
No, I know.
The Earth's core made of iron and nickel. Yeah, and I also think they don't know what the fuck that is. Just like they pretend like they know what planets are made out of. I think it's bullshit. The Earth's core, made of iron and nickel, acts as a powerful magnetic bar that produces a huge magnetic field that protects us from the solar wind. It's a theory. The Earth's core is at a temperature of 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit. They can't prove that. It's a theory. Iron loses its magnetic property. Blah blah blah. Yeah.
No, it's not. The whole thing about a theory is a theory comes from tests, from experiments, from drawing a conclusion. That's nearly the end of the scientific method.
Well, okay, so a hypothesis then.
Yeah, it's a hypothesis that has never been proven. That's the problem. So that's why we're here. And then you'll see the little GIF just below that. And this is something called quantum locking or electromagnetic locking, whatever you want to call it. And
I've seen these before. I've seen that before. Yeah.
And
go on. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say that makes a whole lot of sense. As we're told that the sun is a type of superconductor, the moon is also a type of superconductor. Neither one are solid.
See, I have a problem. When you're done, I will tell you why I have a problem.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead with it now.
Okay. In my observation, and now I haven't looked at a the moon and with a telescope, but I've seen it with binoculars, and I've seen hundreds, if not thousands, of people and hundreds of videos of people looking at it with way more high-end equipment than I have. That thing looks like a piece of fucking solid to me.
It looks like a piece of
It looks incredibly solid. It doesn't look like a piece of like some plasma energy or what, like a lot of people say it.
Wait. Plasma's not solid, so fucking get your shit straight.
I just did. It doesn't look like a piece of like an energy plasma thing. It does not.
It looks like a piece of solid to me, and then you said plasma. Yes. Which one is it?
No, I said it doesn't look like plasma, in my opinion.
Oh, okay.
I said, are you ready?
Okay, go on.
All right, let's go. Let's do this. When you view it through some sort of thermal imaging lens, you are going to see that half of the frickin' moon has disappeared. A solid could not possibly do that.
Yeah, if you're going to be looking at a thermal lens, you're looking at heat there. So all that does is prove.
Where's the other half of the moon, brother? Where's the other half? Even in the thermal image, even in the regular image, where's the other half, bro?
Let's like focus on the thermal one. It's very possible that part is closer to the sun, or maybe there's something going on inside of the middle of the moon that would cause that part of the moon to be hotter.
No. You're not. I mean, it's right here in front of you, and I don't think you're seeing it. You should
see it.
If this side of the moon that we can't see is supposed to be the shadow side, right? The side of the moon that we cannot see is supposed to be the shadow side of the moon. Then through thermal imaging, we should still be able to see the shadow side of the moon. And through the thermal imaging, we do not see that quote-unquote shadow side.
How about this? No, I get your point. So flip your mind back to helio if you're still able to do that. Helio version of it. You're now that moon, and in the cold space of the world, or the cold area of space, now you're in a shadow. You know how they say that story, like how you could be like, I know it's a story to you, and you know I've never been there too, so it's a story for me as well. But they say you're on the moon, you get really fucking hot when the sun's on you, and then when it flips around and you're not exposed to the sun anymore, you freeze really fucking quick. That would explain exactly why you wouldn't see that side of the moon anymore, because it's freezing.
That doesn't make any sense to me, especially when I've got this interesting little video right here about the moon, how it's freaking cold. Dude points a freaking like temp reader, like this thing's badass. And it shows the moon is really freaking cold, and that makes sense because moonlight does measure cold.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm assuming you've seen those videos of like moonlight being colder than non-moonlight on like plants on the ground on Earth.
For the past 10 years, I've been living outside. Okay, I travel and I camp everywhere, so I've had the experience of really getting to watch the sky and observe the earth around me and observe temperatures and these kind of natural phenomena, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it would only make sense that if the sun is a hot plasma light, then the moon is its opposite and yet equal counterpart of being a cold plasma light. This is a natural phenomena of which we can end up seeing through the moon. I can actually show you stars through the moon, if that would help you.
I've seen that before. I know what you're talking about.
So therefore, how could you think that the moon is solid?
I don't know what that is, but again, I repeat, I do know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen a lot of those pictures and maybe even some videos I don't remember, but I can't explain that.
Okay. So based on that,
last time I saw lunar eclipse, full lunar eclipse here in Arkansas, it was like -4 degrees Fahrenheit, and I could barely stand outside long enough to watch it. It was freaking awesome, and it was cold as shit.
But the whole point is, if you can see stars through the moon, And never mind that there's like all of these countries with their flags of like a crescent moon and a star. For a reason.
That's a different topic, in my opinion.
It all ties in, though. It all ties in. They know the moon is not a solid. The moon is not a solid. I'm going to claim that right now. The moon is not a solid, and there is plenty of empirical evidence for that. These are natural light phenomenon. Do we know exactly what they are? No. But I will claim right now that I know it's not a solid.
Fair. I respect that. My first question to you would be then, why does it look exactly like a three-dimensional sphere with a bunch of, I guess you'd call them asteroid hits on it, or whatever you think that might be?
Could you picture, if you will, for a second, a photo negative? Like a photo negative reel. You know how you can see through it?
Yeah, you hold it up to the light and you can see the picture?
Yes. Yeah. So it's in my honest opinion, based on my research, that's somewhat of just a descriptive of the phenomena that's going on. Okay. That it is this plasma kind of photonegative light phenomena that we can see through on occasion, and it's very mysterious. Such a mysterious moon. I don't know what it is, but I can tell you what it isn't.
You think you don't know what it isn't.
All right, so E.T., you're saying that all of these pits on the moon were caused by asteroids.
I don't know 100%. A lot of people think they were nuclear bombs.
Okay, well, then you asked her to prove that they're not.
I didn't ask her to prove that they're not. No.
Yes, you did. You asked her to prove that they aren't.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. I just heard you say.
I didn't ask her to prove anything. I was just telling her what I thought about the situation.
Well, how the fuck can we, have these asteroid impacts when that's the side facing Earth?
Check this out. That's the side facing Earth, and like a photo negative, I don't know. It's hard to tell, but if you want to take just like 1 minute and go watch that video that I just dropped in the text chat.
Yeah, sure. I'll go on mute and then I'll watch it right now.
Okay. This is a map from the UN that matches up with the moon.
Okay, I'm still watching. I have to ask you though immediately. Are you down with the moon being a reflection from the Earth?
I'm not saying that that's what it is. It's a speculation.
That's why I brought it up. Yeah.
But
I'm aware of that idea.
I just found that to be interesting. Like I said, I'm not putting these things out as this is what it is. I'm putting these things out as look at it, analyze it, take all of these pieces and come to your own conclusion.
Well, it's a pretty damn interesting video. Like whoever put that together did a damn good job. I'm actually going to watch it a couple times more while we're talking on repeat.
That is from my YouTube channel.
Is that the one with
that's what the moon Helio, that's what the moon overlaid on that map from the UN.
Yeah, I probably haven't seen that one, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Well, if you go in the text chat, you can watch it. It's just a minute long.
No, but yeah, it's like the it's just like that. I've taken too much acid.
Too much acid.
I mean, not today, but like back in the day.
In your time.
In your prime time.
If I would ever consider, because I've seen what you're talking about. With the reflection of the, or even just like negatives of the moon that reflect lands on Earth, you know. And it's just like, oh, well, that's this and that's that. And it's just like, that could make sense. It's just like, should it or could it? You know, I don't know, man. This ain't Speculation Sunday yet. We got 2 days before that. You have to recognize that, Jenna.
What?
Sundays where we do speculation.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I've got some good ones for Speculation Sunday. I've got some really, really good ones. Like, I want to talk about
Friday.
People that just hate when I talk, except for you motherfuckers. You're like, hey, you put up.
I always enjoy my time with you.
If I talk to dude, I get a lot of shit from everybody when I try to talk when all the other motherfuckers try to talk. Like, oh, shut up, Helio. That's why they give me shit. Oh, you're hot micing. But
Helio, you're hot micing.
See, that's what. It's just like, no, I'm actually talking. And it's like, I'm not hot micing. I mean, you hear my voice, don't you? You know? But they give me shit, but it's funny. You know, I'm like, it's this joke. And I'm a good sport. Fuck it. Fucking love you guys. So, but, as far as like the reflection of the moon, representing portions of the earth or whatever, I mean, sure, who fucking knows, you know, all that, you know, who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying I found that to be kind of interesting.
You know, it's interesting, and it's a mystery, you know. The moon is a fucking mystery in itself, and so is the sun, and so is the earth, so.
That's a good point.
However, we cannot tell anything about the ground by looking at the sky, right?
Sure. Oh, as far as well, I mean, some people say shape, but like shit.
The sky in itself is a mystery. Also, that's one more mystery. The sky.
Right. Well, Earth is the ultimate mystery, right? We exist on Earth. We come from Earth, as far as anyone knows. You know, humans that live on Earth. The only thing we can know is what someone told us or what we experience ourselves, right? So, you know, where you have to believe someone, or you have to experience something, or you have to combine your experience with the knowledge of your upbringing, you know, and then come to your own conclusions. And, that's what we're doing right now. So,
Yep. I just, and asking ET, does looking up at the sky prove anything about the ground?
It's a funny way to measure shit, and I will say this: I'm not very visually well-minded. Like, you know, people are like good at learning things by like visuals, or sometimes people read things and it makes more sense to them. Kind of like that. When people are like, okay, just think about it, man. The stars are over here, and you're up at like 45 degrees over here. I'm just like, it always just trips me out.
How's your eyesight?
20/20, as far as I know.
Well, then fucking look at the Earth.
All right.
Jeez, Helio.
No, dude. The only reason I'm being so hard on him, you just met me, a few weeks ago, but I've known this motherfucker for like 4 years. That's why I'm being hard on him right now.
Like, jeez. He's like, I wouldn't be hard on you if I didn't love you, buddy.
It's like, I just don't know. He just comes in here and does the same shit over and over. He's like,
no, I don't. We had a good conversation about the moon and shit.
Look, we're having a good Discord here. We're having a good Discord here, okay?
Yeah, and it's St. Patrick's Day. Come on.
Yeah, Helio's celebrating.
And I'm fucking Irish, bitch.
I'm Irish too. I fucking took a nap and woke up and I was mad that I was in
All right, so why don't you look at the Earth, bro?
Back at it. Yeah, I want to go back to one thing that Jenna was talking about.
Hold on. every time you come in here, you always have is like, well, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. I'm not questioning it. I'm just like, I don't understand this and that or this and that. I mean, this is what you sound like. I don't have an opinion or anything.
I do not sound like that.
Yes, you fucking do.
No, I do not.
Yes, you do.
Leo, give him the benefit of the doubt, okay? He's trying here at least, okay?
Trying. I'm owning.
All right, what are you owning?
No, I'm just kidding. I want to go back to this concept that.
How about you give us what you solidly know? Just one thing that you solidly know, that you know solid is like I've been doing this for a while. One thing I'm convinced of that I can say, hey, I know, guys, I've been here, part of this team for a long time. What I can tell you, something I know, you're Canadian, right?
Yeah. I'll do that right now. And it's not a very popular. It's not a very popular opinion, but I'm pretty goddamn sure that space is real. So.
You're sure that space is real? Okay, real quick, I'm just gonna put this into perspective for you. Space can be a 10-foot radius around you. Okay.
That doesn't make sense to me.
When you tell someone give me space, give me space. I need you to give me space, give me room.
Oh yeah. Okay. The outer space is real. Is what I meant.
No, outer space is a concept that cannot be proven.
And I'm telling you, it is real. That's my. Helio asked me what I think about it. He's like, make a fucking strong ass statement. That's what I think. I think space is real, and that's why I think that's such a difficult thing for a lot of people in flat Earth communities to accept. Is because if space is real, flat Earth can't simultaneously be real because then you're a disk in space, which is ridiculous to everyone.
What is space?
It's this crazy world outside of our realm.
Okay. What's in it? What's it made of?
I don't know.
Right. So how can you be like, I don't know what's in it, what it's made of, but I believe in it. That's not very logical.
You see what I had to deal with for 4 years, Jenna?
No. Helio, don't be like that. Don't be like that. Just because I don't understand exactly the material.
This is exactly the same fucking conversation I've had with you several times. So
okay, well, I'll have it with them. I'll have the conversation. Okay.
Wow. Happy St. Patrick's Day, by the way.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. Happy St.
I celebrate this until the sun comes up. It's still St. Patrick's Day until the sun comes up.
And I'm still going to believe in space tomorrow, even though it's not real.
See, I haven't done any drinking, but I still like to keep St. Patty's Day green, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, little puff.
That was nice. That was nice.
Yeah, slip that round right in there.
So, but anyway, so space, buddy, space. Okay, so there's some interesting descriptives about the heavens or space or whatever that mention water several times.
Yes.
There's these waters above a firmament. Do we know how it's functioning? Not exactly. I might have an idea of how it might be functioning, and that's with something called acoustic resonance waves that can actually hold things in a kind of suspended animation. But like I said, I'll save that for Speculation Sunday. But space is not something that we can necessarily prove. This outer space, these gases or the lack of gas thereof, it doesn't make sense. There's a lot of things that contradict. So
I'm not saying I fucking believed in the whole thing. I don't necessarily think that space has to be a vacuum. I think it's also possible that it's made out of some kind of different material. Or by material, I mean everyone's it's a vacuum, and people are it's made out of water, and I'm not saying I understand what it is or what it could be. I just think, in my opinion, all I was saying is very simple: is that there's more space out there. That's what I believe. There's something out there. Right now, that doesn't necessarily mean we can even travel into it as humans with our technological capabilities. But I think it appears to me, and it seems very obvious that there's more stuff out there up in the sky when you look at it.
The only thing I can do, bro, is give you the pieces of information that I have studied like this. Go ahead and take the next 3 minutes and watch this thing about sonoluminescence. It's the star in a jar. It's basically a light forming in liquid. Remember, I mentioned the
I
waters.
think I've seen this before a few years ago.
Watch it again and refresh.
I'm watching on mute right now, but is that Jack Filet? Never mind. Do you want me to go on mute and watch it and listen?
I mean, if you want to be able to hear it.
Yeah, and go buy some Chick-fil-A on the way. You know, while you're listening, eat some Chick-fil-A.
But check out the star in the jar, and then come back.
I'm aware of your tactics.
Whose tactics?
Probably talking about me.
No, I'm just kidding. No, just that whole thing when someone's like, go watch this video, and then you come back and the conversation is like completely different. That's all I meant.
No. We'll be right here.
Okay, nobody talk. Nobody say anything. I'll be back in 3 minutes.
You know I'm fucking controlling.
No, sonoluminescence is something quite amazing when we are already taught that the stars are, they call them balls of gases, right? And it's just these gaseous mixtures. And if you can set a gas pocket in a liquid and run a frequency through it, you're going to get light.
Exactly.
That's physical science. That is demonstratable physical science that aligns with descriptive verses of the Bible? Wow. And it's not even just the Bible, mind you, because like pretty much, every culture tells the same story, just in their own language, their own perception of it.
Sure. So like a lot of people make light of it. Some people make, make it their whole religion.
No pun intended. Make light of it.
Yeah, I thought.
Yeah, there you go. See,
something like light of it
because it's just obvious. It's the obvious. Go ahead.
So, with that being said, we can look at this experiment of the star in the jar, and we can refer back to Bible verses that mention waters above this firmament, this covering. And so there's these gas pockets all in this liquid potentially. And there's some sort of frequency, maybe, on the outside of the firmament that we don't hear with our ears that's causing these things to light up. And I think it's a multitude of different frequencies all acting together. It's because if you think about it, how many different resonant frequencies are there on Earth, like that we can hear? There's a lot, but there's also a lot that we don't hear.
Hey, Jenna, it's not Speculation Sunday yet, but might as well do it right now. On that point, you remember in The Lion King, when Timon and Pumbaa and Simba, after be a mighty, all the freaking championship they were doing, it's like, you could be a mighty king. And then they laid down and
Kuma Matata.
And they were staring at the stars.
They were, it wasn't Hakuna Matata, period. Mm-hmm. They were looking at the stars. And then they were contemplating. They were like, I heard there were big balls of gas burning billions of miles away.
Yes.
Boom. Yeah. That was Pumbaa. And then no, it was Timon was like, oh, with you everything's gas, right? And then Simba was like, that's soul. I can't remember. What did he say exactly? You guys remember from The Lion King?
It's
It's the
been so
souls of
long.
our fathers or something like that.
I'm due a rewatch now that you bring that up. Definitely do a rewatch on that movie.
Yeah, and once
because they hide the truth in those things.
All right,
I actually do remember that scene when they're looking up at the stars and they got all deep.
Yeah, they get just turned all deep, and he was like, "That's." As Simba told him, my father told me that it's the souls of our fathers, or so that are, that are looking down upon us and all that kind of stuff. And then Pumbaa and Timon were just like, "Who told you that?"
Yes.
He got all upset. Check it out. He got all upset, right? And Simba left, for a minute, and he just went to a little cliff, and he plopped down, and some pollen or something came up from underneath this, and this is a portion of the movie. I don't know if a lot of guys know about this, but if you pause the movie, the when he plopped down, in contemplation of this,
says sex.
It says sex.
But the most important part of this is when Pumbaa was like, "Those are gas balls, billions of miles away."
But it's all together,
and that's exactly.
right?
That's like so much
But
truth.
also Simba's idea. Those are our fathers. Looking down upon them. I mean, what's the difference? I mean, couldn't that be true too?
I mean, the whole thing is that they put these truths like right in plain sight,
right? And then
movies and stuff.
And
so like just the fact that you
down and it says sex. That's our recreation. It's I won't say reincarnation because I don't necessarily believe in reincarnation that way. But anyway,
no. But to keep it on topic, to keep it on base, the things that are hidden in movies and music and all of that. Yeah, those are big, giant gas balls burning, all these millions and billions of miles away. Well, here's the thing about that, though. Yeah, but the whole thing about that pertaining to like sonoluminescence and gas pockets in liquid, okay, it's just so it's how many more synchronicities, We can call this Synchronicity Saturday.
Ooh, we might have to work on that one.
I think I like it.
Think a lot of I don't think they would go for it. No.
Really, the synchronicities between like movies and flat Earth reality and physical science.
Maybe, but religions. I don't think a lot of people.
No, I'm not talking about religions. But like synchronicities in like, like it's kind of a synchronicity that, there's this sonoluminescence and then, Pumbaa's like, the gas balls billions of miles away. But the thing is, they're not billions of miles away. They're not light years away.
Well, I think that was Pumbaa's joke. This is like, and it was like, oh, and then Timon was like, oh, with everything with you is gas. I mean, that was definitely, it was part of the script. I mean, it was supposed to be like, oh, with you, everything's gas.
See, the whole problem is,
and then
we don't actually know how big Earth is anyway. So, like, let's come back down to Earth for a minute.
That's it's one of the major scenes in that Lion King movie. And after Simba told them what he said about, I was told that those are that's the spirits of our ancestors, and then he was offended by what they said and then moved away. That was I thought that was important in part. It was an important part of the film.
It was subliminal. Yes,
that movie is amazing. I need to watch that alone as a 35-year-old adult.
Yeah, go watch the fucking not the new Lion King, but watch that
the original one. Yeah, for sure.
The original one. Watch it. It's fucking, dude. It's phenomenal. It's awesome.
Look, you need to go back and watch Men in Black as well, because he's sitting down and he's talking to the agent, and he's like, the agents are sitting down talking, and he's like, and 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. What the fuck?
When did that movie come out? Do you remember? Wasn't that like late 90s?
Yeah,
Men in Black was in the 90s.
Yeah. See, this whole flat Earth thing isn't new. People think it's like it. I know it's a bit of a reemergence, but it's always been around.
It's
my whole
because
life.
the Earth has always been flat. It was made flat. It was stamped under.
It was made a globe. It was made a globe. It's always been flat, but then it was made a globe.
Yeah.
By the programmers.
Earth is flat, stamped like wax under a seal.
But we disagree
made a
about
globe
space,
through propaganda. It was made a globe through mind control and programming.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been flat.
It was
never should have been this stupid globe idea. Never should have been this.
It was just to alter reality.
Do you guys ever think that maybe NASA secret space program invented the whole thing to hide their space technology?
What space? God damn it! I don't know what
exactly.
the fuck your problem.
I know. Yeah, it's hard to talk. It's hard to talk with you guys sometimes. That's true.
Yeah, well, I mean, what do you think outer space is? All right, ET. If the Earth is flat, what is outer space?
I don't think Earth is flat.
All right, so you don't think the Earth is flat, and you don't.
Okay, well, hold up.
I mean,
what do you see in your head?
I haven't heard you give a coherent statement about your support of globe. So, since you don't think the Earth is flat or the third rock, so do you stand with the idea third rock from the sun, solar system? I mean, is that? Do you stand with that? Like everything that everyone's supposed to believe?
No, it's an idea. I mean, like, I think a lot of shit is wrong. Like, I don't think we went to the moon. I think they lied about going to the moon, so we can meet halfway there.
Down, ET. So we didn't go to the moon, but we're still the third rock from the sun, solar system, the same way everybody believes.
I don't necessarily believe that.
Okay, then what the fuck do you believe? You better fucking present it right now.
I don't have to do anything, but I'm going to tell you, though, that I don't necessarily have to believe that I live on a flat, infinite plane.
I don't think you believe shit. You don't even know what you believe.
Well, I mean, at least I'm honest enough to admit to myself that I don't know what the situation is.
What situation? Is there a situation, E.T.? Is there a situation? E.T., is there a situation that you should or should not believe in?
Yeah, like, what's the situation? I'm not understanding that.
Yeah, like, I guess I've been confused by this motherfucker for 4 years, so I don't even know. He's like so abstract. I can't even fucking figure out what the fuck he's talking about.
He's being ET, and he's like riding away in the sky on his bike, man.
Have you crossed the moon yet, ET? I'm intentionally trying to make you feel bad for being full of shit for 4 years. And I like you, man, but you're going to have to fucking make some sense out of your bullshit eventually.
Because you went straight back to the frickin' sky, to outer frickin' space, to infinity and frickin' beyond. Like, and we need you to stay down to earth, man. Like, down to earth, buddy.
He's like,
that's what we're
well, I
talking
didn't
about.
say the Earth. I didn't say the Earth is flat. I don't think the Earth is flat. And I was like, all right, so it's the third rock from the sun. Tell us more about it. He's like, well, I don't think this is this. It's like, dude, like I told you, Jen, I mean, this dude just been doing the same fucking shit every time. He's like, he never fucking confirms any statements at any time. He doesn't agree with anything, and he acts like he knows something. And when you get him on a point, and he's just like, well, I didn't say that. You just said it. So, E.T., either fucking give a solid statement about what you know, or just fuck off. Just fuck off. You're just going to waste everybody's time just for no reason. I mean, just because you like hanging out with us because we're cool, that's not a good enough reason. Not in here. I mean, I wouldn't mind, fucking hanging out with you at up in Canada, fucking around a campfire, but not in this fucking room. Just telling you, E.T., I'm kind of tired of your bullshit, man.
The whole thing is,
he never takes a position. That's what's pissing me off, right? And now he's like, I'm gonna let Helio just freaking make an ass of himself, which, hey man, that's not a secret. I do that all the time. You may make an ass of yourself, but never taking a position. I take a position every fucking day.
Like, I think I was very direct with like everything that I said. And that,
either leave or take a position. That's a stand. I'm taking. I'm tired of your bullshit, E.T.
You keep going back to outer space, buddy.
I'm just gonna mute him.
E.T.
I'm just gonna mute him.
E.T., I'm gonna need you to phone home because, like, you need help. It's like,
we're gonna move beyond that. I mean, I like him as a person, but he does the same
he
thing.
seems like a real cool dude,
But I mean,
you seem like a cool dude.
You see how he waxes and wanes, and it's like, oh, I didn't say that, but I did say that. But I don't mean he does the same shit every time he comes in here.
We're talking about staying down to earth, outer space. Like, who's ever been to this outer space? Like, we've already fucking determined that NASA.
I don't think the Earth is flat. I do think the Earth is flat, but I don't think it's flat. But what about outer space? It's just like
inner
space. A waste of time, You heard him talking, Wave. Were you listening, Wave?
Can you hear me? Oh, I didn't know I had my mic on.
Oh no, I thought I saw you light up, but
yeah, I just woke up.
And just like, bro, that dude is just like all over the place. Can you make a decision on anything? It's like, what the fuck?
I just turned this on less than 2 minutes ago, so I didn't hear what's been going on. I just woke up.
Never mind then. How you been?
Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, so I don't know if you guys are all aware. I'm sure you're located all around the different places here on this flat Earth of ours. But today there's going to be a meetup in Los Angeles County, Huntington Beach. Flat Earth Professor Dude's going to be there. I'm pretty sure. I'm hoping Sunny's going to be able to make it. I've invited Flat Earth Saints. Invited him, so I'm hoping
he was just in here a couple hours ago.
I was asleep a couple hours ago. This is Los Angeles.
Yeah,
down
Flat
here.
Earth Saints was just in here. Like, what? Yeah. Me and Jenna were just talking to him.
Oh, I hope he's able to make it. A few
I
other
hope
people
so
I've talked
too,
to
because
are going to try to make it.
Yeah, I bet he'll be there. Yeah, he didn't even say anything about that. So there's a meetup there in LA.
Yeah, if you go to and I'm right now. I'm on my laptop. I don't have a mouse or anything.
I can't make it. I'm in Arkansas, but
yeah. But on Mark Sargent's page, if somebody wants to go to his YouTube channel, he's got a link up there that shows all about it. It's got the information. Anybody that wants to go ahead and call up RSVP, get the address. You're welcome to come on down.
Yeah, I heard something about it the other day, so that's cool. Or like a few days ago, I heard there was going to be a meetup this weekend. That's cool. Out there,
I personally,
Los Angeles.
I'll be there. I'm bringing a biofeedback machine, so I'm going to be doing some free scans and free therapies to anybody that wants to. Just demonstrating.
Are you a Brit?
A Brit. I live in Los Angeles. Born in Los Angeles County.
I was born in San Diego.
You sound a little British, though.
Oh, my nose is a little stuffy. I didn't know my mic was hot. I was blowing my nose a minute ago. Maybe you all heard that. Sorry about that.
There's no apologies necessary. Maybe I'm just being an asshole. But you just the way you talk, you sound a little British. That's all.
Well, I just woke up first thing in the morning. I'm talking on, I guess this is a laptop. It's got a built-in microphone. Usually I've got my headset on. It's got a little microphone on it. Because I didn't have that plugged in, I wasn't aware you guys could hear me. So I didn't even know this thing had a microphone in it.
I ain't giving you shit. I mean, I'm a British racist. I don't like the Brits.
What coffee cunt?
Oh, shit. No. Man, that sounds like a good time. I wish I could be there at the meetup. That would be fun.
Well, the guy that owns the property, his name is Renee. If you ever saw the movie Behind the Curve, I just found this out last couple of days. I was watching that movie again for the first time in a few years. Towards the end of it, Renee presents Mark Sargent with a 24-hour flat Earth clock. And he's wearing a straw cowboy hat looking thing. So, and I remember seeing him when I saw the movie maybe 5-6 years ago. And then I started watching it again the other day. And then now that I've, met Renee, I thought, whoa, that's Renee. I never knew he was in this movie. So that was kind of cool. But for me...
it's funny. I think it's your microphone. Now I can hear your voice now that I'm listening.
Now that I can hear your voice. Now that I'm listening.
I was listening. Chris, are you British?
Am I British? Are you having a fucking laugh?
Damn it, Helio, you're hot, Mike.
I know offense can be taken. I'm fucking taking that. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, dang.
I had to do it. Yeah, I had to do it.
Sorry, mate. I honestly believe that there is no doubt that Jedi is fucking British. What the hell?
All right, I put in my genuine Japanese headset now, so do I sound Japanese?
Yes.
I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so.
You know what that song's all about, don't you, Helio?
Back onto fucking slot machines really quickly.
I probably don't. Should I?
Yeah.
You should.
Is it weird or?
Best to ask for forgiveness, my friend, and not for permission.
Anyway, so what I was saying about the meet that's really taking place later today, this is really...
Yeah, it sounds like fun.
It's going to be a fascinating meet for me because of the fact that, number one, Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues is what opened my eyes up back in 2017. As soon as I saw Behind the Curve, it was just after a big meetup they had in Pasadena, California, which that's my hometown where I'm from. And I thought, man, this sucks. I just missed this meeting by, a couple of months. I'd really like to get some more information. And I've contacted Mark by email. and I've been corresponding with him, throughout the past years. And he sent me an email last summer and told me about this Flat Earth meetup, and that's where I first met the Flat Earth dude, and I met Sonny. And that is, I brought my P1000 there, and that's where I was actually able to zoom in on some oil rigs 10 miles out, see this little boat cruising around right in front of them. And so that's when, I was able to not just, I was able to go from believing to knowing. I was at Sunset Beach I think it was last June. Anyway, so Mark Sargent is the person that introduced me to Flat Earth. Renee's meet is where I was actually able to prove it to myself. And now on this meetup that both Mark Sargent is going to be there at Renee's house. Miss Renee went and picked him up from the airport last night. He's going to be staying at the beach house, at Renee's beach house, a couple of days, and then he's taking him back on Sunday after the meetup. But, this is like point A from when I first opened my eyes to point Z to realizing, okay, this is all true, and my spiritual awakening. So just to have Renee and Mark at the same place is going to be kind of a unique experience for me, just because
it's just cool, man.
It's all about together.
A lot of people talk shit about Mark, but I think Mark is a genuine dude. Man, he's kind of a weird guy, but I really think he's genuine.
Well,
I can see through a lot of bullshit. I think Mark's a genuine guy.
No, I've noticed that a lot of people are, you can call them weird, you can call them unique. They don't fit the stereotype mold because we've broken out of the mold. Society says, here, this is what you will be. You stay here, you go to school, you learn this, you repeat this, you go to work 9 to 5, you pay your taxes. And as long as everybody conforms to those rules and everybody is alike, and just a carbon copy stamp of what they want you to be, everybody is quote-unquote normal. Then you take somebody that starts to realize outside of the box, then all of a sudden they're abnormal. And the more people I meet in Flat Earth, the more people I find out are actually abnormal.
Well, I'm just talking about his spirit. I don't think he's disingenuous, as far as his spirit goes. Most of the time.
I think he's honest, but I'm going to get to meet the man in person, put his hand in my hand, and look him directly in the eye, and we'll have some conversations that maybe you can't have over the web.
Sure.
I think he seems like an honest guy. He likes to wear blue light-up sunglasses, and not sunglasses, but
cool.
Oh, Jedi, were you going to say something? I saw you speak, and I kept talking.
No, you're all right, buddy. I was only going to slightly go off tangent, but also speak about what you're saying, but on a slightly different level, mate. That was also the moment's gone and the thought's gone, so don't stress about it. You're fine.
Yeah, altogether, I mean, whether or not Mark or Jared or us, any of us are here, but it's just like you're going to find this, all of these truths. You're going to have to find it for yourself. Nobody's going to convince you. The reason we're all here is because we've convinced ourselves of truths, and we're trying to find out more about it.
Oh, my eyes have been opened up tremendously. About 6 months ago, I was at a little farmer's market, and this guy was selling these products to protect you from 5G radiation. And I was very skeptical. I thought, how's this little bracelet going to protect you? Well, the fascinating thing was he explained a little bit about it, and I did a little bit of research. And he gave me this bracelet. It's a silicone bracelet, kind of like I know my grandson used to wear one that said, I love boobies. This one just has the name of his company on it. What he does is he uses what's called the Schumann. It's the Earth's frequency. Everything in our lives has a frequency to it. So, you have a frequency of the sun coming around once a day. You've got the frequency of the moon changing how much of it your perspective can see of it every 28 days. You've got the tides that come and go. You've got the luminaries in the sky that all operate on a frequency. Our hearing operates on a frequency. We can hear from, the average human can hear from 20 hertz, which is 20 beats per second, to 20,000 hertz, which is super high frequency. And then once it gets higher than that, we can't hear it anymore. We start to go into the dog whistle range and into frequencies get high enough, and then it turns into light. And the spectrum of light that we can see from the infrared just starts our vision to the ultraviolet is where the end to where we can see. There's all kinds of frequencies in between. And what I've been aware of and made aware of is that our bodies, they also have a frequency. How often your heart beats, how often you breathe, how often you need to sleep. Even more than that, there's frequencies to the entire body. There's a gentleman by the name of Rife, R-I-F, and he found out about these different frequencies, and every single organ in your body operates on a different frequency. So your heart has a frequency to it, your lungs, your muscles, your vascular system, your toes, your bones, everything has a frequency. What ends up happening is when your frequency in a specific part of your body, when it's ailing, when it's at dis-ease, that frequency is off. And was tested on a machine that this friend of mine at the farmer's market, he put me on, did a scan, and it showed up some problem areas in my body that he didn't know anything about. Look, here's an issue right here, here's an issue right here. And he said, but this can be treated with some therapy. And he gave me a therapy. He didn't know I was diabetic. He found some issues with my pancreas. And what he did was, my pancreas is supposed to be at one designated frequency. It was off frequency, kind of like a guitar being out of tune. If you've got one string on a guitar that's out of tune and you play a chord, that chord sounds like crap. It doesn't run efficiently. So by sending...
Yeah, you're not in harmony. Okay, of course.
Yeah. So by sending a blast of a frequency to that specific organ, to the frequency it's supposed to be at, helps get it back in tune and functioning correctly. So the first time after I had one of these sessions, I didn't have to take any extra insulin for 2 days. And I'm very careful of what I eat. I don't eat bread. I don't eat carbs. I don't eat potatoes. Carbohydrates turn to sugar really quickly and make my blood sugar run up real high, so I try to avoid that kind of stuff. And for 2 days, I didn't have to take any kind of extra insulin. I take 2 types of insulin. One, it's an injection, and I take it every 24 hours. It's my long-lasting insulin. Then I have to take another type of insulin with every meal. It's kind of like playing the game of whack-a-mole. So my blood sugar spikes. I take some insulin and I hit it and knock it back down into place. I didn't have to do that for 2 days. And the fact that this machine was able to go ahead and detect this, and then after a treatment, it helped me with my diabetes. I decided to buy one of these machines. So I've been working with it here at home with both me and my wife. And we've been giving ourselves therapy, trying to go ahead and get our body back in tune. And some of the stuff, it's showing, amazing results. So, please. Sorry, what did you say?
I said that's fantastic, man. That's fascinating.
It's all because of opening my eyes to flat Earth and saying, well, you know what? Maybe there is other things that are out there other than what we've been told.
Yeah.
And, it's almost...
We are, sorry to interrupt, but I guess we are told. We're not told as in the mainstream, as in you were talking about groups of people and, only coming from one vantage point, one knowledge base. But this type of knowledge has been spoken about. It's just not mainstream knowledge. So the understanding of vibration and kind of frequency, being in tune with the physical and the natural world, nature around you. You mentioned like the sun and the moon being kind of electric, the earth being dielectric. All of these different things within nature, electromagnetic field, and how we, as in a part of nature, interacts with that type of energy field around us. Whether it can be healing properties because we are not in harmony with our surroundings. Can we manipulate that to recreate harmony so we are at harmony within our backgrounds? Do we have to recharge and get in contact with the physical and natural worlds to gain these energies? For example, just being rooted in the ground, for example, not wearing socks, not wearing shoes, just being outside at one, quote unquote, with nature and actually touching it, being a part of.
Shoes are part of the conspiracy, man. Shoes cut you off from grounding with nature.
Well, Jedi, I've been around long enough that you probably recognize my username, Wave Mixer. If you take a look at my avatar, you probably noticed, if you ever saw it before, I had a cartoon face of me.
Yes, I
have
do.
this symbol
Yeah.
here now. You know what that symbol represents?
No, please tell me.
Okay, so the triangle with a line through it is the symbol for Earth. And Earth, the frequency of the Earth is 7.83 hertz, I think it is. I don't have it right in front of me right now. I just woke up.
Okay.
Anyway, 7.83 is the frequency that the Earth has. 7.83 is 2 octaves lower than the lowest note on a piano, and that note is a B flat. A flat note is halfway between an A and a B.
Okay.
So a B flat, that's the little symbol right there, the B right there. If you put that all together, that's a symbol for Earth and a B flat. So that's this.
B flat. Yeah.
Exactly. That's it, man, and that's the frequency. It's kind of, I find it interesting that those are the notes that we assign to that specific frequency, and what it says when you put it all together, just kind of like, oh, well, this was meant to be here.
You say the word meant, I definitely think that the way that we use language today and the way that language and symbology was used, say, a long time ago, it's used as a spell. So in some form or another, whether it be through coincidence, maybe, as we could point this out, like Earth B flat, if you know, because of like the frequency of the Earth and the way that we scale it. But if you put all of these fucking things together, there's an awful lot of them. So within our language, we are kind of told with tongue-in-cheek the kind of reality of the situation. There are messages in languages, right?
Yeah, so what you were saying, what was mentioned about being grounded. So 6 months ago, when I met this guy at the farmer's market, he gave me this silicone bracelet. He told me that it was tuned to the Earth's frequency, 6.82. Or, you know what? I don't have the numbers right in front of me. I'm butchering this all together. It says 7.
What was he actually using? Was it just that, like a hertz meter for to pick it up?
Well, okay, so what he did with us is a demonstration. He had us stand up perfectly straight, with our feet together to the ground, with our arms to our sides, to take one hand and cup it inwards. It's like the fingertips were touching by your leg. Just cup it like you're trying to hold some water. And then he pushed down on that one hand, put his fist inside of my cupped hand, pushed down. So I was just being tilted off to the side. It took very little effort to tilt me over. And I said, okay, now here, put this on. And I put this silicone bracelet on my wrist. Let's try that again. And so I put my hands, to my side, my legs straight up, and he pushed down on me, and he couldn't tip me over. So, I used to be into martial arts when I was younger, and you have what's called a horse. That's a stance where you have your legs separated, kind of like a wishbone. And the whole idea, with the ancient Asian philosophy was a man, when he's on his horse, you can't knock him off balance. So that's why you had your legs wide like that, to give you that wider stance. And that made sense to me, and I've always followed that philosophy. Then I put on this magic earth-grounded bracelet, and all of a sudden I don't need a horse now. I can stand straight up, which is one of the hardest positions to be in and easiest to be tilted from. And, it can't be done. So I thought that was amazing.
No, but you said that you went there and you discovered that you had these medical issues. Like, how did they investigate and verify these things that you claimed? I tried to talk to you on my mod account, but it wasn't working, so I had to jump into this phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not reading the text here, but so it's a biogenerator. It's a biofeedback machine. I first heard about those well over 50 years ago, but it's not publicly announced. What it does, you wear this thing. It's looks like headphones, There's no speakers in there. And there's 2 clear-colored LEDs on one earpiece, and there's 2 dark-colored LEDs on the other piece. What it does is it scans through your brain. Your brain is attached to your spinal cord and your nerve system and everything else. Everything comes up to your brain. What it does is it uses those neural passageways to go ahead and go to the different organs that are in your body. It does it all by sending frequencies. It'll send it out and receive it back. So,
what's the name of that machine? Because I've seen some shit like that years ago. There's a specific name?
The one that I have is called a biophilia, and it's BIOPHILIO. It's a biophilia. Shoot. That's what I got. See if I can see it here. Biophilia tracker. BIOPHILIA, and then tracker. TRACKER. So it's a little machine, and you have to have a computer to plug it into. It comes with the software. And I did a complete body scan of myself, a complete body scan of my wife. The females, it takes a little bit longer because the organs are different. It took like a couple of hours to do a complete scan on my wife. And once you're done, you can go in and you can take a look and see the results where there's problems. And then you can target the specific organs. And you don't even have to know what frequency it is. I've taken an interest in the frequency of this, and I've gotten the right frequency book. You can see the different frequencies that the different body organs work on. And even with this, it'll just show you, on a scale from 1 to 6, what's good, what's bad. And it goes ahead and it targets. I'm not going to say target because that sounds like you're trying to kill something, but it goes ahead and it directs the energy at a specific frequency at a specific body part. And slowly but surely, I've been watching how things have increased. Had some stuff that started off as a 6, being the worst. And at this point in time, a lot of them are up to a 2.
Sorry, Brian, you go.
I was saying it's not like a magic, something that you're going to notice happen right away in most cases. With me on the first therapy that I had, it helped with my glucose levels, and that's what opened my eyes up. And these farmers markets are on Friday night. We went there last night, and a lady had just gotten a therapy, and she said that she could feel the difference right away. And I don't know what her ailments were, but I'm not a doctor. I don't.
Well, that's literally what I was trying to say, bro. I'm just going to add a caveat. Like, we're not giving any medical information here. Like, we're just having a discussion. It's better getting back to flat Earth because you know what these people are like, putting complaints in about medical shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I've heard stuff like that. I'm not sure what it's called. It was like an acronym. For some reason, frame, something to do with frame. Whatever the acronym is, but it was kind of the same stuff you're talking about. It scans the body, looks for all the electrical impulses and frequencies.
Biofeedback. Biofeedback is what it's called.
Well, mate, so I still like your new symbol though. It's pretty cool. It's pretty deep on the level. I like it.
What's the green
What's
one?
that?
The green little bubble in the middle.
Are you asking me what's the green little bubble?
In the picture, it shows the dude standing on the flat Earth, the giant with the little chakras going on.
I don't know what that is. That's not me. We're talking about the avatars in here? Are we talking about?
It's in live stream. It's not important.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have live stream up.
It's in the voice.
But just to set the record straight, no, I'm not a doctor. I'm not giving any medical advice. I'm not saying that this equipment is a medical device, and it actually states on it, when you bring it up, that this is not a medical device. All it is a frequency receiver and generator, like a two-way radio. But the stage that it's on is your body and not just the airwaves that are out here.
Just an interesting way of interacting with
the electrodynamic frequencies around us, right?
What got me is...
sorry, just to let you know what the picture is in the live stream voice text. It's like of a toroidal field of the Earth across the dielectric plane, so flat in a circle, within the donut-shaped toroidal field of the so to speak, of the magnetic field of the Earth. That's what that is. What you're talking about and what we were talking about earlier is how we interact with that shit and what interacting with that stuff means, how it influences us, how the physical environment, works together and works with us, and how we can be, in disharmony with those things. I guess that's kind of piecing the two things together. But yeah, this in kind of technology or implement that you're using, it's really, really cool. I like it. I'm really interested in the bracelet as well. What did you say it was made of? You haven't said it 3 times, so I keep forgetting.
Well, the interesting thing is it doesn't matter what it's made out of. The one that I'm wearing is made out of a silicone, and you see they're cheap little bracelets. Like I said, my grandson used to have one that said "I love boobies." For a while, we saw them going around here. They were pink. It was to go ahead and help with the Breast Cancer Foundation.
Right.
That's not why my grandson wore it, though. Anyway, what he does is he puts it into, like a transmitter, a generator. It generates the Earth's frequency for 10 hours. He blasts this stuff with it, puts it in a room for 10 hours that's being subjected to this frequency, and it holds that frequency. It never needs to be recharged. But, the silicone ones he has, he sells those cheaply, like $20 after they've been recharged. Ends up giving a lot of them away. It's kind of like the drug dealer where you always get your first sample for free. Once you can see what it does and what happens, that's how he gets return customers. He sells 5G radiation products. He's got like tinfoil hats. He's got grounding mats. The whole thing, the way that this bracelet, whether you get one that's made out of jade that's been had the frequency shot at it, or whether it's stainless steel or whatever, the material doesn't matter. What matters is the frequency on it. And the fact that these are generated with the Earth's frequency puts you back in touch with grounding and reality, kind of like Latter-day Saints walking around barefoot. It harmonizes, it helps get you back in tune.
Well, obviously, with all those frequencies they're putting into the air with like Wi-Fi and 5G and all the transmitters everywhere, they're obviously trying to deliberately mess with the Earth's natural fucking resonance as well as humans.
Well, it's not just messing with the Earth's natural resonance, but the humans too. Because radio waves, you can't see them. You can't see electromagnetism. It's always surrounding us. And our whole environment is that. But when they start sending out 5G, what ends up happening is it disturbs the frequency in our bodies. And just like this biofeedback machine can get you back in tune, 5G radiation can get you out of tune. That's one of his main things, is trying to help people get back into their natural frequencies.
Oh, thanks for telling me that.
Welcome.
Yo.
Guess it is kind of easier to understand this electrodynamic frequency environment on a flat Earth that's not moving anywhere.
Well, the interesting thing about it, I've been involved with electronics for over 50 years. I started playing around as a kid, experimenting with V radios, putting different crystals in to get different frequencies, to be able to talk on different channels that weren't, part of the normal CB range. And speaking to other people who had found these frequencies, all around the world, and just having fun with that. And just being aware now that everything in my life, involves electromagnetics and frequencies. Now everything is just all tying together, and realizing that we call in electricity, you have to have a ground, okay, and the ground is the Earth, and they usually call that a negative Earth or a negative ground. And the receptacles you have in the wall, they've got 2 terminals for your alternating current, 60 hertz, pulsating back and forth at 60 hertz. That's your frequency. There's a ground. That goes ahead and neutralizes everything in case anything shorts out. That prevents you from getting electrocuted. Well, anybody knows anything about electronics, you have an anode and a cathode. What happens? That's the flow of the direct electricity. You've got a positive and you have a negative. If our Earth is a negative, is the ground, is the cathode, what is the anode? Well, when you see lightning,
as you go higher, bro, as you get higher electric charge, the further you go up in altitude, supposedly.
Exactly. I've never
so
been.
Obviously, that's the Heresy part of the circuit, man. Obviously.
I've never been up to any much higher than up into a commercial airliner. But with a little bit I know about electricity, if you have an ending point, a terminator of the electricity at the cathode, there has to be a beginning part, an anode. And it doesn't just appear out of nowhere. You have to have a conductor there. And the air isn't the conductor. So what is the anode? What is the positive charge that you see the arc coming with lightning down to the ground? So if there's a negative, there has to be a positive. Positive, you can't create electricity from a cloud. You have to have a charge coming from somewhere. I don't know if there's a firmament. I haven't seen it. It's not Sunday yet, so I can't speculate. But, that's where it's coming from. But
I just say to them that I'm not a snow globe tard. That's what I say when people say, "Oh, you believe in a dome?" I'm like, "No, I'm not a snow globe tard."
Well, like I said, I don't know if there's a dome or not.
It makes sense, bro.
Sorry, what do you mean by dome? So when sorry, just being clear with what I'm saying, right? So why I'm asking this question? Because dome for me, first of all, invokes shape. Okay, so it could be like an arch shape or like a dome shape, for example. Second of all, what are we talking about specifically? Are we talking about like a glass barrier, for example, quote unquote, between then something else, or just something physical to because we start talking about in volumes and extent after a while. So maybe try and be a little bit more specific. Only a little bit, though.
Okay, well, if I had the answers, I'd be more than happy to share them with you.
Of course. Yeah, of course. But it's Speculation Sunday, so you can speculate for me. Go on.
No, almost a little bit early. It's still Saturday here.
Speculation Sunday. That's a shame. I thought it was Sunday.
If I were to pretend like I knew what was going on, and I were to pretend like today was Sunday, and I were to share some of the knowledge that I have about electricity and electronics, what I would say is that electricity has to have a conduit, not a conduit, a conductor to flow through.
Yeah. Yes.
If you don't have a conductor, if the energy is high enough, it will arc between two. And if you've ever seen a Jacob's ladder, what that is, it's two rods that are close together near the bottom, and as it raises up in height, they separate farther apart. And when you put electricity through this, it'll make an arc. And it'll go up and snap as soon as it goes up to the top, and it'll start down at the bottom and work its way back up again. So that's just a sample of, you have to have a conductor going between the positive and the negative force. And if you don't, and the current's high enough, it'll go straight through the air. But it doesn't generate from the air. Air is just a medium in which it transfers from one side to the other. So when we see lightning, I don't know where the anode is. There has to be an anode up there someplace. Now, some people believe in the Bible and in Genesis in 1:7, and it talks about the firmament. I don't know because I haven't seen it. That'd be speculation. I'm not part of any organized religion. However, when I look at some of the stuff that's written in the Bible, some of that stuff seems to make sense with what's going on. And one of my own personal tribulations that I'm going through is, I'm thinking, well, is the Bible right all along, and someone's been trying to deceive us? Or, maybe I try to overthink things, and I think, well, maybe they told us this just so they've got a false pretense They can bring in a false antichrist and then say, okay, well, this is the real Christ, and bring in a false religion. I think about that. I've heard about the psyops, about UFOs for years. I've been amazed with UFOs and extraterrestrials, spaceships, and thinking that there's life on other planets, and maybe we were planted here by some other, like say Mars, or there's an asteroid belt in between, or it looks like a planet had been destructed, and so I fell into the belief that maybe there was a planet and people had to leave, so they planted Earth with humans, and that's how we got here. I don't know about that. I'm told that the gasoline that I put in there came from oil. It was from dinosaurs. And I buried a few pets. I buried cats. I buried dogs. I buried mice and squirrels. And all of those just kind of rotted away. They never turned to oil. Well, I don't know what was so special about dinosaurs that they turned to oil. They say that, we fill our cars with dinosaur juice. And I don't necessarily believe that. I don't believe. Yes, I've done some computer programming. I know a little bit about coding. And I've got a grandson who's 2 years old, and he's got little alphabet cookies. I know that I can take a whole box full of alphabet cookies and dump them on the floor, and they're not going to spell out a word, let alone make a formula or make some kind of an equation. And the human body is the most intricate vessel, I guess you could call it, device, living organism that I'm aware of. So because I know I can't drop a handful of letters and have them spell out a word or create some code, by the same token, I know that there can't be just some kind of random explosion. All of a sudden, a couple of different molecules get together and they turn into DNA, and then it turns into a polywog, which turns into a fish, which crawls out and turns into a frog and turns into a bird and turns into a monkey, and here I am. It doesn't make sense to me. I believe that I was created. It's like, I design websites and I code them. They don't just happen by themselves. I don't just go ahead and toss out a bunch of electrons and all of a sudden they magically appear as a website. Just like I don't believe that a bunch of randomly scattered balls got together and created life. So, I'm 65 years old. Well, I'll be 65 in June. And I've spent my whole life, in looking at worldly things, fast cars, enjoying movies, Star Trek. I was a big Star Trek fan for a long, long, long time.
Star Trek's the bomb. I think that's why I drink Ale Grey.
I've got over 25 years, close to 30 years worth of the Star Trek Hallmark ornaments that you put on your Christmas trees that light up.
Oh, wow.
And I've stopped collecting them. It's just kind of like I burst my bubble. It's not fun anymore.
Stuff, man. I can watch Star Trek Next Generation, but any other kind of space like that, Gravity movie and shit, I could watch like 5 minutes of it and I'm like, what the fuck is this bullshit?
I used to watch the TNG, Next Generation. I've seen every single episode of it. The original episode of Star Wars, that came out when I was Star Trek. Original episode of Star Trek, the original series I watched when I was a kid. And I've been noticing recently, on media, how much media can remind me of in reality. Well, a lot of us talk about the Truman Show, okay? But, one of the things that I've been looking into, and I don't have any evidence, but since this is Imitation Speculation Sunday, some people talk about being able to manifest your own reality. And,
I hear that. Yes.
And I've been working with some of that with subconscious programming, and that's a little bit offshoot of what I'm doing right now. But to get back to the whole Star Trek thing, talking about manifesting your reality and being able to make things happen. Like, there's a book and a movie called The Secret, and they kind of talk about this. There was one episode, it was in the first season, the 15th episode of Star Trek. It was called Shore Leave. And what it was about is, the crew of the Enterprise had been out in space for a long time, and they found this nice little planet and decided to go there just to get some shore leave and get off the ship. And all of a sudden, people's imaginations started coming true. Somebody saw the giant white rabbit from down the rabbit hole. Someone else saw some warriors. Captain Kirk saw his old nemesis enemy from the academy that was always playing jokes on him, and he was still the same age. It turned out when you went to this planet, thoughts became reality. And I thought that was one of the corniest episodes I've ever seen. I can see aliens that look funny, that turn into rocks and can move around and do all that kind of stuff. The idea of being able to manifest your reality, that's ridiculous. So now some of the content I've been viewing and talking about manifesting your own reality, it's like, whoa, that reminds me of that Star Trek show and the Truman Show. Whoa, and Under the Dome, the TV series. There was another one called Wayward Pines that had that actor Matt. I forget what his name was. It was about a town where it was all surrounded by these walls and you couldn't get out. And they said that the walls were there to protect you from the monsters. And it was a civilization that actually these scientists were putting people in there, and the monsters were from the first experiment that didn't quite work out, and so they were left out. And whenever they had a problem, they just go ahead and flesh all the people out, have a reset, and start all over again. And so the more I'm hearing about stuff, with our reality, has me wondering, well, were messages being put out there to let us know, hey, this is what the world is really like? Or were they put out there as a psyop to get your mind open for this? So they could go ahead and force feed information into you to let you think of, that the world's a different reality than what it is. And it's, Effie has just opened up my eyes to so many different things. I'm not so quick to just go ahead and say, hey, this isn't true.
Well, that's the key to everything, man. Once you accept the fact that reality is not what you've been told in the school system and the fucking media, it opens you up to just about any sort of quote-unquote conspiracy theory. Once you realise gravity's bullshit and the globe's bullshit, anything's up for grabs, literally.
That's exactly the way I feel. So I thought I had a switch here to turn my mic off on the cord. When I muted it, I can see that I'm still talking, so sorry for coughing in your ear a minute ago.
I've heard worse. At least you're not screaming the N-word.
That was interesting to hear, for sure. I understood what you were saying, and yeah, I enjoyed listening to you speak, mate, so thanks for that. That was good.
Yeah, man.
Well, I'm not a content provider. I'm not a influencer. I never wanted to be anything like that. This whole trip for me, it started because on 9/11, when I first saw those towers come down, I remembered seeing, 40 years ago on TV, our best friend, the television, watching how they took down some big tall hotels in Las Vegas when they were going ahead and redesigning everything. And they had the person that was doing the demolition explain how they put the charges in, were properly placed and timed, caused the building to implode upon itself. Everything fell within instead of exploding outwards. I thought, wow, that's really cool that they can control something like that. And when I saw 9/11 with the buildings fall, I thought, wow, it's coming down awful quick. That looks just like one of those controlled implosions that I saw.
Yeah, man.
Las Vegas.
I was screaming at the TV, man. I've not done a lot of engineering and stuff, but I've done a lot of construction, drainage, curbs, slabs, walls, all that kind of shit. I've seen buildings getting put up. I've seen all the iron that goes into the raw iron that goes into them, all the rebar and shit. Buildings just don't do that, man, unless they're fucking detonated.
And it's, I realized that right away, day one. So that's been 22 years ago. And I never really gave a lot of attention to it. It's like, who would have, did they come in here and sabotage this place ahead of time? Well, why would they crash a plane into it? I didn't start putting all the pieces together. But what happened was, I was researching some of that stuff, and I came across some of the stuff about, the moon landing being faked. And the first thing I said to myself was, okay, if they faked it, they had a good reason. They had a Cold War going on with Russia, and so it's just like playing poker. We wanted to show, not show our hand, but we wanted to bluff them into thinking that we could do this. So why would you even want to go ahead and fight us? I didn't know anything about the Arctic Treaty back then, and I didn't know that this is the only treaty that's ever been kept up throughout all these years. God knows that we didn't keep our treaty with the Native Americans that were living here when the colonists came and took over the country. And they made a treaty and they broke it, and made another treaty and broke it, and made another treaty and broke it. And well, here you go. Here's some casinos. So, I don't even know where I was going. Just the bottom line is I came across this stuff, not looking for it. And when I first, read about flat Earth, I came across the picture of the pizza cone flying through space. The thing with a pointy bottom and flat sides that you can fall off the edge. I thought, this is ridiculous. And I started, I saw the thing with Admiral Byrd. And Dad told me about Admiral Byrd when I was a kid. I was only, less than 10 years old when I first heard about Admiral Byrd. And from what my father had told me, he thought that there was an inner Earth. And I thought that was crazy, and I didn't believe in anything. So I don't know what's on the south of the 60th parallel. I don't know what's north of the 60th parallel. I've heard that we can't go there. I've never tried going there myself, so I can't say, oh, you can't go there. But
I don't care,
to
be honest, man. Gobers will say that about what's here and what's over there. Like, we don't have to provide fucking information for shit we don't know about. They're already coming here with bullshit that they can't verify, and they want us to give them more unverified shit.
Well, all I know is that I can take the brain that I have and the senses that are attached to my brain, hearing, seeing, smelling, tasting, thinking, feeling, and I just, rather than go ahead and go with the pre-programmed bullshit that says, 1 + 1 makes 3. Well, wait a minute, there's something in between, isn't there, too? Don't worry about it. 1 + 1 makes 3. Well, wait a minute. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. You got to have 2 in order to get to 3. And that's just like the whole thing I was talking about with the lightning, and you have to have an anode and a cathode. The Earth is the cathode. Where's the anode? I haven't been up there. I don't know. I know how electricity works, and if you have a Jacob's ladder, you only have one rod, you're not going to see the arc go across. It has to have a starting point and a terminating point. And that's, anybody can prove that to themselves just by, get a 1.5 volt battery and put a transformer and a relay on it. You can jump up the voltage. You can have a couple wires coming off of the relay, and they will arc. That kind of like the way a coil works on a car. Back when cars used to have a separate ignition coil, then it would have a wire that would go to your distributor cap that would distribute the electricity to the spark plugs and make that arc. So, and I'm going off on another tangent. I'm not going. Oh, it's too early in the morning. What time is it? It's 6:16 here in Los Angeles. There's so many fascinating things out here that people are taken for granted. I was told in school that the Earth is a globe and it spins around. I said, well, how come we can't feel it spinning? They said, well, because it's going so slow, you don't feel it. Oh, okay. Well, now that I've realized, they say the Earth is over 24,000 miles circumference, and knowing the fact that the sun is in roughly the same position every 24 hours, that says that at the equator, the Earth has to be spinning 1,000 miles an hour. My teacher said it moves so slow that you can't feel it. Here in the United States, if the equator is 1,000 miles an hour, the United States is maybe halfway. I mean, I don't have a globe in front of me, but halfway between the equator and the North Pole. Roughly the United States is right there, so we should be going at least 500 miles an hour. Don't feel that either. That's almost the speed of sound. So, so many things that I'm realizing now, and it's like I feel stupid. It's like. One of the analogies I've heard is that, oh, your girlfriend is cheating on you. Well, how do you know? I saw her with this guy. well, yeah, but I asked her about it, and she said no. Why would she lie? And that's it's a parable that makes sense here. The people that are in power, they know that there's a natural energy field that can be tapped into, and everything needs to be in harmony on its own frequency. And if they want to keep themselves in harmony and keep us out of frequency by generating energy with invisible rays that you can't see, will actually alter your physiology. And I'm seeing signs of that. I'm not a scientist. I don't have proof. So, since this is speculation pre-Sunday.
Saturday. It's only Saturday. Well, for Scotland.
I'm sorry, something from Scotland? I missed the first part. Oh? Anyway, I thought you said something about Scotland. I missed that from Scotland.
No, I was just saying it's still Saturday in Scotland.
It's hard in Scotland. I'm missing with your accent. It's a little heavy for me.
Yeah, sorry, I was saying when you said speculation Sunday, I said, well, it's Saturday in Scotland.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, well, it's not...
Bro, by any chance, are you from Canada?
No, but I do like maple syrup.
A lot of people from Canada, they just don't understand me whatsoever. Like, I can speak very properly and slow like I am just now, but it takes effort for me to speak properly. Like, I have to slow down and I have to think before I speak.
And usually I'm pretty good with accents. On TV, I watch a movie and somebody has a Scottish accent or a British accent. I can usually pick up on it pretty quickly. My wife has a little bit harder time, so a lot of times I might have to translate for her. I did hear you clearly that time. I am here in Los Angeles. It is Saturday. I do like maple syrup, but I've never been to Canada, although I've got some friends that are from Canada. They're all good people, I guess. And if they do say A. Anyway, so I guess that's the end of my rant for this morning. Gotta get up and get ready. I'm proud to say that I guess you would call him my son-in-law. We have a son, married a lovely young lady, and she has a brother. And a few months ago, we were at a family get-together. We were in the backyard having a barbecue, and the sun hadn't gone down yet. I had noticed how there was a partial moon. You could see the moon to the east, and you could see the sun to the west up in the sky with us down here on the earth. And if you figure you're looking up to the left and up to the right, and we're down here, it kind of makes a triangle with the earth being down at the bottom and the sun and the moon being up in the sky. And I asked Anthony, I said, hey, Anthony, look at the moon. Yeah, I would have got it. So, well, it's a crescent moon right now, right? He goes, yeah. He says, that happens. It happens every month. It goes from a full moon to, smaller and it gets bigger. Okay. Well, what is it that makes that crescent? How come we can't see the whole thing? Well, that's because of the Earth's shadow. The sun is in between the Earth and the moon, between the sun and the moon, and that's how come there's a shadow there. I said, oh, okay. Hey, you play pool, right? He goes, yeah. Look at a pool rack. When the balls are all racked up in a triangle. So if look at the corner balls. So if there's only a ball in each one of the three corners, and if you were to shine a light from this one ball over here being the sun up at the top, to the moon over here being the ball to the left to the top, and we're down here in the bottom of the Earth would have to be in between the sun and the moon, or it'd have to be in between the top right and top left corner balls. Have to be in between it to block that light, right? He goes, yeah. Okay, we're down here. How come we can look up there at the moon and we can see it's above us? We see the sun above us. We see a shadow there. We're not directly in between them. Oh, that's right. How come? Well, I don't know. You tell me. No, I can't tell you why it's there. But you told me that it's a shadow, but the shadow can't be there, so something has to be causing that. And that's the seed that I planted, and he's going to be joining me later today at the Flat Earth meetup because he's now all in. So that's a seed that I planted, I planted, I watered, and it's come into fruition now. So that's
awesome stuff, man. That's really, really cool.
It is.
I like your description. I like your description using pool table and pool balls to kind of get somebody to understand the geometric problem with the selenium eclipse. That was really clever. I like that. Well done, you.
Oh, thank you. That's the way that I can relate to it. I've played pool for many years. I know about angles. And if you want to bank a ball in, you go ahead and focus it at this point here, the cushion, and then bounce it back over here.
Of course.
Looking at a pool rack was the obvious thing that just came to mind when you're looking at a triangle.
Yeah.
And now, looking at the screen right now and looking at the little avatar that I made up with the Earth be flat, and hey, look, there's a triangle. There's the Earth at the bottom. There's the sun and the moon at the top on each corner. And I hadn't really come up with that correlation until just now when I was giving you that little analogy that I gave. But
it's about finding people on levels and being able to explain things in a way that they can understand, maybe with a little bit of background knowledge, so understanding how you play pool and geometry applies and how you would view this geometry when we're trying to use that in relation to maybe things that are comparable, like the heliocentric idea of balls in space and those balls getting in the way of light, so shadows are cast. It's a good way of explaining it, mate. My thing recently has been about how we come to meet people on that level. So yeah, it's really interesting, man. Well done.
Well, I'm glad you found it interesting. Hopefully, some of the people out here listening in YouTube land, it might pop a little question mark up above their head, like what? Make them think. There's some people that you can lead them to knowledge, but you can't make them think. You can't smack them over the head with it, because the more you try to smack them, the more they're going to put on a protective helmet to keep from getting smacked in the head, because they just don't want their brain interrupted with actual knowledge.
Most people don't think they're right. They just act on emotion.
I don't know, but I'm going to take this minute to take a little pause here and maybe go to the restroom, heat something up for breakfast real quick, toss something in the microwave, and give it some directed energy. That's, oh man. The technology, microwaves, I remember those first came out in the 60s and how cool I thought they were. Oh, I really wonder about eating food that's being radiated at a super high frequency and putting that in your body. Convenience, everything is being made so convenient for us. Why learn how to go ahead and grow your own vegetables when you can just go to the store? Why go ahead and heat something up naturally over a fire when you can go ahead and stick it inside of a very high frequency transmitter? A lot of stuff to think about. But right now I think I gotta pee and grab something to eat. But I'll have this on in the background listening.
Good morning, all. Good morning, Chris, Aethergrass, Wav Mixer, Jenna. Good morning, all.
Morning, Root.
Good morning, my friend. How are you? Good afternoon, actually. 1:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's actually one. Yeah, you're right. Good afternoon. No, I'm all good, mate. I'm all good. Just love to come in and see what's going on. It's a bit of an addiction coming back and just seeing what's happening.
Yeah, it's very convenient, that's for sure.
It was pretty wild earlier.
Yeah, it seemed really busy this morning. I couldn't get on though. Did we get any Globers in this morning?
We got someone who goes by ET, who, I don't know, he's not a flat earther, but like, I don't know, he's more of a glober than anything. I don't know what his roles are. Helio says he's been in here for a while. But the dude was like, but outer space? Like, he's like, I believe in outer space. I'm like, then you have to prove space. And yeah, that he didn't want to prove space. He wanted to jump into satellites and a solid moon. And we talked about how the moon is not solid. And he's trying to be like, well, what is it then? And I'm like, I'm not going to tell you what it is if I don't know what it is, but I can tell you what it isn't, you know? So there's a whole bunch of stuff. It was like, but get your head out of the sky for just a second, because the sky doesn't prove the ground. You know, I need you to come back down to earth. You know, level with me here.
I think I caught a little bit of that this morning. You were trying to talk about level and angles at some point, right?
Yeah, it might have been with that. Who was that? Chris, who was that kid?
Oh my God. Did we call him Ringo in the end?
Yeah, we called him Ringo.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that guy.
I was talking with him, and then I was talking with an ET. With ET.
An extraterrestrial.
Yeah, someone who goes by ET on here. You know, extraterrestrial is such a funny word because, like, land is terra, like, we are terrestrials. So, any people beyond what we know of, they could even be on this earth. They could be considered extraterrestrials.
Yeah, Dave Weiss makes that point quite a lot. I think it's the etymology. Aethergrass will like this. I think it's in the etymology, isn't it? The truth.
Yeah. That's one thing that Ethergrass and I level with is a lot of the etymology.
Yeah, I've recently started looking into it. I follow a guy on YouTube who's basically trying to prove that English is hieroglyphic and that English is a distorted version of one of the dialects of Hebrew, basically.
Yeah.
Hebrew, Greek.
You can argue the toss that English in some way is a bastardized form of an ancient or many ancient languages.
Yes, I call it. I call the English language 3 awkward midgets stacked in a trench coat.
Yeah.
It's pretty accurate. Because you've got Latin, Greek, and Hebrew are the main ones.
Yeah, there's a few different dialects of Hebrew, and obviously over the years, like it got cut down into more simplified characters. But like some of the later dialects, if you just turn these characters on their side, you start to see letters, you know, English letters, and it's quite obvious, some of them, that they are literally, these hieroglyphs are just turned on their side.
Yeah, basically, it's English language is confusing enough as is, but it's always evolving. Like, it's the most rapidly evolving language that I know of. Like, these words, new words enter into the English lexicon. I mean, it's almost daily now. You got words like these, it's these kids, just the younger generations coming up with these silly words, yeet and bussin' and all of this weird stuff. I'm like, you guys are crazy, but it's just really easy to, make new words and enter them into the lexicon. We actually had this discussion when we were talking about horizontal and being like, bendizontal, it was heretic, and me and a couple other people were going back and forth about bendizontal, and I was like, curvazontal, just an example.
Yeah, there was a guy, I was just trying to find him, a Japanese guy. You've probably heard of him. And he puts words on bottles of water and it actually changes the structure of the water.
It was the guy that did the rice experiment. Is that the same guy, like Fujimoto or something?
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, and he played music like thrash metal or classical music, and the classical music rice that grew perfectly and beautifully. All the stuff listening to the angry stuff or angry words or whatever, like that grew in all these fucked up like shapes and like odd fucking ways.
Yeah, basically the glass that was spoken, or like it had like, I love you, you make me smile, or something like that written on it, and the crystals froze in perfect, beautiful geometric patterns on that glass. And then the other one was like, I hate you, you make me sick, and the crystals that froze on that one were all jagged and ugly. And it was an experiment for like intentions, like intent and energy. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Check, test. Okay, my mic is back, I think. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Well, I've got an issue right here. My headset's not working with my microphone. Let me try to unplug and replug. Test 1, 2, check. Okay,
Yep.
Somebody say something, please.
Are you all right? Hello, how are you? Can you hear me?
Perfect. My headphones are working again. Okay. I had it plugged into the wrong USB jack. Unplugged my headphones when I wanted to go make something to eat. When I came back, you were just talking about something. A young lady that was speaking. I'm familiar with her name. Jenna.
Yeah.
What was it you were just mentioning just now?
I was mentioning the it's the Masaru Emoto water experiment, where he freezes, he puts good intentions and like a good message on the glass and freezes it.
I've seen that on YouTube. I haven't done that experiment for myself. I found that extremely interesting. I'm not going to say that it's true because I haven't conducted that experiment myself. Right. I will say that it has piqued my energy. Now, what I was talking about earlier, the gentleman that introduced me to the frequencies and the biofeedback machine, he was what he does is he has a water distiller, and aside from distilling the water, has it going down a vortex to go ahead and take away any kind of negative energy, negative vibrations that are there. He's saying that water has a memory. And the human body is made up of over 70% water, just as the earth is made up of over 70% water.
Mm-hmm.
That whole thing with water holding that energy and then freezing it and taking a look at the difference between when you say something positive to it, when you say something negative to it. And it's like human beings. You know, if I were to walk up to you and say, "Oh, you're ugly," wouldn't feel good. You know, you'd remember that I said that to you. But if I said, "Oh, you're beautiful," now that would make you feel good, and you'd remember that too. Seeing as how our bodies, the majority of our bodies are made out of water, and you know our brain, you let out all the water, and it's just a bunch of dust. Your brain remembers that, and the whole thing about water remembering and freezing. We were just in a conversation last night out on the street of this farmer's market. We were talking to a third person just about this exact same subject. So that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, vibration, frequency, these things are very relative to everything that happens here on Earth.
Well, I will agree with you 100% on that. Everything, all of our senses require a frequency. So, like I was saying about what you hear, what you see, and what you don't hear, and what you don't see.
Yeah, that's why. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I noticed Miggy pop in here, or Mr. Mayhem, shall we call him now? I always enjoy listening to. I enjoy listening to Miggy in the mornings. I go to work and I
Mickey in the mornings.
Miggy in the morning on 24/7 Flat Earth Radio.
Miggy on Monday morning.
Your daily dose of mayhem. But I listen in here all day at work. I